Vhumad God chapter 6787 to chapter 6871. There was no effect? Countless people exclaimed when they saw the scene in front of them. The people of the red blood race also collapsed. This was impossible. Even the red blood race leader's expression changed. Their talent was to swallow other people's bloodline and obtain other people's power. Why didn't it work now? Could it be that they didn't swallow enough? Continue. The red blood race leader shouted coldly. When the blood sword deity heard this, he roared in anger. He quickly charged over, and thousands of streaks of blood-colored sword energy appeared on his body as he charged forward. He fought with his life on the line and clashed with the dragon-horned man. Very quickly, cracks appeared on the dragon-horned man's body. The dragon blood fell once more and was absorbed. The blood sword deity roared in anger, and the blood-colored sword energy quickly absorbed the dragon blood. In the next moment, a mysterious light shone from his body. Quick recovery! He roared in anger. However, it was still useless. He still couldn't recover. What was going on? That's impossible. What exactly happened? The blood sword deity went crazy. The people of the red blood race collapsed. The others were also in an uproar. Hong, the blood sword deity, was punched in the face and he flew backward. He landed in the mountains and was swallowed by countless rocks. Lying in the ruins, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, his mind was blank. The people of the dragon race were also in discussion. What was going on? There was no effect. TSK, it seems like the blood sword deity isn't much. Someone laughed. Lin Xian said. As expected. The crimson dragon beside him was shocked. Kid, you knew this from the start? Lin Xian nodded. That rapid recovery power was a terrifying and mysterious power. It shouldn't be the power of a bloodline. It was cultivated after birth. This meant that absorbing a bloodline was useless. Lord Alcohol's devouring sword was powerful. It could swallow the heavens, swallow the earth, swallow everything, and use it for itself. However, it couldn't swallow my great dragon sword. Lin Xian had tried this before. Even his god power couldn't be used after Lord Alcohol swallowed it. This was the power to split the heavens and earth. This was the only power. No matter how strong the devouring sword was, it couldn't be used. No matter how strong the red blood race's talent was, could it be stronger than the devouring sword? As for the Jia rune, it was incomparably mysterious. Thus, it was very normal for the other party to be unable to use it. Unless he really obtained the secret of the All Talisman. The blood sword immortal was defeated, and he was utterly defeated. When he came out, it was as if he had lost his soul and his eyes were empty. It seemed that the blow to him this time was really too big. The morale of the Crimson Blood tribe was also low. They had originally wanted to use their talents to obtain the power of the fifth mountain. Now, it seemed that they had been overthinking things. Only by defeating the guardian of the quintuple mountain would one be able to obtain power. There was no other way. Next, everyone went up to the arena again. However, the ones who attacked were all Earth Immortals. Those below the Earth Immortal realm had no chance at all. The Thunder Dragon Old Ancestor and the Devil Dragon Old Ancestor went up one after another, but they all failed. In addition, there were also Land Immortals from Qingguang City's side. However, he failed as well. So far, all the Land Immortals were injured and none of them succeeded. Everyone was in despair. This fivefold mountain was undefeatable. The power of the quintuple mountain was too mysterious. They might be able to suppress it if they worked together, but none of them could contend against it in a one-on-one battle. Perhaps only those in the middle stage of Immortal 3 would be able to contend against it. They looked at the Great Desolation Old Ancestor and the Crimson Blood Tribe Patriarch. These two were in the middle stage of Immortal 3, and their strength far surpassed the other Earth Immortals. Perhaps they would only have a chance if these two made a move. Of course, there was another person, and that was Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, it's your turn." The other experts of the Dragon Clan were also looking forward to it. "Young master, please make your move." Perhaps Lin Xian was the only one who could succeed. Lin Xian smiled and said, "There's no hurry, let's wait a little longer." Lin Xian was indeed waiting. He was prepared to see the power of the other heavens. Because he had a grudge against the Great Void Divine Dragon. Previously, the Great Void Divine Dragon was sent flying by his sword. If he made a move, Motian would definitely target him with all his strength. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to learn more about the fifth mountain before making a move. On the other side, someone from the Heaven Wasteland Hall walked out again. It was Ye Fei. Was a young genius going to make a move? Everyone sighed. The previous few Earth Immortals had failed. This Ye Fei was only a super great emperor, much weaker than the Earth Immortals. There was probably no hope. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. When he saw this scene, Ye Fei's face turned cold. Damn it, how dare they look down on him, damn it, he would ruthlessly slap their faces. He snorted coldly and rushed over. He rushed towards the first mountain. This woman was courting death. The Crimson Dragon sneered when he saw the scene. Lin Xian also shook his head and sighed. No matter what the other party did, it was impossible for him to succeed. When Ye Fei arrived at the first mountain, he was extremely nervous. This time, he did not bring any weapons, but he did not dare to be careless. He raised his head and glanced at the divine sword at the top of the mountain. Ye Fei of the Heaven Wasteland Hall had come to challenge him. Ye Fei bowed respectfully. The surrounding people shook their heads. Even if it was respectful, these people would not stay behind. In the next moment, the mysterious power of the first mountain bloomed. The treasure sword from before flew over. It was the same again. The others shook their heads when they saw this. The treasure sword had killed the gray-haired old man with one strike, so no one dared to take this sword again. Ye Fei probably did not dare to take it. However, they were wrong. They saw Ye Fei reach out to take the sword. How was this possible? Was this woman out of her mind? The surrounding people exclaimed. Ye Fei was a proud daughter of heaven. How could he make such a mistake? Everyone was stunned. Even the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace changed their expressions. The god of desolation said with a frown. What was he doing? Was he courting death? He was really stupid. The Crimson Dragon also sneered. However, Ye Fei's following actions caused these people to be dumbfounded. After Ye Fei took the treasure sword, he turned around and flew out of the first mountain. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior, for the treasure sword." Oh my god, what was going on? At this moment, everyone's mind was blank. Did Ye Fei admit defeat? Retreating without a fight, what was he going to do? Was it embarrassing? No, someone finally exclaimed. Ye Fei's goal was not the first mountain, but the treasure sword. As long as he took the treasure sword out of the first mountain, he would be safe. That sword would no longer be under his control. He had obtained a top-grade extreme weapon for no reason. Oh my god, was this possible? This woman was too smart. Oh my god, why didn't I think of such a method? No, were there any other top-grade extreme weapons? For a moment, countless roars sounded. They were all crazy. This was indeed a good way to pick up treasures. The Crimson Dragon's eyes almost popped out. Was this possible? As expected of the genius of our Heaven Wasteland Hall. This method is indeed feasible. The god of desolation smiled. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Hall were very happy. Lin Xian glanced at them and snorted coldly. Idiot. In front, Ye Fei's speed was very fast. He was about to leave the first mountain. He had done his best, and even his blood was boiling. The 2 strands of immortal chi on his body had completely erupted. At this moment, he was escaping with all his might. His speed had reached the fastest in his life. In the next second, he would be able to leave the first mountain. At that time, this sword would be his. Why is he so smart? However, at this moment, a tree next to him suddenly flew up. A peerless sharp sword flew directly towards him. Those tree trunks instantly enveloped Ye Fei. Get lost. Ye Fei snorted coldly and wanted to resist. However, this tree was controlled by the soldier rune, and its power was unimaginable. In an instant, Ye Fei was hit. Ye Fei turned into a bloody mist, and the sword in his hand fell. Even until his death, he could not believe that he would be killed by a tree. Is he dead? The crazy, shouting, and roaring voices outside instantly disappeared. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. The excitement and madness in everyone's eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock, horror and fear. It turns out that this method doesn't work. Many people were prepared to try, but now they all cancelled this idea. What a joke, who is stronger than Yafei? Even a genius like her had died in an instant. If they went in, they would definitely die without a doubt. Someone sighed. Let's not play tricks. In the face of absolute power, our methods are useless. Let's face reality. This is definitely an invincible power. We are no match for it at all. Sighs sounded one after another. They were originally excited, but now they were in despair again. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Hall were also stunned, like puppets. Their senior sister died just like that? Damn it. The god of desolation gritted his teeth. Damn it. Lin Xian sneered. What an idiot. His idea is not bad, but does he have the strength? Despicable brat, are you mocking us? The god of desolation went crazy. A terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes. The void around Lin Xian continued to shatter. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly froze a region of heaven and earth. He said coldly. Ants are ants. Even if you have thousands of tricks, you don't have the strength to use them. The people from the Heaven Desolate Hall were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They really wanted to kill this kid. However, they did not make a move. Right now, it was better to think about how to obtain the power of the fivefold mountain. Great Desolate Old Ancestor said. Don't bother about this kid and complete the undying mission first. I was ready to make a move. Hearing this, the Desolation God was delighted. Big brother, are you going to make a move? That's great. However, at this moment, someone else acted before him. The Crimson Dragon flew out and walked forward. Previously, Lin Xian had told Han Hong Dragon God to challenge the fourth mountain to see what it was. He already knew the strength of the first three mountains, but he was still unclear about the strength of the fourth mountain. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon soared into the sky. A mere snake dares to snatch it from us? The Desolation God roared madly. He wanted to make a move. However, the great desolate old ancestor said, don't worry, let him make a move. He's just an ant. They had already seen that the Crimson Dragon's cultivation was only at the Supreme Emperor level. Such a person's strength was not to be feared. After all, even an Earth Immortal could not succeed, let alone the other party. Even if the other party was from the dragon race, there was no hope because the White Dragon Old Ancestor and the others had failed before. There was nothing special about the dragon race here. The Crimson Dragon arrived at the fourth mountain. Countless people shook their heads and sneered, thinking that the other party was courting death. However, they still watched carefully because no one had ever entered the fourth mountain. This was a new power. They did not know what kind of power this mountain had. Even Lin Xian was looking forward to it. After the Crimson Dragon entered, he immediately set up an array formation to defend himself. In an instant, he set up more than a dozen array formations that enveloped the surroundings. Having seen so many battles before, he did not dare to be careless. After setting up the array formation, the Crimson Dragon felt that the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. He walked forward. As he walked, he found that the ground had cracked and an endless abyss had appeared below. It was as if a peerless demon beast was about to swallow him. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. He quickly rose into the air and set up an array formation to defend himself. In the next moment, he found that it was not only the ground. The sky had also split open. Thousands of peerless stars rushed toward him as if they were about to destroy the universe. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily and waved his dragon claws to resist. A great battle broke out in an instant. The Crimson Dragon fought very seriously, but the people outside were stunned. They found that the Crimson Dragon was alone there, attacking the ground and the sky. However, there was nothing on the ground and the sky. Was this guy crazy? I think there's something wrong with his head. Some young geniuses sneered. The God of Desolation was also disdainful. If he dared to enter without strength, he deserved to die. This guy was that kid's friend, right? Hee hee, why was that mad god crying when he saw him die? They mocked and ridiculed. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. What was going on? Although the Crimson Dragon was only a super great emperor, he could still fight above his level with the help of an array formation. Moreover, the other party was a five-clawed god with an extraordinary dragon bloodline. It was impossible for him to go crazy like this. He used his Rinnegan to observe. However, the fourth mountain was extremely mysterious. His Rinnegan was blocked. Lin Xian couldn't see the situation inside. He didn't know what was going on. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. If there was really a crisis, he would save the Crimson Dragon at all costs. The Crimson Dragon didn't know the expressions of these people outside. At this moment, he was attacking with all his strength. However, he found that the abyss on the ground was still not destroyed. The stars in the sky were destroyed, and more stars fell. It was as if there was an endless amount of stars. It couldn't be completely destroyed. He was about to collapse. If this continued, his strength would be exhausted. He tried his best to absorb the surrounding power to support the array formation. Gradually, he realized that something was wrong. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. There was something wrong with the attack here. Each of the first three mountains was extremely terrifying. Although the attack of the fourth mountain was terrifying, it hadn't destroyed him after such a long time. That was impossible. According to the power of the first three mountains, if it was a real attack, even if the Crimson Dragon could block one move, he wouldn't be able to block it for so long. After hundreds of moves, even an Earth Immortal would have been defeated long ago. However, he was still able to hold on. There was definitely something wrong. What was the problem? The Crimson Dragon observed with all his might. Suddenly, he was stunned. The Crimson Dragon was very puzzled. The fourth level of heaven was too mysterious. He looked at the fourth level. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Oh no, he had been tricked. This was an illusion. And it was an illusion of an array. The Crimson Dragon broke out in cold sweat. He was an array formation master, yet he had unknowingly entered the array formation. And it took him such a long time to find out. It was really unbelievable. The array here was far beyond his imagination. Was it an array set up by a heavenly master? The Crimson Dragon was facing a great enemy. In the next moment, he roared and began to break it with all his strength. The Crimson Dragon cultivated the earth scripture. And during this period of time, he did not follow Lin Xian to explore everywhere. Instead, he stayed in Xianxia City and stayed by the side of Heavenly Master Zhou. Heavenly Master Zhou was a true Heavenly Master. The Crimson Dragon learned a lot by his side. His attainments in array formations were constantly improving. Now, there were not many who could compare to the Crimson Dragon in array formations. Unless it was a true Heavenly Master. Other than that, no one else was his match. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon attacked with all his strength. It was really terrifying. The fourth level of mountain also shook violently. Cracks suddenly appeared in the void, spreading out like a mirror. Crackling sounds could be heard. The surrounding people who were watching the battle cried out in surprise. What was going on? Something was shattering. Was it the void? No, it was not space shattering. It seemed that the array was shattering. Heavens, there was an array. Why didn't I know about it? The Moon Demon Immortal was shocked. Sword Immortal Shura, clan leader Crimson Blood, and the others were also shocked. They stared ahead. Soon, they found that it was indeed an array. It turned out that the dragon was enveloped by an array. No wonder he looked like he had gone crazy. He must have been hit. However, he could find the array by himself. It was really unexpected. His attainments in array formations must be terrifying to the extreme. The Earth Immortals looked very serious. On the other side, the people of the Dragon Clan also exclaimed. Lin Xian was shocked. Was the fourth layer of heaven the power of an array formation? It really suits the Crimson Dragon. Hopefully, the Crimson Dragon would be able to crack it and obtain the power of the fourth mountain. In this way, the Crimson Dragon should be even stronger. By then, it would not be weaker than a real celestial master. In front of them, the power of the Matrix kept colliding. This was an invisible battle. The crowd could not see it, but they could feel that the fourth mountain was shaking from time to time. One day, 2 days. A few days later, the Crimson Dragon was still cracking the array. Everyone knew that the formation could not be broken so easily in a short period of time. Therefore, the other land immortals were ready to make their move. As long as he didn't enter the fourth heaven, it would be fine. The Great Desolation Ancestor took a step forward. He wanted to make a move before, but the Crimson Dragon beat him to it. Now, it was finally his turn. When they saw this scene, the people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace cheered. The ancestor was mighty. That's great. This time, we will definitely succeed. Big brother, be careful. The god of desolation beside him also had a solemn expression. The Great Desolation Ancestor said, "Don't worry, I have confidence." He strode forward. Under his feet, endless desolate power spread out. Wherever it passed, everything withered. On the other side, the people of the Dragon Clan also gasped. Not good. They were facing a great enemy. The Great Desolation Ancestor was in existence at the mid-stage of Immortal 3. He far surpassed them. Although he was only one small realm higher, the difference in strength was too great. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to contend against him. With such an expert making a move, would he be able to obtain the power of the fifth peak? They did not know. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Had it finally reached this level of person to make a move, his strength was also at the mid-stage of Immortal 3, so he was not afraid of the Great Desolation Ancestor. He wanted to see what methods the Great Desolation Ancestor had. The Great Desolation Ancestor looked at the first mountain. He walked over. Under everyone's anticipation, he arrived in front of the first mountain. In the next moment, he was about to enter the first mountain. However, at this moment, the situation changed. The Great Desolation Ancestor was directly pushed back. The first mountain released a powerful Tao of dragon aura, as if it had turned into a giant dragon, directly blocking the Great Desolation Ancestor outside. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The pupils of the Great Desolation Ancestor also constricted. Was he not allowed to enter? Could it be because the Crimson Dragon was still challenging? Could only one person challenge at the same time? The Great Desolation Ancestor's face was gloomy. It seemed that he had to wait for a while. Damn ant, how dare you waste my time? The Great Desolation Ancestor snorted coldly and retreated to the back. He began to wait. The others did not suspect anything. However, Lin Xian said to the people of the Dragon Clan, "Send someone over." The people of the Dragon Clan were stunned. They shouldn't be able to enter, right? However, they still sent someone over. This time, it was an elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan who walked over. He was a virtual god and his strength was not bad. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Hall sneered. Was he an idiot? However, this elder had easily entered the second-level mountain. How was this possible? Countless people were stunned. Wasn't only one person allowed to enter at a time? How could this guy enter? The Great Desolation Ancestor roared angrily and charged towards the first mountain again. However, he was still blocked outside by the first mountain. He was even shaken out and his chi and blood were rolling. He gritted his teeth. At this moment, the elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan was defeated on the second mountain and vomited blood. He retreated. The Great Desolation Ancestor roared and charged towards the second mountain. "I want to challenge this place." On the second mountain, the dragon-horned man said coldly, "Get lost." With an angry roar, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A powerful force blocked the Great Desolation Ancestor again. Everyone was stunned. The Great Desolation Ancestor was also dumbfounded. How was this possible? Was he actually rejected by someone? Moreover, it was the guardian of the fifth mountain who rejected him. Damn it, I don't believe it. He charged towards the third mountain. The dragon girl of the third mountain also snorted coldly. Get lost. He was rejected again. The Great Desolation Ancestor went to the fifth mountain and was also rejected. Other than the fourth mountain, he could not enter any of them. Damn it. Why? The Great Desolation Ancestor roared at the sky. He was crazy. His voice shattered the stars in the sky. The endless void cracked open above him, turning into a terrifying black hole, as if it was going to swallow everything. The surrounding people were also stunned. Such a peerless expert could not enter, this was too aggrieving. He had a body of peerless superpowers, but he could not use them. Anyone would be so depressed that they would vomit blood. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Hall roared crazily. Why couldn't the ancestor enter? We can't accept it. How did this happen? The people of the Moon Demon Mansion, Crimson Blood Clan, and Shura Sword Clan all frowned. If they couldn't figure this out, they would be in danger. At this moment, Lin Xian sneered, have you forgotten what the Heaven Wasteland Hall did? You actually wanted to steal the sword. That's already against the rules of the Dragon Clan. It's normal that you can't enter now. Not just you, the entire Heaven Wasteland Hall can't enter. Damn it, what did you say? The god of desolation stared at Lin Xian. Big brother, don't listen to him. However, what happened next made them realize that what Lin Xian had said was correct. The Shura Sword Clan sent people to try and they could enter. The people of the Moon Demon Mansion could enter too. The people of the Crimson Blood Clan could enter too. However, only the people of the Great Desolate Hall couldn't. Now, everyone was sure that it was because of Yafei. Yafei had entered the first mountain and ran away with the sword. This had angered the Dragon Clan. Therefore, the people of the Heaven Wasteland Hall were directly rejected outside. They couldn't enter at all. Damn it, you actually ruined my plans. The Great Desolate Hall's ancestor was furious. They didn't expect that because of a disciple of his, their entire sect's hope would be destroyed. Damn it, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Lin Xian sneered. This Yafei was incomparably arrogant before and even wanted to bring a few Earth Immortals to destroy him. Now, he finally suffered. Yafei had also fallen in the first mountain. Otherwise, he would probably be tortured to death by the Great Desolate Hall's ancestor. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from the fourth mountain. Everyone's attention was focused on it. They all turned around to look. The void of the fourth mountain was filled with cracks like a mirror. With a boom, it quickly shattered. Is the formation broken? This dragon is actually so terrifying? Countless exclamations sounded. Everyone's gaze fell on the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon roared and said coldly, your illusion is powerful, but I can still break it. You can't trap me. Show me what you've got. Master Long, take them all. The Crimson Dragon roared in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked. This was a direct challenge. A pair of eyes appeared on the fourth mountain. They were the eyes of a dragon. This pair of eyes was incomparably mysterious. Countless rays of starlight appeared within them. These were the eyes of the astral dragon. Countless stars formed a terrifying formation. They appeared in all directions and instantly enveloped the dark red divine dragon. Myriad transformations, star formation. The Crimson Dragon was once again engulfed by a resounding voice. Everyone tensed up. It turned out that the previous illusion technique was just a prelude. The next array would be even more terrifying. He wondered if the dark red divine dragon would be able to withstand it. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. It's up to you. The Crimson Dragon continued to crack the formation. At the same time, the other Earth Immortals also began to attack. Another Earth Immortal of the Crimson Blood Clan attacked. What he used was a blood-red saber. The aura on his body was also terrifying. It was not weaker than that of the Crimson Sword Immortal. After a great battle, he was still defeated. Sword Immortal Shura of the Shura Sword Clan attacked. Although Sword Immortal Shura was only at the early stage of Immortal 3, with his sword technique, his power was very close to the mid-stage. Therefore, when he attacked, countless people paid attention to him. Now that the Great Wilderness Patriarch could not attack, Sword Immortal Shura could be considered one of the top figures. Sword Immortal Shura challenged the first mountain. As soon as he entered, he used his Immortal Dao sword technique. A terrifying flying sword danced between heaven and earth, carrying a terrifying and destructive aura. It formed in Shura sword domain. At this moment, Sword Immortal Shura was extremely terrifying. The first mountain was even more terrifying. Everything around it turned into sword light and charged towards Sword Immortal Shura. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. This was a peerless battle. Everyone was amazed. In the end, even the sword chi that Sword Immortal Shura shot out was controlled. It turned around and charged towards Sword Immortal Shura. Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Shura Sword clan were also shocked. They realized that Sword Immortal Shura was in danger. Soon, a few sword wounds appeared on Sword Immortal Shura's body. Sword Immortal Shura roared. He attacked crazily. Countless Shura runes appeared on his body as if he had activated the Tao of Shura. He did not lose immediately. Instead, he blocked it. Lin Xian nodded his head slightly when he saw the scene. This person's sword technique was really extraordinary. It was even more terrifying than the Jade Pure Sword God. However, he still shook his head and snorted. He could see that no matter how strong Sword Immortal Shura was, he was probably no match for him. Sure enough, before long, half of the sword chi around Sword Immortal Shura was controlled. His body was cut into pieces. Sword Immortal Shura screamed. Blood stained the sky. He lost. Patriarch. The people of the Shura Sword clan were so scared that they cried. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he fail? Even such a powerful Sword Dao expert was defeated. Who else can succeed? After Sword Immortal Shura retreated, his broken body recovered. He swallowed a pill and sighed. I'm no match for him. I'm convinced of my loss. After saying that, he looked at the Crimson Blood clan leader. He said, I don't think anyone can succeed. No one can get the power of the fifth heaven. Unless the Immortal Shura takes action personally. Hearing this, everyone was in despair. Sword Immortal Shura was so powerful. If he said such sad words, it was likely that no one could succeed. Even if the Crimson Blood clan leader was stronger than Sword Immortal Shura, however, the success rate would not be too high. Despair filled the air. The Dragon clan also shook their heads and sighed. It was too powerful. The power left behind by the Great Void Dragon surpassed everything. It was not something they could get. However, at this moment, there was a cry of surprise from the fourth mountain. Ha 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 ha, I did it. When everyone heard this, they turned to look. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw the stars in the fourth mountain spread out, forming a path of stars that led to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon was walking on the path of stars. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon was really miserable. Countless cracks appeared on his body, and many bones were exposed. Half of the dragon blood was gone. There was no place on his body that was intact. However, the Crimson Dragon's eyes were shining. He was very proud. He was very excited. Because he had really succeeded. As long as he reached the top of the mountain, he would be able to get the power of the fourth mountain. He could already see a pair of dragon eyes at the top of the mountain, waiting for him. That was the power of the array. What? This guy actually succeeded. Heavens, this is impossible, right? How could he do it? Even Sword Immortal Shura had failed. So many Earth Immortals had failed before. This dragon is just a super great emperor, right? How could he succeed? I don't believe it. I'm using an illusion technique. This must be an illusion technique. Countless people roared crazily. Even those Earth Immortals went crazy. Their eyes instantly turned red, turning into terrifying lightning as they stared straight ahead. Damn it! How could this dragon succeed? They couldn't believe it. Sword Immortal Shura even spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he was actually defeated by a snake. The Crimson Dragon's cultivation was no different from an ant in his eyes. But now, this little ant had succeeded, and he had failed. He couldn't accept it. Damn it. He was so angry that he soared into the sky and charged towards the fourth mountain. He wanted to snatch the power of the fourth mountain. Not only him, but a few other Earth Immortals also attacked. When these powers were combined, it was truly terrifying. The expressions of those from the Dragon clan changed drastically. Lin Xian's gaze also darkened as he snorted coldly. He didn't make a move because he saw the fourth mountain. The pair of star-like eyes on the top of the mountain suddenly bloomed with endless light. It drew a divine dragon rune in the air. As soon as the divine dragon rune appeared, a powerful array formation power instantly enveloped these Earth Immortals. Then, these Earth Immortals attacked each other crazily. When the others saw this scene, they were all scared silly. Heavens, what kind of method was this? With just a glance, it made these earth immortals fight each other. This was too terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He stared at the rune. It appeared. The fourth divine dragon rune. He asked De Long what it meant. De Long said, array rune. It had something to do with the array formation. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. At the same time, he smiled. This kind of power was most suitable for the Crimson Dragon. That's great. Well done. The Crimson Dragon didn't care about the Earth Immortals outside at all. At this moment, he had arrived at the top of the mountain through the path of stars. He looked at the pair of mysterious starry eyes. Endless starlight blossomed from those eyes, enveloping the Crimson Dragon. Clearly, the Crimson Dragon was accepting this power. Success, he really succeeded. Countless people roared crazily. The Earth Immortals who were controlled by the formation and engaged in battle also came back to their senses. They broke out in cold sweat and no longer dared to attack. The power ahead was too terrifying. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to contend against it. At the same time, they were very envious. Someone actually succeeded. In the past, they had once despaired, believing that apart from the Undying, no one could succeed. Who would have thought that a super great emperor would succeed? It was really unexpected. This also gave him hope. Following this, the other super martial monarchs made their moves. Perhaps the challenge of the fifth mountain had nothing to do with one's cultivation. If the Crimson Dragon could succeed, so could they. However, without exception, all of them failed. Many of them even died inside. No one dared to try again. It was too scary. From the looks of it, the Crimson Dragon must have extraordinary methods to be able to obtain the power of the fourth mountain. The other super great emperors couldn't do it at all. At this moment, everyone looked at one person, and that was the patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan. The other party was a true middle stage immortal, and he hadn't made a move before. He hadn't angered the Dragon clan. Thinking about it, the other party should be qualified to enter. Let me do it. The patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan walked out. Now, he could be considered the strongest one who could make a move. Therefore, he was the most hopeful. Since the Crimson Dragon had succeeded, then he would definitely succeed. Which level of heaven should he challenge? He thought for a moment and looked at the third level of heaven. He wanted to challenge the Dragon Girl, this expert who had extreme speed. Countless people cried out in surprise. In the world of speed, only speed was unbeatable. How was the other party going to challenge her? They couldn't figure it out. However, the patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan snorted coldly. With a flash, he directly rushed in. After entering, the Dragon Girl raised her head and stared at the other party like lightning. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. He was extremely fast. No one could see clearly. In an instant, the other party had already arrived behind the patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan. The patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan was also shocked. It was too fast. If it was a competition of speed, he wouldn't be a match at all. However, since he dared to make a move, he naturally had his ways. In the next moment, countless murderous auras appeared on his body and instantly turned into a sea of blood. This sea of blood was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped the entire third level of mountain. With a boom, the third level of mountain shook violently as if it had turned into an ancient battlefield. A monstrous blood aura constantly filled the air. And this blood aura could not only devour the power of others, but it was also incomparably heavy. It was as if millions of mountains were pressing down on one's body. Once one entered the sea of blood, all their power, cultivation, and speed would be suppressed. Welcome to my world. Here, I am the ruler. Next, you will feel what despair is. The patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan turned around. He was like a supreme ruler, extremely terrifying. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. There was a cold aura on his palm. When his palm landed, everyone felt their scalps go numb. It was as if they would instantly turn into white bones. Even the dragon lady kept retreating because his speed had indeed slowed down. The surrounding sea of blood did indeed have an effect on him. However, he shouted coldly and his body bloomed with endless light. Runes flashed under his feet and turned into a sword aura that brought him back quickly. In an instant, he split open the sea of blood and retreated far away. The patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan missed, but he didn't care. He said indifferently, "It's useless. The entire third level of mountain has turned into my world. Even if you can escape for a while, you can't escape forever. No matter where you hide, you will be suppressed." In the next moment, the patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan used all his strength to push the entire world of blood. A terrifying power constantly flew towards the Dragon Lady, causing her speed to slow down. The patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan attacked again. He walked in the sea of blood like a god. His speed became even faster than before. This sea of blood seemed to have countless teleportation arrays. The patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan could appear anywhere in an instant. The Dragon Lady kept dodging. Although her speed was suppressed, she was still extremely fast. For a moment, neither side could do anything to the other, forming a stalemate. This had already shocked countless people. One had to know that no one could keep up with the Dragon Lady's speed. No one could suppress the Dragon Lady. But now, the patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan had done it. This made countless people excited. It seemed that the patriarch of the Crimson Blood clan could very likely defeat his opponent and obtain the power of the third level of mountain. Dragon Lady snorted coldly and continued to fly. The divine runes under her feet shone brightly like divine swords, cutting through everything. She charged towards tribe leader Xianxia. Attack was the best defense. Boom. Boom, boom. The two collided, forming countless cracks. The sea of blood and sword energy danced, drowning everything. It was as if the world had been destroyed. The surrounding people were terrified. They didn't know what was going on. The people of Xianxia said, "Don't worry, the tribe leader will definitely be fine." That was for sure. Blood Sword Immortal and the others also laughed. Now, they just needed to wait for victory. However, at this moment, an angry voice came from the sea of blood. "Damn it, this was impossible. How could you come in front of me?" The Scarlet Blood Patriarch really went crazy. His figure retreated. He retreated, shattering the sea of blood. A crack appeared on his body. It was because of the super speed. It landed on his body and directly tore open the crack. The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. This was impossible. The people of Xianxia went even more crazy. Blood Sea World was their tribe leader's top immortal technique. Even martial artists of the same level would be suppressed. But now, it was broken. This Dragon Lady was too terrifying. Was the other party's speed already so formidable? Tribe leader Xianxia absorbed the power of the sea of blood to heal his injuries. His expression was extremely ugly. On the other side, Dragon Lady sneered. "You don't know anything about my speed. Do you really think that your sea of blood can trap me? I admit that your sea of blood is not bad and can suppress me. But even if it is suppressed, my speed is not something you can imagine. You will definitely lose." Tribe leader Xianxia snorted coldly. He gritted his teeth. She actually dared to look down on him. Unforgivable. Blood sword, break the universe. Tribe leader Xianxia roared and the boundless sea of blood danced. It turned into 3,000 blood swords that could sweep through heaven and earth. Each sword energy was like a divine sword, carrying an extremely terrifying aura. Tribe leader Xianxia roared and the 3,000 blood swords flew over. They swept through the 9 heavens. Buzz. Dragon Lady's figure disappeared. She used her speed to the extreme. She turned into an aurora that bloomed between heaven and earth. At this moment, everything lost its luster, as if this aurora had turned into eternity. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire mountain shook violently. The sea of blood spread out, covering everything. Everyone's hearts were once again in their mouths. They didn't know if the outcome would be decided after this move. Crack! Crack! A shattering sound rang out between heaven and earth. The 3,000 blood sword was covered in cracks as it broke into 2 halves. The sea of blood was sunk. Raging waves beat against the shore. Scarlet Blood tribe leader flew out again. He half knelt on the ground and vomited blood. His face turned pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it, how is this possible? He was suppressed again. Even the 3,000 swords of blood couldn't do anything to him. The dragon lady instantly appeared in front of him and said coldly, "You lost." His finger was even faster than lightning, directly aiming for the Scarlet Blood Patriarch's forehead. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they went crazy. Did the Scarlet Blood Patriarch also lose? This was an expert at the middle stage of Immortal 3. So far, he seemed to be the strongest expert. Other than the Great Desolation ancestor who could contend against him, even the Shura Sword Immortal was no match for him. But now, such a terrifying expert was defeated just like that. Could it be that only the Crimson Dragon could succeed? Was there no other way? It was really too despairing. You dare to underestimate me, you will pay the price. I don't plan to use some methods, but if you want to die, I can help you. The Scarlet Blood tribe leader roared. As a super expert at the middle stage of Immortal 3, how could he only have this trump card? In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. Immortal technique, Immortal Blood's fury. With a roar, the sea of blood around him continued to spread, turning into 9 demonic beasts. These 9 demonic beasts had endless blood-colored runes, and their heads were ferocious. There were 9 blood-colored beads on their bodies. Those blood-colored beads were very terrifying, just like the blood demon beads. The 9 beads were connected to each other, forming a mysterious array. It covered the Scarlet Blood tribe leader's body. Foolish thing, suffer my wrath. The Scarlet Blood tribe leader raised a cold smile. In the next moment, he flicked his finger, and a blood-colored bead suddenly bloomed with a shocking light. The power of the sea of blood was absorbed by the bead, and then the bead exploded. A destructive aura swallowed everything. The dragon lady was instantly enveloped. Everything in front of her was turned into ashes, as if it had turned into a chaotic void. When they saw this scene, countless people were shocked. What a terrifying power, this was a destructive power. Even the Great Desolation ancestor was shocked. Although he was a middle-stage Immortal 3 powerhouse, he definitely didn't dare to resist such an attack. Because this was a fatal threat to him. This guy was really crazy. This method would definitely cause both sides to suffer. Even if he could win, he would be injured. From this, it could be seen that the Scarlet Blood tribe leader had no way out. Although he had paid a price, he still won. When the Blood Sword Immortal and the others saw this scene, they laughed. Their Scarlet Blood tribe was the last. Next, they were going to collect this power. The power of extreme speed. If they obtained it, who in the world would be their match? Thinking about this, they couldn't help but laugh. It's useless. With your power, you can't hurt me. Too slow. You can't keep up with my speed. A cold voice suddenly appeared in front of him. Everyone's expression changed. The Blood Sword Immortal's smile suddenly disappeared, and his eyes opened wide. This was impossible. The dragon lady wasn't dead? Was she still alive? The Scarlet Blood tribe leader's expression became ugly. Damn it, die. With a furious roar, the beads around him shattered. First, it absorbed the power of the sea of blood, and then it turned into a destructive aura that covered everything. With so much power appearing together, the Scarlet Blood tribe leader spat out blood, and cracks appeared on his body. Endless white bones appeared. He didn't believe that the dragon lady wouldn't die. The destructive power lasted for a long time, and the people of the dragon race were terrified. This power was enough to destroy all of them. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. As expected of the Scarlet Blood tribe leader, he was really strong. As expected of the Immortal City, the celestial techniques here were really mysterious. Even he was a little worried. Who knew what happened to the dragon lady? Although she had extreme speed, she couldn't leave the second mountain. In a certain space, there was nowhere to run. It was very dangerous. In front of them, the destructive power engulfed everything. Everyone looked over nervously. What would the result be? Would the dragon lady be destroyed? After all, this destructive power was really too terrifying. At this moment, a cold snort came from the destructive power that filled the sky. The fastest speed in the world, breaking through the ages, fighting the universe. This voice was extremely cold. The expressions of the surrounding people changed when they heard it. This was the dragon lady's voice. The other party was actually not dead yet, that was impossible. The people of the Crimson Blood clan went crazy. They saw a shocking light appear, and a figure seemed to have turned into eternity between heaven and earth. Its speed was really too fast. Everyone only saw the destructive power constantly shattering, as if it was being torn apart by a pair of God's hands. Between heaven and earth, that figure seemed to have not moved. The few earth immortals knew that it was not that it did not move, but because its speed was too fast. The other party had moved hundreds of millions of times in an instant, but in their eyes, they did not even notice it once. When the other party came back, they did not even react. This kind of extreme speed really made countless people despair. In the sea of blood that filled the sky, a scream sounded. The body of the Crimson Blood clan leader was split in half. He was seriously injured. With a scream, his soul entered the sea of blood and fled frantically. However, his injuries were really too serious. His sea of blood was constantly being destroyed. In the blink of an eye, half of it was gone. And it was still going on. In the end, he escaped, but he was seriously injured. His strength was greatly reduced. After escaping, the Crimson Blood clan leader was extremely frightened. If he was given another chance, he would not dare to enter the fifth mountain even if he was beaten to death. Clan leader. The people of the Crimson Blood clan rushed over crazily. They took out countless natural treasures and threw them into the sea of blood for the Crimson Blood clan leader to recover. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Although the Crimson Blood clan leader was defeated, no one said anything. They were completely stunned. The Crimson Blood clan leader was the strongest person present. Even he was defeated, there was no hope for the others. It seemed that other than the Crimson Dragon who was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the fourth mountain, the others had no chance at all. It was not a bad result. At least it was not snatched by others. The people from the Dragon clan heaved a sigh of relief. As for the experts of Qinguang City, they sighed. Let's go back. There's no hope of them staying here any longer. You're really trash. I thought you were some kind of expert. I didn't expect you to only have this little ability. At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. When this voice came out, the surrounding people were stunned. Was he looking down on the Scarlet Blood Patriarch? Heavens, what kind of joke is this? Although the Scarlet Blood Patriarch was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. The Scarlet Blood tribe leader had the strength of a mid-stage immortal 3. Especially the blood demon orb that he used at the end, it destroyed everything. If Dragon Lady didn't have the world's fastest speed, any other expert would have died long ago. Even the Great Desolation Old Ancestor would not be able to dodge it. He would definitely die. But now, someone was actually looking down on him? Who was it? Everyone turned their heads to look. The Scarlet Blood clan's people were even more furious. Who was it? Get the hell out here, damn it, you dare to look down on our patriarch? Are you challenging our Scarlet Blood clan? Believe it or not, we'll immediately turn you into a pile of bones. When they saw who the speaker was, their expressions became even more unsightly. Damn brat, why are you so arrogant? They found that the speaker was Lin Xian. The Scarlet Blood clan's people gritted their teeth and roared. Hurry up, slap yourself and apologize. Otherwise, you're dead. The Heaven Desolate Palace's people were also filled with killing intent. The God of Desolation snorted coldly. Brat, what right do you have to laugh at us? At least we dare to attack. What about you? You don't even dare to enter. You're a coward. You don't have the right to be compared to us. I think we don't need to search for the power of the fifth layer mountain. Let's join hands and kill this brat first. Agreed, I have this idea. The Blood Sword Immortal walked out. The Moon Demon Immortal's expression was also cold. On the other side, Sword Immortal Azura's eyes flashed. He said coldly, I want to experience your sword technique. For a moment, Lin Xian was in extreme danger. Not good. The White Dragon Patriarch, the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, and the others' expressions changed. They hurried over. The atmosphere was tense. The Great Desolation Patriarch snorted coldly. Dragon Clan, it's none of your business. This time, we're only targeting this brat. Get lost. If you dare to attack, we don't mind destroying your dragon clan, we'll turn the dragon world into ruins. This was a threat. This made the dragon clan's people's expressions become extremely ugly. However, they didn't retreat. They still stood beside Lin Xian. We're willing to advance and retreat with Lin Gongzi. Since that's the case, then you can just wait for your death, the Great Desolation Patriarch snorted coldly. The power in his body erupted. He was in his peak state. His strength was completely above these people. On the other side, the Scarlet Blood Patriarch also walked out. He said, I do need some powerful dragon blood to recover. You'll become my food. There was a cold light in his eyes. The battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, the fourth layer mountain shook violently. A monstrous starlight swept out in all directions. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. What a terrifying power. They turned their heads to look. A path of stars appeared in the fourth layer mountain, directly connecting to the outside. A figure walked out from this path of stars. It was the Crimson Dragon. Great, he came out. The White Dragon Patriarch and the others cheered. The Crimson Dragon was Lin Xian's friend. The other party had obtained a powerful formation power. When he came out, he would definitely be a powerful helper. As for the people on Qingguang City's side, their expressions became extremely ugly. Especially the few Earth Immortals, their expressions were extremely solemn. They knew how powerful that formation was. Just now, the pair of eyes had looked at them and made them fall into an illusion, causing them to fight on their own. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. Who dared to attack? After the Crimson Dragon came out, he snorted coldly. There was a trace of mysterious starlight in his eyes. At this moment, it was like millions of starlight, constantly flickering. In an instant, he arrived beside Lin Xian and snorted coldly. You want to fight, right? Come, Master Dragon will let you know the power of formations. With a wave of his hand, dozens of formations instantly appeared beside him. Moreover, these formations all had a trace of starlight power. It was obvious that the power of the formations had increased. Did you succeed? Lin Xian asked with a smile when he saw this scene. The Crimson Dragon nodded. He had obtained the inheritance of the fourth layer mountain. He had just obtained it, so its power could not be increased by much. Even so, it was enough to make these people suffer. The Crimson Dragon was also extremely excited. He found that the inheritance given to him by the fourth layer mountain was the formation rune. Although it was only a rune, it was supreme power. He was afraid that he might not be able to comprehend it completely even if he studied it for a lifetime. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian was completely relieved. He said, it's my turn next. An extremely cold light bloomed in his eyes. Previously, he had not made a move. Now, it was finally his turn. When they heard this, the people of the dragon race also became excited. They knew how powerful Lin Xian was, surpassing all of them. In a one-on-one fight, no one was Lin Xian's match. Lin Xian could be said to be the strongest in the dragon world. It was just that he didn't make a move before, so they thought that Lin Xian had given up. They didn't expect that Lin Xian was prepared to appear at the end. The Crimson Dragon reminded, Kid, be careful. The power of the fivefold mountain is very mysterious. I should be lucky to get it. Indeed, when the Crimson Dragon obtained this array rune, he knew how terrifying and powerful it was. Even an Earth Immortal would find it difficult to get it. Part of the reason he was able to obtain it was due to luck. Even if he was much stronger than him, even if he was at the middle stage of Immortal 3, it was impossible. Although Lin Xian was strong, if his luck was bad, it would be difficult for him to get this power. I know. Lin Xian nodded, but I am confident. His expression was incomparably calm, without any fear. Even if those people before failed, so what? Lin Xian's Tao was different from others. The power of an immortal was very difficult. No one had ever been able to gather the power of an immortal. But didn't Lin Xian do it? He walked forward with a smile. I never do things that are too simple. What an arrogant kid. When the people of Qingguang City heard this, they all snorted coldly. Blood Sword Immortal said coldly, if you want to challenge, ask the swords in our hands. He released an extremely terrifying sea of blood, and the other Earth immortals were also eyeing him covetously. However, the Great Desolation ancestor snorted coldly, "Let him attack. I want to see how he will be defeated with my own eyes." "Good idea," the god of desolation also laughed. "This kid is so arrogant and confident, I wonder how miserable he will be when he is defeated. I can't help but want to see it. The crimson dragon from before was too lucky, I can't find a second person with such good luck in the world." Even if Mad God had some strength, it was impossible for him to succeed. Even the clan leader had been defeated, so how could he possibly succeed? Voices of discussion rang out one after another. The people from Qinhuang City did not make a move because they wanted to see Lin Xian lose. Then, he ruthlessly stomped Lin Xian into the mud. Lin Xian glanced at these people and said indifferently, "Then open your eyes wide and watch how I obtain the inheritance of the Pentalayer Mountain." Under everyone's gazes, Lin Xian walked forward. He arrived at the first mountain. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yixuan entered the first mountain. The surrounding people were astonished. They wanted to challenge the power of controlling weapons. This kid is going to lose. The first level mountain was able to transform everything into sharp sword chi. This fellow would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, the people from the dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief because they knew that Lin Xian had the highest chance of success in the first mountain. This was because the dragon seal in Lin Xian's hand also had the power of the soldier rune. Therefore, Lin Xian had the most advantage in the first mountain. This was indeed one of the reasons. However, Lin Xian wanted to challenge the first mountain because he did not intend to only use one power. He wanted to start from the first mountain and sweep all the way to obtain all the powers and inheritances. Lin Xian walked into the first level mountain. Instantly, the first level mountain started shaking. Boundless sword chi danced and turned into a terrifying flying dragon, sweeping the surroundings. At the same time, a cold snort came from the void. "Kid, you deserve to die." This snort came from the Great Void Dragon, Motion. When the Great Void Dragon saw Lin Xian, he immediately gritted his teeth. How could he forget, when he just came out of the Sovereign Spirit's cliff, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's sword. If he was not powerful enough to escape decisively, he would have been dead by now. Now that he had met his enemy, he was furious. "Kid, since you're here, don't go out alive. Stay here obediently." Motion's voice rang out, and the fivefold mountain bloomed violently. The fivefold mountain was vast, mysterious, and had an unpredictable aura. Now, in addition to this aura, there was an extremely cold murderous intent. From afar, there were many dragon shadows on the fivefold mountain. These dragons were formed by murderous intent. They pierced through heaven and earth, breaking through the clouds. The aura they released was enough to make anyone despair. When they felt this, even the Earth Immortals' faces changed drastically. Heavens, this is so scary. Did the fivefold mountain not use its full power before? Is this the true power of the fivefold mountain now? Could it be that the fivefold mountain was targeting Lin Xian? Exclamations rang out one after another. At this time, the Blood Sword Immortal said, "Did you guys hear that voice from before?" That was the voice of the Divine Dragon tribe. He seemed to have a grudge against the Mad God. The Moon Demon Immortal nodded. The God of Desolation sneered. "This kid has no chance of coming out alive. Stupid thing, he has a grudge against the Great Void Divine Dragon and still dares to go in. I think he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Cold laughter rang out one after another. The people of Qinhuang City all thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. On the other side, the dragon tribe's faces changed. Not good. Even the Crimson Dragon cried out in alarm. The fivefold mountain was scary to begin with. He was only lucky to be able to get the inheritance. Now, Lin Xian not only did not have such good luck, but also angered the Great Void Divine Dragon. The entire fivefold mountain's power was now directed at Lin Xian. If they were to continue fighting, Lin Xian would truly be in danger. There was a high chance that he would fall inside. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Streaks of murderous aura appeared around him, shrouding the entire space. These auras turned into dragons, flying between heaven and earth, locking down the entire sky. "It's really you. That sword did not send you to hell last time, and you still don't regret it." Do you still want to go against me? When I come out of the fivefold mountain, I will personally send you to hell. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. This shocked countless people. What? Could it be that the great void divine dragon had suffered at the hands of Mad God? This was too unbelievable. How could Mad God possibly withstand the might of a divine dragon? The moon demon immortal and the people of Qingguang City went crazy. They could not believe it. Mo Tian also snorted coldly. He didn't say anything because what he said was true. He had just come out of the seal and was very weak. He was sent flying by Lin Xian's sword. He did not explain anything because he did not need to explain anything to a dead man. Attack. With a cold voice, the divine sword on the peak of the first mountain exploded with a terrifying light. Endless sword chi flew over. At this moment, everything in the first mountain turned into a terrifying sword light, slashing towards Lin Xian. This was the power of the soldier rune. This kid was dead meat. The god of desolation sneered. He had been to the first mountain before. He naturally knew how terrifying the power inside was. Lin Xian snorted. He took a step forward and waved his arm. The three true fire flew out, spreading between heaven and earth. It was like a sea of fire, sweeping in all directions. The two collided. The sword roared. Flames filled the sky, and a terrifying power tore through the sky. Although the three true fire was terrifying, the surrounding sword light was even more terrifying. Lin Xian was only able to resist for a split second before more flashes of the sword came flying at him. Not only that, the soldier rune rotated. The three true fire seemed to turn into flaming swords, stabbing towards Lin Xian. When he saw this scene, Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he instantly dodged. His speed was twice as fast as before. After dodging this attack, Lin Xian came to the void. His expression was incomparably solemn. Outside. When the god of desolation saw this scene, he laughed out loud. Kid, it's useless. You can't escape at all. No matter where you run, you will definitely die. They were smug. The people from the dragon realm were extremely worried. Sure enough, next, the sword chi that filled the sky rumbled and charged towards Lin Xian like lightning. Lin Xian kept dodging. It seemed to be suppressed. However, at this moment, he snorted coldly. Do you think I don't know sword techniques? In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the sword chi between heaven and earth turned into fire dragons one after another. They flew forward. Lin Xian took out the god-slaying sword and slashed out again. Suddenly, the sword chi that flew towards him, under his control, turned into fire dragons. What was going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. This kid could actually control sword chi. It was too unbelievable. Wasn't this the power of the first mountain? They were all crazy. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a sneer. What he used before was also the power of the soldier rune. The demon dragon ancient god and the demon dragon clan's patriarch had used magic. One could transform into countless purple dragons, and the other could transform the enemy into a demon beast. These two were both the power of the soldier rune, but the comprehension of the two was different. Lin Xian had fought with the two of them before and used the great dragon sword soul to simulate their power. At the same time, he controlled a dragon seal and also comprehended the soldier rune. So at this moment, he could also control the enemy's attack. Boom! Boom, boom! Endless rumbles sounded in the sky, and the entire sky was divided into two halves. One half was a flying dragon full of sword chi, and the other half was a monstrous fire dragon. The two different dragon shadows fought between heaven and earth, and they were actually in a stalemate. This was too unbelievable. Damn it, this kid actually blocked it? The god of desolation's expression was extremely ugly. The others were also dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and a Tai Chi symbol appeared between heaven and earth. Spin. He performed the yin and yang swordsmanship. The terrifying yin-yang sword chi danced forward, slashing away the surrounding peerless sword light. Lin Xian was like a demonic god as he walked forward quickly. The sword formation around him swept out in all directions. Lin Xian charged towards the top of the mountain. As long as he could suppress the purple divine sword, he would have succeeded. By then, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the first-level mountain. Lin Xian had already sensed that the first-level mountain's army rune was stronger than the dragon seal in his hand. Therefore, he had to get it. He actually rushed to the top of the mountain. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Moon Demon Immortal, Blood Sword Immortal, and the others all cried out in alarm. He wouldn't succeed, right? That was impossible. One had to know that even the Scarlet Blood Patriarch had failed. No matter how strong this mad god was, it was impossible for him to succeed. They roared crazily. Grand Desolation Ancestor, Shura Sword Immortal, Scarlet Blood Patriarch, and the others were extremely nervous. Suddenly, they were stunned, then they laughed. I knew it, it wouldn't be so easy to succeed. When Lin Xian approached the top of the mountain, the yin and yang sword formation around him shook violently. The yin-yang sword chi turned around and slashed towards him. Obviously, the yin-yang sword chi was controlled by the army rune. The yin-yang sword rune was revolving around Lin Xian. At this moment, it suddenly attacked at an extremely fast speed. If it was any other Earth Immortal, they wouldn't be able to react in time and would very likely be killed immediately. However, Lin Xian roared angrily. He used the Nine-Yang Divine Dragon Body to the extreme. He slapped out with both hands as if drawing the hands of a heavenly dragon. The terrifying flames collided with the yin-yang sword chi. It formed an earth-shattering explosion. In the end, he took 3 steps back, his chi and blood churning. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, forming a Tai Chi symbol in his palms. The yin and yang sword formation around him shook again, then it stopped attacking him. Obviously, Lin Xian had regained control of the sword formation. He didn't dare to be careless. He flew forward again. However, not long after, the sword formation shook violently again. At the same time, the divine fire on his body also shook violently, as if it was about to turn into sword chi again. The army rune could control everything, even the enemy's weapons. Not only that, but there were also sword chi that filled the sky around him. This time, Lin Xian was once again in danger. The Crimson Dragon and the others were also extremely nervous. Shura Sword Immortal also sighed. He was doomed. As an immortal of the Sword Dao, his attainments in sword techniques were terrifying. He could tell at a glance that the danger Lin Xian was in was unavoidable. Even he would probably die without a doubt. It was a pity that he didn't have time to fight such a young Sword Dao genius. Boom, the sword chi that filled the sky fell and enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, the divine fire on Lin Xian's body and the sword formation changed direction again and stabbed fiercely at him. Everyone was in despair. However, at this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dragon seal. Stop! Lin Xian roared, and the power of the immortals poured into the dragon seal. On the dragon seal, there was a mysterious rune that emitted a terrifying light. When this rune appeared, everything in the surroundings stopped. It was as if time had stopped. The scene in front of them froze. What happened? The people of Qingguang City were dumbfounded. They were stunned. Shouldn't the other party be dead? The people of the Dragon Clan were also stunned. In the next moment, they exclaimed. It was the dragon seal. The dragon seal in Lin Xian's hand also had the power of the army rune. It worked at the critical moment. Great, I knew it. Lin Gongzi has countless trump cards, and it's impossible for him to die so easily. They all cheered. The Crimson Dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Lin Xian held the dragon seal in his hand. He blocked the attack this time. He roared, and the dragon's soul in his body erupted. He slashed out with the immortal slaying sword in his hand. This sword strike caused the entire world to shatter. After that sword, all the sword chi that filled the sky were cut in half by him. The rumbling sound was endless. The terrifying sword chi turned into mountains, rivers, trees, and boulders again and fell from the sky. These were not weapons, but sword lights that were controlled by the army rune. At this moment, they were cut in half and transformed back to their original appearance. Lin Xian used the dragon seal while waving the immortal slaying sword on the other hand, and rushed forward quickly. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he arrived near the top of the mountain. The people around him exclaimed. He actually blocked it. It was unbelievable. Sword Immortal Shura's eyes instantly turned red. Impossible. How could he survive? His judgment couldn't be wrong. On the other side, the Great Desolation Ancestor also frowned. He stared at the seal in Lin Xian's hand and said, "Don't you see that there's something wrong with the dragon's seal in his hand? It feels similar to the power of the first mountain." The Great Desolation Ancestor was worthy of being a mid-stage Immortal 3 expert. Although he hadn't entered the first mountain, he could tell just by looking at the light and runes. After hearing this, the others exclaimed, "What? He actually has the power to control weapons. Damn it, what's going on with this kid? If he has this power, why did he still go in?" Countless people went crazy. The Scarlet Blood Patriarch stood in the sea of blood, recovering his strength while saying coldly, "Because the power of the first mountain is stronger than the dragon seal in his hand. He wants to increase his strength, that's why he went in. Damn this kid, I didn't expect him to have part of the power of the primordial divine dragon. That's really unexpected. This kid can't be left alive. Even if he succeeds, I have to snatch him." His eyes were filled with killing intent. "That's right," the God of Desolation said, "this kid is just trying to make a wedding dress. No matter what he gets in the end, it'll be ours. Everyone, we have to work together." "No problem." The Moon Demon Immortal nodded. At this moment, they had already decided that if Lin Xian came out, they would attack and snatch the treasures on Lin Xian's body. Then, they would send him to hell. In front, Lin Xian came to the top of the mountain and saw the purple sword. Only then did he realize that the purple sword wasn't a weapon, but a mysterious power. It was formed by the soldier rune. Under this power, even mid-stage Immortal 3 would tremble in despair. The purple sword didn't seem to expect someone to reach the top of the mountain. It was extremely angry. It soared into the air and aimed the tip of the sword at the dragon seal in Lin Xian's hand. Boom! The sword slashed down. The entire world was shattering, and the void was splitting apart. Those large spatial cracks had turned into spatial swords. It completely activated the power of the soldier rune and turned everything into a weapon. Lin Xian's body started to shake violently, as if the other party wanted to turn his body into a divine sword. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party was underestimating him too much. A terrifying dragon's roar came from his body. The dragon sword chi flew out and circled around him. The great dragon sword spirit was capable of destroying everything. What terrifying sword chi! This guy didn't use his full strength earlier. When the land immortals outside saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Especially Sword Immortal Azura. In that instant, he almost knelt down before him. This was a supreme sword technique. It was a sword technique that he dreamed of obtaining even in his dreams. At this moment, it actually appeared on the body of a young man. The appearance of the dragon sword chi shocked the surrounding people. Even the Earth Immortals were surprised. They had a new understanding of Lin Xian. This young man was too extraordinary. No wonder he dared to call himself the Mad God. But soon, the God of Desolation sneered, "This kid is really an idiot. The more powerful the sword chi he uses, the faster he'll die." That's right. The Blood Sword Immortal also sneered, because his sword chi would be controlled by others. Sure enough, when the dragon sword chi appeared, the purple divine sword in front of him started to shake violently. A mysterious rune appeared on it. It was the soldier rune. It was trying its best to control the dragon sword chi. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly as he swung his long sword. The dragon sword aura that filled the sky slashed forward. "Break for me!" In front of him, countless purple runes flew over, wanting to land on the dragon sword chi. "It's over. This kid is dead." The people of Qingguang City laughed. In their opinion, the dragon sword chi would definitely be controlled. But the situation changed. Although the dragon sword aura had started to sway a little and wanted to change direction, the dragon sword aura didn't stop. However, in the next instant, an unstoppable force burst forth from the dragon sword aura and shattered all of the purple runes. The dragon sword chi was like a rainbow that shocked the sky and slashed forward. Everywhere it passed, it was invincible. Nothing could stop it. It's not controlled. How is this possible? At this moment, not only were the people of Qinguang City stunned, but even the old ancestors of the dragon world were stunned. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than the soldier rune. What's going on? They were extremely shocked. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder it was one of the 5 swords of the world. The dragon sword spirit was known for its unparalleled attack and could destroy everything. Although the soldier rune was mysterious, it was also a power of control. As long as it was power, the dragon sword spirit would have a chance to kill it. Boom 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 boom. In front of him, the terrifying dragon sword chi fell and collided with the purple runes, exploding into a shocking light. Not long after, it shattered the purple runes and slashed toward the purple divine sword. In an instant, it enveloped the purple divine sword. A rumbling sound rang out, and the void in front of him shattered, destroying everything. So strong. The people of Qinguang City were about to kneel down. Even Sword Immortal Shura's scalp went numb at this moment. Facing that kind of dragon sword chi, could he resist it? Even if he could, he would have to use his full strength because the dragon sword chi was fatal to him. This young man definitely had a sword treasure on him. He wanted to get it. He had to get it, at this moment. Sword Immortal Shura's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. The others were also stunned. Although the few Earth Immortals were not sword experts, they didn't mind having another kind of sword power. In front of him, Lin Xian stood in the void. The sword chi on his body was monstrous, like the 9 heavens divine Sunday 10,000 dragons roared under his feet, forming the sword chi great Tao that soared into the sky. His gaze was incomparably deep. He stared ahead, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. I've been hit. That should be the end. The purple sword chi definitely can't block it. The destructive aura gradually disappeared, and a scene appeared. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was extremely surprised. It still exists? That's right, the purple divine sword still existed, but the light on it had dimmed. There were even cracks in some places. But it still didn't shatter. This made Lin Xian extremely surprised. The power of the dragon sword spirit was so terrifying. Previously, he had also used all his strength and didn't hold back at all. Logically speaking, the other party should have shattered. But he didn't expect it to still exist. As expected of the legendary soldier rune, it's really strong. 10,000 swords as one. At this moment, a cold voice came from the void. It was the voice of the great void divine dragon, Emotion. After hearing this voice, the purple divine sword rose into the sky and floated in the void. It fell down with countless soldier runes. Countless mountains, rivers, trees, and gravel once again danced in the air. They once again turned into streaks of sword chi that danced between heaven and earth. It was useless. Lin Xian said coldly, "These are useless against me." However, this was not the end. Countless cracks appeared under the ground. Then, 24 battle swords flew out. These battle swords were ancient and there were even cracks in some places. Obviously, these battle swords were left behind from ancient times. They were extremely terrifying. After the 24 battle swords appeared, they were instantly controlled by the soldier rune. They also rose into the sky and flew towards the purple divine sword. Thousands of sword chi and 24 battle swords all merged into the purple divine sword. Buzz, the shocking purple divine sword chi rushed into the clouds and tore the sky apart. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into a peerless divine weapon. Since Lin Xian's dragon sword chi could not be controlled, the soldier rune did not forcefully control it. Instead, it gathered all the power it could gather. They all turned into weapons and merged with it. By then, its power would definitely surpass the dragon sword chi. Buzz, the purple divine sword in front of it fell. Its terrifying aura shone in all directions. Countless people were terrified. At this moment, the weapons in the hands of those people outside the 5-layer mountain shook violently. They all rose into the sky as if they were going to fly into the 1st-layer mountain. Not good. The few Earth Immortals' faces changed. They quickly suppressed their weapons. Those who were weaker were not so lucky. Their weapons all flew into the first layer of heaven and fused with the violet god sword. They all cried. This was their ultimate weapon. It was not easy for them to cultivate it. But now, it was snatched away. They even wanted to die. On the dragon clan's side, many of their weapons were also absorbed and swallowed. With the power of these weapons, the purple divine sword became even more terrifying. It slashed down. The sharp sword chi was like a flying immortal, cutting through everything. Kill, Lin Xian roared angrily and rushed over quickly. Beside him, the yin and yang sword formation appeared. The fairy slayer sword in his hand released a terrifying chill. The clouds parted to reveal the moon. The blazing sun was blazing. The moment he made his move, it was a fatal blow. A resplendent sun and a pitch-black moon appeared between heaven and earth, rushing forward. That aura was like a divine sea that swept across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous voice rang out, and a monstrous light swept out in all directions. The first-level mountain began to shake violently. Lin Xian's sword was invincible. The violet god sword was blocked once again. On the purple god sword, the runes of Bing appeared again, wanting to control the moon and the sun. However, Lin Xian struck out with the dragon seal. There were also divine dragon runes on it, which blocked some of the soldier runes' power. Then, he attacked again. Forming hand seals, the void shattered as a gigantic dragon claw descended like a mountain, grabbing at the violet god sword. Boom, the two collided, releasing a world-shaking destruction. A terrifying black hole swallowed everything. When the people outside saw this scene, they sneered again. This kid is dead. He actually wants to grab the violet god sword. He really doesn't know how to live. Sword Immortal Shura also sighed. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He had also challenged the first-level heaven. As a peerless swordsman, he naturally knew how terrifying the power of the first-level heaven was. Especially the last 10,000 swords as one. This sword was truly capable of annihilating everything. No, he didn't feel the power of the divine blood. At this time, the Red Blood Patriarch frowned. Could it be that the kid wasn't injured? That's impossible. They couldn't believe it. After all, that was 10,000 swords as one. How terrifying was that? Even if this kid could block it, he would be injured. Damn it, what exactly happened inside? They were all crazy. The black hole in front of them slowly disappeared, and everyone hurriedly looked over. In the next moment, they were all stunned. They found that Lin Xian's palm seemed to have turned into the palm of a divine dragon. In his palm, there was a fragment of a weapon, blooming with monstrous power. Boundless sword chi flew out from it. It surrounded Lin Xian's palm. This palm directly grabbed the 10,000 swords as one. He blocked it, he actually blocked it, moreover, he blocked it with his bare hands. Damn it, this kid's physique is too strong. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. The eyes of the Great Desolation Patriarch and the others almost popped out. Sword Immortal Shura's body trembled. He stared intently at the weapon fragment. At this moment, he felt a fatal crisis. What kind of weapon fragment is that? It seemed to be able to easily kill him. These Earth Immortals were all scared silly. On the other side, the Dragon Realm's patriarchs were also dumbfounded. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded their imagination. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a young god. His right hand had fused with the tip of the great dragon sword and turned into a heavenly dragon claw. The purple god sword shook violently from the impact. Endless sword chi danced and shattered. The purple god sword seemed to be completely suppressed. This kid's trump card is really terrifying. However, I don't believe that he has the strength to use such a powerful trump card. Even we can only use it a few times, right? The Great Desolation Patriarch said in a deep voice. The others also nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Xian definitely didn't have that much strength. However, after dozens of moves, they were all dumbfounded. Because they discovered that Lin Xian's strength was still extremely terrifying and didn't seem to have weakened at all. Damn it, does this kid have a limit? Why do I feel like he has a treasure trove on him? Even a top sect doesn't have so much power, right? They were all crazy. How could they know that Lin Xian had the ancient land? The power inside surged out crazily. With each strike, the purple sword chi was blasted away, and the light on it dimmed. The sword chi that had fused with it earlier also gradually shattered. The power of the purple god sword was getting weaker and weaker. The surrounding people were all stunned. Is Lin Xian going to suppress the other party? Another person is going to succeed? The Great Desolation's patriarch, Scarlet Blood Patriarch, and the others gritted their teeth. They had already decided to destroy Lin Xian. However, if Lin Xian obtained the soldier rune, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, would they be able to defeat him? That might not be the case. Damn it. As for Sword Immortal Shura and the others, they were extremely envious. Just at this moment, the purple god sword started shaking violently. He directly fused with the first mountain. The first layer mountain burst forth with boundless light, transforming into a gigantic mountain sword. The first level mountain rose into the sky. The power on it was really terrifying. It was as vast as the sea, causing everyone to panic and despair. Oh no. When the Crimson Dragon saw this scene, he also exclaimed, "This has completely angered the soldier rune." One had to know that when he fought against the soldier rune on the 4th level mountain, the soldier rune did not fuse with the 4th level mountain. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist at all. This was also the reason why he was lucky. But now, Lin Xian was facing the entire 1st level mountain. The giant mountain divine sword quickly fell. The heaven and earth trembled and emitted endless light. At this moment, everyone crawled on the ground. Even the Earth Immortals were so scared that they kept retreating. Sword Immortal Shura and the others were extremely pale. They were still delusional about seizing the power inside. Now, it seemed that they were courting death. After the 1st level mountain completely erupted, its power was beyond their imagination. It's over. This kid is definitely dead this time. Countless people exclaimed. The void around Lin Xian continued to shatter as though it was a galaxy. The destructive power was like a divine sea that swallowed him whole. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He really did not expect the soldier rune to be able to fuse with the 1st level mountain. It was really out of his expectations. This power had already made him feel a sense of crisis. After the other party fused with the 1st level mountain, the power to control the weapon also increased exponentially. Lin Xian realized that the other party seemed to want to control his dragon sword chi again. He rose into the air and quickly left the 1st level mountain. However, he could only keep a certain distance. Because if he left completely, it meant that he had failed. He could not fail. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. At this moment, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. It's useless. You will definitely lose. Slash. The 1st level mountain quickly slashed down. Everyone was desperate. Lin Xian's expression was also ugly. In the next moment, he made a decision. With a wave of his hand, the dragon seal in his hand flew out. It expanded between heaven and earth and bloomed with light. The divine dragon rune on it flickered like stars. It resisted. However, the others shook their heads and sighed. It was useless. They could tell that Lin Xian's dragon seal was much weaker than the purple god sword. It was impossible to block it. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword energy appeared in his hand. He focused all of his power on the dragon seal. The dragon seal continued to shine with light. Then, it shook violently and cracks appeared on its surface. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. When they saw this scene, everyone went crazy. Even the people from the dragon realm were stunned. Their minds were blank. They couldn't believe it. What happened? Lin Xian had actually destroyed Dragon Shadow. Dear heavens! That was the utmost treasure of the dragon race. It was a treasure that countless powerful beings of the dragon race wanted to obtain. But now, Lin Xian had destroyed it without hesitation. With the destruction of the dragon seal, the power of the dragon seal increased exponentially and finally managed to block the first mountain. Lin Xian fused with the great dragon sword spirit and transformed into a dragon. With a roar, he quickly rushed over. At this moment, the invincible power of the great dragon sword was unleashed to the extreme. He tore apart the first mountain. This caused endless cracks to appear on the mountain. In the mountain, Lin Xian saw the purple god sword again. This time, Lin Xian's sword was like a dragon as it continuously struck the purple god sword. The purple god sword shook violently. It wanted to escape, but Lin Xian didn't give it a chance. The sword was divided into yin and yang. The duality sword formation, the power of the gods, the 9-yang divine dragon body, and the great dragon sword spirit. With so many powers combined, the purple god sword was sent flying. The purple god sword broke apart this time. Then, it turned into countless purple auras and condensed into a purple rune. This rune transformed into thousands of weapons. It turned into a long sword, a long saber, a long spear, a shield, and a pagoda. There were thousands of changes. Finally, it flew to Lin Xian's side. Boom. In front of them, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. But they found that the first mountain suddenly split open a huge crack, as if it was cut by a peerless heavenly saber. In that crack, they saw Lin Xian's figure. Lin Xian didn't die. Lin Xian transformed into a dragon. Could this brat withstand such a powerful attack? Everyone was stunned. At this time, the moon demon immortal exclaimed. Look, what's that beside that kid? They saw that beside Lin Xian, there was a purple rune that kept changing, forming the shape of various weapons. This was the power of the first mountain. Did this kid get the power of the first mountain? The eyes of the great desolation ancestor and the others turned red. They all went crazy. The people of the dragon world were also dumbfounded. Did he really succeed? At this moment, they still felt like they were dreaming. This time, Lin Xian didn't rely on luck, but real strength. The opponent was too strong, he got the soldier rune. But thinking about it, it made sense. Lin Xian dared to destroy the dragon rune in the battle. Did they dare? They probably couldn't bear to. This was the difference. Everyone, get ready to attack. The great desolation ancestor said in a deep voice. The moon demon immortal, the scarlet blood ancestor, azure sword immortal, and the others all took a deep breath. They definitely wouldn't allow Berserk God to continue living. On the other side, the white dragon patriarch also said, not good, be careful, the opponent seems to be about to attack. Don't worry, we won't let them succeed. The overlord patriarch and the others also prepared to attack. Although they didn't have as many people, but even so, they weren't afraid. Both sides prepared to attack. However, something unexpected happened. Lin Xian didn't come out. This kid wanted to immediately comprehend the power, the great desolation ancestor and the others roared in anger. This way, the opponent's strength would undergo a tremendous change. However, he found that he was wrong. Because Lin Xian didn't immediately comprehend the power. Lin Xian actually raised his head and looked at the sky. In the sky, there was the second mountain. In the next moment, his figure flashed and rushed towards the second mountain. What was going on? At this moment, everyone was stunned. This guy continued to challenge the second mountain. That was impossible. No one had ever done this before. The previous Earth Immortals all only challenged the first mountain. They never had the chance to challenge the second mountain again. People like the Great Desolation Ancestor who broke the rules didn't even have the right to challenge once. Even the Crimson Dragon who had obtained the power of the fourth mountain didn't continue to challenge. In everyone's opinion, everyone only had one chance. What was this mad god trying to do? Did he want to continue to challenge? What kind of joke was this? Even the people from the dragon tribe were dumbfounded. They felt that Lin Xian was a little arrogant. One had to know that Lin Xian had used all his strength in the previous battle. Now, even if he obtained the inheritance of the first mountain, would he have the extra strength to continue? Even if Lin Xian had the power, would the great void divine dragon allow Lin Xian to continue the challenge? They were not sure. Lin Xian flew up and left the first level of heaven, charging towards the second level of heaven. At this moment, Emotion's voice rang out, "Damn brat, how dare you!" To be honest, he was furious. He could only watch as Lin Xian obtained the power of the army talisman, but he could not do anything about it. He was a great void divine dragon, and the 5th level of heaven was the power of the great void divine dragon. However, he was only a member of the great void divine dragon. He was not the clan leader of the great void divine dragon, so he could not control the power of the 5th level mountain. When he saw that Lin Xian had succeeded, he almost vomited blood. He held it in. When he recovered his power and reached his peak, he would find this brat and take back the power of the army talisman. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to be so greedy. After obtaining the power of the army talisman, Lin Xian still wanted to continue the challenge. Damn it, did he not care about the great void divine dragon clan? Brat, you are too presumptuous, everyone only has one chance. If you break the rules, you will be hunted down by the other 4 levels of mountain. Once he said that, the dragon clan members exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon's face changed. He said, not good, brat, come back quickly. You are lucky to have obtained the army talisman. On the other side, the great Baron Ancestor and the rest laughed. Great, it seems that this brat will die without us doing anything. At that time, they would only need to snatch the treasure. You think you can't do it just because you say so? Lin Xian sneered. He could tell that Mo Tian could not control the 5th level mountain. Otherwise, Mo Tian would not have watched him obtain the army talisman without doing anything. Mo Tian was just an ordinary great void divine dragon. There was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian soared into the air and arrived in front of the 2nd layer of heaven. His silhouette flickered and he was about to enter. However, there was a mysterious force that stopped him outside the 2nd level of heaven. He could not enter. Many people sighed when they saw this. Mo Tian also snorted coldly, idiot kid, I already said that you have no chance at all. Hurry up and get out of my way. Mo Tian's current plan was to out of sight, out of mind. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. Can't I? He stopped and said loudly, seniors of the great void divine dragon race, we are all dragons. Now that the world had changed, the land immortals had appeared in large numbers. Even immortals had appeared. In the future, celestial emperors would also appear. The dragon clan would be in great danger in such a golden age. The dragon race needed an unparalleled powerhouse to lead the dragon race back to the peak. Senior, why don't you give me a chance? Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. The people around were dumbfounded when they heard this. Is that even possible? Who are you trying to fool? Mo Tian laughed coldly. As a member of the great void divine dragon tribe, even he could not do it, let alone this brat. Even if this brat was from the dragon clan, could his bloodline be as powerful as his? Lin Xian pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his might. The great dragon sword soul had an extraordinary origin. It was said that it was formed by the fusion of an ancestral dragon and a super powerful force. The ancestral dragon was probably an existence that surpassed the divine dragon. After Lin Xian merged with the great dragon sword soul, the power of the Tao of dragon in him became extremely mysterious. Buzz. The 2nd level mountain in front of him shook slightly. Then, the light screen in front of the mountain slowly opened, revealing a passage. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up at the sight and he walked in. When the others saw this scene, they were stunned. How could this be possible? The people of Qinguang City went crazy. This brat was too lucky. The people of the dragon tribe were also stunned. When did the great void divine dragon tribe become so easy to talk to? Mo Tian was even more shocked. He was a member of the great void divine dragon tribe, but even he could not enter the 5th level mountain. How could this brat enter? Moreover, this brat could enter continuously. What kind of joke was this? Those who did not know would think that he was a great void divine dragon. Damn it, why? Mo Tian roared crazily. In the world of the great void divine dragon, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. He took out many treasures and waved them wildly. Stop him, kill him. Angry roars came one after another. However, the 2nd level mountain did not care at all. Mo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he almost died. Inside the 2nd level mountain was the man with dragon horns. He stood there like a peerless dragon god. He looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, young man, you are amazing. You can pass the 1st level mountain and obtain the power of the 1st level mountain. This is really surprising. What is even more surprising is that you still have the courage to continue the challenge. You are qualified to obtain the 9 Meridians godly sword and become its successor. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. What was the 9 Meridians godly sword? The man with dragon horns said loudly. The great void divine dragon tribe once obtained an extremely mysterious power. This power was divided into 9 parts and had 9 different powers. After the great void divine dragon tribe obtained it, they spent countless years and finally used this power to create a peerless superpower. It was called the 9 Meridians godly sword. Later, the great void divine dragon tribe turned the 9 Meridians godly sword into 9 dragon veins. Then, it merged with the 9 mountains. Every mountain possesses a type of power inheritance, which is what you see now, the 9 layered mountains. However, after countless years, how many veins of the 9 Meridians godly sword are left? I don't know. How much can you get? It depends on your luck. So that was it. After hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. So this was the origin of these talismans. 9 Meridians godly sword, 9 level mountain. Lin Xian had already obtained the soldier talisman, which was the sword chi of soldier. The second level mountain was the power of the wholeness talisman, which was the sword chi of wholeness. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He must get the 9 Meridians godly sword. In the next moment, he looked forward and said, Senior, please enlighten me. The dragon-horned man smiled and said, Young man, go ahead and use your strongest power. Okay, then I won't be polite. Lin Xian took a deep breath, took out the fairy slaying sword, and slashed forward. Boom. The sword light was biting cold, like lightning, and instantly hit the dragon-horned man. The dragon-horned man's body split open. It seemed that he could not withstand this power at all. However, the dragon-horned man did not care. His expression was calm, and a ray of sword chi appeared on his broken body. That ray of sword chi had a powerful and mysterious power. With a light wave, his cracked body began to recover. In the blink of an eye, it could be restored to its original state. The 9 Meridians godly sword had a strong recovery power. When the people outside saw this scene, their eyes turned red with envy. With this kind of power, one would be immortal. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be recovered instantly. At that time, even if he was besieged by several experts of the same level, he could still deal with it calmly. This kid, this time, he would definitely not be able to block it. The Great Desolation ancestor snorted. The Blood Sword Immortal also said, That's for sure. Last time, he had the Dragon Seal. The power of the Dragon Seal is the same as the power of the first level mountain. That's why he was able to block it. I don't believe that he has a second Dragon Seal. Looking at the scene in front of them, the people of Qingguang City all laughed. Several Earth Immortals had challenged the dragon-horned man of the second mountain, but they all failed. The second mountain seemed simple and harmless, and could be attacked at will. However, it was very difficult. Because the other party was almost immortal, and there was no way to defeat him. Unless they could destroy him in an instant. However, the other party was very strong. With the current strength of these people, it was impossible to destroy the dragon-horned man in an instant. Even Lin Xian couldn't do it. Therefore, no one could defeat the dragon-horned man. It was a bit interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and attacked again. The yin-yang sword formation appeared, and the terrifying yin-yang sword chi rushed forward. It covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the dragon-horned man. With a rumbling sound, the dragon-horned man's body split open, and white bones appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. However, the yin-yang sword chi on his body rotated quickly. His broken body recovered at a fast speed. Then, he recovered as before. When the others saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. He was indeed invincible. Young man, it was useless. The dragon-horned man shook his head and said, Although you passed the first mountain, although you are strong, you will still feel despair when facing me. Because I am immortal, my injuries can be healed instantly. You can't do anything to me. Is there no way? Lin Xian smiled. Not necessarily. You still don't know anything about my power. Let me tell you what an invincible power is. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light, and the dragon roared in his body. the power of the great dragon sword's soul appeared again. The great dragon sword's soul merged with the immortal slaying sword. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. This sword had become even sharper. Boom. The dragon-horned man still didn't dodge. He was sent flying. One could imagine how terrifying this sword was. He shook his head. It's useless. No matter what kind of attack, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed instantly. However, this time, something unexpected happened. The dragon-horned man let out a cry of surprise and pain. Damn it, how was this possible? What happened? The other masters were all stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why was the man with the dragon horn so shocked? They widened their eyes and looked ahead. He discovered that a crack had appeared on the dragon-horned man's body. This was an injury caused by the sword chi from before. As for the crack, it was rapidly recovering. However, although the cracks had healed, they did not disappear. Black cracks appeared on the dragon-horned man's body. How was this possible? The dragon-horned man had an extremely strong recovery ability. No matter what kind of injury he suffered, he could recover instantly. But now, there was an exception. The dragon-horned man was even more shocked. He roared, "What power is your sword technique?" It was actually indelible. He was truly stunned. One had to know that immortal chi, divine flames, peerless divine abilities, secret techniques, and all sorts of strange weapons. He had seen them all before. No one had ever been able to threaten him. Because these powers were nothing in front of the character of all. But now, Lin Xian's sword aura was a threat to him. The power talisman was unable to recover instantly. This was troublesome. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He said, "This is an indestructible power that can destroy everything in the world. I wonder how many times can you withstand it?" After saying that, Lin Xian attacked again. Another sword thrust out. Boom. The dragon-horned man was sent flying. A sword mark appeared on his body, but it was still indelible. Although he was able to make the crack shrink rapidly, he couldn't make it disappear. "No, I have to repair it quickly." The dragon-horned man roared and used the character of all to the extreme. He discovered that his opponent's sword chi was indelible. However, if he used the character of all for a long time, he could definitely recover. However, would his opponent give him the time to do so? Lin Xian wielded the divine sword again and quickly charged over. The dragon-horned man kept dodging. Such a scene had never happened before. The dragon-horned man was running away, Moon Demon Immortal, Scarlet Blood Tribe Leader, Dahuang Tribe Leader, and the others were all stunned when they saw this scene. They had all challenged the dragon-horned man before, but they had all failed. The dragon-horned man stood in front of them and did not dodge at all. He did not care about their strength at all. But now, the dragon-horned man was fearful. He was afraid of Lin Xian. This was too inconceivable. They felt like they were dreaming. Was the sword aura on Lin Xian's body that terrifying? Sword Immortal Shura was also trembling. He was extremely excited. Indestructible power, indelible sword chi. It was the legendary power of the sword Dao. He did not expect it to be with this kid. He stared at Lin Xian. This time, no matter what, he had to obtain this power of the sword Dao. He prepared to gather all the Shura tribe's forces and summon all the Shura elites. He would not let his opponent escape. It's useless. You can't escape. Lin Xian quickly chased after him. The dragon-horned man's expression was ugly. He snorted and said, "Don't underestimate me. I am very strong to begin with. In terms of speed, you might not be able to catch up to me." Indeed, the dragon-horned man's strength was also that of an earth immortal. Lin Xian did not continue to chase after him. In the next moment, he activated the Eye of Reincarnation. The Eye of Heavenly Tao controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. With a cold shout, the power of reincarnation bloomed and condensed in the sky, forming an eye. His eyes were like those of a god as he looked down. This eye had a mysterious and unfathomable aura. His gaze was enough to make anyone submit. When the people outside saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. Soul attack? This kid was actually a soul expert. It was too unbelievable. How could he have so many powerful trump cards? Who exactly was this mad god? These people in Qingguang City were all worried. However, they were not worried about Lin Xian, but about the dragon-horned man. They were worried that the dragon-horned man would be defeated. This was really the first time since the beginning of the world. No one had ever been worried about a guardian. The dragon-horned man's body swayed. Being stared at by this gaze, his soul also began to tremble. He found that his body began to stiffen, as if he could not move. Damn it, how was this possible? What kind of eye was this, damn it? He roared and let out a terrifying dragon roar. The dragon blood in his body roared. The fact that he could stay here meant that he was also a member of the Divine Void Dragon clan. His dragon blood was absolutely superior to everything. With the dragon blood, the dragon-horned man was able to resist the Eye of Reincarnation. It was really surprising. Lin Xian was surprised and summoned the Sword of Reincarnation. A ray of light appeared in the heavenly Tao Reincarnation. Then, it turned into a sword shadow. It slashed down from the sky. As soon as the phantom of the Sword of Reincarnation appeared, the power of the soul doubled. The dragon-horned man felt a fatal crisis. The dragon-horned man roared angrily, and a terrifying divine dragon light bloomed from his body. Then, his body began to expand, and he turned into a terrifying divine dragon. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, roaring to the 9 heavens. He charged toward the phantom of the reincarnation sword in the sky. He wanted to block it. The phantom of the reincarnation sword was very illusory, but the power it brought was incomparably great. When this sword appeared, everyone's souls began to sway. The void cracked rapidly, unable to withstand it at all. In the next moment, the two collided. Thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Illusory sword light was everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It enveloped the dragon-horned man. The dragon-horned man activated the talisman of all to recover. The talisman of all turned into a sword aura, which could not only heal his body. It could also heal the injury to his soul. Although the dragon-horned man's soul had cracked, he did not die. Moreover, he was recovering at an extremely fast speed. However, the main purpose of this sword was to control. The dragon-horned man and the reincarnation sword were in a stalemate in midair, while Lin Xian charged toward him again. He activated the great dragon sword aura, turned into a peerless sword god, and quickly attacked. A sword light slashed through the void, and a crack appeared on the dragon-horned man's body. The blood of the divine dragon fell down. Then, the second and the third. Lin Xian attacked wildly, and the sword aura swept across. Finally, he split the dragon-horned man's body with a sword. This time, the dragon-horned man was severely injured. Blood stained the sky. He turned around and fled, not daring to fight anymore. Where could he go? Lin Xian snorted. The reincarnation sword above his head and the great dragon sword in his hand were 2 of the 5 swords in the world. How could the dragon-horned man resist them? Even if he had the talisman of all, he was no match for them. In the end, he said, "You win. You pass the challenge. I admit defeat." When he said this, the dragon-horned man seemed to have aged tens of thousands of years. He was too unwilling to admit defeat. As a guardian, his mission was to protect the talisman of all. Now that he admitted defeat, it meant that he had completely failed. How could he be willing to admit defeat, however? So what if he was unwilling to admit defeat? If he continued to fight, he might die. "I'm just a guardian, I'm not the owner of the all runes. From today onwards, I will pass on the Jiaji sword chi to you," the dragon-horned man said in a deep voice. The sword aura circling around him flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a powerful aura coming to his side. It was as if any injury he suffered could be quickly healed. He had obtained the second vein of the 9 veins divine sword, the All Sword. Very good. Lin Xian smiled. With a wave of his hand, the word All slashed forward, aiming at the dragon-horned man. The injuries on the dragon-horned man's body quickly healed. Lin Xian had already retracted the power of the great dragon sword. Without that invincible aura, the broken body of the dragon-horned man recovered to its original state. "Thank you very much." The dragon-horned man thanked him. Then, he turned around and entered the mountain, disappearing from sight. Did he succeed again? He had obtained the second mysterious power. Outside, when the people of Qinguang City saw this scene, they went completely crazy. Even the people from the dragon tribe were stunned. To be honest, they felt as if they were dreaming. It was really incredible that Lin Xian could succeed in consecutive challenges. No one had been able to do it since ancient times. They really wanted to kill him. Damn it, he has the power to recover quickly. It will be difficult for us to kill him. Quickly mobilize the power of the family. We will kill him with 10 times or 100 times the power. We will concentrate our power and destroy him in an instant. Even if he has the power to recover, so what? He will not be able to come back to life even if he is reduced to ashes. Indeed, recovering from injuries and coming back to life were two different things. They decided to kill Lin Xian with a thunderous blow. Well done. The Crimson Dragon cheered happily. Great, this time, it is really a big harvest. I don't know if this kid wants to continue to challenge. Lin Xian looked up at the third layer of heaven. His figure flashed and he continued to move forward. He still wants to challenge. Many people's faces were ugly. Does this kid know when to stop? The Great Desolation ancestor snorted coldly. I want to see how he will face the world's fastest speed. The others also did not believe that Lin Xian could compete. Although Lin Xian successfully passed the second layer of heaven, the third layer of heaven was even more terrifying. In the world of martial arts, only speed could not be defeated. Although Lin Xian had invincible power, he could only fight to a draw with the other party. If he fought to a draw, he would not get the power of the third layer of heaven. A figure appeared in the third layer of heaven. It was the dragon girl. She floated in the void. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first 2 layers of heaven. However, it is a pity that you will definitely stop here. Because you can't hurt me at all. Indeed, no matter how powerful you are, it is useless if you can't hurt the enemy. How would you know if you don't try?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. The next moment, he made his move. The long sword in his hand turned into lightning. The Thunder God's sword was extremely fast and rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of the dragon girl. The sharp sword slashed down. However, it only hit an afterimage. The dragon girl dodged. Moreover, she dodged it easily. She came behind Lin Xian and slapped out with her palm. With a bang, the power of this palm exploded. Like a divine mountain, it hit Lin Xian's back. The divine fire behind Lin Xian quickly condensed and turned into a sun. Only then did he block this palm. Lin Xian's qi and blood shook. He snorted coldly and slashed out with a backhand sword, destroying everything. However, this sword still hit nothing. A huge crack appeared in the void. However, the dragon girl had already left. Next, the dragon girl kept appearing beside Lin Xian. She attacked quickly. Due to her extreme speed, the powerful force brought about was extremely terrifying. Like wind and thunder, there were bursts of sounds. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian shook violently. His qi and blood were rolling. He shouted coldly, "Activate the Yin-Yang sword array." The Yin-Yang sword energy surrounded him, making a sky-shaking sound. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He was being suppressed. When the people of Qinguang City saw this scene, they all laughed. I told you, this kid is definitely no match for her. He was finally suppressed. Who does he think he is? He actually wants to challenge continuously. Just watch, he will be defeated here. The people of Qinguang City all laughed. The people of the dragon world were also very worried. The gap was a little big. He was actually suppressed. The Crimson Dragon also sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't know how this kid will deal with it. Lin Xian seemed to be in danger. No matter what kind of attack he used, all of them were dodged by the other party. Even Lin Xian couldn't cover the other party with his Rinnegan. No matter how fast his vision was, it couldn't be faster than the other party's speed. Lin Xian seemed to be able to activate the Yin-Yang sword array. It turned into a Taiji diagram to defend. Lin Xian was in danger. Everyone thought he was going to lose. The god of desolation sneered, this kid is dead for sure. In front of absolute speed, he has no power to fight back. We don't even need to do anything, he will die in the third level of heaven. The others also laughed complacently. However, the Red Blood clan leader said in a low voice, "Don't be careless. This kid is not stupid. If he really can't win, he will leave the third level of heaven. He will give up the inheritance of the third level of heaven." He had already obtained 2. His advantage was too great. He would definitely admit defeat. So, we have to keep an eye on him. The moment he comes out, launch a thunderous attack. Kill him. We can't give him a chance to escape. Otherwise, it will be harder to kill him in the future. That's right. The Moon Demon Immortal also agreed, this is our only chance. They had already gathered their power and were even preparing to launch their big moves. Because some moves needed a long time to prepare. Once they were ready, as long as Lin Xian came out, they would attack without hesitation. The third level of mountain. The Dragon Lady also said, "Admit defeat. You are not my opponent. You can't keep up with my speed. You can't get the inheritance here." Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. His Tao was to press forward courageously, and it was unstoppable. He would not admit defeat. In the next moment, he shouted coldly. Sword Tao territory, with the Yin and Yang sword formation as the foundation, he released countless sword energy. It turned into a sword sea and condensed into a space. This was the Sword Tao territory. In this territory, he was the master. The Sword Tao territory covered the third level of heaven. Seeing this scene, countless people cried out in surprise. The Red Blood clan leader's face was also ugly. This scene was very similar to his previous battle. Back then, when he faced the Dragon Lady, he used the Blood Sea and turned the third level of heaven into his world. However, he still lost. Now this kid chose the same method as him. Could he succeed? He didn't think so. Even he couldn't do it. This kid couldn't do it either. Countless sword chi danced in the air above the third level mountain, sweeping across the 9 heavens. The dragoness said, "It's useless. Someone tried the same thing before, but he failed. You are no exception." Her speed was extremely fast as she kept dodging. In an instant, she had dodged the sword chi that filled the sky. Buzz. The Yin and Yang sword chi in the world danced around continuously. Some of them even turned into sword chi that was like a dragon, invincible. He began to chase after Dragoness. However, the Dragon Lady was able to dodge all of his attacks. In the end, she was furious. "I'll take care of you." With a cold snort, she quickly charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, he appeared behind Lin Xian. A sword dragon appeared behind Lin Xian and roared at the sky to block the attack. However, Dragon Lady appeared to Lin Xian's right and punched him in the shoulder. Lin Xian's figure flickered and retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his shoulder split open. This Dragon Lady was also an Earth Immortal and was extremely powerful. In addition to her extremely fast speed, her other strength was also extremely terrifying. That kid was injured. Countless people exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon's expression also changed. "Oh no, the situation is really bad. Lin Xian seems to be completely restrained." Ha 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 ha. The Grand Desolation Ancestor and the others also sneered. This kid is so stubborn. Perhaps he will really die inside. Retreating to the back, Lin Xian glanced at his injured shoulder. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and his broken body quickly healed. The wholeness sword spun around him, and he was as good as new. This scene shocked countless people. This recovery power is too strong. However, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although the wholeness talisman was extremely magical, after he obtained it, he could only start from the beginning. The dragon-horned man of the second-level mountain could use the wholeness talisman at any time and anywhere to recover his strength. But he couldn't. That was after he had mastered it. Lin Xian hadn't even mastered it yet. He had just mastered it. Therefore, every time he used the wholeness talisman, there would be a long interval. Moreover, at first, he could only recover some minor injuries. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't use the dragon-horned man's fighting style. He still had to dodge the Dragon Lady's attacks. Similarly, the soldier talisman was the same. However, Lin Xian still had one more chance to use the soldier talisman. Perhaps, he could injure the dragon lady. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He once again activated the sword chi that filled the sky and charged over. It was useless. The dragon lady sneered disdainfully. I told you, you can't hurt me at all. She rushed towards Lin Xian again. Kid, although you have the wholeness sword, you haven't cultivated the wholeness sword yet. Your recovery power is far inferior to the guardian of the second level. Let's see how many times you can recover. His palm slapped out again, carrying with it an unparalleled power. Not good. Everyone cried out in alarm. This time, if you get injured again, you'll be in trouble. Lin Xian snorted coldly. That's right, he had used the soldier talisman. The dragon lady's palm seemed to be controlled and actually changed direction. It flew towards him. It slapped towards her head. This scene was very sudden and very fast. No one could react in time. The dragon lady's pupils shrank. At the critical moment, she used her maximum speed to dodge the attack. She retreated to the back as if she was facing a great enemy. I didn't expect you to be able to use the power of the soldier talisman now. I really underestimated you. It was really too dangerous just now. If it were any other Earth immortal, they would have been seriously injured. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his face darkened. I didn't hurt her? It's too unbelievable. This dragon lady is really too terrifying. The third level of heaven is much more difficult than before. I have to think of a way to slow her down. When the people outside saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. The people of the dragon clan were shocked. Lin Xian can use these two supreme powers so quickly. It's really too shocking. The eyes of the experts of Qingguang City were also red. They were incomparably envious. The Great Desolation ancestor said, "Damn it, this kid's talent is so good. We have to be careful later. It's very likely that he will control our weapons." Sword Immortal Azura said, "That's not necessarily true. This power is so mysterious and terrifying. This kid just got it, and it hasn't even been a day. How can he use it consecutively? He hasn't even started. I guess in a short period of time, he can only use it once. Unless he goes back and cultivates in seclusion for thousands of years. Only then will he be able to use it smoothly. Yes, this is our best chance to kill him." The Moon Demon Immortal's eyes emitted a cold light. They thought that Lin Xian would admit defeat. However, he didn't. Lin Xian continued to attack. This time, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul completely erupted, evolving into an ice dragon. The dragon sword chi danced, releasing a cold aura, turning into ice dragons one after another, roaring between heaven and earth. Frozen heaven and earth. A cold voice sounded, and thousands of ice dragons appeared between heaven and earth. They released a terrifying icy aura. Everything in the third-level mountain began to turn into ice sculptures. Everything was covered in ice. Seeing this scene, countless people exclaimed, "What a terrifying sword chi! This kid has mastered so much power." Even though they were so far away, their bodies were ice cold, and they could feel the terrifying chill. One could imagine what kind of crisis the third level of heaven was facing. The god of desolation's face turned ugly. Oh no, the third level mountain is going to be frozen. That dragon girl probably won't be able to dodge. Once her speed was suppressed, she would lose her advantage. At that time, she wouldn't be able to defeat this kid. Everyone was worried about the dragon girl. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He didn't expect to see the frozen dragon girl. However, this icy power could definitely affect the opponent's speed. As long as the opponent's speed was slowed down, he would have a chance to kill her instantly. That's right, it was an instant kill. Lin Xian had already taken out the Great Dragon Sword point. The Great Dragon Sword spirit also spread out. He would instantly launch his strongest attack. This attack could instantly kill an Earth Immortal. Of course, the power in his body would also be instantly depleted. With his powerful physique and many trump cards, he could only use such a peerless attack once. This was because the requirements for his physique were too high. Although the great dragon sword spirit's power was good, the burden was even greater. Even so, this was the power that countless Earth immortals dreamed of. Who could instantly kill someone of the same level, not to mention that Lin Xian was only a super great emperor. Lin Xian had crossed several realms and instantly killed an expert. The dragon girl in front frowned slightly. She could naturally feel that these ice dragons were extraordinary. To be honest, she was also from the great Void Dragon clan. As a guardian, her strength and talent could be imagined. Ordinary dragons were no different from ants in front of her. She could make them submit with one look. But these ice dragons in front of her were different. These were not ordinary ice dragons. These were ice dragons that were transformed. These ice dragons were formed by the dragon sword chi, and the dragon sword chi was no weaker than her great void dragon aura. It was even stronger than her great void divine dragon. What kind of Tao of the dragon was this, she could not imagine. Was there anyone more terrifying than the mystical dragon tribe? Damn it, the dragon sword chi was a huge threat to her. In addition, the third-level mountain was constantly being frozen, and the terrifying cold air was spreading. Her speed would be affected. However, Dragoness's strength was beyond imagination. A mysterious sword chi appeared on her body. This was a line of characters. It represented the line sword of the 9 meridians divine swords. It represented the fastest speed in the world. At this moment, she let out a cold snort and completely merged into the Xingji sword. In the next moment, her speed increased again. She flew in the void and avoided the terrifying ice system. The ice couldn't freeze her at all. It couldn't even capture her figure. Did he disappear? When the Earth immortals outside saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Had the dragoness left the third-level mountain? This was something that had never happened before. The White Dragon Patriarch, the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, and the others were dumbfounded. On the other side, the Great Desolation Patriarch furrowed his brows tightly. He said, "No, she's still in the third level. It's just that her speed is too fast, so fast that it surpasses everything. I can't see her clearly now. However, I can sense that she's flying in the void. She has already surpassed this space." Lin Xian also couldn't see the other party. He shouted coldly, "Rinnegan, 6 paths of reincarnation." In his eyes, an extremely terrifying light of reincarnation bloomed, forming the illusion of 6 worlds. In each world, a mysterious eye appeared, looking at the entire space. In the next moment, Lin Xian saw a blurry shadow. The other party didn't leave this space, but seemed to have surpassed this space. His ice couldn't hurt the other party at all. It couldn't be frozen. It was too incredible. This line of characters was too terrifying. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He had really run into trouble. This was the first person that he couldn't hurt. However, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to defeat him. Lin Xian only needed to defend with all his strength and spread the great dragon sword energy around him. The other party might not be able to break through that sharp sword energy. However, Lin Xian couldn't accept a draw because he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of the third level of the mountain. What should he do? Lin Xian fell into a stalemate. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit spoke. He said, "Kid, you can think of it differently. There's no need to defeat her." There's no need to defeat her? Lin Xian was puzzled. Great Dragon, what do you mean? Great Dragon said, "Revive her and use this condition to negotiate with her." They exchanged lines of characters. Revive, Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't have such a method now. Even a real land immortal, or even a terrifying existence like the war god, couldn't revive a person. Unless that person wasn't completely dead, like Lin Zhan. Lin Xian had a way to revive him. But for those who had truly died, how could they be revived, reborn? However, if it was just rebirth, he didn't need to do anything. Just like before, didn't the Grand Elder of the Sword God's Palace revive himself? More importantly, was the dragon girl in front of him dead? Then why was she still so powerful? Lin Xian didn't know all of this. He asked, "Great Dragon, explain it clearly." Great Dragon said, "Think about it. The dragon girl you see now and the dragon-horned man in the second level have already died. The reason why they still exist now is that they were condensed and formed by an even more powerful force. However, they weren't real living beings. they didn't have life. Moreover, they couldn't leave the 9th level of the mountain. They could only stay here as a force. They were all extremely terrifying and peerless powerhouses before, and they definitely weren't willing to stay here. Therefore, they would definitely agree to the condition of reviving. They had died. Mysterious force, Lin Xian was shocked. Who was it? Was it done by the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe? Why did they do this? Was it just to protect the 9 Meridians Divine Sword? Great Dragon said, no, the Great Void Dragon clan also mysteriously disappeared back then. An even more terrifying powerhouse took action. You've only seen a part of the 9 heavens and 10 lands now. The more terrifying powerhouses inside are beyond your imagination. For example, Immortal. For example, Sky Emperor. There are even some mysterious existences. They are all very terrifying. After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. What kind of enemy did the Great Void Dragon clan encounter back then? It was unimaginable, but he was a little worried. He said, but I don't have the means to resurrect. My Rinnegan is mysterious. Although my Rinnerin is mysterious, I can't revive her. Lin Xian's current Rinnegan had the 3 Tao of heaven, earth, and man. However, none of them could bring people back to life. Of course, he only had one Rinnegan. He didn't know if the other Rinnegan had the power to bring people back to life. But so far, he didn't. The all-character formula couldn't bring people back to life. DeLong said, you have it. It's just that you don't know. In the ancient world, there is a plant called the Tree of Resurrection. The fruit it bears is called the Fruit of Resurrection. The Fruit of Resurrection can bring her back to life. The ancient world, the Fruit of Resurrection, Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. There was such a thing? How come he never knew about it? DeLong said, the ancient world, as one of the Jiutian Shidi, is so vast that no one has ever reached its end. You have only been to a small part of it. You haven't even found an ancient city in the ancient world, let alone this mysterious Fruit of Resurrection. That's true. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He had also been to many places, including the Heavenly Land and the 9 Serenities. Just these 2 places alone, there was more than one ancient city. There were even terrifying ancient cities like Shangqing City and Qingguang City. The ancient world was as famous as them. There must be ancient cities in it. However, so far, he hadn't found one. Another point was that the ancient world was much more terrifying than Shangqing City and the 9 Serenities. There was a strong pressure inside. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to explore, but he couldn't bear the pressure. As for why the ancient world had such a change? DeLong said before that it was because the ancient world was broken. Therefore, some of the powers inside had undergone earth-shaking changes, becoming mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked, where is the Fruit of Resurrection? I'm not sure. What? Not sure, Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? Without the Fruit of Resurrection, he couldn't exchange with the other party. DeLong said, no hurry. Although there is no Fruit of Resurrection, I found the Tree of Resurrection. The Fruit of Resurrection and the Tree of Resurrection are both things on the Tree of Resurrection. There are clues, we can always find them. Take the Tree of Resurrection and talk to her. I know. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He released a ray of sword qi and entered the ancient land to search for the resurrection leaf. With the space coordinates given by DeLong, Lin Xian quickly found it. However, this thing was not so easy to obtain. The pressure around them was very great. Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword qi split open the void. Then, he got Little White to use the treasure bowl to bring out the resurrection leaf. Lin Xian was the only one who knew all of this. No one else knew about the entire process. However, the people outside were also incomparably puzzled. That was because they had discovered that Lin Xian had stopped in midair for a very long time already. What was this kid doing? In a daze, he was actually in a daze during such an important battle, he was too careless. The people of the Dragon Realm were stunned. The experts of Qingguang City, however, sneered. I think this kid is desperate. That's right. That brat had unleashed all of his power, but he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. Next, he would definitely lose. How could he not be desperate? They all laughed complacently. Buzz. At this moment, Dragon Girl's voice rang out in the void. Is this all you have? If that's the case, you can scram out of the third heaven. Obviously, Dragon Girl was finally ready to make her move. In the next moment, she arrived in front of Lin Xian. Her palm fell again. The power of this palm was even more terrifying. Moreover, it was extremely fast. This kind of speed brought about a terrifying increase in power. Everyone, get ready to attack at any time. Great Wilderness Ancestor said coldly. The few Earth Immortals of Qingguang City emitted extremely cold light. As long as Lin Xian came out, they would instantly attack and kill him. At this critical moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, I can resurrect you. Buzz. Hearing this, Dragon Lady's hand stopped. It was only half a meter away from Lin Xian's head. However, it did not land. The surrounding void kept shattering. Dragon Girl's face was filled with surprise. She frowned and said, What did you say? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He knew that De Long was right. This Dragon Girl definitely wanted to be resurrected. He said, I can resurrect you and let you leave the third mountain. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Kid, don't provoke me. Some things can't be joked about. Dragon Girl was very angry. Killing intent began to spread out from her body. No one can behave atrociously in front of me. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have the power of the first 2 levels. You are not qualified. Dragon Girl was indeed very angry. One had to know that when she was at her peak, she was a terrifying powerhouse. But later, she ended up like this. She could no longer leave if she stayed here. Moreover, she was not a real living being now. She was just a strange power. This power made her unable to reincarnate or be reborn. However, this young man in front of her could resurrect her. If this was not a joke, what was it? Back then, even the Great Void Dragon clan could not do it. Could this kid in front of her do it? Do you know what the consequences of challenging me are? Death. Young man, you have gone too far. Dragon Girl finally made up her mind to kill. Not good. When the people of the Dragon clan outside sensed this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They were able to sense the overflowing aura spreading out from it. This was a real killing power. What happened? How did Lin Xian provoke her? They could not hear what Lin Xian and Dragon Girl were talking about. They could only feel the aura on their bodies. Outside, the people of Qingguang City were also stunned. No way? Is this kid going to die inside? Then they would not be able to get the power in this kid. Stupid kid, what did he say? Feeling this terrifying killing intent, Lin Xian's expression was also serious. He said in a low voice, I didn't lie to you. Look at this. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a leaf. It was a very old leaf, as if it had existed for countless years. The leaf had already dried up. However, when she saw this leaf, Dragon Girl's body shook. Her eyes almost popped out. She was stunned. Just as she was about to move, Lin Xian put away the leaf and said, Senior, can we have a good talk now? Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. The opponent had extreme speed. If he was not careful, he would be taken away by her. At that time, he would be very passive. How did you get this thing? Where did you get it? Tell me. Dragon Girl shouted coldly. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, this is not the attitude for a good talk. I refuse to answer. Refuse? Dragon Girl was angry. This was her chance to be resurrected. How could she give it up? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The killing intent on her body became even more terrifying. Her speed became faster. In an instant, countless figures appeared around Lin Xian. These were all illusions formed by Dragon Girl. Feeling the cold aura from the other party, Lin Xian's face darkened. I admit that you're very strong, but it's not so easy for you to kill me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Dragon-shaped sword energy flew out of Lin Xian's body, forming an even more terrifying sword array around him. At this moment, he was like a supreme sword god, enough to sweep through the 8 wastelands. Dragon Girl was also very surprised. To be honest, at this close distance, feeling the sword energy from Lin Xian's body, she felt a little threatened. Fortunately, she was fast enough. Otherwise, if such a terrifying sword aura landed on her body, she would definitely be dealt a fatal blow. "Boy, what do you want to talk about?" Dragon Girl asked in a deep voice. She didn't make a move. Lin Xian smiled. "Senior, please." He flew down and landed on the ground. Dragoness snorted coldly and followed him. The two landed. The people outside were all stunned when they saw this scene. What happened? Dragon Girl didn't kill the other party. Why, what did this boy say? He actually made Dragon Girl stop. It's unbelievable. Qin Guanqing and the others were crazy. What was the result? Hurry up and give him a quick answer. Right now, their hearts were about to break from waiting. After landing, Dragon Girl asked, "Can you let me see the leaf again?" Lin Xian was very generous this time. He smiled and said, "Of course." With a wave of his hand, the quaint leaf from before appeared in his hand again. Lin Xian handed it over. Dragon Girl quickly took it. Her eyes burst out with an extremely cold light. She was carefully identifying it. After a while, she said excitedly, "Yes, it's this resurrection leaf. The legendary resurrection leaf. How did you get this?" "Senior, it's good that you recognize this thing. But why do I have it?" "Sorry, this is my secret. I can't tell you." "What do you want in exchange?" Dragon Girl asked. Lin Xian smiled. "Naturally, it's the inheritance of the third-level mountain, the Xing Sword of the Nine Meridians Divine Sword." "Impossible." Dragon Girl refused directly. What kind of joke was this? As a guardian, her mission was to protect the Xing Sword. Now, how could he let it go? Lin Xian sighed. "You protectors are not only there to protect the Nine Meridians Divine Sword, but also to find a good successor for it. Since I was able to obtain the power of the first two mountains, it means that I have the qualifications to cultivate the Nine Meridians Divine Sword. Therefore, it is my destiny to obtain the Line Sword. Also, Senior, do you really not want to go out and explore? Why was the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe destroyed?" "Senior, don't you want to know?" Lin Xian advanced step by step. After Dragon Lady heard this, she frowned. To be honest, how could she not want to know? She had wanted to explore it for a long time, but she couldn't get out. At this moment, she was extremely conflicted. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He stood to the side and waited quietly. The world quieted down, and the icy aura that filled the sky also disappeared. The third-level mountain was recovering as if the battle had never happened. The people outside were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? They didn't know either. They didn't dare to ask. After waiting for 3 days, the Dragon Lady gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, deal." She was willing to trade. Lin Xian smiled happily. That's great. He could also get the Line Sword. "Kid, take out the Fruit of Rebirth." The Dragon Lady was extremely expectant. Lin Xian said, "Senior, I don't have the Fruit of Rebirth yet." "What?" The Dragon Lady was dumbfounded. Her face instantly darkened, and she was so angry that her whole body trembled. Is this kid playing with me? She really wanted to slap him to death. In the next moment, her murderous aura appeared again. The 9 heavens were collapsing, and the third-level mountain shook violently. She waved her hand, and endless sword energy flew out. The sword energy was extremely fast. Like lightning, it instantly came to Lin Xian, less than 1 meter away. With one order, Lin Xian would be pierced by thousands of arrows. "Kid, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what the consequences of challenging me are?" The Dragon Lady was completely furious. Lin Xian said, "Senior, do you think I am joking? I really don't have the Fruit of Rebirth now. However, I have a clue about the Fruit of Rebirth. The Rebirth Leaf is the best example. Believe me, give me some time, and I will find it." "Senior, you have waited for thousands of years. You can wait a little longer, right?" The Dragon Lady's eyes were gloomy. To be honest, she really wanted to slap this kid to death. However, she didn't do it. Because he did take out the Rebirth Leaf, which meant that he should know where the Tree of Rebirth was. As long as there was the tree of rebirth, she could find the fruit of rebirth. But she was tricked by this kid. She was very unhappy. I can't wait forever. Give me a time limit. Lin Xian thought for a moment, and then said, 500 years. After all, the ancient land was so terrifying. He couldn't guarantee that he would get it in such a short time. Because he would definitely have to make an oath. This oath would come with the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he must complete it within the time limit. Otherwise, he would be turned into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. He would even be attacked by the extraterrestrial demons. No, 500 years is too long. 100 years. The dragon lady said coldly. Lin Xian's face changed. 300 years. These 100 years were too short. To them, it was just a snap of a finger. Who knew what would happen next, therefore, he didn't dare to agree. The dragon lady gritted her teeth and said, okay, 300 years. I promise you. But I want 2 fruits of rebirth. If you can't do it, then forget it. 2. Lin Xian was also slightly stunned. Who else did she want to revive? After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, 2 it is. Kid, you said it yourself. You can't go back on your words. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. 300 years, 2 fruits of rebirth. The dragon lady smiled. Young man, I'll wait for you. She waved her hand, and a sword energy flew to Lin Xian's side. This sword energy was too fast. In an instant, it circled Lin Xian thousands of times. Was this the power of the Xing character? It corresponded to the Xing character of the 9 Meridians divine sword. Lin Xian was too excited. The people outside were dumbfounded. What's going on? This kid got the Xing character. Damn it, how is it possible? How did he get such an extreme speed? Why did the dragon lady agree to it? Everyone was dumbfounded. On the other side, those people in Qingguang City were really crazy. They all vomited blood. Damn it, what's going on? Why is it like this? Who can give them an answer? The ancestor of the great wilderness gritted his teeth and said, they talked for so long before. They must have reached some kind of cooperation. Damn it, why didn't I think of it? I should have negotiated with the people inside. The others also vomited blood. Who would have thought that there would be such a way? There's only the 5th mountain left. When the time comes, we'll try to talk to the people inside. These people were all crazy. They were all ready to move out. Now, the power of the first 4 mountains had all been obtained by someone. They were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. So, only the 5th mountain was left. This was the last chance. They must get it. On the 3rd level mountain, Lin Xian waved his hand and caught the line sword. The line sword turned into a rune and flew into his body. Lin Xian felt that his speed seemed to be faster. And he had only just obtained the line sword. If he mastered it, he would be able to fly in the void and transcend space like the dragon lady. By then, no one would be able to catch up with his speed. Thinking of this, Lin Xian asked, Senior, how long will it take for me to reach the speed like you? The dragon lady thought for a moment and said, you're quite talented, so it shouldn't be too long, about 10 million years. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not long, 10 million years. That's not long? He's almost a living fossil. Senior, have you also practiced for 10 million years? Lin Xian didn't quite believe it. The dragon lady said, of course not. As guardians, we can use this power directly. But you can't. Why don't you come in and be a guardian? Lin Xian quickly shook his head. Are you kidding? He didn't want to be trapped here forever. However, 10 million years was really too long. The line sword was 10 million years old, and the other 2 runes were probably around the same time. Moreover, this was under full comprehension. If Lin Xian comprehended them separately, it might take longer. Has anyone ever practiced the 9 Meridians godly sword before? How many years would it take to completely master it? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions of years? He didn't dare to imagine. The dragon lady glanced at him and said, Kid, be content. Do you know? For a supreme superpower like the Nine Meridians Godly Sword, those below the Earth Immortal level are not even qualified to challenge it. Only you can fight above your level, so you can come in. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any chance. Moreover, an Earth Immortal with 3 strands of Immortal Chi is only qualified to enter. In the past, in the Divine Void Dragon clan, only those with 4 or even 5 strands of Immortal Chi could practice the Nine Meridians Godly Sword. Of course, their cultivation speed would be much faster, but it would usually take 6 to 8 million years. You are a super great emperor. I have already overestimated you for 10 million years. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. The Great Void Dragon tribe had 5 strands of Immortal Chi. What level was that? The Great Void Divine Dragon tribe had such an expert, but he still disappeared in the end. What was the enemy like? It couldn't have been an Undying, right? He wasn't sure. He wanted to ask, but the dragoness remained silent. This was a sad past, and she didn't want to mention it again. Lin Xian didn't give up. He said, "Senior, isn't there a quick way?" Yes, this time, the dragoness nodded. This surprised Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only asking casually because he knew that there was no way to quickly master such a peerless ability. However, he didn't expect that there really was one. What is it? Lin Xian was too excited. The dragoness said, injecting a large amount of Tao of dragon power at once has a certain chance of triggering the power of the 9 pulses divine sword. However, the probability is very low. However, once it succeeds, although it won't be as good as great success, the power and effect will be very good. If you want to quickly master this power, this method is the most suitable for you at present. However, how do you obtain a large amount of Tao of dragon power? It's up to you. Lin Xian was shocked. There was such a method, however, he didn't know how low the probability was. When he had time in the future, he really had to try it. Because the power of the 9 pulses divine sword was too terrifying. It was too mysterious. Once it could be used, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Perhaps it could seriously injure the Heavenly King. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian prepared to leave. He was going to the 5th level mountain to get the last kind of power. As for the 4th level mountain, Lin Xian had asked about it and came to the Great Void World. However, Lin Xian couldn't enter now. Only the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe could enter. It seemed that he had to think of a way in the future. Young man, remember what you promised before. I'll wait for you here. After the dragoness finished speaking, she turned and left. Don't worry, senior. I won't forget. Lin Xian rose into the air and flew to the 5th level mountain. At the same time, the people outside roared, "Kid! How dare you? Stop right there." They also flew to the 5th level mountain. They also had to prepare to talk to the person inside. See if they could exchange for the power inside. Neither side was giving in. A great battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded between heaven and earth. This voice was extremely majestic. The moment it appeared, it shattered heaven and earth. Stupid trash, you are too useless. After such a long time, you still haven't gotten a single power. It seems that I can only go and get it myself. As this voice sounded, everyone's scalp went numb. Countless people all knelt on the ground. The Earth Immortals were also trembling. The Earth Immortals of Qinguang City immediately stopped. They looked up at the sky, their faces full of fear. Many even knelt on one knee. Immortal! Forgive us. That's right, this voice came from Qin Guangqing's Immortal. The Immortal had been waiting for the power of the 5th level mountain. However, after such a long time and so many chances, Qinguang City did not succeed even once. On the contrary, the first 4 powers were obtained by Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon respectively. The Immortal was completely angry. The people of the Dragon tribe also felt their scalps go numb. They kept retreating. Some of the Earth Immortals even had cracks on their bodies. This power was really too terrifying. In the sky, a terrifying palm appeared. It was an illusory palm. It descended and directly grabbed the 5th level mountain. How dare you? In the Great Void Divine Dragon world, Motian roared crazily. Previously, he had already been depressed by 10 points. The dragoness actually agreed to Lin Xian's condition and let him get the line sword. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he was not qualified to order the dragoness. Therefore, he could only stomp his feet in anger. The current situation made him even angrier. The immortal attacked again. Did they really think that the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe was easy to bully? The immortal was not qualified to come in and challenge, nor was he qualified to receive the inheritance of the 9 Meridians Divine Sword. Therefore, this time, the 5th level mountain really obeyed Motion's order. The 5th level mountain emitted an extremely terrifying light and directly attacked the illusory palm in the sky. The two collided. Heaven and earth shattered. Great destruction. The terrifying aura could destroy everything. The surrounding people retreated crazily. Run! These earth immortals were also sent flying by this power and vomited blood. Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. His body swayed and he quickly dodged. However, he was too close to the 5th level mountain. He was enveloped by the power of the two. His figure was swallowed by the destructive aura. Not good, kid, run. When the Crimson Dragon saw this scene, its eyes instantly turned red. If it hit, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he would not be able to withstand it. This was the power of the immortal. There was a terrifying roar in the sky. The whole world was collapsing as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. Everyone fled as if they had gone mad. This power had surpassed them. Even the land immortals felt their scalps go numb. Those who were slow to escape were crushed into bones and went to hell. And Lin Xian was swallowed by this terrifying power. When everyone saw this scene, they were in despair. The eyes of the Dragon Clan members turned red. On the other side, the people of Qingmen City shook their heads and sighed. This kid died in the hands of an immortal. It was enough to be proud. It was a pity that they couldn't get his treasures and trump cards. After Lin Xian was enveloped by this mysterious power, his pupils constricted. His whole body was trembling. His 9 divine dragon body kept shaking. His bones seemed to be about to break. It was too strong. It was unimaginably strong. De Long said, "Kid, don't take it head-on. With your current power, even if you used a long sword soul, you can't block it. Hide. Use the method Dragon Lady mentioned. Give the Tao of Dragon power to the Lion Sword and see if you can condense the power of the Lion Sword." Lin Xian nodded. This was the only way. In the next moment, he roared. The Tao of Dragon on his body kept condensing and giving it all to the Lion Sword. It wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, he gave it 3 times, but the Lion Sword didn't react at all. This made Lin Xian's face turn ugly. Dragon Lady said before that this method had a low chance of success. Give it my power too. De Long said. Lin Xian used the power of De Long Sword Soul. De Long Sword Soul already had the terrifying Tao of Dragon power, and now it was injected into the Lion Sword. In the blink of an eye, he had already injected it 9 times, but there was still no effect. Lin Xian was almost desperate. He was ready to fight with his life. But on the 12th time, the Lion Sword suddenly bloomed and turned into a sword energy that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian suddenly sped up. In the next moment, it disappeared into the void. The terrifying roar in the sky was still ringing. This was the power of the Great Void Dragon and Qin Guangqing's immortal power fighting. Retreat. After this attack, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The 5-fold mountain quickly retreated back into the Great Void World. That enormous illusory palm was unwilling to give up. It quickly chased after them in an attempt to stop them. However, the Great Void World was extremely mysterious. Motion also said, "Are you really going to do it? You've just awakened, how much power do you have, even though I'm no match for you? If you want to attack the Great Void World, the power of the Great Void Divine Dragon World won't just stand by and watch." At that time, it was hard to say who would be at a disadvantage. Humph, the illusory hand snorted coldly. With boundless power, it slammed down fiercely. It attacked the world of the Great Void Divine Dragon. In the next moment, thousands of dragon roars could be heard. In the world of the Great Void Divine Dragon, a terrifying aura exploded. He managed to block the illusory palm. It was as if an ancient battlefield had been opened. A monstrous dragon battle energy spread out. A Tao of Dragon formation appeared. When the Tao of Dragon formation appeared, it brought with it a peerless killing intent that swept through the surroundings. Upon seeing this scene, the large illusory palm began to tremble slightly. He exclaimed. A peerless divine formation. He didn't expect that there would be such a backup plan. Humph, I'll let you off this time. The illusory palm slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Was it safe? That was great. The people of the dragon clan cheered. The great void divine dragon had blocked it. On the other side, the experts of Qinguang City had ugly expressions. Immortal had failed as well, the great desolation ancestor said. I've just awakened, and my power hasn't recovered yet. I'll wait for my power to recover. It'll be easy for me to destroy the divine dragon clan. Just wait, Immortal will return. The others nodded one after another. At the same time, they looked around. They looked around to see if there was anything left behind by that kid. Until now, they were still thinking about Lin Xian. They rose into the air and began to search. On the other side, the crimson dragon also flew over. His eyes were red. Damn kid, you won't die like this. You're so lucky. You must still be alive, right? Come out, don't scare me anymore. The crimson dragon cast out a few array eyes and began to search frantically. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would die like this. So what if he had the power of Immortal? Lin Xian had a lot of trump cards. After searching around, they didn't find Lin Xian's figure. The crimson dragon was about to go crazy. He took out a voice transmission talisman and was about to send a voice transmission to Lin Xian. On the other side, the Earth Immortals of Qinguang City were also angry. Damn it, he didn't leave anything behind, damn it, this kid is too useless. At least leave behind the power of those few mountains. The Crimson Blood Patriarch turned his head and stared at the Crimson Dragon. He said, have you forgotten? There's another one here. This dragon has obtained the power of the 4th level of heaven. Kill him and snatch this inheritance. For a moment, the Earth Immortals looked at the Crimson Dragon. Killing intent appeared in their eyes. The Crimson Dragon was startled. He quickly retreated. He cast out a terrifying array that surrounded him. Attack. The Moon Demon Immortal suddenly attacked. In the sky, a mysterious moon appeared, drawing a stretch of moonlight, and fell down. The Crimson Dragon used an array to resist. However, at this moment, the Great Desolation Ancestor also attacked. He slapped out with his palm and a desolate palace fell from the sky. This attack caused the Crimson Dragon's array to shatter. There was no other way. The Great Desolation Ancestor was too strong. The Crimson Dragon was not his opponent yet. He hurriedly formed a spatial array and teleported away, dodging the attack. The Crimson Dragon's expression was extremely ugly. The Great Desolation Ancestor sneered. What a strong array skill. To be able to survive from my hands, it's really surprising. I want the legacy of this array formation. The Great Desolation Ancestor attacked again. On the other side, the Earth Immortals also attacked. Seeing that the Crimson Dragon was about to die. At this moment, a faint voice came from the void. Are you looking for me? Hearing this, the people in the sky were stunned. The Earth Immortals frowned. This voice was so familiar. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Kid, I knew you wouldn't die so easily, ha 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 ha. He was really too happy. He could tell that this was Lin Xian's voice. Sword Immortal Shura and the others also turned their heads. In the next moment, they exclaimed. It's you. You're not dead. They saw a handsome man walking out of the void. He stood there without a single injury on his body. This is impossible. Why aren't you injured? They were all stunned. Lin Xian's appearance surprised these Earth Immortals. They were very happy. They could finally attack this kid again. However, when they saw that Lin Xian was unscathed, they were stunned. They couldn't believe it. It was already unbelievable that the other party survived. However, it didn't make sense that the other party was unscathed. This was even more fantastical than a dream. One had to know that that was the power of an immortal. Even with so many of them together, they couldn't resist it. What did this brat rely on to withstand it? They admitted that Lin Xian was powerful, but no matter how powerful he was only a super great emperor. No matter how many trump cards he couldn't be infinitely strong. The other party was definitely not an immortal's match. How could he survive? This kid's luck was too good. The god of desolation gritted his teeth. No, it's our luck that's good. The Crimson Blood Patriarch sneered. He's alive. We can snatch all the treasures on him. They walked over and stared at Lin Xian. Hand over the things obediently and I'll give you a quick death. Let's join forces. The Crimson Dragon rushed over, gritting his teeth. He waved his dragon claws, and the array formations around him kept appearing. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of array formations appeared around him. There were terrifying defensive array formations, auxiliary array formations, and even more killing array formations. He was truly enraged. Previously, when these people wanted to join forces to kill him, he would definitely return the favor. Behind him, the people of the Dragon Clan also walked out. Their expressions were cold. Hurry up and leave. Don't behave atrociously in the dragon world. Extremely stupid things. If the Dragon Pearl is courting death, I'll directly destroy you. The Great Desolation Patriarch snorted coldly and took a step forward. An extremely terrifying power appeared, and the entire dragon world shook violently. Down below, countless mountain ranges cracked open. The people of the Dragon Clan felt their scalps go numb. Too strong. This was a mid-stage immortal third-stage powerhouse. One person was enough to pose a threat to the entire dragon world. On the other side, the Crimson Blood Patriarch also sneered. Previously, the immortal suddenly attacked and killed many people. And the bloodlines of these fallen people were all secretly absorbed by him. Therefore, he had recovered quite a bit from his previous injuries. In addition to the treasures in his hands, he had recovered 80% of his strength. He was far above the other land immortals. After he walked out, he also released his own power, radiating a sea of blood. Not good. The faces of the people from the Dragon Clan were extremely ugly. Another mid-stage Xianxia expert. If the two of them joined forces, they would be able to sweep through everything. Not to mention that there were also several other Earth Immortals present. It was a complete suppression. They were no match for him. What to do? Everyone looked at Lin Xian. White Dragon Patriarch said, "How about we defend ourselves?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "No, the best defense is offense. If he wanted to fight, then so be it." Lin Xian took a step forward. Sword chi erupted from his body as he let out a terrifying dragon roar. The immortal slaying sword pointed forward. With Dragon Dao sword chi revolving around him, Lin Xian looked like a peerless sword god. He said coldly, "Gentlemen, follow me to fight." What a powerful Dao of the dragon. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Lin Xian had indeed consumed a lot of Dao of the dragon before. However, this was the dragon world. There was no lack of Dao of the dragon here. Therefore, after Lin Xian used the Dao formula and left, he immediately hid in the void and began to absorb the Dao of the dragon world's Dao of the dragon world. He had already recovered the Dao of the dragon that he had consumed earlier. Fight, the chief of the tyrant dragon tribe walked out as well. The other dragons also roared with dragon blood. As dragons, they had their own pride. They were not afraid of a battle. A bunch of stupid things. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. The Great Desolation Patriarch snorted. His palm formed a desolate palace and charged over. Wherever it passed, everything was desolate and everyone turned into bones. On the other side, the Red Blood Patriarch also made his move. His sea of blood flew over. The bloodline that could devour everything turned the enemy into ashes. Just these two Earth Immortals were enough to sweep through everything. Sure enough, the 4 Earth Immortals of the dragon world exclaimed and quickly retreated. Quickly defend. They did not dare to be careless. They attacked with terrifying power, forming a sea of dragons to defend. A rumbling sound rang out. The Tyrant Dragon Patriarch, the White Dragon Patriarch, and the other dragon race experts were forced back. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Around them, there was nothingness. Ha 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 ha, with trash like you, how can you compete with us? The Desolation God sneered. The Moon Demon Immortal and the others also made their moves. In an instant, they suppressed the dragon race. Many of the dragon race's people were injured. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he shouted coldly, "Crimson Dragon, do it." The two of them also made their moves. The Crimson Dragon came to the Tyrant Dragon Patriarch's side and set up many arrays to condense a defense. Immediately, the effect of their defense rapidly increased. Lin Xian took the initiative to attack, slashing forward with his sword. The Desolation God snorted coldly, "You're courting death. Is the other party looking down on me?" The other party's sword was aimed at him. He also formed a seal with his palm and created a desolate canyon. The desolate canyon split open, and a desolate aura filled the air, able to turn everything into ashes. The two collided, creating an earth-shaking sound. The peerless sword directly cut through the canyon. And this power was still spreading, like a peerless bolt of lightning, instantly enveloping the Desolation God. The Desolation God was shocked. He quickly dodged, but one of his arms was still cut off. He let out a miserable roar, and the severed arm was immediately turned into a bloody mist by the sword energy. The Desolation God retreated, covering his wound, his face full of fear. He was injured in just one move. The gap was actually so big, he was a real Earth Immortal. This kid's realm was so much lower than his, but why was his strength so far above his? He couldn't accept it. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and stabbed out again. Like a thunder dragon, it danced between heaven and earth, instantly attacking the Desolation God. The Desolation God was terrified. He quickly dodged, no longer as arrogant as before. He was really scared. Not long after, he was hit by the sword again and retreated. Cracks appeared on his body, and his internal organs were shattered. He was scared silly. "Big brother, save me." Facing the next sword energy, he couldn't resist at all. "You're courting death." The great Desolation Ancestor roared, and he struck out with a palm. The void shattered, and this palm attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his sword energy, and with an invincible power, he slashed out. Clang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two retreated. Lin Xian held his sword and stood in the sky, shouting coldly, "You all have to bear my anger." The Desolation God was also mad. He couldn't do anything to a super great emperor, it was unimaginable. He turned around and quickly attacked Lin Xian. What was the point of dealing with the Dragon Clan? Lin Xian was a treasure trove. As long as he caught this kid, he would be rich. At that time, he could break through and become a late-stage Immortal 3 powerhouse. He could even condense the fourth immortal energy. He quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The desolate palm kept falling, shattering heaven and earth and shaking the universe. The Yin-Yang Sword Array. On Lin Xian's body, a Taiji diagram appeared, and Yin and Yang sword energy danced. He rose from the sky and charged towards the great Desolation Ancestor. His sword technique was extremely cold, and it kept colliding with the big palm. Every strike shattered the void. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. They were evenly matched. "I'll come too." The red blood ancestor rushed over. The sea of blood on his body covered the 9 heavens as he charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, he said to Blood Sword Heart and the others, "Don't come over. You guys work together to stop the Dragon Clan." "Yes." The Red Blood Immortal, the God of Desolation, and the others quickly charged towards the Tyrant Dragon Clan leader. Sword Immortal Shura and Moon Demon Immortal looked unwilling. They also wanted the treasures on Lin Xian. However, in the current situation, they didn't have much chance. They could only wait and see if there was a chance to reap the benefits. Lin Xian was surrounded by 2 mid-stage Immortal 3 powerhouses. It could be said that he was in extreme danger. The people on the Crimson Dragon's side roared crazily. However, their opponents were also very strong. They had to suppress their opponents first. Only then could they help Lin Xian. Lin Xian was indeed in danger. He could fight against 1 mid-stage Immortal 3 powerhouse, but 2 of them were too much of a threat to him. Moreover, as the battle erupted, more and more people were injured. The Red Blood Ancestor's sea of blood kept absorbing this power. He had finally recovered to his peak. Moreover, it was still increasing. The red blood ancestor's strength was increasing. Lin Xian was once again in danger. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and cracks appeared on his body. The 9-yang divine dragon body was severely injured. Ha 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 ha. The chief of the red blood tribe looked up to the sky and laughed. Boy, you will know what despair is. The two of them saw hope and quickly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the power of the Tao of the dragon and used the All rune. After a few times, the character of perfection exploded with power, turning into a sword qi that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's injuries were instantly healed. When he saw this scene, Ancestor Scarlet Blood's complexion turned unsightly. Ancestor Great Desolation's eyes instantly turned red. It was that kind of power. The power of the Great Void Divine Dragon tribe. This brat could already use it so quickly. Damn it, they attacked again. However, he was unable to do anything to Lin Xian for the time being. Even if Lin Xian was injured, he could still use the power of the Talisman of All. Logically speaking, Lin Xian had just obtained the All talisman, and could only use it once in a few months. But now, Lin Xian wasn't cultivating normally. He was using the secret technique that Dragon Lady had mentioned. He was using a large amount of the Tao of the Dragon to use the 9 Meridians Divine Sword. In this way, other than the low probability, there was no limit to the number of times he could use it. Lin Xian could still use it many times, but only in this situation. This was the Dragon Realm, and Lin Xian could absorb the Tao of the Dragon at any time. That was why he dared to use it so many times. On the contrary, when he was outside the myriad worlds, he really didn't dare to. However, even so, Lin Xian's complexion was still ugly. The probability was too low. Each time, he had to use the Tao of the Dragon more than 10 times, and each time, it consumed a lot of Tao of the Dragon. Lin Xian's heart ached. If he continued to fight like this, he would soon run out of strength. Although there was a lot of Tao of the Dragon, it wasn't the Tao of the Dragon. Lin Xian was anxious. On the other side, the two ancestors were furious. Both of them were at the mid-stage of Immortal 3. One of them could defeat several Earth Immortals. Logically speaking, the two of them together should be able to kill Lin Xian in an instant. But now, after dozens of moves, they couldn't do anything to this kid. This made the two of them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. If this got out, who would believe it? They couldn't go on like this. Ancestor Red Blood said, "Let's change the strategy. I'll attack the Dragon Clan people. You cooperate with the other Earth Immortals to trap this kid. I want this brat to see how the people of the Dragon Clan fall. This kid will definitely go crazy. At that time, he will show a flaw. You seize the opportunity to suppress him, and we will split the treasures on him equally." Okay. Ancestor of the Great Desolation nodded. He also knew that he couldn't take all the treasures alone, so he agreed to this plan. Ancestor Red Blood turned around and attacked the rear. At the same time, he said to Blood Sword Immortal and the others, "Go help Ancestor of the Great Desolation and attack that kid. Leave the Dragon Clan people to me." Hearing this, Desolation God, Snow Sword Immortal, Azure Sword Immortal, and the others quickly rushed over. Ancestor Red Blood stared at the Dragon Clan people and revealed a cold smile. In the next moment, his blood sea swept out and attacked the front. The formation set up by the dark red divine dragon instantly cracked. There was nothing they could do about it. Although there was only one person left, there was only one person left. Although there was only one Earth Immortal, its power was even more terrifying than the combined power of several Earth Immortals. At the level of Earth Immortal, a small realm would have a huge gap. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Dragon Clan experts to fall. An elder of the Thunder Dragon Clan turned into a bloody mist. The two powerhouses of the Demon Dragon Clan were sent flying and turned into ashes. Ice Dragon Clan, Fire Dragon Clan, White Dragon Clan, and Tyrant Dragon Clan people all fell one after another. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed drastically. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. To be honest, he was already very heaven-defying. After all, he was only a super great emperor. It was already not easy for him to hold on until now with the help of the array. However, he really couldn't hold on anymore. After all, although he had obtained the array runes, however, he had only just obtained it. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his face turned ugly. Damn it, he thought. His figure flashed and he wanted to rush over to help. However, he was stopped by the Grand Desolation Ancestor and the others. It's useless, kid. Don't even think about going anywhere. They were really too happy. The Red Blood Patriarch's plan was very successful. This kid was already angry. Next, there would be a flaw. As long as there was a flaw, they would be able to seize it and make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. A few more moves. On the Dragon Clan's side, a few more experts fell, and even some young geniuses began to fall. These geniuses were originally at the back, but now, they began to fall, which was enough to show that the situation was extremely critical. Ha 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 ha. Today, you will all go to hell. The Red Blood Patriarch was very happy. He had absorbed a lot of Dragon Dao's power, and his strength had increased again. Lin Xian's face was cold. The next moment, he said to the Dragon Clan people, "Open your family's dragon vein and let me absorb it. I want them to know that the Dragon Clan is not to be challenged." Lin Xian's voice rang out, causing the Dragon Clan members in the distance to be stunned. The Tyrant Dragon Clan leader said, "Quick, open our clan's dragon vein and let Lin Gongzi use it." The others also took action. Some of the top dragon veins in the dragon world were collected by the various clans. Even their clans were built on top of the top dragon veins. These clans all had terrifying arrays, so Lin Xian couldn't absorb them at all. Next, he was going to use a lot of Dragon Dao's power. He even had to absorb the power of the entire dragon world to fight against the enemy. Useless kid, no matter what you do. You're no match for us. The Great Desolation Ancestor and the others sneered. They didn't care at all. Even the powerhouses of the dragon tribe were puzzled. Did Lin Xian have any trump cards that he hadn't used? Lin Xian smirked when he sensed the opening of the dragon vein below him. With these dragon veins, he could use the 9-meridian godly sword. Lin Xian looked at the Great Desolation Ancestor and the others and said coldly, "Don't you want the power of the Great Void Dragon Clan? Now I'll let you see what kind of power it is. 9-meridian godly sword, sword of soldiers." Lin Xian slashed out and began to absorb crazily. The power of Dragon Dao below. Not good, everyone defend. Be careful of your weapons. The Great Desolation Ancestor exclaimed when he saw this scene. The other land immortals gripped their weapons tightly as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, they carefully defended. They had seen the power of the sword of soldiers. However, nothing happened in the past 4 weeks. Their weapons weren't controlled at all. What was going on? Sword Immortal Shura's face was ugly. He roared, "I wasn't fooled by this kid. Damn it, are you looking down on me?" Attack, they attacked crazily. However, Lin Xian snorted and continued to absorb the power of Dragon Dao. If one time didn't work, then 2 or 3 times. On the 10th time, Lin Xian finally succeeded in using the Sword of Soldiers. This sword was very sudden. At first, the Great Desolation Ancestor and the others were on guard. However, they found that Lin Xian couldn't use the power to control weapons, so they didn't care. They attacked with all their strength. Even the people of the Dragon Clan were in despair. Although Lin Xian was talented and powerful, he had just obtained the 9-meridian godly sword. It was impossible for him to use it so quickly. Therefore, they didn't have much hope. However, when this sword appeared, all the weapons in the entire dragon realm shook violently. Then, they flew. Sword of Soldiers slash, the sword sword immortal Shura sword immortals. Like a vast ocean, it slashed at sword immortal Azura. Its sword immortal S's slen his body split his body sword of slits cut. Desolation sword of's turn. It turned half of his. The god of desolation's palm smashed his internal organs into pieces. The palace in the hands of the Great Desolation Ancestor sent his own body flying. At this moment, everyone's weapons were under his control. They attacked themselves. As if they were struck by lightning, they spat out mouthfuls of blood. After that attack, everyone went crazy. Defend. They defended like crazy. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, this kid could actually use it. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Even the Great Desolation ancestor was at a disadvantage. What kind of power control was this? Was it really possible? He actually did it. How long had it been? He had already comprehended a supreme technique. What kind of talent was this? The people of the Dragon Clan were also stunned. They were dumbfounded. Lin Xian took this opportunity to appear beside the Crimson Dragon and the others. He said in a low voice. Don't worry, you only need to provide the Tao of Dragon energy. Leave the killing of the enemy to me. As he spoke, Lin Xian absorbed the energy of the Tao of Dragon and struck out with his sword again. This time, he attacked the people of the Dragon Clan. This gave the people of the Dragon Clan a fright. What was going on? Lin Xian said, don't be afraid. This is the power of the All Sword. After absorbing the Tao of Dragon energy 15 times, Lin Xian attacked with the All Sword. Immediately, the injuries of the people of the Dragon Clan were healed. What a miraculous power. Rapid recovery of strength. Lin Gongzi, your talent is too strong. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Then, the people of the Dragon Clan realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian absorbed a lot of Tao of Dragon energy each time. Even if they were the world of the Dragon Clan and their clan had countless top-grade spirit veins, they still couldn't bear it. Because the Tao of Dragon energy was too much each time. Gradually, their clan's dragon veins dimmed, and the Tao of Dragon energy in the entire dragon world became sparse. However, the people of the Dragon Clan gritted their teeth and asked Lin Gongzi to attack with all his might and destroy the enemy. So what if their dragon veins were all shattered? As long as they could destroy the enemies in front of them, they would do anything. Okay. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he quickly rushed over. He attacked with the Sword of Soldier again. 16 times. He finally succeeded in attacking with the sword. This time, the power of the Sword of Soldier was extremely terrifying. And this time, Lin Xian's target was the God of Desolation. The attacks of the land immortals around him were all controlled as they attacked the God of Desolation. Azura Sword. The terrifying sea of blood, the desolate pagoda, and the moonlight in the sky that was like a heavenly blade. In an instant, they all attacked the God of Desolation. The God of Desolation's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. He turned around and fled. He couldn't block such an attack at all. However, the shield beside him also smashed into his body like a mountain. It caused him to fly backward and vomit blood. No. Big brother, save me. The God of Desolation roared in fear. He could only quickly ask for help. The Great Desolation old ancestor roared crazily. You dare, stop right there. He wanted to attack, but it was still too late. The attacks and weapons of several land immortals all hit the God of Desolation. The God of Desolation seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body was instantly destroyed. His soul was torn into pieces. He had fallen. Turned into ashes. Between heaven and earth, blood danced and a terrifying sorrowful cry sounded. Everyone felt a sense of sadness. When the people of the Dragon Clan saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Especially the White Dragon old ancestor and the others. They sucked in a cold breath. A land immortal had fallen just like that. Those young geniuses were so scared that they knelt on the ground. It was too shocking. It was like a dream. The people of Qingguang City were also scared silly. Their scalps were numb. Who would have thought that a land immortal would fall so easily? The Great Desolation old ancestor roared towards the sky. He was crazy. Damn brat, I will definitely not forgive you. The fall of the God of Desolation made the Great Desolation ancestor go crazy. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. He could see that after Lin Xian used his previous ultimate move, he had become very weak. Take his life while he was sick. The Great Desolation ancestor quickly attacked. Monstrous immortal power erupted and swept out, enveloping Lin Xian. That place was painted into nothingness. When the people of the Dragon Clan saw this scene, they were all in despair. They roared crazily. The nothingness in front of them slowly disappeared. Lin Xian's figure did not appear. Had he been reduced to ashes? No, no divine blood fell. He dodged. The Great Desolation ancestor's face was gloomy. His soul power looked around. In the next moment, he stared into the distance. There, a spatial array appeared. Lin Xian walked out from it. His face was a little pale. Just now, he used a large amount of dragon power. But fortunately, at the critical moment, the Crimson Dragon attacked. The Crimson Dragon directly created a spatial array and teleported him away. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian swallowed a heavenly treasure to recover from his injuries. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He stared ahead and said, "The fall of the God of Desolation is just the beginning. Next, you will all go to hell." As his voice sounded, monstrous sword chi swept out. It was as if a peerless divine dragon had been resurrected. It carried a sharp aura. When the people of Qingguang City opposite felt this sword chi, their pupils constricted. They actually felt a fatal danger from this sword chi. Could it be that this kid really had the strength to kill them? Their expressions were extremely ugly. They absolutely could not let him go, the Great Desolation ancestor roared crazily. He attacked again. "Let's attack together." Sword Immortal Shura, Moon Demon Immortal, and the others also attacked crazily. The battle erupted again. Lin Xian kept dodging. At the same time, he crazily devoured the power of the dragon. He once again activated the line sword. Below, the 7 dragon veins shattered. Lin Xian's speed instantly exploded. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Blood Sword Immortal. The Celestial Slayer sword in his hands slashed down viciously as though it could split the heavens and earth apart. Sensing this power, the Blood Sword Celestial's expression changed. He frantically retreated. However, the sword still managed to split apart the sea of blood around him. After the successful strike, Lin Xian attacked madly. The sword was divided into yin and yang. Lin Xian immediately went for the kill. The yin-yang sword formed a path under his feet. It was a path of life and death, extending forward. In an instant, it enveloped the Blood Sword deity. Blood Sword Celestial roared. Scram, the sea of blood around him danced and turned into a gigantic sword, bringing with it the power of blood. It slashed forward viciously. He slashed at the yin-yang path of life and death. Boom, the two collided, and a rumbling sound rang out. Yin and yang auras erupted, and a sea of blood filled the air. In this terrifying storm, Blood Sword Immortal's body kept retreating. He only stopped after retreating for over 1,000 meters. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his expression was unsightly. This strike had taken away half of his life force. He was heavily injured. "Help me!" The Blood Sword Immortal roared in horror. 2 more Earth Immortals came to his side. They were also Earth Immortals from the Crimson Blood clan. The Crimson Blood clan currently had 4 Earth Immortals, and their lineup could be said to be the strongest. With the protection of his 2 companions, the Blood Sword Immortal was relieved. As he recovered, he gritted his teeth and stared ahead. "Damn brat, you'll pay the price." Lin Xian sneered, and the spatial formation that the Crimson Dragon gave him appeared under his feet again. He returned to the Dragon Clan's side and swallowed a treasure to rest. Every time Lin Xian used the 9 Meridian Divine Sword, it consumed a lot of energy. Not only did it consume the dragon vein power of the dragon realm, but it also put a lot of pressure on his body. If an ordinary person used extreme speed, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. He would instantly turn into a bloody mist. Fortunately, Lin Xian's 9-yang divine dragon body could still withstand it. But if he went any faster, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Courting death. When the Crimson Blood Patriarch saw this scene, he was furious. He attacked like a madman, and the dragon balls kept retreating. The Great Desolation Old Ancestor and the others also joined forces to attack the Dragon Clan. This made the Dragon Clan's people's faces turn ugly. During this period, some of them would die. "Lin Gongzi, is there any other way?" Lin Xian said. "Yes, I can continue to use the 9 Meridian Divine Sword. But at that time, I can't say for sure how much Dragon Dao power will be left in your dragon realm." Because in his current situation, every time he used the 9 Meridian Divine Sword, he would need to consume a lot of Dragon Dao power. Tyrant Dragon Old Ancestor said, "Let's go all out." If we can't get through this, the dragon realm will be reduced to ashes, let alone the dragon Dao power. Lin Gongzi, please use your power, don't worry about us. Thunder Dragon Old Ancestor said quickly. Okay, then you guys defend, I'll attack. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a cold light. In the next moment, the tip of the great dragon sword appeared in his hand. The power of the great dragon sword soul surged out. Lin Xian opened the ancient land, allowing the great dragon sword soul to maintain its peak strength. At the same time, he absorbed the dragon Dao power of the dragon realm. He wanted to use the line sword again. After a few more dragon veins were destroyed, Lin Xian finally used the line sword again. His figure instantly disappeared. Not good. When everyone saw this scene, their pupils shrank. Quickly defend. But it was still too late. Just as their voices sounded, Lin Xian had already appeared in front of him. Lin Xian's target was still the Blood Sword Immortal. The Blood Sword Immortal's expression was extremely ugly, but soon he snorted coldly and attacked together. They had 3 Earth Immortals on their side. This guy chose the wrong opponent. Haha, go to hell, a monstrous power erupted from the 3 of them. The sea of blood on the 3 of them continued to spread, finally forming 3 blood-colored palms. On each of the palms, there was a monstrous blood aura that seemed to be able to devour all bloodline power. This was the ultimate technique of the Crimson Blood clan. Moreover, the 3 of them were connected by blood. When they attacked together, the power was truly terrifying. Even the Great Desolation Old Ancestor would be helpless against this move. Kid, let's see how you die. After using a powerful immortal technique, the Blood Sword Immortal sneered. Boom. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. A dragon's shadow appeared between heaven and earth. Within this dragon's shadow, there seemed to be a human figure, and this person's right hand turned into a divine dragon's palm. The dragon claws were extremely sharp, as if they were truly indestructible. This was Lin Xian's palm that had fused with the tip of the great dragon sword. This sword was even more terrifying than the immortal slaying sword. His palm swept over. It collided with the opponent's immortal technique. The 2 powers instantly devoured everything. The 3 blood-colored palms released a monstrous aura of snow and began to devour crazily. However, it was useless this time. Lin Xian's attack was the full-strength attack of the great dragon sword soul. Its power was too strong. In an instant, the 3 blood fiends' palms were cut in half. With a rumbling sound, the 3 blood-colored palms turned into a sea of blood and scattered in all directions. Lin Xian's dragon claws continued to press forward like a true dragon, slaughtering its way forward. In the next moment, he landed on the Blood Sword Immortal. Boom. As if struck by lightning, the Blood Sword Immortal instantly retreated. His body was covered in cracks and one of his immortal hearts began to shatter. In an instant, he turned into a mist of blood. He let out a miserable roar. His body merged with the sea of knowledge and his soul entered it, wanting to escape. However, he couldn't escape at all. Lin Xian's dragon claw was like a 5-fingered mountain that enveloped the sea of blood. On his fingertip, an invincible sword energy fell crazily. Lin Xian's dragon claw also quickly closed. Destroy. With a furious roar, the sea of blood that filled the sky quickly disappeared. It was destroyed by the sword energy. No. The Blood Sword Immortal's soul roared in fear. Save me, quick. The 2 Earth Immortals beside him roared crazily. They charged towards the dragon claw. A shocking sound rang out. Lin Xian's left hand drew a Tai Chi symbol. The sword energy on it kept flickering as it resisted. 1 against 3. Lin Xian's left palm split open. The yin-yang sword energy dimmed. His 9-yang divine dragon body shattered. Lin Xian was sent flying. However, he smiled. Because during this process, his dragon claw had destroyed the Blood Sword Immortal's soul. He had killed another Earth Immortal. Boom. Blood rain fell from the sky again. Countless people were shocked again. Another Earth Immortal had fallen, the people of the Dragon Clan were all excited. Lin Gongzi was really too strong. They saw hope. The faces of the people from Qinguang City were indeed extremely ugly. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. This was especially true for the people of the Scarlet Blood tribe. They were all stunned. After all, it was 3 Earth Immortals who attacked together. The 3 of them had joined hands, but one of them had actually been killed by the other party. What kind of method was this? Even the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch was only at this level. This kid was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. At this moment, their eyes were filled with boundless fear. His sword Dao was actually this powerful? Sword Immortal Shura's body trembled as well. He could see that Lin Xian's dragon claws were filled with sword aura. That sword aura was enough to make him feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. With so many sword chis attacking him, no matter how strong he was, he would die without a doubt. But thankfully, this should be the strongest ultimate skill of the other party. Such an absolute art could only be used once in a battle. Otherwise, why would it be called a trump card? The other party would not be able to use it a second time. This also gave him a chance. In the distance, the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch had gone crazy. One of his clansmen had fallen, moreover, it was an Earth Immortal who had fallen. He could not bear it. He was courting death. He turned around and charged towards Lin Xian. A monstrous sea of blood instantly engulfed Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly retreated. At this moment, he was extremely weak. After being enveloped by the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch's power, his body swayed and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He flew backwards and was injured. The Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch was obviously not satisfied. What he wanted was not to be injured, but to destroy the other party. Only in this way could he resolve the hatred in his heart. Boom! Lin Xian suffered 2 more palm strikes. Many of the bones in his body were broken. Lin Xian was also angry. Scarlet Blood tribe, right? You hit me 3 times, I will destroy 3 Earth Immortals. Blood Sword Immortal was only the first, there was no need for the remaining 2 to exist. Lin Xian was also angry at this moment. The Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch sneered. With just you, kid, this is already your limit. I don't believe that you still have strength. He charged over again. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. It opened the ancient land. The power inside surged out. This power was used to recover his cultivation and provide power to the great dragon sword spirit. As for his injuries, Lin Xian was prepared to use the Jiaji sword to recover. After shattering 8 dragon veins, Lin Xian absorbed enough power of the Tao of Dragons to perform the Sword of Wholeness. The injuries on his body instantly healed. In the next moment, Lin Xian rushed over again. Little thing, go to hell. The Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch was furious. Scarlet Blood God destroying palm. He struck out with his palm. The terrifying power was vast. It was like a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. Scram, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The power of the Immortals, the 9-yang divine dragon body, and the power of the duality sword formation. He blocked this palm strike. Lin Xian took 2 steps back. And cracks appeared on the Scarlet Blood God destroying palm in the sky. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. How was this possible? This kid still had strength, and he even broke the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch's divine ability. This was too unbelievable. Where was his limit? Sword Immortal Shura was also stunned. Previously, after seeing that peerless sword, he thought that Lin Xian was already at his limit and had no strength. He was prepared to launch a sneak attack. But now, he was very glad that he was a step too late. Otherwise, his ending would be very miserable. Lin Xian blocked the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch's attack and sneered. Your strength is only SOSO. Do you really think that I can't defeat you? He pushed the power of the Immortals and attacked with the 3 true fire. The 3 true fire was a true divine fire. The power of the Immortals was the only power in the universe. The combination of the 2 powers was truly terrifying. The illusion of a fire god formed between heaven and earth. He attacked the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch. Kid, are you looking down on me? The Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch was furious. He attacked crazily. He was indeed worthy of being a mid-stage immortal 3rd stage expert. He actually resisted the 3 true fire. He even caused the illusion of the fire god to shake non-stop. At this moment, Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul again. Above the illusion of the fire god, a terrifying dragon shadow appeared. First, it formed a fire dragon armor. Then, the hands of the fire god turned into two fire dragons. The dragon head of the fire dragon carried a terrifying sword energy. It was like a fire dragon sword. The two swords were equally famous. They slashed down fiercely, turning into a cross between heaven and earth. The sea of blood around the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch was instantly torn apart. The light hit his body and sent him flying. A cross-shaped sword mark appeared on his body, almost causing his body to shatter. Although it didn't completely split open, he was still severely injured. If this sword was a little stronger, wouldn't it be able to kill him? This kid was too strong. This was the first time he felt fear. Lin Xian forced the Scarlet Blood tribe's patriarch back with a sword and turned to look at the two earth immortals of the Scarlet Blood tribe in the distance. I've said it before, all three of you will go to hell. The Rinnegan erupted with light. He summoned the reincarnation sword. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two land immortals of the Crimson Blood clan were shocked. They were facing a great enemy. The other party wouldn't suddenly appear in front of them again, right? But soon, they realized that this was not the case. Lin Xian stood in the void without moving at all. He just looked at them. The two land immortals sneered. The other party didn't want to kill them with his gaze? What a joke. If you said that you were immortal and could kill them with your gaze, they admitted that they could do it. But who was the other party? The other party was only a super great emperor, and his cultivation was much weaker than theirs. The other party wanted to kill them with his gaze, he was simply courting death. Summon the Samsara sword. Lin Xian's gaze was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Lin Xian's Rinnegan flew out of the two fragments of the Samsara sword. The 6 realms condensed. The phantom of the Samsara sword appeared and merged with the two fragments of the Samsara sword. The power increased exponentially. Slash, with a furious roar, the Samsara sword in the sky slashed down fiercely. The entire space was instantly broken into two halves. When countless people saw this scene, they were extremely terrified. What a terrifying sword Qi, what a terrifying soul sword Dao. This guy actually had such a trump card. Sword Immortal Shura retreated to the back at this moment. His scalp went numb. He was really scared. He didn't dare to make a move again. The other party had 2 sword Daos, each of which surpassed his. He knew that another land immortal of the Crimson Blood clan would fall. When the sword slashed down, the expressions of the 2 land immortals changed drastically. They joined forces to defend. The sea of blood around the two of them turned into a monstrous shield. However, it was useless. This sword slashed towards the land immortal on the left. It was a man with an ordinary appearance and short hair, but his strength was very strong. When he saw the scene, he was furious. Was the other party looking down on him? He was courting death. Soul of the Blood Sea. The sea of blood around him exploded, and blood-colored figures appeared one after another. These were all experts whose bloodlines had been devoured by him. At this moment, they were all summoned by him. These blood-colored figures also carried powerful remnant soul power. Although they couldn't compare to the other party individually, there were tens of thousands of them gathered together. They could definitely sweep through everything. Let me show you how powerful I am. Blood Soul, kill. The monstrous Blood Soul charged out. When the people of the Scarlet Blood tribe saw this, they let out a sigh of relief. They knew that they were safe this time. Because these Blood Souls were formed by the experts devoured by the land deities over the past hundreds of thousands of years. Its power was definitely beyond imagination. No matter how strong that brat's swordsmanship was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom! Following this, a shocking explosion took place. The Blood Souls let out miserable cries under the reincarnation sword. Soon, they were swept into Dao reincarnation and disappeared. In an instant, the Blood Soul was destroyed. This was impossible. The Earth Immortal was scared silly. Was its attack made of paper? Why was he so fragile? This was a peerless divine ability that he had spent hundreds of thousands of years condensing. Even if he was facing a mid-stage immortal third-stage expert, he had the confidence to contend against him. But now, it was a crushing defeat. He was really scared. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Go to hell. The biting cold sword energy slashed down and enveloped the figure. The Earth Immortal screamed as he was completely engulfed by the sword energy. The others also retreated frantically. The power of reincarnation was too terrifying. Once they were enveloped by it, they would most likely die. When the reincarnation sword's phantom disappeared, everyone became nervous. What happened? They saw a figure appear. It was the Earth Immortal from before. That Earth Immortal didn't have any injuries on his body. The Scarlet Blood tribe leader let out a sigh of relief. The others also exclaimed. He blocked it. The Scarlet Blood tribe was really terrifying. Another Earth Immortal with a saber on his back walked over and said, "Are you all right? Let's work together." As he spoke, he patted the Earth Immortal's shoulder. However, with this pat, the Earth Immortal fell down with a loud bang. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked over carefully. The Moon Demon Immortal cried out in alarm. Although his body was intact, his soul had completely disappeared. His soul was destroyed. What? His soul was directly destroyed. Countless people were stunned. This sword directly destroyed the soul of an Earth Immortal. Heh. Lin Xian sneered. He took back the 2 fragments of the reincarnation sword and closed his reincarnation eye. His face turned pale once again. However, the effect of this sword was extremely shocking. At this moment, when everyone looked at him, their eyes were filled with fear. Those Earth Immortals kept retreating in front of him, no longer daring to be as arrogant as before. There was nothing they could do. Lin Xian was too strong. So far, 3 Earth Immortals had fallen in the hands of the enemy. 1 from the Heaven Wasteland Palace and 2 from the Scarlet Blood tribe. These were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. They were all peerless experts who had swept through a part of the world. However, in Lin Xian's hands, they were like little ants. I've already said that 1 more Earth Immortal would fall. Just wait. Lin Xian's voice sounded again, causing the last Earth Immortal with a saber to tremble. The Scarlet Blood tribe leader went crazy. He was courting death. His eyes were red as he charged over like a blood demon. Lin Xian had already taken the spatial array and retreated to the back. He opened the ancient land and devoured the power of the Tao of Dragon. He condensed the sword of everything and began to recover. At this moment, half of the power of the Tao of Dragon in the Dragon Realm had disappeared. This had already caused countless people to panic. One had to know that the Dragon Realm had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The power of the Tao of Dragon was simply inexhaustible. The dragon race had never been worried about the power of the Tao of Dragon, but now they were a little worried. After this battle, would there be any power of the Tao of Dragon left in the Dragon Realm? As if seeing the worry of these people, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, these fallen Earth Immortals will leave their storage rings to the Dragon Realm. I don't want any of them." Lin Xian had already obtained too much. He had already obtained 3 swords of the 9 Meridians Divine Sword. Moreover, this battle was all thanks to the power of the Tao of Dragon in the Dragon Realm. Therefore, he didn't need the spoils of war. Thank you. Only then did the ancestors of the dragon race let out a sigh of relief. One had to know that the storage rings of these Earth Immortals were filled with treasures. There might even be cultivation insights. To them, it was definitely more important than the power of the Tao of Dragon. If the power of the Tao of Dragon was gone, it could be condensed again. As long as their strength increased, everything would not be a problem. They said, "Ling Gongzi, please absorb the power of the Tao of Dragon as you wish. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Lin Xian walked out again. With the sword of everything, his recovery was really too fast. In addition, he absorbed the power of the Tao of Dragon at all costs. Soon, he recovered. Buzz. He charged out once again. On the other side, the Earth Immortals of Qingguang City were scared silly. Retreat quickly. They retreated frantically. Who knew who the other party was going to attack this time? Lin Xian attacked again, causing everyone to go crazy. They all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, other than the Scarlet Blood Patriarch and the Great Desolation Ancestor who were safe, everyone else was worried. Because Lin Xian might kill them instantly. Retreat. Sword Immortal Shura was very decisive. He already knew that he was not a match for Lin Xian, so he quickly retreated. Moon Demon Immortal also gritted her teeth. The last remaining blood blade also had an extremely ugly expression. Because he felt that the other party was very likely to attack him. However, Lin Xian did not attack him. Lin Xian attacked the Scarlet Blood Patriarch. He had to seriously injure a middle-stage immortal third-stage cultivator to scare these people. Otherwise, the Great Desolation Ancestor would not be willing. As for the Blood Blade, Lin Xian left it to the Dragon Clan. The 4 ancestors of the Dragon Clan and the Crimson Dragon could easily kill an Earth Immortal. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of the Scarlet Blood Patriarch. The long sword in his hand fiercely slashed down. "You're courting death." The Scarlet Blood Patriarch was furious. The other party actually dared to attack him. The other party wanted to kill him? What a joke. The other people heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not attack them. They finally escaped a calamity. Scarlet Blood Divine Mirror. The Scarlet Blood Patriarch was also furious. He roared and a red mirror appeared. The mirror was as red as blood and emitted a monstrous killing intent. With a light wave, the entire world turned red. An extremely terrifying power spread out. The scalps of the surrounding people tingled. Divine Tool. This was an extremely terrifying divine mirror. They did not expect the other party to use it so quickly. The situation was not good. Lin Xian used yin and yang sword technique to contend with it. The blood-colored light collided with his yin and yang sword, emitting a heaven-shaking sound. Lin Xian did not stop attacking. He arrived in front of the Scarlet Blood Patriarch. The 3 true fire turned into 9 suns and rotated between heaven and earth, wanting to destroy the sea of blood. The leader of the Qi Shui clan coldly snorted. His blood god mirror shone brightly, forming a world of blood that enveloped Lin Xian. With a boom, the illusion of a blood-red world appeared between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was trapped. When he saw this scene, the chief of the Scarlet Blood tribe laughed out loud. "You will definitely die. It's over. He's been enveloped by the power of the divine artifact. This brat is really dead this time. Although his strength is stronger than ours, encountering a middle-stage Immortal 3 powerhouse, he's still not a match." Finally, he was able to deal with it. The other Earth Immortals were also discussing among themselves. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "You want to trap me? Just you." He transformed into a dragon. With a roar, the great dragon sword spirit enveloped Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's entire person transformed into a peerless divine sword. At the same time, he also used the power of Sword of Bing. This made the attack even more powerful. He charged towards the world of blood. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The world of blood shook violently, and the heaven and earth inside cracked. It destroyed everything. Boom, cracks appeared on it and spread in all directions. The surrounding people gasped when they saw the scene. How was this possible? Could this guy break the world of blood? The chief of the Qi Shui clan instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely ugly. His eyes almost popped out. "Damn it, there are cracks. I don't believe it." He frantically used the blood god mirror to stabilize the world of blood. At the same time, he formed a seal with his other palm and shouted coldly, "Transform." Inside, many blood-red flames appeared. These flames could turn people into ashes. The monstrous world of flames rushed towards Lin Xian, wanting to turn him into ashes. Lin Xian roared, heaven-defying triple chop. He swept in all directions. The surrounding flames kept extinguishing. The world of blood shook violently again. In the next moment, it shattered. Lin Xian rushed out from inside. He charged towards the chief of the Qi Shui clan. The chief of the Qi Shui clan was already shocked and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. When he saw this scene, he was even more terrified. He activated the blood god mirror and attacked fiercely. With a boom, the two collided. It was like a vast ocean. It swept through the 9 heavens. The two retreated. Lin Xian fought in the air. The divine dragon swung its tail. The chief of the Qi Shui clan took 5 steps back, crushing the ground. His face was extremely ugly. Damn it, he couldn't do anything to the other party. With a roar, he rushed over again. The surrounding sea of blood spread. He began to absorb the blood of the dead land immortals. The sea of blood swallowed everything. His strength was rapidly increasing. Even in the sea of blood, many figures appeared. The blood sword immortal had used the blood soul kill. However, compared to the current sea of blood, the other party was much weaker. At this moment, the chief of the Qi Shui clan sea of blood was really terrifying. 36 figures appeared from inside. These 36 figures stood there. Each of them was extremely terrifying. There were blood-colored immortal Dao runes on their bodies that kept spreading. At this moment, a world condensed again. However, it didn't trap Lin Xian. Instead, it directly appeared in the sea of blood. The chief of the Qi Shui clan had turned into the ruler of this world. The surrounding people were shocked. They discovered that there were actually earth immortals among the powerhouses inside. In other words, the chief of the Qi Shui clan had also killed earth immortals. It was too terrifying, those people's scalps went numb. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian formed a seal. A taiji diagram appeared and spread out in all directions. He once again used the sword split, yin and yang. Under the taiji diagram, a path of yin and yang life and death appeared. At this moment, the taiji diagram continued to grow. It covered the 9 heavens and seemed to have turned into a yin and yang world. 1 yin and 1 yang were the origin energy of the world. At this moment, it was truly terrifying. The two worlds quickly rushed over, constantly clashing and colliding. At the same time, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, telling them to attack. The Crimson Dragon unleashed a monstrous spatial array and directly attacked the Crimson Blade. Several patriarchs of the Dragon Clan also made their moves. A great battle erupted. "You're courting death," the chief of the Qi Shui clan was furious. He didn't expect that the other party's target was their Qi Shui clan. He couldn't bear it. He wanted to kill the dragon race, but he was trapped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword energy danced and turned into countless dragons. At the same time, he activated the soldier sword. This time, he absorbed the power of 15 dragon veins and used all his strength to activate the soldier sword. The few earth immortals also wanted to attack the dragon race. However, under the control of Sword of Being, their weapons shook violently and charged towards them. Those earth immortals quickly defended as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the Scarlet Blood Patriarch jumped in fright because he discovered that his blood god mirror also shook a bit. The light that fell shattered his shoulder. His body shook and he almost fell into the sea of blood. He was really shocked. Was this 9 Meridian Divine Sword so terrifying? It could even control his divine weapon. Between heaven and earth, it was incomparably quiet. After a while, cries of surprise rang out one after another. They looked at the scene in front of them, not daring to believe it. They didn't expect that the one who was injured was actually the Crimson Blood Patriarch. Furthermore, he was injured even after using a divine artifact. It was too unbelievable. One must know that when they saw Lin Xian being enveloped by the world of blood, they all thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. In their opinion, young and frivolous people were not allowed. But who would have thought that the situation would change so drastically? The people of the Dragon Clan were also stunned. Lin Xian was able to shock them every time. The Crimson Dragon smiled. He naturally knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated so easily. He followed Lin Xian and fought all the way. He had seen many peerless battles. Although this battle was dangerous, the Crimson Dragon believed that Lin Xian could win. Thinking of this, he roared, "Everyone, quickly kill that guy." He cooperated with the 4 ancestors of the Dragon Clan and quickly charged towards Blood Blade. The battle broke out again. The Crimson Dragon's array formation became incomparably powerful at this moment. There was an aura that could crush everything in the surroundings. In an instant, he condensed dozens of killing arrays, covering the sky and the earth. Cutting through the sky. Bloodblade's expression was extremely ugly. He could only dodge quickly. He did not dare to take it head-on. But there were too many people on the other side. In an instant, he was seriously injured. He wanted to ask for help, but the other Earth Immortals were scared silly by Lin Xian. When they came back to their senses, Lin Xian said coldly, "Whoever dares to move, I will use the sword of soldier to kill him." "You don't want to die in the hands of your own weapon, right?" Lin Xian's voice gave the Earth Immortals a fright. There were not many Earth Immortals still alive. Lin Xian looked at the Scarlet Blood Patriarch again. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and once again absorbed the energy of the Tao of Dragon and pushed Bing with all his might. In all directions, the endless void shook. Mountains and rivers soared into the sky, turning into sharp swords. The weapons in the hands of the other warriors also shook violently. Not good. Even the Great Desolation Old Ancestor looked as though he was facing a great enemy. He originally wanted to attack, but when he felt the power of Bing's sword, he quickly defended himself. If he was hit by his own attack, it would be extremely embarrassing. Everyone was terrified. Lin Xian's power of the Tao of Dragon grew stronger and stronger. After 9 times, Lin Xian finally used the sword of Bing again. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian roared as he unleashed the beating dragon sword soul and fused it with the great dragon sword point. The power of the ancient land exploded forth. The great dragon sword soared into the sky, transforming into a divine dragon that danced between heaven and earth. Chop, the sword slashed forward. At the same time, the sword of Bing also revolved around the great dragon sword point. This time, Lin Xian did not use the sword of Bing to control other people's weapons. Instead, he used it to strengthen his own weapon. Therefore, this sword was even stronger than when he was at his limit. When the sword chi fell, the space directly shattered, turning into countless cracks that spread out in all directions. The surrounding Earth Immortals were terrified as they kept retreating. This sword strike was absolutely capable of annihilating them. Too strong. After this sword strike, would another Earth Immortal fall? When the Scarlet Blood Patriarch saw this scene, he roared crazily. The blood sea around him kept erupting. He formed a seal with his hands, and his speed was faster than lightning. A cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. The blood sea shook the 9 heavens. Beside him, blood-colored runes appeared one after another. These were the power of the immortal Tao. They kept spreading. The surrounding blood sea roared and swept out in all directions. A figure appeared in the blood sea. This was a blood-colored figure that seemed to have crossed the ancient time and space. He stood there like a mountain. There was an ancient battle robe on it, a shield in his hand, and a blood-colored sword. It emitted an incomparably mysterious aura. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people were also incomparably shocked. It seemed that the Scarlet Blood Patriarch was also going all out. The full strength of a mid-stage immortal San and the super-secret technique of the Blood Clan. The power was unimaginable. Who knew who was stronger in this attack? When Lin Xian saw this scene, he snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all. He used all his strength to activate the great dragon sword and slashed down fiercely. With an invincible power, he charged towards the blood-colored figure. Boom! Heaven and earth shook and the universe shattered. Cracks quickly spread out from the two of them. The blood-colored figure roared and blocked with his shield. The blood-colored sword slashed down fiercely. However, the power of the great dragon sword was even more terrifying. It directly blasted the blood-colored sword away. Not only that, cracks also appeared on the blood-colored shield. It began to spread. Boom! The blood-colored shield began to collapse. Boom! 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 Not long after, the blood-colored shield shattered and turned into a sea of blood that scattered in all directions. The great dragon sword slashed down fiercely with an even more powerful stance. It slashed towards the blood-colored figure. The blood-colored figure was slashed. He kept retreating, crushing the sea of blood. Below, the Scarlet Blood Patriarch vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Impossible, he was dumbfounded. How could the Blood Ancestor's phantom that he summoned not be able to withstand it? This was an all-out attack from him. No. I don't believe it. Fuse, the Scarlet Blood Patriarch roared crazily. He soared into the sky and fused with the mountain-like figure. Buzz. An extremely cold light burst out from his eyes as he charged over once again. Everyone looked at this scene and was incomparably shocked. What kind of battle was this? It was too powerful. It had completely surpassed them. Boom, after this attack, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The energy storm swallowed everything. Those people could not see anything. They could only wait. This battle was extremely important. If the Scarlet Blood Patriarch was defeated, then they would really not dare to attack. After a long time, the energy in front of them slowly disappeared. Everyone hurriedly looked forward. They discovered that the tall figure had already disappeared. There was only a sea of blood surrounding it. Lin Xian and the Scarlet Blood Patriarch's figures had both disappeared. Where were they? Didn't they perish together? It was impossible. Quickly look for them. Their souls rushed out in an overwhelming manner, wanting to find them. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the shattered sea of blood. It was that kid. Countless people cried out in alarm when they saw him. It was that mad god, that's right, the person who came out was Lin Xian. His face was pale, and there were cracks on his body. His right hand was broken, and even his bones were exposed. However, these injuries were not fatal. He stood there with an incomparably dignified expression. If Mad God had come out, then what about the Scarlet Blood Patriarch? The Scarlet Blood Patriarch didn't appear, causing countless people to panic. Did he die? That was impossible, the others shook their heads frantically. He was a mid-stage immortal San, far stronger than those Earth immortals. If such a person died, the sky would definitely collapse. Damn kid, you actually dared to seriously injure me. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Everyone cried emotionally when they heard it. It was the voice of the Scarlet Blood Patriarch. He didn't die. That was great. They saw a figure appear in the blood sea in front of them. This figure was in an extremely miserable state. His body was shattered and split open, unable to recover. His internal organs were completely shattered. This was the Scarlet Blood Patriarch. He was heavily injured. No way, was the Scarlet Blood Patriarch defeated? Countless people were stunned when they saw this scene. The Scarlet Blood Patriarch roared in anger. Kid, you have to pay the price. Blood fusion. With a roar, the blood sea condensed beside him, wanting to fuse with his body. The others all became excited. The Great Desolation Old Ancestor also said that this was the strength of the Bloodthorn race. Although their recovery strength couldn't compare to the All Sword, it was much stronger than the other families and sections. As long as they didn't die, the Scarlet Blood race would recover the fastest. Endless blood light enveloped the Scarlet Blood Patriarch. Brat, you'll have to bear my wrath. The Scarlet Blood Patriarch roared. However, very quickly, he exclaimed. Damn it, what's going on? I can't recover. The body that he had just condensed split open once again. A huge sword mark appeared on his body. This sword soul had an indestructible power. He couldn't recover at all. No, damn it, what kind of sword technique was this? The Scarlet Blood Patriarch roared crazily. He didn't believe it. But he had consumed a lot of the blood sea's power and he couldn't recover. He was really terrified. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Don't waste your energy, this is an invincible power. It is impossible for you to recover in a short period of time. Damn it. The Scarlet Blood Patriarch gritted his teeth. He was really mad. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream came from afar. Shortly after, blood rain covered the world once again. What was going on? The others were also stunned. They all turned their heads to look. They saw the last Earth Immortal of the Crimson Blood clan fall into the Blood Sea. Had the other party died? Previously, they were only focused on watching the battle between Lin Xian and the Scarlet Blood Patriarch and didn't pay attention to anything else. Who would have thought that on the other side, a great battle had also broken out? Moreover, another Earth Immortal had perished. Humph, the Crimson Dragon coldly snorted, who still wants to fight with me? There were formations all around him. Beside him were the 4 patriarchs of the Dragon clan. Their dragon blood was boiling. His power swept across the 9 days. The people of Qingguang City were truly afraid at this moment. The Scarlet Blood Patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, Lin Xian had said that he would wipe out the Scarlet Blood tribe with 3 Earth Immortals. Now, he had really done it. Was he the only one left? Damn it. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. His broken body brought with it a small amount of blood as he fled into the distance. Let's go too. Sword Immortal Shura also turned and fled. The Moon Demon Immortal sighed. The Great Desolation Old Ancestor gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. When they came, they were so arrogant and confident, thinking that they could sweep through everything. Not long ago, he even thought that as long as the two of them joined forces, they could suppress everything. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Moreover, they were ridiculously wrong. This time, for Earth Immortals had fallen. This was something that hadn't happened in millions of years. There was even a mid-stage immortal third-stage expert who was seriously injured. The others fled one after another. The Great Desolation Old Ancestor could only leave unwillingly. Are we gone? We're safe. When the people of the Dragon Clan saw this scene, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, they were really desperate. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would turn the tide with his own strength? Lin Gongzi is mighty. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Countless people of the Dragon Clan looked at Lin Xian with incomparable gratitude. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, the continuous battles had put a huge burden on him. Let's go back and recover. With a wave of his hand, he descended. The people of the Dragon Clan also moved, but they didn't forget to clean up the battlefield. Lin Xian said that the storage rings of the fallen Earth Immortals were all theirs. They hurriedly put away these treasures. Then, they also descended and began to recover. The Dragon Realm was incomparably quiet. The current Dragon Realm was much weaker than it had been before. It was estimated that only 25% of its strength was left. Most of its strength was exhausted in this battle. In the few remaining top-grade dragon veins, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. They were Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the experts of the Dragon Clan. They cultivated silently. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. They were still cultivating. On the other side, Qin Guangqing was incomparably shocked. The failure of several Earth Immortals really shocked them. Especially the Crimson Blood clan, when they learned that 3 of their ancestors had fallen, they fainted from fright. The other divine palaces and immortal sects didn't have it easy either. They were severely injured and paid a painful price. Although the Great Desolation ancestor survived, he was on tenterhooks because their mission had failed. Would the immortal realm blame them? He was really scared to death. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On this day, in the dragon vein, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The stars in his eyes faded. He had finally recovered. He had recovered his body to its peak. And this was because he had the ancient land. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to recover without a few thousand years. Next, Lin Xian spent a few more years comprehending the 9 Meridians divine sword. He obtained 3 sword chi, each of which had endless uses. He knew that after leaving the Dragon Realm, he couldn't use it as casually as he did in the previous battle. He didn't have that much Tao of dragon energy. However, it wasn't that he couldn't use it. After Lin Xian comprehended it, his speed, recovery, and weapon control had all improved. Moreover, he would become stronger and stronger in the future. It was really good stuff. He wondered what kind of power the remaining sword chi would have. Lin Xian looked into the distance. There was an inconspicuous mountain range. He knew that it was the world of the Great Void Dragon. There were other inheritances of the 9th mountain, as well as Motian, the Great Void Dragon. However, he really didn't have the extra strength to investigate now. When his strength increased again, Lin Xian felt that he could go to the Great Void Dragon's world and explore. Next, Lin Xian prepared to leave the Dragon Realm. He was ready to return to the universe. Now, the Divine Realm and the Nirvana Realm were still fighting. Lin Xian was ready to go back and sweep the Nirvana Realm. In the Great Void Divine Dragon world, Motian's face was gloomy. He did not expect so many people to want the 9 Meridian Godly Sword. Just one immortal was enough to make him feel like he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, Qingguang City's immortal had just awakened and did not have much power. He could still resist. But it was going to be dangerous. If he allowed his immortal to recover some power, he would not be able to resist. There was another thing that made him grit his teeth. 4 of the godly sword's inheritances had been taken away by others. 3 of them had been snatched away by Lin Xian. He was going crazy. No, I have to recover quickly. When my power is restored, I will find that kid and kill him. I will take back the 9 Meridian Godly Sword. This belongs to the Great Void Divine Dragon clan. No one else has the right to have it. He was murderous. Underworld child beside him was also shocked. Now that he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources, he had reached the demigod realm. But at this realm, his cultivation speed slowed down. It was not easy to become an earth immortal. On the other side, in the mysterious valley, Dragon Xiaotian's white bones were still floating there. His body was shrouded in the light of chaos. Would he be able to regenerate his intelligence? On this day, a light flashed in the void, and 2 figures left the dragon world. These 2 were Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Not only did they leave the dragon world, but they also prepared to leave Qingguang City. They wanted to return to the Divine Dominion. At this moment in the universe, the war was still erupting. It was the battle between the Divine Dominion and the Nirvana realm. But they were already far away from many galaxies. Otherwise, many worlds in the universe would have been destroyed. Under the control of the Divine Dominion, they placed the battlefield near the Heavenly Land. There were even some Earth Immortals who fought directly in the Heavenly Land. The Heavenly Land was one of the Jiutian City. Even Earth Immortals would find it difficult to completely destroy it. They could only destroy some mountains. So here, they could do whatever they wanted. The Nirvana realm had been very miserable recently. The last time they fought with the Divine Dominion, they won a great victory and directly destroyed the Divine Dominion. They even killed many Divine Dominion elites or put them into a deep sleep. But this time, the situation was unexpected. On the other side, they had failed one after another. First, a few Earth Immortals were petrified, causing their peak combat power to disappear. Then, their Land Immortals kept falling. Later on, even some of the missions given by the Grand Elder failed one after another. This was especially true when he tried to seize the power of a venerable sovereign, which made them suffer a crushing defeat. But even so, they still angered the Yuhua Immortal Tide, causing the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty and the Deity Realm to join forces and beat them back repeatedly. However, the Purmitha Heavenly King was still the Purmitha Heavenly King. Purmitha had a complete eternal land and its power was beyond imagination. An ancient city in the Eternal Land opened up, and the experts inside joined the battle. Only then did they manage to resist the attacks of the Divine Realm. At this moment, new Land Immortals appeared on the other side. They were all newly awakened Land Immortals. Other than that, there was also Hua Teng, a peerless expert who had once possessed 4 strands of immortal qi. Although he had yet to recover to his peak, he was still far stronger than ordinary Land Immortals. His battle prowess was probably at the middle stage of Immortal 3. In addition, Xianyin and Xianming had also come. Fortunately, there were also powerhouses in God's domain. Lin Zhan had recovered. This caused the morale of the Divine Realm to increase greatly. Moreover, there was also Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the other younger generation. They had also obtained the power of a venerable sovereign. Their strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, they could take charge of things on their own. With a few of them working together, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stop a Land Immortal. Just a few months ago, these young people had set up a trap and injured a Land Immortal. The people of the Purmitha Heavenly King were incomparably furious and terrified. One had to know that these young people weren't Land Immortals. They weren't even Void Gods. They were fighting above their level. Moreover, they were fighting above the deity realm. They could even fight above their level? How terrifying were the talents and trump cards of these young people? Xianming frowned tightly. There were no such young geniuses around the Purmitha Heavenly King. There might have been some in the past, but they had either died or been completely defeated. He sighed. Geniuses were rare. The other powerhouses also frowned slightly. Indeed, these powerhouses were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. There really weren't any young people who were less than 10,000 years old. This made them feel that they had no successors. Hua Ting snorted coldly. Don't boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. These young geniuses were indeed powerful, But so what? Our Purmitha heavenly king had been passed down for billions of years and experienced endless reincarnation. Over the endless years, there were countless geniuses from the Purmitha heavenly king, just like the sea of stars. Our Purmitha heavenly king was the eternal sun that shone for eternity. The deity realm was just a shooting star. Although it existed, it was short-lived. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they are destroyed. Everyone, follow me and kill. Huating roared and took the lead to rush out. The vines on his body fluttered like a divine artifact. It was extremely terrifying. The bright flames could really destroy the entire universe. The two sides once again fought earth-shattering battle. The Purmitha heavenly king had even sent out powerhouses to hunt down Murong Qingqing and the others. They wouldn't allow such young people to continue growing. Let them turn into shooting stars. Teleportation. Gu Santong and the others' expressions changed. The ones attacking them now were 3 land immortals. There were only 4 of them. It was still possible to fight against 2 land immortals. But it was too much for them to fight against 3 land immortals. They could only use the power of space to quickly dodge. Little ants, you can't run away. These 3 land immortals had just awakened. They came from the eternal land's chilling wind ancient city. The 3 of them were extremely cold. They were all immortal frost chi. They could freeze everything. With a whoosh, the void split open. Gu Santong and the others quickly retreated. It was too dangerous just now. They were almost frozen in the space tunnel. These people were really too powerful. The 3 land immortals snorted. What a surprise. I didn't expect your space mystique to be so powerful. But unfortunately, no matter how strong you are no match for the land immortals. If it was one-on-one, you might really be able to escape. But if the 3 of us work together, we can freeze everything. You have no chance of escaping. The 3 land immortals sneered. Ice armor appeared on their bodies, shining with cold light. Then, 3 weapons appeared in their hands. A blue longsword, a blue divine bow, and an incomparably terrifying pagoda. The moment the 3 weapons appeared, the power they released multiplied. The 3 earth immortals stood between heaven and earth. Their expressions were cold as they looked down as if they were looking at ants. The 3 of them could dominate everything. Surrender and we'll give you a quick death. One of them said coldly. This person held an ice sword in his hand, and his killing intent was biting cold. He was the ice sword immortal. The other man held a terrifying large bow. There were several arrows on it, releasing terrifying immortal chi. He stared at Murong and the others and said coldly. Even if the 4 of you attacked with all your strength, you wouldn't be able to block one of our attacks. Yi Wudao snorted coldly. How would he know if he didn't fight? The phantom of an immortal king appeared on his body. Murong Qingqing also condensed a 7-colored phoenix. Stubborn. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The 3 earth immortals' faces sank. The last one was a middle-aged woman. She held a terrifying ice pagoda in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the ice pagoda suddenly grew larger, like a divine ice mountain, and quickly fell. Although the ice pagoda wasn't a true divine artifact, it was already very terrifying, surpassing an apex weapon. Streaks of immortal Dao ice appeared one after another, sweeping over. It was as if it could freeze everything in time. Sensing this terrifying power, Yi Wudao and the others shouted and attacked with all their strength. They began to activate their bloodline. They were ready to risk their lives. At this moment, a sun appeared between the heaven and earth and quickly descended. This sun bloomed with resplendent light, sweeping in all directions. With scorching flames on it, it directly hit the ice pagoda. The ice pagoda shook rapidly. The two collided, emitting a metallic sound. Flames danced. The ice pagoda instantly dimmed and was sent flying. The middle-aged woman's expression also changed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, who was it that attacked? Everyone else was stupefied. An expert was taking action again, and the person who attacked was very terrifying. It was a fire-type expert. Damn it, was it another expert from the God realm? But it shouldn't be. The top experts of the God realm should be restrained by the experts of the Nirvana realm. That was why they could join forces to kill these geniuses. But now, there was actually a new powerhouse that had appeared. The 3 Earth Immortals of Cold Wind Ancient City were on high alert. On the other side, Morong Qingqing cheered. This was Brother Xian's 9 sons' divine fist. It was elder brother Xian. They turned their heads to look. In the distant void, there was a ray of fiery light that was flying over at high speed. It then turned into a boundless sea of fire. Within the light, a figure appeared. It was a young figure. He was like a young god of fire, standing there and glaring at them covetously. Who are you? Seeing this scene, the 3 Nirvana land immortals furrowed their brows tightly. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They could sense that Lin Xian was just a super great emperor and not an expert from the divine realm. They posed no threat to them. Brat, if you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, you've come to the wrong place. The opposing expert snorted coldly. The middle-aged woman walked out and said through gritted teeth, "Let me deal with him." Previously, she had actually been forced back by the other party, which made him lose face. Although he didn't know where the other party got the strength, in his opinion, this kind of thing wouldn't happen a second time. Go to hell. His palm slapped over, and the ice on it continued to bloom. It was like a god of ice. Anyone below the Earth Immortal realm would instantly turn into an ice sculpture. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clenched his hand into a fist, and punched out. 9 Yang Divine Dragon Fist. His strength was extremely powerful. His right hand seemed to have turned into a sun, blooming between heaven and earth. And within that sun, there was a flame dragon's shadow, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the next moment, the attacks of the two collided. With an earth-shattering boom. Previously, the Ice Tower Immortal had a disdainful expression. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just a little ant. But now, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. It was already too late for him to react. Lin Xian's super strong divine power rushed over and shattered his palm. Even his arm instantly split open and turned into a bloody mist. The Ice Tower Immortal screamed and retreated. With just one move, he was injured. Lin Xian's left hand slapped down again. This time, a terrifying Tai Chi diagram appeared on his palm. On it, there was a biting cold sword chi, and he swung it down fiercely. The Ice Tower Immortal roared, but he couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian's sword was extremely terrifying. Like 10,000 bolts of lightning, it directly enveloped his body. In the next moment, his heart was pierced by 10,000 arrows. He fell from the sky and fell to the ground, forming an endless crack. He let out a miserable roar in the ruins. From the moment Lin Xian appeared to the moment he attacked, only 2 seconds had passed. It could be said that it was in the blink of an eye. But in these 2 seconds, an Earth Immortal was seriously injured. Is this a joke? On the opposite side, the eyes of the 2 Earth Immortals of the ancient city of Cold Wind almost popped out. They couldn't believe it at all. That was their companion. He was a real Earth Immortal. 3 strands of Ice Immortal Chi. He wasn't weaker than them. How terrifying was his strength, but now, he was injured in an instant. And the one who attacked was only a young great emperor. This scene was like a dream, causing them to be in a daze. Why did this happen? Who was this young man? They were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian retracted his hand and snorted coldly. How dare you attack the divine realm? I think you don't want to live anymore. Get lost. Beside him, Yu Wudao said. He couldn't let them go. They were from the otherworld immortal realm. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. He frowned tightly. He was familiar with the Earth Immortals of the otherworld immortal realm. In fact, he had killed the most Earth Immortals of the otherworld immortal realm. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any experts on the otherworld immortal realm. Why would a new Earth Immortal appear? Morong Qingqing also walked over and said. According to Lord Alcohol, the otherworld immortal realm was very terrifying and occupied the entire eternal land. There was more than one ancient city in the otherworld immortal realm. This time, one of the ancient cities opened. The expert inside walked out and blocked our attack. So that's how it is. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he heard that. He had to admit that the otherworld immortal realm's foundation was really too strong. Who knew how many ancient cities there were on the otherworld immortal realm? Was there an immortal city like Qingguang City? He wasn't sure. However, he would deal with whatever came his way. Although the Divine Realm's foundation wasn't as strong as the otherworld immortal realm, they had been improving. So what if they were Earth immortals or ancient cities? Lin Xian was confident that one day, he would be able to fight against the immortal realm. Lin Xian's eyes glinted coldly. Since you're from the otherworld realm, I can't let you live. He looked at Morong Qingqing and the others and said, help me stop them. Give me half an hour and I'll kill an Earth immortal first. Lin Xian's murderous aura surged. Upon hearing this, Morong Qingqing and the others said, don't worry, we can stop them in half an hour. Morong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and Yan Ruyu joined forces and walked forward. They were facing two Earth immortals. This made the two Earth immortals completely furious. What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on us? You're courting death. The two of them roared. The bow and arrow in their hands and the terrifying ice immortal sword in their hands instantly charged over. A chilling aura surged over like a vast ocean. Morong Qingqing and the others were also extraordinary. They were the top geniuses and were all demigods. They could fight above their level, so the four of them were not afraid of the other party at all. Kill! Morong Qingqing waved his hand, and the ancient phoenix rushed out and soared between heaven and earth. Yi Wudao's immortal king phantom stood indomitable like a god, sweeping across all directions. Yan Ruyu and Gu Santong also used their ultimate techniques and charged over. The battle instantly broke out. Lin Xian stared at the injured immortal of the ice pagoda and said coldly. Any last words? Leave them. Arrogant. You want to kill me? You won't have the chance. Immortal of the ice pagoda was furious. He admitted that he was injured, but being injured and dying were two different things. He was an earth immortal, an immortal existence. Fool. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The number of earth immortals that have died in my hands is far beyond your imagination. You'll soon go to hell too. His eyes shone with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, the yin-yang sword formation appeared beside him. The yin-yang sword chi flew out, and an earth-shattering light swept out. It turned into a huge sword light and slashed forward. The sword chi that filled the sky condensed between heaven and earth, turning into two enormous swords. One black and one white, they bloomed and rotated between heaven and earth. As soon as the power of the sword chi appeared, everyone's expression changed. The pupils of the three earth immortals in Cold Wind City contracted. To be honest, they didn't think that the other party had the power to kill an earth immortal. But now, they found that the situation had changed. The two experts said, hurry up and break out. They quickly rushed out. Dream on. Morong Qingqing and the others quickly intercepted. On the other side, the Ice Tower Celestial's face was extremely pale. His body was trembling slightly. The two heavenly sword shadows gave him a fatal threat. Chop, in the ninth heaven, Lin Xian waved his arm. Following his movements, two huge black and white swords quickly descended. Their strength was beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, it tore through heaven and earth and charged over. The Ice Tower immortal didn't dare to be careless. He roared madly, block it for me. He summoned the ice pagoda, which kept spinning in front of him. The ice pagoda quickly grew in size, turning into a 10,000-foot tall mountain. A terrifying aura surrounded it. Boom, an earth-shattering boom rang out, as if two worlds were colliding. A destructive force swept out, causing the entire world to shatter. Great, it was blocked. In the storm that filled the sky, the Ice Tower immortal's mouth curled up into a smile. Kid, you're only SOSO. You say you're so powerful, but your combat strength is only SOSO. That's all. You want to kill me? It was like a dream. Lin Xian didn't answer. He sneered. The Ice Tower immortal was only at the early stage of Immortal 3. At present, such strength was not his match at all. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. The yin-yang sword formation rotated rapidly, and the Taiji diagram appeared again. The black and white sword chi in the sky quickly condensed under the power of the Taiji diagram. Then, they fused into a Taiji divine sword. Chop. With another cold snort, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He held the sword with one hand and slashed down fiercely. With a boom, the ice pagoda was impacted and shook violently. Then, it shattered. Endless fragments cracked and scattered in the void. This was impossible. When the Ice Tower Immortal saw this scene, he was stunned. His weapon was actually shattered in an instant. What kind of power was this? Wasn't that attack the other party's strongest attack just now? Did the other party still have room for improvement? What was the limit of this kid? In a daze, the Taiji sword light had already arrived in front of him. The Ice Tower Immortal tried his best to resist. He instantly spat out a mouthful of ice immortal chi and turned it into an ice wall in front of him. And it was a million ice walls. One after another, they stacked on top of each other. This was not an ordinary defense. When an ordinary attack landed on the ice wall, it would be frozen by the cold air on it. He didn't believe that the other party could break through his absolute defense. Crack, 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 the million ice walls only lasted for an instant before shattering with a bang. The sword chi directly slashed the Ice Tower Immortal's body. The Ice Tower Immortal screamed. He flew backward, one of his arms missing. It was too powerful. He didn't dare to fight anymore and turned to escape. Lin Xian sneered. How could he give the other party a chance to escape? He was like a sword god, stepping on all directions. At the same time, the power of the great dragon sword soul spread out in his hand and fused with the Taiji divine sword. It formed the Taiji divine dragon. Slash, this time, it was an invincible power that was enough to destroy everything. Damn it, run, get lost. In the distance, the two land immortals of the Cold Wind ancient city roared crazily when they saw this scene. They reminded their companions and wanted to rush over to help. However, Morong Qingqing and the others blocked his path with all their might. The Taiji divine dragon in the sky turned into a ray of light. It was too fast, too fast. In an instant, it slashed the Ice Tower Immortal's body. The Ice Tower Immortal screamed and resisted crazily. The power of this sword was even more terrifying than before. He couldn't block it at all. His body quickly split open and turned into a bloody mist. His soul began to shatter under the invincible power. In the end, it was swallowed by the divine dragon. Sensing the disappearance of their companion's aura, the two land immortals were stunned. How was this possible? He had really fallen, a land immortal had died in front of them. No, both of them had gone crazy. Their eyes were filled with fear. This kid was too terrifying. The two of them turned around and fled. They attacked with all their might and blasted away the attacks of Yi Wu Dao and the others. They broke through the void and fled into the distance. Where were they going? Gu Santong snorted coldly. He folded space and opened a spatial passage. While blocking the other party, he sped up. Lin Xian's figure flashed and entered the spatial passage. His figure became even more erratic. In an instant, he caught up with the two land immortals. The expressions of the two experts in front changed drastically. They condensed the immortal chi in their bodies and turned it into a peerless attack. The two of them stopped and turned around abruptly. The attack in their hands was ruthlessly aimed at Lin Xian. The two of them went all out and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. However, at this critical moment, Lin Xian's speed suddenly increased and he instantly dodged. How is this possible? The two land immortals were stunned. What kind of speed was that just now? He completely surpassed them. How could they know that Lin Xian had obtained the inheritance of the 9 Meridian Divine Sword? The Xingji sword was one of the 9 Meridian Divine Swords and it represented speed. Although Lin Xian didn't use a large amount of Dragon Dao power and only used the power that he comprehended, his speed was already very fast. It was normal for the two early-stage immortals to be shocked. After dodging the attack, the sword chi around Lin Xian became even more terrifying. The two land immortals in front said and separated. The two of them fled into the distance, one left and one right. This way, one of them would be able to escape. Lin Xian raised his eyes and looked at Morong Qingqing and the others. You guys go after the other one. Leave this ice immortal to me. After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed towards a figure. Ice Sword Immortal's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to chase after him. As he fled, he unleashed his sword of ice, sending out countless streaks of sword chi that sealed off the path behind him. He wanted to stop the other party. The void shook rapidly and then froze like an ice sculpture. Endless frost also appeared around Lin Xian. Get lost. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 9-yang divine dragon body exploded and released 9 suns that kept spinning. Scorching flames swept out and blocked this terrifying aura. In the next moment, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in Lin Xian's eyes and he summoned the phantom of the samsara sword. A fragment of the samsara sword appeared and merged with the phantom of the samsara sword. It slashed down from the sky. This attack was unstoppable and destroyed everything. Moreover, it was a soul attack and directly ignored the ice that filled the sky. In front, when Ice Sword Immortal saw this scene, his eyes were filled with fear. Damn it. He tried his best to resist. However, a crack appeared between his brows and immortal blood kept flying out. In the end, he screamed as his soul was destroyed. His body fell from the sky. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took the man's storage ring before turning around and leaving. The whole process was very fast. Although it wasn't an instant kill, it was still an extremely short period of time. Lin Xian exhaled and withdrew the phantom of the samsara sword. Although his strength had increased, he couldn't use the reincarnation sword limitlessly. Currently, he could only use it 3 times. This was his ultimate trump card. Now that he had used his trump card right from the start, how could his opponent not die? With a flicker, Lin Xian left. On the other side, the last Earth Immortal with a big bow on his back quickly fled. He didn't dare to stop along the way and suffered a lot of attacks. Morong Qingqing and the other 3 quickly chased after him. Logically speaking, Morong Qingqing and the others couldn't catch up, but Gu Santong's spatial power was too terrifying. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably and chased after this Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal's back was cracked and his bones were broken. He was seriously injured, but he still didn't dare to fight back. He just flew all the way. Finally, he returned to the battlefield on the other side. When they saw this scene, Gu Santong and the others stopped. Yan Ryu frowned and said, "This Earth Immortal is too cowardly." With the pride of an Earth Immortal, how could he not fight back after being chased for so long? However, the other party really didn't dare to fight back. "We can't chase anymore," Gu Santong said, in front. "It's the main battlefield. The power there is very terrifying, and there are even more Earth Immortals. There are even Fire Vines, Shanming, and other even more terrifying Earth Immortals." They stopped and waited for Lin Xian. Not long after, Lin Xian arrived. After the 2 sides met, Lin Xian said, "Come, follow me." He took the lead and opened up a path. Morong Qingqing and the others quickly followed beside him. They were like a sharp knife that instantly killed their way into the battlefield and tore apart the bodies of countless enemies. The warriors on the other side kept falling, and a sea of blood spread between heaven and earth. This sudden change stunned countless people. Which expert is attacking? The people on the other side roared. There were Earth Immortals who attacked with terrifying immortal spells. Lin Xian's divine dragon tail whip cooperated with Gu Santong's array and instantly disappeared. They appeared in another part of the void. Everyone turned their heads and saw 5 young people. Damn it, were these 5 young people so powerful? No, it's that kid. When Xianming and the others saw Lin Xian, their expressions changed. That guy is back. Hua Ting frowned. It's that kid again. Next to him, the people of Cold Wind Ancient City asked, "Who is that person? Is he very powerful?" "He's Lin Wudi." "So it's him. He dares to call himself invincible? Who does he think he is?" The experts of Cold Wind Ancient City sneered. "He's just a super great emperor. He's not even a virtual god. What's there to be arrogant about? Even a true god wouldn't dare to call himself invincible." Xianyin said, "Don't underestimate him. This kid is terrifying. He can fight across several realms. Many Earth Immortals of our Nirvana realm fell in his hands." Xianyin gritted her teeth at this thought. On the other side, when the people of the Divine Realm saw Lin Xian return, they all smiled. "It's good that you're back." Lord Alcohol and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian said, "The Crimson Dragon is still behind. He's setting up an array. When the time comes, he'll give the Otherworld Immortals a big gift." Lin Xian came with the Crimson Dragon. However, halfway there, the Crimson Dragon stopped and prepared to use the array runes to set up a peerless killing array. It would take some time, so Lin Xian came alone. After saying that, Lin Xian looked around. Soon, he found Lin Zhan's figure. Father. Lin Xian rushed over. He realized that Lin Zhan had a terrifying sea of blood on him, but it was all the blood of his enemies. Obviously, after waking up this time, Lin Zhan's strength had increased greatly, and his battle intent was monstrous. This time, he had killed quite a number of experts. On the opposite side, the Earth Immortal with a bow on his back fled back. He said, "Oh no, 2 Earth Immortals were killed by that kid." What? The people of Cold Wind Ancient City were stunned. They were killed by that Lin Wuti? Impossible. How long had it been? He killed 2 Earth Immortals in a row. Was he really a super great emperor? Why do I feel that even a Divine Realm expert can't do that? He can't be a true god, right? Impossible. Huating shook his head and said, he definitely can't be a true god. I'm guessing that he's only at the mid-stage of Immortal 3. Although he's heaven-defying, he's not invincible. Everyone, follow me and destroy them. The fire vine soared into the sky. Behind him, countless experts from the Otherworld Immortals quickly followed. Although 2 Earth Immortals had fallen on their side, Huating was still confident. Because he was once a true god. The so-called True God and Void God were actually the division of the Earth Immortal realm. After attaining the Tao in the universe, one would condense divine fire and immortal qi. Those with 1 divine fire and immortal qi were called Great Emperors. Those with 2 were Super Great Emperors. Those with 3 were Earth Immortals. After 3, they were collectively called Earth Immortals. However, this was just a general name. In fact, Earth Immortals also had a detailed division. It was just that people below Earth Immortals didn't know about it. Some had just condensed 3 immortal qi or used some secret method to condense 3 immortal qi divine fire. Such people were called void gods. Although they had entered the Earth Immortal realm, their combat strength was a little weaker. Those with 3 divine fires and immortal qi were called divine conduit. Such people had already pried into the immortal Tao and had terrifying divine powers and immortal spells. They were supreme existences in the eyes of everyone. Those with 4 immortal qi were called true gods. Such people were even more terrifying. For example, the mortal god and Black Lotus that Lin Xian had met in Immortal City had 4 immortal qi. They were all true gods. Huating in front of him was also a true god with 4 immortal qi at his peak. However, his strength had not recovered yet. However, his vision and experience far surpassed ordinary divine conduit experts. He could tell at a glance that Lin Xian was not a true god at all. The other party's cultivation was only a super great Earth Emperor. However, he had a super heaven-defying treasure like the great dragon sword soul. Retracting his thoughts, Huating quickly led his men to kill. He couldn't let the other party continue to grow. Once the other party entered the divine conduit realm, he would be even more terrifying. At that time, he might really be able to threaten a true god. In the next moment, the 2 sides fought again. Experts above the Void God realm opened up their own battlefields because a casual attack from them could kill Great Emperors and Super Great Emperors. Therefore, they wouldn't fight in an ordinary battlefield. The other Great Emperors and Super Great Emperors also attacked. The battle erupted and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian and the other 4 stayed together and quickly rushed over, destroying everything in their path. Some of the experts who came out of the Cold Wind Ancient City were furious. They quickly rushed over. They didn't believe that Lin Xian was that strong. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, their bodies began to tremble. He had suffered a great loss. An old man's face was pale. How could it be so terrifying? He definitely has the fighting capacity of the middle stage of the spirit realm. We are no match for him. The middle stage of the spirit realm meant that he had 3 divine flames. They could not figure out how a super martial monarch could surpass so many levels. Whoosh. Whoosh, arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. These arrows flew over with blue celestial energy, piercing through everything. It was the land immortal with the big bow. As he walked out, he said, "I'll cover you. Retreat quickly." The experts of Cold Wind Ancient City quickly retreated. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "You want to leave?" 9 suns split the heavens. He waved his fist, and 9 suns appeared, floating between heaven and earth. The power of the 3 true flames spread out, restraining the icy aura that filled the sky. The people of Cold Wind Ancient City immediately felt the pressure. Their bodies felt like they were about to shatter. What a terrifying flame. It was a true divine flame. A true divine flame, in other words, its quality should be comparable to a true god. How could this guy have such a divine flame? In a short exchange, they discovered that Lin Xian had countless treasures. No wonder countless people were afraid of him. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Cold Wind Ancient City was also a member of the Otherworld. He would not let these people go. He took out the immortal slaying sword and swept it in all directions. Next to him, Murong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others also quickly attacked. Their abilities were very powerful. Ordinary virtual gods were no match for them. The 4 of them worked together to sweep through everything. Boom, in front of them, the arm of the old man was cut off by the immortal slaying sword. The old man let out a miserable roar and retreated in horror. Another sword came from the west and enveloped him. This sword was aimed at the space between his eyebrows. The old man was scared silly. A jade pearl in his hand flew out and enlarged between heaven and earth. These were all blue pearls. After enlarging, each of them was as terrifying as a meteor. 12 blue pearls shone brightly between heaven and earth. But still, they could not stop Lin Xian's attack. Lin Xian smashed through the old man's defenses like a hot knife through butter and charged toward the old man. The old man was scared out of his wits. Break! At the critical moment, he abandoned his weapon. The 12 pearls shattered with a loud bang. A destructive force enveloped everything. That's great. The people on the other side cheered when they saw this. Lin Wudi was surrounded. He was dead for sure. Behind them, the old man also retreated. His body had been reduced to bones. He was severely injured. But he laughed. So what if his opponent was a genius? He was too inexperienced. In the end, he still fell at his hands. Ha 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 ha. He laughed proudly. What's there to be happy about? Do you think you can destroy me with this little power? Fool. A faint voice came from the storm in front of them. The old man's pupils shrank. He's not dead? That's impossible. In the next moment, he saw the void shatter and Lin Xian walk out. On Lin Xian's body, there were countless dragon shadows, forming a battle armor that enveloped him. 10,000 dragon battle armor. This was the battle armor formed by the dragon sword Qi and Lin Xian's power of the path of the dragon. He blocked the destructive power of the semi-divine weapon. Damn it. The illuminating god realm old man was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned around and fled. He was only at the early stage of the illuminating god realm. He was only at the early stage of Immortal 3. How could he possibly defeat the other party? He was really afraid. Destroy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He condensed the great dragon sword's soul again and launched another sure-kill attack. To be honest, although Lin Xian had many trump cards, he couldn't use them continuously to kill an Earth Immortal. But this time, he wanted to intimidate the other party. He wanted to kill an Earth Immortal in front of countless Nirvana realm experts. The tip of the great dragon sword appeared and merged with the great dragon sword's soul. Sword split, yin and yang. A yin-yang path of life and death spread out in front of him. It instantly enveloped the illuminating god realm old man. No, the old man screamed crazily. In the next moment, he turned into white bones. He had fallen. Heaven and earth shattered, and blood rained down. The people of the Nirvana realm were stunned. The people of Cold Wind Ancient City were even more shocked. When they heard that Lin Xian could kill an Earth Immortal, they didn't believe it. After all, they didn't see it with their own eyes. But now, they saw it. An Earth Immortal of their Cold Wind Ancient City had really fallen. The scene in front of them stunned them. That was an Ascendant Realm expert, a peerless expert who'd lived for over 1,000,000 years, an undying existence, but now, he'd fallen. They were all stupefied. Their opponent was too strong. His cultivation base wasn't even at the void spirit realm, but his battle prowess surpassed that of ordinary ascendant realm experts. Didn't he have a weakness? Could it be that the opponent's strength was limitless? They couldn't understand how Lin Xian could be so strong. Retreat! Retreat! The other shore experts retreated like madmen. Lin Xian didn't attack again. He'd already intimidated them. Next, it was time for Leaf Dao Denier and the others to make their move. Leaf Dao Denier and the others charged forward. They were courting death. On the other shore, the people of Coldwind City were going crazy. They couldn't beat Lin Wudi, but they could beat these people. Did they think any young man could behave so atrociously in front of them? They charged at Leaf Dao Denier, Morong Qingqing, and the others. After the battle, they regretted it. They were beaten until they coughed up blood. Although these youngsters couldn't compare to Lin Xian, they were far stronger than anyone else. Even Ascendant Realm experts were no match for them. Unless it was a real Spirit Realm expert, only then would he be able to resist him. Heavens, they'd gone mad. Why were there so many geniuses in the Divine Realm? Buzz. In the distance, an Earth Immortal saw what was happening and sent out a bolt of lightning. It tore through the 9 heavens and headed straight for Leaf Dao Denier and the others. Excellent. The people of Coldwind City laughed. This time, they wouldn't be able to block it. Leaf Dao Denier used the phantom of an immortal king and charged forward like a god of war. He actually wanted to take the lightning head-on. Was he crazy? The people of the other shore didn't dare imagine. An earth-shattering boom rang out. Leaf Dao Denier's body swayed and he took a step back. However, he wasn't injured. He'd blocked the lightning. Morong Qingqing and Gu Santong attacked and easily shattered the lightning. Humph, Earth Immortals aren't much. Morong Qingqing snorted coldly. As for Leaf Dao Denier, he strode forward. Run! Those people from the Nirvana realm are crazy. They didn't dare to fight anymore. These few people were simply monsters. Where are you going? Gu Santong shattered the void and condensed many spatial storms. He began to hunt down those people. Gradually, they stopped chasing. These people were too weak and meaningless. We'd better join the Spirit Realm War. They flew into the distance with Lin Xian and entered the Celestial Land. Those fighting in the high heavens also frowned slightly. For example, Huating's expression became unsightly. Damn it, why did the aura of another Earth Immortal disappear? Damn it, were the people of Coldwind Ancient City trash? He had just woken up. Was his brain empty? How could he be so stupid? While he was in a daze, a streak of piercingly cold starlight shot towards him. His figure flashed as he quickly dodged. In the next moment, his face darkened. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, he was mad with anger. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, if you immortalize, you will have to bear our wrath. Huating roared crazily. The one who attacked was a woman wearing a starry sky robe and a crown. She was Xing. At this moment, she brought a few powerhouses from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty to fight. Xing snorted coldly. Previously, you wanted to seize father's power. You have already angered the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Now, you will have to bear our wrath. Damn it. Damn it, Huateng was mad with anger. The aura of the God Realm was already a little strong. Now that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was added, they really felt a headache. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Huating roared angrily. 9 vines appeared on his body and flew in all directions. The 9 vines continued to grow in size and spread out in all directions. Some of them attacked Xing and the others, and some attacked the Golden Lion King, Lin Zhan, and the others. At this moment, Huateng was completely mad. One had to know that he was once a true god at his peak. He had completely surpassed these people. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak, he could still use some secret techniques. At this moment, he was using a secret technique. It was called the Tail of Fire. The 9 vines were like the tails of a monster beast, carrying monstrous power. On each vine, a face appeared. They seemed to have their own intelligence. The 9 vines attacked quickly. The power and attack of each vine was different. It was as if they had transformed into 9 different beasts. This was too terrifying. Humph, Xing snorted coldly and quickly attacked. Beside her, the elders of the Yuhua immortal dynasty also attacked crazily. On the other side, Lin Zhan, the Golden Lion King, and the other Earth Immortals also attacked. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. At the back, Xianyin and Xianming stood there, their faces extremely ugly. They didn't attack because Lord Wine didn't attack either. Wine Sword Immortal was the successor of the Devouring Sword. His strength was even more terrifying. The Devouring Sword was one of the 5 swords in the world. They had to be on guard. Their souls reached out and looked around with ugly expressions. Damn it, were they at a disadvantage again? They had already opened the Cold Wind Ancient City and mobilized several Earth Immortals from the Cold Wind Ancient City. Logically speaking, they should have turned defeat into victory long ago. But they actually didn't gain the upper hand. Firstly, it was Lin Zhan's appearance that exceeded their expectations. Secondly, it was Lin Xian's return. Lin Xian was too strong. He killed a few Earth Immortals the moment he appeared. This guy was heaven-defying. In addition, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was still a powerful force. Therefore, this time, the Otherworld Heavenly King was at a disadvantage again. They were about to vomit blood. Their gazes darkened as if they had transformed into peerless sword lights that wanted to charge forward. They wanted to join the battlefield. On the other side, Lord Wine snorted coldly. The black vortex beside him kept spinning, wanting to devour everything. You want to attack? You have to get past me first. The devouring power on his body kept erupting. To be honest, Lord Wine was also very surprised. Lin Xian's return indeed made him happy. In addition, the power that Lin Xian displayed was too strong. It seemed that this little guy had really had a fortuitous encounter recently. The powerhouses of the godly realm who were fighting in front were also a little worried. After all, 2 stone golems had come from the Otherworld Heavenly King this time. These 2 stone golems looked too terrifying. One had to know that the battle god was currently in the form of a stone golem. How powerful was the battle god? He was even more powerful than Lord Alcohol. Therefore, they were afraid of the stone golems. Xianyin and Xianming, these 2 stone golems, were definitely weaker than the battle god. But they looked scary. Therefore, when the 2 of them looked down, the powerhouses of the godly realm were as if they were facing a great enemy. Fortunately, Lord Wine shot out a black vortex at this moment and stopped the other party. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Without any worries, Lin Zhan and the others attacked crazily. Lin Zhan was like a peerless god of war. The more he fought, the braver he became. He fought 3 vines alone. The 3 vines didn't even sway in pain. Huateng was about to go crazy from anger. His face was hideous from the pain. Damn it, why is this person's fist so terrifying? He stared at Lin Zhan and slapped him. Boom, Huateng stretched out his palm and charged towards Lin Zhan. With a loud boom, Lin Zhan was hit and flew out. Countless people exclaimed, "Oh no." People like the Golden Lion King, the Iron Blood Emperor, and the Yi family leader were all extremely worried. However, Lin Zhan stood up from the ruins. He patted his body and rose into the air again. He wasn't badly injured. He was so strong. When the Yi family leader, the Phoenix clan leader, and the others saw this scene, they all exclaimed. These emperor clans were already members of the Divine Union. In addition, Yu Qingqing's Sword God's Palace had also joined the Divine Union. The strength of the Divine Union was also very terrifying. These experts were even more shocked when they saw Lin Zhan's state. Huateng's expression also changed. What's going on? The other party could actually withstand his palm. It was too unbelievable. Take my sword. In the distance, Lin Xian also rushed over. He charged towards Huateng. The immortal slaying sword danced in the air. It grew in size between heaven and earth, turning into a divine sword that reached the heavens. At the same time, the power of the 3 true flames spread out. The sword slashed down and turned into a fire dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The power contained within this fire dragon was simply too terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything. In an instant, it charged towards Huateng. This sword was very sudden. Before Huateng could react, he was hit. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. It was so painful that he almost gritted his teeth. Damn it. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. You're courting death, little ant, I'm going to make you pay the price. He was really mad. It was already very tiring for him to face so many experts alone. He didn't expect another reckless little thing to come. Huateng directly punched out. Clang, this punch was powerful and fast. It directly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block. A Taiji diagram appeared on the god-slaying sword and turned into the yin-yang sword qi. Clang. An earth-shattering sound rang out as countless black and white sword qi shattered. Lin Xian quickly retreated. He smashed through the void and retreated several thousand miles away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong. The fighting spirit in Lin Xian's eyes exploded. To be honest, ordinary spirit realm experts weren't his match. Thus, the battle wasn't interesting. Only warriors at the middle spirit realm could compete with him. However, it was unable to ignite his fighting spirit. But now, this Huateng had sent him flying back thousands of miles with a single punch. This was definitely an unparalleled expert. Lin Xian needed such an opponent. The battle blood in his body boiled, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a mad god. He looked up to the sky and laughed. What powerful strength. However, you have to take another strike from me. The yin and yang sword qi danced in the air and condensed into Tai Chi sword qi. Lin Xian slashed down with his divine sword. The power of yin and yang erupted completely, and the sword shadow that reached the heavens shot forward. Boom, this sword strike struck the fire Rattan's body, causing the fire Rattan to continuously retreat for more than 10 steps. Cracks actually appeared on the fire Rattan's body, spreading in all directions. He was actually injured. He was actually injured by a little ant. Although it was only a minor injury, he couldn't bear it. He was once a true god, he was in existence above these people. You're courting death. With a furious roar, he also sent out a vine to attack Lin Xian. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian rushed over. At the same time, he said to Murong Qingqing and the others, Qingqing, go to the other battlefield. Murong Qingqing, Yi Wudao, and the others nodded. They didn't follow. Because they could feel that the fire vine's strength was very powerful, far beyond theirs. Although they had many trump cards, Huateng could seriously injure them with one move. It could even threaten their lives. They were ready to join the other battlefield to fight against the other Earth Immortals. After all, other than Huateng, there were still many Nirvana realm powerhouses. With the addition of Lin Xian, there was one more powerhouse by Huateng's side. At this moment, Xing Lin Zhan, the Golden Lion King, and the Empress were fighting with Huateng. In addition to Lin Xian, these were 5 peerless powerhouses. However, they could only fight to a draw with Huateng. It was impossible for them to kill him. It had to be said that Huateng was really too strong. It was estimated that his current combat strength had already surpassed the mid-stage of the Mighty Prowess realm. He had probably reached the late stage of the Mighty Prowess realm. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been able to block it. Humph, you're just SOSO. Huateng sneered. He could still hold on. He gritted his teeth and said, when the powerhouses of the Nirvana realm come again, it will be the time of your death. The Golden Lion King and the others frowned. The situation wasn't good. This powerhouse was too terrifying. And Lord Alcohol couldn't join the battle. After all, he had to guard against the other 2 stone men. Therefore, they could only rely on themselves. They hoped that they could win some other battles. They looked into the distance. The battle was even more terrifying. Although Yi Wudao, Murong Qingqing, and the others had joined, the powerhouses of the Nirvana realm were also endless. The situation wasn't good. However, at this moment, a loud laugh came from the distance. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. I'm here. I'm here to help you. When they heard this voice, many people looked up at the sky. On the God Realm's side, the toad roared, you still know to come back. Hurry up and help us. By Susu, Black Mountain, and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon was an array master. With his addition, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. The Crimson Dragon came, and he came with a peerless array. His array fell from the sky and directly enveloped the group of Nirvana Realm warriors. This dragon has been a little arrogant recently. With so many powerhouses, are you sure you can beat them? When the toad saw this scene, it quickly roared, "Don't be too arrogant." Black Mountain, North Demon, and the others also frowned slightly. The people of the Nirvana Realm were even angrier. Are you looking down on us? No matter what, they were still unparalleled powerhouses. They tore the array, caught the dragon, and used his skin to make shoes. The powerhouses of the Nirvana Realm attacked one after another. Soon, they collided with the array. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and power erupted all over the sky. The people of the Nirvana Realm screamed. This array was too terrifying. It turned into countless killing power and tore their bodies apart. In an instant, many people died. It was so powerful. The Toad, Black Mountain, and the others were also dumbfounded. This dragon had a fortuitous encounter recently, and his strength was much stronger than before. The Crimson Dragon laughed loudly. Actually, you know Benhuang's strength. Come, have a taste of Benhuang's unique skill. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws, and a few more arrays flew out. He had obtained the legacy of the array talisman. His attainments in array formations had naturally risen to another level. The arrival of the Crimson Dragon allowed the Divine Realm to gain the upper hand again, and the people of the other side retreated again. They kept retreating, looking extremely miserable. When he saw this scene, Huating's face turned green. Damn it, how could this be? He couldn't continue like this. He had to do something. He had to break out and help the others. Otherwise, he would lose this battle. He roared crazily. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next moment, he roared at the sky. Fire transformation palm. With a roar, he slapped out his palm. The Golden Lion King and the others were shocked and quickly defended. However, they found that it wasn't aimed at them. This palm slapped directly into the distant starry sky. In the next moment, the myriad worlds shook violently, and the endless stars began to expand. Then, flames appeared on them. These stars were 10 times larger than before, dozens of times larger, as if they had turned into suns. They quickly flew toward the heavenly land as if they had turned into a rain of suns. Oh no, this guy wants to use the stars of the myriad worlds as a means of attack. When Xianxia saw this scene, she exclaimed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 9 young divine dragon body bloomed, and 9 suns appeared. The phantoms of the divine dragons surrounded him. He wasn't afraid of a competition of flames. However, the situation was out of their expectations again. Huating shouted coldly. His body turned into a huge tree trunk and quickly bloomed. His face was like a blooming petal, swallowing all the suns in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, thousands of suns disappeared, leaving only black holes and cracks in the sky. Huating roared at the sky and formed a seal with his palms. Extreme fire, 10,000 sun immortal art. With a cold shout, the power in his body kept erupting. His aura was rising once again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's expression changed. Oh no, it's an immortal art. Stop it, he roared, and the yin-yang sword formation kept erupting, charging forward. Lin Xian had seen the power of an immortal art. It was very terrifying. For example, Long Xiaotian had mastered the immortal art and was extremely powerful. He did not expect the Permetha to have other celestial arts other than the saber arts. Moreover, it was cast by such an ancient land immortal. Its power would be even more terrifying. Not good. The expressions of the Golden Lion King, Xianxia, and the others changed greatly. Just this aura alone was enough to push them back. After obtaining great power, Huating snorted coldly, "Humph, if I was in my prime, I could kill all of you with one slap. Now, although I haven't recovered to my peak, I'm not someone you can resist after using the immortal art. Next, I will let you know what despair is." The 9 vines danced as if they had transformed into a peerless flaming divine spear. It pierced towards Lin Xian and the others. Everyone tried to defend themselves, but they were beaten to the point where their blood and qi were churning. At this moment, Lin Zhan sent a telepathic message to Xian'er, "Little Xian, I will unleash the battle blood in my body and unleash a peerless attack." It was able to break through some of his defenses. Seize the opportunity and use the power of the great dragon sword to attack. Seriously injure him. Good, Lin Xian nodded. He was extremely excited. He could finally fight side by side with his father. This had always been his dream. Hence, he would definitely not disappoint everyone in this battle. Next, Lin Zhan also sent a telepathic message to the Golden Lion King and the others. After the others heard it, their expressions were extremely solemn. They were all gathering their strength and preparing to unleash a peerless attack. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Zhan roared towards the sky. The battle blood in his body completely erupted. I want to fight the heavens. Lin Zhan raised his arms and shouted loudly. His black hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he was like the rebirth of the god of war. He was extremely terrifying. God of War fist. His fist danced crazily. His punch was earth-shattering. Boom, the power that erupted from this punch was simply too powerful. The entire world was shaking. Even the void in the upper heavens was shattering. Lin Zhan's fist pressed forward courageously. It was as if it had become the only thing in the world. At this moment, countless people were stunned. They all turned their heads to look. Exclamations of surprise rang out between the heavens and the earth. He was courting death. Huateng, who was on the opposite side, was also furious. He didn't expect Lin Zhan to suddenly attack. It was indeed out of his expectations. However, he didn't panic. He, who had unleashed his celestial art, wasn't afraid of anything. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it forward. A flame mark that carried the power of the celestial art whizzed out. Boom, the two collided in the air, creating an earth-shattering sound. How was this possible? Huateng was stunned. In his imagination, Lin Zhan should be unable to withstand a single blow and turn into ashes. However, Lin Zhan actually blocked his flame mark. Was Lin Zhan's fist already so terrifying? That was impossible. If Lin Xian could block it, he could still accept it. Because Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword and had the Great Dragon Sword. If he went all out, he might be able to unleash incredible power. However, the man in front of him didn't seem to be the successor. Lin Zhan didn't use any divine artifact either. He only relied on his fists to fight against him. What a joke. Fight, 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 Lin Zhan roared towards the sky. He didn't just want to block it. He also wanted to injure Lin Zhan. He wanted to make Lin Zhan reveal an opening. Hence, the battle blood in his body erupted again. His fist emitted an even brighter light, and cracks began to appear on it. These cracks weren't because of the flame mark. Instead, it was because the battle intent in his body was too strong. His body couldn't withstand it. He shattered his fist and unleashed an even more terrifying attack. Boom, with a punch, Lin Zhan's right hand turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. However, that powerful force continued to rush forward. Boom, the flame mark was directly sent flying. This punch was aimed at Huateng. This was impossible, Huateng was stunned. How could Lin Zhan unleash such a powerful force? Boom, this punch landed on his body. Instantly, Huateng felt his blood boil. That powerful force seemed to be tearing his defense apart. He was courting death. Huateng was furious. He used his celestial art with all his might. The flames on his body quickly condensed and turned into a set of armor that covered his body. He blocked it. At the same time, he waved his hand, and two vines flew out. They were like two flaming lightning bolts that charged towards Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan flew out as if he was struck by lightning. His body cracked. Was he injured? Both of them were injured. Countless exclamations sounded. Lin Zhan landed in the mountain range in the distance, forming a pile of ruins. However, Huateng only took 2 steps back. He stabilized his body. Was that all? When the people from the divine realm saw this scene, they were in despair. Even Lin Zhan's ultimate attack couldn't do anything to Lin Zhan. An ant will be an ant. Even if Lin Zhan attacked with all his might, he couldn't do anything to me. Huating sneered in disdain. Lin Zhan's all-out attack had only lightly injured Huating. This made countless people despair. Lin Zhan was too terrifying. However, although this attack only lightly injured Huating, it had exposed a flaw. Lin Xian seized this opportunity. He turned into a ray of divine light and rushed over quickly. The Great Dragon Sword tip and Great Dragon Sword soul fused together. Lin Xian's sword was like a dragon. The sword energy streaked across the air, bringing with it a vast ocean-like power. The endless void tore apart continuously as the entire universe was shattering apart. This sword was too powerful. Countless people were stunned. Before they could react, this sword had already slashed at Huating's flaw. Huating felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by fear and anger. Damn it, the fatal danger wasn't Lin Zhan, but Lin Wuti. He was too careless. Get lost. He roared at the sky and activated his thousand-sun immortal art. Heaven and earth shook violently, and endless flames flew out. It turned into a painting scroll. There were thousands of flames on it that swept across the sky. Block it. He roared crazily. Although Huating and the thousand-sun immortal art were terrifying, this time, he had revealed a flaw. In addition to the indestructible power of the Great Dragon Sword, he couldn't block it at all. The thousand-flame immortal art shook violently. Then, the painting scroll shattered. A divine rainbow slashed down and slashed Huating's body. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Huating was sent flying. 4 of the 9 meridians on his body were cut in half. Blood splattered, bones shattered, and blood stained the sky. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. So strong. What kind of sword was this? The people on the Divine Realms side were also excited. Great, so the killing move was behind. Damn brat, I won't let you off. Huating roared crazily. He was severely injured, but this sword couldn't kill him. However, this wasn't the end. After Lin Xian made his move, Xing, the Golden Lion King, and the Empress also made their moves. Xing gathered starlight that filled the sky, forming a starry sky sword that slashed out. This was also her ultimate technique, and it was extremely terrifying. This sword was incomparably vast. The Empress took out a jade scepter. As you wish, as you wish, as you wish. Destroy. A mysterious power emerged, and the world became dazzling. The fire vine on the other side seemed to be struck by lightning. Strangely, his body started to shatter. Damn it. He resisted like a madman. And at this time, the Golden Lion King also rushed over. Its forehead split open and condensed into a pitch-black eye. The Eye of Destruction. Third eye, open. This Eyes of Destruction was extremely terrifying. It was the Golden Lion King's ultimate bloodline skill. Wherever the destructive gaze passed, everything was reduced to ashes. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. He looked at Huating with his dark eyes. Suddenly, Ting's body began to extinguish. The fiery vine was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. He rolled about in the air, and his body split apart. White bones appeared, and some parts of his body directly turned into a bloody mist. It was extremely miserable. The people on the other side were terrified. They were in despair. Even Huating couldn't hold on. In the distance, Xian Yin and Xian Ming were immediately furious when they saw this scene. They were courting death. Their gazes pierced through the clouds as they charged over. There was a loud boom. In midair, they were stopped by a black vortex. Lord Alcohol intercepted them. He said coldly, I said that if you want to go to Xian, ask the sword in my hand. Do you agree? A pitch-black divine sword appeared in his hand. The devouring sword. He slashed out with the sword, swallowing the world. Damn it. Xian Yin and Xian Ming roared. They quickly blocked and couldn't help Huating. The others were also pinned down. Huating could be said to be in extreme danger. However, it had to be said that Huating was very powerful. If it were any other Earth immortal, even if they were at the mid-stage of the spirit conduit realm, they would also have fallen. However, Huating was still alive. One could imagine how powerful he was. Although he had survived, he was in a very miserable state. This time, he had been seriously injured. Everyone attacked together. Below, Lin Zhan rushed out of the shattered mountain range. Like a meteor, he charged into the sky. The battle intent on his body erupted again, and the heaven-fighting divine fists danced wildly. The Golden Lion King and the others also quickly attacked. Lin Xian even used the yin and yang sword technique. The sword split into yin and yang. A yin and yang life and death road instantly appeared in front of the other party. He wanted to take away the other party's life. Since he attacked, it was a unique skill. Obviously, he wanted to kill him while he was sick. Huating waved 9 vines to resist, but 4 of them were broken in half. Because of the invincible power, they couldn't be merged for the time being. The remaining vines turned into divine spears, divine swords, and divine sabers that kept sweeping in all directions. Huating even formed a seal with his palms. Lotus of 10,000 flames, in his hand, tens of thousands of flames kept dancing, forming a flame lotus. This lotus of 10,000 flames was extremely terrifying. It was a super attack in the immortal art. At this moment, after it appeared, the power to destroy heaven and earth kept erupting. Boom. With a wave of his hand, he threw out the lotus of 10,000 flames. The flame lotus bloomed in the air. A petal spread out, and boundless flames swept out. It collided with the attacks of Lin Xian and the others. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the world was splitting apart. Huating did his best, but he was still beaten back. There was no choice. He was seriously injured now. In this state, even with the immortal art, it was very difficult for him to be a match for Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the other 3 peerless experts attacked together. It was really terrifying to the extreme. Another earth-shaking explosion sounded, and Huating was sent flying again. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and his expression was ugly. Damn it. Run. He knew that he was not a match for them now. He could only run. After he went back and recuperated, the next time he saw the other party, he would use the immortal art immediately. He would definitely not give the other party a chance to sneak attack him. Where do you think you are going? Lin Zhan roared, and his fist shattered heaven and earth. The Golden Lion King formed the fearless lion seal, and the queen even attacked with an incomparably mysterious power. They intercepted. However, the other party still escaped. The other party shattered the void and disappeared. Xianxia and the others quickly chased after him. But for a moment, they actually lost their target. It was obvious that Huating had used a secret technique. He desperately escaped. The other party paid a huge price. Damn it, did I let this guy escape? The Golden Lion King frowned tightly. Lin Zhan also sighed. What a pity. I could have made the other party stay, or at least made him more seriously injured. However, Lin Xian said, it's okay. He can't escape. I can find him. He took a deep breath and used the power of the Tao of Dragon. He was using the 9 Meridians divine sword. No, he didn't use the line sword. Because with his own strength, it was very difficult to make the other party stay. He used the soldier sword. Didn't the other party have 9 vines? If the other party was bound by his vines, what kind of expression would the other party have? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Xianxia and the others were also surprised. What method do you have? The power of space. They were very confused. Even Lin Zhan was amazed. He said, Xianxia, since you have a way, hurry up and use it. Lin Xian nodded. He started to inject a large amount of dragon power. He had the power of dragon power, and so did the great dragon sword soul. In addition, when Lin Xian left the dragon world, he also brought a part of the power of the dragon world with him. This time, he was lucky. He only used it 6 times before he triggered the line sword. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He slashed out. Trapped. The mysterious sword shadow slashed forward. The surrounding people were confused. Will it really work? The void was terrifyingly quiet. The Golden Lion King and the others sighed. It seemed that he failed. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the front. Damn it, who did it? In the distant void, a figure fell out. This figure was tightly bound by 9 vines and looked like a dumpling. Everyone looked up at the sky and was stunned. Xianxia exclaimed, "That's the fire vine. Why is he tied up by his own vines?" The Golden Lion King, the Empress, and the others were also surprised. Lin Zhan said, "Xianxia, did you do this? You can actually control his power." The crowd was even more shocked after hearing this. They looked at Lin Xian with suspicious looks on their faces. Controlling other people's power, what kind of method was this? It was too unbelievable. They had never heard of it. Lin Xian explained, "I can control other people's weapons. Of course, it's only for an instant." Controlling weapons, everyone was enlightened. I see. However, even though it was only for an instant, it was still very terrifying. Think about it, who could guard against their own weapons? Moreover, the stronger one was, the stronger their weapons would be. If they were suddenly hit by their own divine weapons, they would turn into ashes. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. This kind of supernatural power was too terrifying. As they talked, they moved quickly. They wouldn't waste this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Huating. The attacks of the 5 people rushed over like a vast ocean. Huating went crazy. To be honest, he had paid the price and escaped. However, he didn't run for long before the vines behind him suddenly reached out and trapped him. His mind was blank as the fire raged. He was a fool. His own weapon had actually attacked him. What kind of joke was this? It was too strange. Even if he was a true god, he could not do this. Who was it? Was it an existence more powerful than a true god? At that moment, Huating was scared silly. When he saw Lin Xian's group of 5 rushing over, he finally reacted. It turned out that it wasn't someone above the true god realm who had made a move. Instead, it was one of the 5 people who possessed a mysterious and unfathomable technique. The other party could control his power. As if he was facing a great enemy, he quickly dodged. However, he was still forced to retreat. 2 more of the vines on his body were broken, leaving only 3 intact. Run. Huating was not a match for him, so he quickly fled. Behind them, Lin Xian and the other 4 madly chased after them. This was an extremely shocking scene. The incomparably powerful Huating, a true god from back then, was actually fleeing. The people on the other side were in despair, and their morale was once again hit. In fact, many people even had the idea of escaping. Huating couldn't care less about what others thought. He only wanted to escape from this battlefield now because he felt a fatal crisis. These people had very strong trump cards, especially Lin Xian, who had the Great Dragon Sword. If he was really caught, the Great Dragon Sword alone would be enough to make him hover between life and death. In the end, his soul might really be obliterated by the Great Dragon Sword. He didn't dare to stay. Damn it, it was too aggrieving. He was a true god who had swept the world back then. At his peak, it was as easy as flipping his hand to beat these 5 little ants. But now he was like a stray dog. However, Huating was also considered a character. He really endured it. He swore that he would pay it back 100 times in the future. Behind him, Lin Xian's group of 5 chased relentlessly, not giving the other party a chance to escape. And they kept attacking. These forces hit Huating's body, causing his injuries to worsen. Huating originally wanted to escape back to the Eternal Land, but Xianxia's starlight directly blocked that space. If he wanted to rush over, his speed would definitely be blocked. At that time, he might be caught up. Therefore, he changed his direction and didn't return to the Eternal Land. Instead, he fled in another direction. He fled in the direction of the 9 Nether. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he frowned slightly. He couldn't let the other party enter the 9 Nether. There was an immortal in the 9 Nether that had awakened. Moreover, Lin Xian had just returned from the 9 Nether and offended several land immortals. Although he had killed many of them. However, a few of them had gone back. If the other party saw him again, they would definitely fight him to the death. Now, it was not appropriate for him to fight with these people. Lin Xian took a deep breath and released his Rinnegan. He summoned the Samsara sword. 2 fragments of the Samsara sword appeared. Between heaven and earth an illusory sword shadow slashed down. Huating roared, and an endless forest appeared above his head. These were all the fire forest, formed by his powerful divine fire. It was used to defend his soul. Boom! The samsara sword slashed down, cutting off the forest and creating a large crack. However, Huating quickly dodged. He only suffered some minor injuries. Humph, it's not that easy to kill me. However, Lin Xian's second sword slashed down quickly. It was the samsara sword again. This was impossible, Huating went crazy. This guy could use it consecutively. This time, he had nowhere to hide. His soul was cut. Ah! He let out a miserable roar and almost died. The injury to his soul was too painful. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. His soul was injured, and his speed would definitely decrease. He couldn't escape at all. Therefore, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 6 broken vines floated in front of him. The 6 vines kept growing bigger. Each of them was like a chaotic divine tree, standing between heaven and earth. The starry sky of the universe was instantly enveloped by these 6 huge vines. Countless people were terrified. What was this thing? Sky-reaching divine tree, not good, retreat quickly. This guy is going to be destroyed. When Lin Zhan saw this scene, his pupils constricted. He had fought all his life and had rich experience. Seeing this scene, he knew what the other party wanted to do. He quickly led his people to retreat. It was too late. Destroy, ha 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 ha, let's die together. Let's see who can survive under this power. At this moment, a hint of madness appeared in Huating's eyes. He was also very close to this destructive power. Therefore, he would also be affected. However, he was confident. His physique was a true god's physique. Although his realm was low, his life level far surpassed the other parties. Therefore, he would definitely be able to survive. As for these little ants, they would definitely die. The 6 vines shattered. The destructive power swept through everything and instantly enveloped everyone. At this moment, an aurora appeared in the universe. It quickly spread in all directions and seemed to illuminate the entire universe. Countless stars and worlds were turned into ashes at this moment. The experts fighting near the heavenly land also suddenly raised their heads and looked at the universe. What happened? What a terrifying destructive power. The earth immortals were terrified. Under this power, they would definitely die. Not good. Lord Alcohol's expression changed. He could feel that the power of Lin Xian and the others was instantly swallowed up. They had been hit. It was probably too late to make a move now. Xianming smiled and said, although this kind of mutual destruction is very embarrassing, it is also a good method. Who do you think will survive? They weren't very worried. The fire vine would definitely survive, but the same couldn't be said for Lin Xian and the other 4. Even if he survives, I will swallow him. Lord Alcohol's eyes instantly turned red. He soared into the sky, turned into a black vortex, and was about to rush over. Xianyin and Xianming were like shadows, instantly blocking him. Xianyin sneered, you blocked me before. Do you think you can leave now? Get lost. Lord Alcohol roared. He slashed out with his sword, wanting to swallow Xianyin. Xianyin was not afraid. She didn't even dodge at all. His figure grew bigger and bigger, turning into a giant that stood between the sky and the earth, directly blocking the void. He sneered, after being petrified, we have a lot of restrictions. Our bodies can't move anymore. It was as if we had turned into stone. If we can't break through, we will be half dead for the rest of our lives. However, there was also an advantage. Our petrified bodies were abnormally strong. Even your reincarnation sword can't swallow us. Because this petrified body was made by an undying, unless you were an undying. Otherwise, you can forget about breaking our bodies. A smug voice sounded. He didn't expect that his previous weakness would become his advantage. Damn it. Lord Alcohol really couldn't swallow these 2 people. He could only try to swallow their souls. However, the 2 of them were like turtles, hiding their souls away. Among the land immortals, it was rare to see someone so shameless. It's useless. Wine sword immortal, even if we attack, we might not be able to defeat you. However, we only need to stop you for a while. It would only take a moment for that destructive power to turn Lin Wuti and the other four into ashes. Ha 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 ha. They laughed complacently. The people of God's domain were on the verge of despair. They didn't expect things to turn out this way. They were all worried for Lin Xian, Lin Zhan, and the others. The Crimson Dragon glanced at him, but he didn't care. He knew that Lin Xian wouldn't die. Because Lin Xian had the 9 Meridians divine sword. In the universe, the destructive aura continued to spread. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Then, a figure appeared. His body was in tatters and riddled with holes. It was Huatun. This time, his 9 vines were completely shattered. Even his body was covered in cracks. He was severely injured. However, he survived. The life level of a true god far surpassed everything else. He floated weakly in the void, looking around. There was nothing. He smiled. In the end, I still won. It's too easy for you to die so easily. Who said we were dead? At this moment, the void shattered. A dragon's shadow rushed over. The dragon's shadow became incomparably dim. The divine dragon swung its tail. The dragon's shadow turned into Lin Xian's figure. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was pale. There were several large cracks all over his 9 yang divine body. He was severely injured. However, at the critical moment, he merged with the great dragon sword soul. The divine sword was everywhere, and the indestructible power resisted. In the end, he managed to survive this destructive power. Moreover, he sensed that the souls of Lin Zhan and the others hadn't disappeared. Sure enough. A few other figures also quickly appeared. The second to appear was Xianxia. She wore a crown on her head and walked out like a peerless goddess. The crown on her head was the power of a sovereign. This power could protect her. How was that possible? Huating's face turned ugly. Not dead, Lin Wuti wasn't dead, and this Xianxia wasn't dead either. Damn it. Too damn it. He was furious. It wasn't over. It wasn't so easy for you to kill me, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. This voice was very weak. It was Lin Zhan's voice. At the same time, in all directions of the universe, countless lights flickered like fireflies. Although they were dim, they still existed. This was Lin Zhan's battle soul. He also survived. Although his body was shattered and turned into a bloody mist, he still wasn't dead. I walked out of self-destruction. At this moment, another voice sounded in the void. A black eye appeared. This black eye was extremely mysterious. It was the Golden Lion King's third eye. The Golden Lion King's body was also shattered by the destructive power. However, deep in his bloodline, there was an extremely terrifying destructive power. His soul had fused with the mysterious eye, and he had survived. The Empress had also survived. She only had one section. The snake tail merged with the jade rui. When he saw this scene, Huating's face turned ugly. But soon, he sneered. So what if you're alive, you guys, 3 of you don't have a body anymore. The other 2 are also seriously injured. How much power do you have to kill me? Indeed, the Golden Lion King and the Empress's bodies were shattered. Only some remnant souls were left. Lin Xian and Xianxia's bodies weren't shattered, but their auras were very weak. These 5 people weren't in a better state than him. Hence, they couldn't do anything to him. Who said I don't have any power? Lin Xian snorted. He activated the power of the ancient land. Instantly, his weak aura increased rapidly. Then, he recovered. Although he was injured, the power in his body was surging. He recovered. Huating's eyes turned red. This kid had too many treasures on him. He also needed this kind of power to recover. He gritted his teeth. Xianxia, who was beside him, also took out a pill and swallowed it. The power she consumed was also increasing rapidly. Some of the injuries on her body had recovered. Obviously, this was an immortal pill. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian and sighed. I'm sorry. I only have one such immortal pill. I can't help them. Don't worry. Father and the others are fine. I will help them recover. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. He used all the remaining power of the Tao of Dragon to perform the word all. 9 times. Lin Xian's power of the Tao of Dragon disappeared. A sword aura appeared and enveloped Lin Xian and the other 4. When she felt this sword energy, Xianxia was shocked. What is this? In the next moment, she felt that the remaining injuries on her body were rapidly recovering. That's right, her injuries were recovering. Previously, she had swallowed immortal pills to recover her strength. Although her crown had saved her life, the destructive power was indeed very strong. That was the power of the immortal technique. It caused her to suffer some fatal injuries. In fact, some of her foundations were even damaged. But now, these injuries were actually recovering rapidly. This was too magical. This sword was comparable to an immortal pill. The injuries on Lin Xian's body were also recovering rapidly. The word all couldn't recover strength, only injuries. Lin Xian had used the power of the ancient land to recover his strength, but he couldn't recover his injuries. However, the combination of the two was really perfect. Boom, a loud voice sounded between heaven and earth. My will is not extinguished, my fighting spirit returns. In all directions, endless light danced rapidly. Endless amounts of God's blood quickly swept over and gathered in one place. Then, it quickly condensed into a tall figure. This figure's black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were piercingly cold. He raised his arms and shouted, "As long as my fighting spirit is not extinguished, I will not be extinguished." Damn it, this guy was also alive. When he saw Lin Zhan, Huating went crazy. His eyes almost popped out. Previously, he didn't notice the changes in Xianxia and Lin Xian. But Lin Zhan's change was too obvious. Previously, Lin Zhan had been beaten into countless pieces. He could only scatter in all directions like fireflies. Even if he survived, he wouldn't be able to recover without tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. But now, in just an instant, his body condensed. It was too unbelievable. Even if you ate an immortal pill, you couldn't be so fast, right? Even a true god didn't have such means. Unless it was a higher realm earth immortal. However, it was clearly only a single strand of sword chi that Lin Xian had unleashed. This Lin Xian was just a super great emperor. The other party's realm was so weak, how could he master such a mysterious sword energy? He couldn't understand. However, he soared into the sky. He also charged towards this mysterious sword energy. If he was enveloped by this sword energy, he might be able to recover instantly. You still dare to come? I think you don't want to live anymore. Lin Xian sneered. Both he and Xianxia had completely recovered. Whether it was their strength or injuries, they had all recovered. This fellow actually dared to set his sights on the all sword. Lin Xian directly used the great dragon sword spirit, condensing into a rain of swords, attacking forward. Xianxia also raised her hand and shot out endless starlight, which turned into a river of stars. When the two of them joined forces, it was quite terrifying. Coupled with the fact that Fire Rattan was seriously injured, he didn't dare to take it head-on. When they saw this scene, he quickly retreated in fear. In the sky, the black eye shone with a mysterious light under the power of the word all. Soon after, the figure of the Golden Lion King also rapidly recovered. I was reborn from my own destruction. The Golden Lion King's flesh was restored and shrouded this mysterious eye. After he appeared, his face was full of surprise. Have they all recovered? It was too unbelievable. To be honest, even if he had the Eye of Destruction and could survive, he estimated that it would take hundreds or thousands of years to reform his body. Then, it would take thousands of years to recover. Therefore, it would be difficult to recover without tens of thousands of years. If his foundation was damaged, he wouldn't dare to think about it without hundreds of thousands of years. But now, he had recovered in an instant. This sword energy was too mysterious. On the other side, the Empress, who only had her tail and Jade Rui left, also recovered quickly. The Jade Rui bloomed with light, and the Empress figure reappeared between heaven and earth. Rui, Rui, follow my heart. Live. Lin Xian and the other 4 recovered from their injuries and reappeared. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Especially Huating, he went crazy. What did he see? What kind of method was this? If he didn't see Lin Xian with his own eyes, he would have thought that an immortal had secretly made a move. Run, run quickly. He was really scared silly. He wanted to self-destruct now, but there was no way. His remaining strength couldn't make any impact at all. This time, he was really careless. This Lin Wudi was even more terrifying than he imagined. According to his previous intelligence, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, so he paid special attention. However, it didn't mean that Lin Xian had such a powerful recovery ability. This was the power that the other party had just obtained recently. This kid had too many fortuitous encounters. While thinking, Huating fled into the distance. Where could he go? Lin Xian and Xing'er charged over. Lin Zhan and the others didn't chase after them. They had only recovered from their injuries, but their strength hadn't recovered yet. They hurriedly took out natural treasures to repair themselves. Then, they followed. Although they hadn't recovered to their peak, they could still use a portion of their strength. In addition, the fire vine was seriously injured. It definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Next, the 5 people stopped the fire vine again. They attacked crazily. Huating's body was once again shattered into a bloody mist. His soul was also broken. However, he wasn't dead yet. He came back to life again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Still not dead, he used the great dragon sword soul again. De Long said, "Kid, in your current state, you can only use it this time. Otherwise, your body won't be able to withstand it." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. He didn't have the power of the Tao of Dragon anymore, so he couldn't use the All sword to recover. Moreover, even if he had the All sword couldn't completely recover the damage caused by the great dragon sword. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to withstand the counterattack of the great dragon sword soul. However, he could still slash once. He should be able to destroy the other party. Slash, Lin Xian launched a peerless attack and charged forward. Huating was really desperate. He couldn't resist this invincible power now. As expected, his broken body completely disappeared. Even the bloody mist was gone. It was all destroyed. His soul also gradually dimmed. Was he going to die? He, a true god, actually ended up like this. Last time, he didn't die in the great battle. He didn't expect that this time, he would die in the hands of 5 ants. He couldn't accept this. "No, I can't die. I want to be reborn." A hint of madness appeared in Huating's eyes. "Goodbye, my true god cultivation base." At this moment, he gave up his life's cultivation and the life level of a true god. He erupted with his last strength. Originally, the great dragon sword could already destroy him. However, the other party gave up his true god cultivation base. The power that erupted was also incomparably powerful. It actually blocked the great dragon sword. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. After one strike, the great dragon sword disappeared, and the great dragon sword returned to Lin Xian's body. It said, "He's not dead. Next, don't use the power of the great dragon sword again. Otherwise, you will be counterattacked by the power of the great dragon sword." Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. He's not dead yet, he could feel that the power that erupted at the end was too terrifying. What kind of power was that? Lin Xian's peerless sword was enough to destroy everything. However, Huating survived. It was really unbelievable. The power that Huating unleashed at the end was extremely mysterious. It actually blocked the attack of the dragon sword soul. What was it? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked forward. In the next moment, he saw Huating's body falling from the sky. Moreover, endless cracks appeared on his body and it started to shatter. It looked very similar to turning into ashes. What was going on? Huating clearly blocked the attack, but why did it look like he was going to die? Those people from the divine realm also exclaimed. Someone said, "It looks like his power has been exhausted. He's not a match for the dragon sword soul after all. I think he'll die sooner or later." The Golden Lion King also said, "He's hopeless. He'll definitely die." However, Lin Zhan exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" They discovered that after Huating's body shattered, he left behind a glowing thing. That thing was the size of a walnut and was emitting a fiery red light. It was like a fiery red agate. This was a seed. Everyone was stunned. He didn't die. Did he turn into a seed? Although Hua Teng was a true god, his body was a plant. Now, he had returned to his original state. Could it be that he wanted to live again? They couldn't let him live anymore. He was too terrifying. He had endless means and unfathomable trump cards. Therefore, they had to kill him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a step forward. The sword energy on his body exploded. The surrounding void shattered and turned into a black hole. The power of the dragon sword appeared again. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body split open. Using the great dragon sword soul was his final attack. Next, if he used the power of the dragon sword soul again, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in order to kill Hua Teng, he didn't care. If his body shattered, so be it. On the other side, Lin Zhan, the Golden Lion King, and the others also attacked. They roared at the sky, and the divine fire on their bodies bloomed with endless divine power. Not good. Seeing this scene, the people from the Heavenly King realm were in despair. If this attack continued, Hua Teng wouldn't be able to withstand it. Could it be that Hua Teng was really going to fall? That was a true god, an incomparably powerful existence. No one dared to imagine what would happen if he died. At this critical moment, heaven and earth split open, and a black hole appeared. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, as if it was splitting the world apart. As soon as the power of this lightning appeared, it shocked everyone. Lin Xian's expression changed. He exclaimed, "This is the power of God's punishment. Everyone, be careful. The heavenly punishment sword is about to appear." After saying that, he waved his hand, and sword chi flew out, cutting heaven and earth apart. He used his invincible strength to resist the heavenly punishment. Great, it was the Grand Supreme who was making a move. The people of the Nirvana realm cheered, "Who can defeat the Grand Elder?" The power of the lightning became more and more terrifying. It turned into a palm of lightning and grabbed downward. It was as if the palm of a deity had enveloped the world. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Lin Zhan, the Golden Lion King, and the others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were extremely grave. This power surpassed everything. Their bodies stiffened. They were no match for him. Boom, in the distant starry sky, an iron rod flew over and expanded between heaven and earth. It turned into a sea-calming needle to resist the lightning palm. On the other side, Xuanyuan's aura also flew out. A man in white appeared above the ninth heaven. The war god and Lord Xianyuan had made a move. Previously, they hadn't made a move because they were afraid of the sudden appearance of the heavenly punishment. Now, they quickly attacked. "Retreat quickly." With a cold shout, Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. However, this palm was really too terrifying. Before it got close, the void around them was already shattering. That destructive power made them feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Their bodies split open, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He had used the power of the great dragon sword soul several times before, but now he couldn't use it anymore. Therefore, he couldn't resist this super powerful heavenly punishment. It was too powerful. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he felt that his bones were about to crack. At this critical moment, an array formation appeared under their feet. It turned into a spatial door and swallowed them instantly. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others disappeared. The lightning palm in the sky fell down. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Heaven and earth shattered, and the sea-calming needle shook violently. Then, it flew backward. The Xianyuan sword chi also kept retreating. With one palm, the attacks of the two were sent flying. However, the two of them didn't attack again. Because Lin Xian and the others had been saved by the Heavenly Circuit Master's array. After the lightning palm slapped away the sea-calming needle and the Xianyuan sword chi, it didn't chase after them. Instead, it grabbed the fire vine seed. In the next moment, it grabbed the fire vine seed in its hand. The lightning palm slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. Did it leave? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. It turned out that the heavenly punishment palm was just to take away the fire vine's seed. Those people from the divine realm were facing a great enemy. Would the other party attack again? They didn't know. The void shattered, and the figures of Lin Xian and the others appeared. They came to the back of the battlefield. Were they saved? Xinger heaved a sigh of relief. It was really too scary just now. That strike was a fatal threat to them. But fortunately, at the critical moment, a peerless array saved them. Would the lightning not attack again? The Golden Lion King's face was solemn. The war god said in a deep voice, he probably won't attack again. The Grand Supreme is not free now. Why? Lin Xian was surprised. Shan Yuan said, he should be fishing out the river of time to summon those people who had entered the river of time before. So, he doesn't have the strength to attack us. Lin Xian, Xinger, and the others were shocked when they heard this. Fishing out the river of time. That was the power of time. The Grand Supreme was actually so terrifying, it was too unbelievable. The river of time wasn't so easy to deal with. Time was too mysterious. So, even if he wanted to fish out the river of time, it couldn't be done overnight. It would take a lot of energy and time. This is also our chance. Speaking of this, Shan Yuan looked at Xinger and said, Miss Xinger, if you return to the land of destiny in the future, help us find the whereabouts of a person. His name is Yi. Senior, don't worry. I'll remember this. When I return to the land of destiny, I'll definitely help you find out. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. He was no stranger to the name Yi. When he went to the land of destiny, Lord Alcohol and the others asked him to find a person called Yi. However, he didn't find him at that time. The news from the Fane of Destiny was that he hadn't appeared yet. Who exactly was this Yi? Why were they all looking for him? Lin Xian was very confused. Shan Yuan and Fighting God didn't say much. Then, their figures disappeared. They couldn't fight for a long time because they weren't at full strength. They had all been injured in the previous battle. They were still recovering. It was said that even the terrifying Grand Supreme wasn't at his peak state. No one knew how terrifying these people would be when they recovered to their peak state. It should be a realm above the true God realm. What was that, immortal? Lin Xian didn't know. He clenched his fists. His current cultivation was still too weak. He had to continue cultivating and try to break through as soon as possible. When Fighting God left, he said, look at the trunk fragments left by Huateng. You can collect them. After all, that's the body of a true god. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others' eyes lit up. Charge. They charged over again. Without the threat of the heavenly punishment sword and the true god Huateng, the remaining warriors of the Nirvana realm were nothing to be afraid of. The people of the Nirvana realm saw the heavenly punishment hand disappear. Huateng was seriously injured and turned into a seed. They were all desperate. The people of the God realm were fighting back crazily. The battle was one-sided. The people of the Nirvana realm were defeated. Lin Xian, Lin Zhan, and the others rushed to the previous battlefield. They began to collect the trunk fragments of Huateng. Previously, Huateng's body was shattered by the last blow. Those tree trunks were scattered, and the biggest one was only the size of a palm. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to them. However, when Lin Xian and the others found a piece, they exclaimed, what a terrifying power! What a mysterious aura! There were mysterious runes on these tree trunks. These were all divine Tao runes. They represented the great Tao of a true god. Divine Tao, Lin Xian, Lin Zhan, and the others were all unparalleled masters. They would also break through to the true God realm in the future. Therefore, this kind of divine Tao was of great help to their cultivation comprehension. Their eyes shone, and they trembled with excitement. Great! Hurry up and collect them. They attacked crazily. In the end, they found more than a dozen fragments. The rest had turned into ashes. Retreat. Eventually, Higan couldn't stand it anymore. Xianming roared angrily and took his people to retreat. Where are you going? Lord Alcohol and company quickly gave chase. The great battle broke out once again. As they retreated, many of the otherworld Heavenly King's men died. Quickly return to the Eternal Land. Xianming roared furiously. They quickly returned to the Eternal Land. Lord Alcohol and company didn't retreat. Instead, they followed up with another attack. Their goal was to kill their way to the Eternal Land one day. The previous battlefield was near the Celestial Land. Now, they were finally back in the Eternal Land. Lord Alcohol and company didn't rashly head over. However, they didn't leave when they arrived near the Eternal Power. Instead, he was pacing back and forth. The people of the Otherworld Heavenly King were furious. When the news spread, the universe was in an uproar. Did the Otherworld Heavenly King lose again? It was too unbelievable. The deity domain was too strong. Countless voices of discussion, envy, and surprise rang out. After that, the people from the deity realm returned to the high heavens one after another. However, they started to build a city at the place closest to the Eternal Land. They planned to build a stronghold here to keep an eye on the Eternal Land. At that time, what would the Eternal Land do? They would be able to know immediately. In fact, they could even teleport experts here in an instant. This was too extraordinary. One had to know that the deity realm had been shattered in the previous battle. But this time, they had turned defeat into victory. They had defeated the Otherworld Heavenly King several times. In fact, they had even started to build a stronghold near the Eternal Land. The people from the deity realm were extremely excited. They hurriedly transported all kinds of metals. The array formation was personally set up by Heavenly Cycle Master. The Crimson Dragon also participated. Once it was set up successfully, the array formation would be extremely powerful. Even a land immortal wouldn't be able to break it easily. Lin Xian didn't participate in this matter. He was a combat-type warrior. At this moment, he returned to the high heavens and Xianxia city. After returning to the ancient city, Lin Xian and company completely relaxed. This ancient city was extremely strange. It was their safest place. Here, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed. Everyone has worked hard. Go and rest. This time, we defeated the Otherworld Heavenly King and received a lot of storage rings. These are all spoils of war. We will distribute them to everyone according to their battle merits. Everyone was excited again. The Otherworld Heavenly King was an existence that had been passed down for countless years. The storage rings in the hands of the warriors were all good things. Next, they returned to their respective palaces. Not long after, the array formation in their palaces flickered. Piles of treasures appeared in front of them. That's great. Countless people were excited. Although they had been injured previously, it was worth it. Lin Xian didn't want these treasures. He only wanted Huating's fragments for research. Huating was also a fire-type expert. Moreover, his flames were even more terrifying. Although Lin Xian's Samadhi true fire was a divine flame, his cultivation was only that of a super-great emperor. In terms of the power of his flames, he was still inferior to Huating. Moreover, Huating's flames were also extraordinary. Huating cultivated an immortal art called the Myriad Sun Immortal Art. The power of his flames was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to continue on the path of fire. Huating's divine Tao would be of great help to him. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate. First, he recovered from his injuries. Previously, he had used the Great Dragon Sword Soul many times, causing his body to split open. Coupled with the continuous battles, he was severely injured. However, this wasn't fatal to Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the ancient land. There was a lot of energy in it. Therefore, he didn't care about ordinary treasures. He used the energy in the ancient land to recover his cultivation. At the same time, he was thinking about whether he should set up some dragon veins in the ancient land. After all, it would take a long time to cultivate the 9-meridian godly sword to a high level. Previously, the true god of the Great Void Dragon tribe took tens of millions of years. Therefore, if Lin Xian wanted to unleash the power of the 9-meridian godly sword in a short period of time, he would need to borrow a large amount of Tao of dragon energy. Although he had the Tao of dragon energy, he couldn't provide it continuously. He had to find a large amount of dragon veins. It would be best if it was like the dragon world. However, the dragon world didn't belong to him alone. It was the dragon world of countless dragons. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't use it again. It seemed like he had to create a dragon world that belonged to him in the ancient land. Of course, he had to plan this well. Now, he had to recover from his injuries. Lin Xian entered the ancient land. He closed his eyes and formed hand seals. He started to cultivate. In the depths of the ancient land, a ray of light flashed past like lightning. It disappeared instantly. 3 months later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had almost fully recovered from the injuries he had sustained previously. He could proceed with the next step of his plan. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian decided to explore the ancient lands. Back in the dragon world, he had promised the dragon lady that he would help her find 2 fruits of rebirth. This was also his condition for exchanging the line sword. Therefore, within 300 years, Lin Xian had to find the fruits of rebirth. Now that he had just defeated the Higan Heavenly King, the Higan Heavenly King would not act immediately. During this period of time, he had nothing else to do. He could explore the ancient lands properly. When the dragon sword spirit heard Lin Xian's thoughts, it said, "The ancient lands are more terrifying and mysterious than you think. You must be careful." "I understand." Lin Xian nodded. He soared into the air and flew towards the ancient lands. This was not the first time Lin Xian had explored the ancient lands. However, he was only able to explore a certain area before he had to leave. Because the pressure in the ancient lands was very strong. It was the same this time. When Lin Xian arrived at a certain place, he felt a terrifying pressure that wanted to tear his body apart. He took a deep breath. Lin Xian's body was covered with dragon-shaped sword qi. He transformed into a dragon. With a roar, Lin Xian transformed into a divine dragon. Dragon scales grew on his body. They were all condensed from one strand of sword aura after another. They were unusually sharp. With dragon claws and tail swinging, Lin Xian rushed forward. With the invincible power of the dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian could finally continue. A day later, Lin Xian stopped. Using the dragon sword spirit continuously consumed a lot of his energy. He absorbed the surrounding energy and recovered a little. After stopping for a day, he continued on his way. Just like that, Lin Xian explored further. He realized that the ancient lands were indeed mysterious. The place he was at before should be the outermost area of the ancient lands. The pressure there was the least, so he could stay there without any pressure. However, the deeper they went, the greater the pressure. The surrounding scenery was also extremely terrifying. Some of them even made his scalp tingle. One could only imagine what kind of power that place possessed back then. Lin Xian came to the place where he had found the resurrection leaf. There was a mountain range there, but the mountain range was broken into several sections. It was obvious that it had been left behind after the great battle, and after so many years, it still hadn't recovered. Lin Xian used a sword qi to split apart the pressure in front of him and walked in. This was where he had found the resurrection leaf. He was prepared to search again to see if there was anything else. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find anything. In the end, he found something else. It was an ancient scroll that was already in tatters. It was only the size of a palm. Lin Xian was curious. He picked it up and looked at it. He found that the scroll was a map. A city was marked on the map. There was indeed a city in the ancient lands. Lin Xian exclaimed. The great dragon sword spirit said, "There's no need to be surprised. There's no difference between the ancient lands, and the 9 underworlds. They're all one of the Jiutian Shidi. What the ancient lands and the 9 underworlds have, there's also one here. It's just that the power they represent is different." Lin Xian nodded. He used his Rinnegan to look. The map couldn't be seen clearly. The aura on it was too terrifying. After countless years, it could actually block the detection of the soul. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to transform into a soul sword. After looking at it for 5 days, he finally split open the blood-colored light. He looked at the map clearly. Although it was only broken, the key parts weren't missing. There were no other clues at the moment. It was better to look for this ancient city first. Lin Xian took the map and continued to soar into the air. In these 2 months, Lin Xian didn't encounter any danger. For 4 weeks, there was only pressure, and the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, Lin Xian had to rest for several days after walking for a day. After 2 months, he finally stopped. There was a door in front of him. A stone door. It was unknown what the stone was made of. It was covered with cracks. However, the door stood firm. The door was very big, like the gate of heaven, standing there. No matter who stood there, they would feel small. Lin Xian couldn't see the situation inside the door. He looked around. He found that there was also a mysterious power around the door, covering everything. The scene inside was completely invisible. Even if he used his Rinnegan, he couldn't see it clearly. Well, Lin Xian was curious. He walked towards the 4 weeks. He found that in addition to the stone door, there were some broken walls nearby, some broken walls, and some relics of battles. Kid, don't look, this is an ancient city that has been broken, Dalong said. The ancient city was broken. Lin Xian took a breath of cold air. He was too shocked. He had been to many ancient cities. Every ancient city was extremely mysterious and terrifying. Even if it wasn't at the level of Upper Qingqing or Qingguang City, other ancient cities were difficult to break. Even if the Earth Immortals fought inside, they couldn't break it. But now, an ancient city was broken. Just who was fighting here, True God? Or above True God, Lin Xian didn't know. He found that the ancient land was becoming more and more mysterious. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He returned to the tall stone door. The next moment, he walked in. Buzz. The moment he entered the stone door, the surrounding air shook slightly, like the sea spreading in all directions. Lin Xian felt that the scene around him had changed. A barbaric aura hit him in the face. In front of him was a wide road. There were countless buildings on both sides of the road. However, they were all broken. The aura that remained was extremely extraordinary. Even though the power of time had diminished quite a bit, what was left was still enough to shock Lin Xian. This city was not ordinary. He looked around and couldn't see the end of it. Obviously, this was not an ordinary city. It was a bit like Qingguang City. Vast, like a world of stars. Not only were there palaces and pavilions, but there were also waterfalls, mountains, and rivers. There were even continuous mountain ranges and patches of forests. The map that showed this city was in the same place as the Tree of Rebirth. Perhaps the fruit of rebirth was in this ancient city. Lin Xian looked at the forest in the distance. He had a trace of anticipation in his heart. With a flash, Lin Xian flew towards the forest in the distance. After entering the ancient city, Lin Xian didn't use dragon transformation. Although the ancient city was pressurizing, it wasn't fatal. Therefore, Lin Xian returned to his original form. This way, the consumption of energy would be reduced. After all, in this unknown place, he had to be extremely cautious. With a flash of sword light under his feet, Lin Xian broke through the void and flew into the distance. Ancient trees towered into the sky. As far as the eye could see. After Lin Xian entered, he felt an even more barbaric aura. He also heard a terrifying roar. There were actually beasts here, and more than one. It was really surprising. One had to know. Lin Xian had been flying outside for 2 months, but he did not even see a single beast. Other than him, there seemed to be no one here. There were no beasts. Yeah. On his shoulder, Little White also opened its big eyes, its little claws pointing forward. Lin Xian glanced at it and smiled. Little thing, you're finally awake. Don't be so greedy next time. Previously, Little White also followed by Lin Xian's side, but he was too greedy and ate a lot of natural treasures. He couldn't digest them in a short period of time, so he fell into a deep sleep. He only woke up now. Little White looked aggrieved. At most, I'll give you a little next time. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little guy, did he think of him as a foodie too? Tapping his forehead with his finger, Lin Xian retracted his gaze. He increased his speed again. After flying for about half a day, Lin Xian heard the sound of fighting in front of him. Was it a battle between beasts? He was extremely curious. He looked forward. The next moment, he saw a 100-meter-long centipede flying quickly in the air. It kept spitting out poison. There was a figure escaping in front of him. This figure was not a beast, but a human. It was a woman. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was a little dazed. He felt like he was dreaming. There was actually someone here, it was too unbelievable. This was the ancient land. Other than him, there were actually other people here. How was this possible? Who was this person? It was definitely impossible for him to come in from the outside like him. This was because Lin Xian had guaranteed that he was the only one who could enter. Other than that, he could also bring other people in. For example, his parents, Morong Qingqing, and others. But other than that, no one else could enter. Even those people didn't know that he had the ancient land. But now, he saw someone. Could he be a native of the ancient lands? Are there still people alive in the ancient lands? Lin Xian was shocked. He thought of this possibility. However, he wasn't sure, so he had to investigate. Save this person. Lin Xian's figure blurred as he dashed down. He was very fast as lightning. Boom! He slapped out with his palm. A flaming palm covered the sky as it shot towards the flying centipede. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as monstrous flames erupted. This force was extremely powerful. The flying centipede's body swayed and fell from the sky. With a ping sound, it landed on the ground, releasing a thunderous sound. Even the surrounding void was shattered. The woman who was running away also stopped. He was wearing a black robe and a black hat, and he was holding a basket in his hand. There were many things in the basket. The woman's face was pale. When she heard the shocking sound behind her, she turned her head to look. When he saw the flying centipede land on the ground, he was stunned. Someone was attacking the flying centipede. Who was it? Was it an even stronger demon beast? He was extremely frightened. He looked at Zhou 4. Suddenly, he was stunned. He saw a figure in the sky. It was a man. An extremely handsome man. He was very young. Was he a young genius? He was extremely surprised. In the next moment, he saw the handsome man descending. He came near him. This person was Lin Xian. Lin Xian sent the flying centipede flying with a palm and came near the woman in black. Just as he was about to ask something, the woman in black said, "Not good, dodge quickly." Just as she finished speaking, the ground shattered. The black claws were like the scythe of death, swinging over fiercely. There was a destructive power on it. The woman quickly dodged. Lin Xian's expression changed. His body swayed and dodged the attack. The place where they were originally standing turned into nothingness. When he retreated to the back, Lin Xian frowned. He saw the flying centipede rushing out in front of him. The flying centipede's back was charred black, but it did not suffer any serious injuries. It was too unbelievable. That palm strike just now was just a casual strike. But how powerful was he? This casual strike was not something anyone below the earth immortal realm could withstand. Even a virtual god would not dare to resist. After all, his divine body was cultivated with the three true fire. But now, the flying centipede was not injured and actually blocked his attack. It was too surprising. The demon beasts here were indeed extraordinary. Run, this guy is very terrifying. It is the descendant of the demon god. You can't beat it. Run away quickly. Run away from this area. He probably won't chase after you. These demon beasts all had their own territories. The woman in black in front said in horror. She had already soared into the air and was ready to escape. Lin Xian was indeed surprised when he heard that. The descendant of the demon god. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Our family is right in front. After we meet up, we won't be afraid of being the flying centipede. Hearing this, Lin Xian was even more shocked. Family. In other words, there were people in front. And there was more than one person. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was now 90% sure that it was true. The woman in front of him and the family she mentioned were the natives of the ancient land. Actually, it was normal. The heavens, the 9 underworlds, which one of them did not have natives? How terrifying were the native warriors in Qingguang City? How many Earth immortals were there? There were also immortals. It was the same in Yuqing City. Wasn't Yuqing Sword God a native of Yuqing City? He had even fought with Lin Xian several times. In the end, he even joined the Permitha. He had even almost been a fatal threat to him. The ancient land was one of the 9 heavens and 10 miles. And this city was an ancient city of the ancient land. It was understandable that there were warriors here. Perhaps, these warriors knew the whereabouts of the fruit of resurrection. Moreover, as natives, these people should know more about the ancient land. Perhaps he would be able to find out what had happened in the ancient land from these people. Who destroyed these ancient cities, who fought here? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The flying centipede in front of him was enraged. He charged towards the woman in black. His sharp claws turned into hundreds and thousands of death scythes, slashing down fiercely. His body also grew rapidly, from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters. The energy in his body exploded instantly. There was a purple flame dancing on his body. Not good. The woman in black was in despair. Was she going to die here? She did not expect to encounter such a crisis when she was just here to pick some lingji mushrooms. Just as she was in despair, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, he threw a punch forward. The woman in black was stunned. Wasn't this the kid from before? He did not run away and even dared to attack. No, I can't beat the flying centipede. I'll die. The woman in black exclaimed. Run, don't worry about me. Lin Xian's fist turned into a sun. With a terrifying force, he charged forward. It clashed with the hundreds and thousands of death scythes. An earth-shattering sound rang out. This time, the death scythes kept shattering. The flying centipede was severely injured. He was sent flying. His hundreds of arms were all shattered. It was extremely tragic. The woman in black behind opened her eyes. When she saw this scene, she was stunned. She did not dare to imagine. The young man in front of her could actually hit the flying centipede. It was unbelievable. Who exactly was the other party? The flying centipede in front of her was enraged. He rose into the air again. His broken claws quickly recovered. Then, his body shrunk rapidly. Finally, he became 1 meter long. Although his body had shrunk, the power on it was extremely terrifying. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. When the woman in black saw this scene, she exclaimed. Not good, the blood of the demon god. He was activating his blood of the demon god. Run, quickly. This time, he was really in despair. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took a step forward and a burst of power erupted from his body. The moment this burst of power was released, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The flying centipede in front of him seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing. In the next moment, he prostrated himself on the ground and kept kowtowing. The bloodline in his body instantly disappeared. The woman in black next to him was also stunned. She looked at Lin Xian with a face full of shock. In the next moment, he also knelt on the ground in fear. The ruler of the heavenly Tao, he exclaimed. Lin Xian saw that the other party still wanted to attack. He was really angry. The power in his body kept erupting. He was ready to attack with all his strength. He wanted to destroy the flying centipede in front of him. The sword energy on his body surged out. But as soon as it appeared, the flying centipede knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Lin Xian was stunned. This guy was too cowardly. Was this the descendant of the demon god? It was weaker than he had imagined. The monsters outside were much more ferocious. Soon, he found that not only the flying centipede in front of him had knelt down. Even the woman in black next to him was so scared that she knelt on the ground. She even exclaimed, "The ruler of the heavenly path." What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. These people were not afraid of his sword energy, but for another reason. What was the ruler of the heavenly path? Lin Xian looked at the woman in black. The woman in black was stunned. For a moment, her mind went blank. The other party was not the ruler of the heavenly path, then why did the other party have such a terrifying aura? It was impossible. He was a little confused. For a moment, he was scared silly. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the flying centipede. He said coldly, "Answer me." The flying centipede said, "Ruler, your aura makes us afraid." His aura, was it the power of the dragon sword soul? Although the dragon sword soul was invincible and one of the 5 swords in the world, it was indeed powerful. But it was impossible for it to directly scare these 2 people to their knees. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used his rinnegan to search the centipede's soul. The flying centipede did not dare to resist at all. He let Lin Xian collect his soul. However, Lin Xian did not get the result he wanted. He frowned and kicked the flying centipede away. The flying centipede vomited blood and flew backward, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was injured, he survived. In midair, he hurriedly fled. Lin Xian looked at the woman in black again and said, "The crisis is over. Get up." The woman in black was still too scared to get up. Lin Xian said, "I'm not the ruler of the heavenly Tao, get up." After a while, the woman in black stood up. Lin Xian asked, "Who are you? Has your family always been here?" "My name is Wenren Xiaoyu. I'm a member of the Wenren family. Our family has lived here for generations." Wenren Xiaoyu didn't dare to conceal anything. When she looked at Lin Xian, her eyes were filled with reverence. Lin Xian asked a few more questions. He discovered that the Wenren clan was not the only clan in this ancient city. There were other clans as well. Other than that, there were also many other demonic beasts. It could be said that it was a very prosperous martial arts world. For example, the Wenren family had a land immortal. Lin Xian asked again, "Do you know about the fruit of rebirth?" He went straight to the point. After all, the main purpose of his trip was to obtain the fruit of resurrection. Wenren Xiaoyu's face was filled with surprise when she heard that. The next moment, he nodded and said, "I know. It's in the God of War Pagoda." "Where is the God of War Pagoda?" Lin Xian was overjoyed. Great, there was indeed a fruit of resurrection here. I'll get the fruit of resurrection first before exploring this ancient city. However, Lin Xian's words completely stunned Wenren Xiaoyu. Wenren Xiaoyu was shocked as if she had heard the most unbelievable thing. He pointed into the distance and said, "The God of War Pagoda is there." It was high and mighty, like a towering pagoda. Even from an endless distance, one could see it at a glance. What? The God of War Pagoda? See it at a glance? Lin Xian was stunned. He looked into the distance. There was nothing there. "You're not lying to me?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Wenren Xiaoyu said, "Why would I lie to you? Ask anyone. They can see the God of War Pagoda when they look up." "Can't you see it, young master? Don't scare me." "Which clan are you from?" He was so scared that he was about to cry. Lin Xian said, "I'm not from this ancient city. I'm from the outside." Lin Xian couldn't pretend to be from any clan. He knew nothing about this place. Moreover, based on his experience in the high heavens and the 9th underworld, it shouldn't be a problem for him to say that he was from the outside. After all, in Shangqing City and Qingguang City, many people came from the outside. The people inside weren't that surprised. But this time, something unexpected happened. Wenren Xiaoyu was scared silly. "What? From the outside? You came from outside the ancient city? How is this possible?" He was stunned, and his eyes were a little dazed. "Why is it impossible?" Lin Xian asked. After asking 3 times, Wenren Xiaoyu came back to her senses. Then, she said, "It's because no one can go outside. For tens of thousands of years, no one in our city has been able to go out. No one has ever come in. According to the ancestor, only the people in God of War City are alive in this world. There are no living creatures outside. How can you be from the outside? Can't get out? Can't get in?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He admitted that the pressure outside was indeed very great. Even he was facing a great enemy. He said, "Maybe you guys are a little weak. In fact, it's not that you can't go out. When you guys are a little stronger, you can try to go out." However, Wenren Xiaoyu said, "A million years ago, an ancestor of our clan reached the true God realm. He swept in all directions and didn't take anything seriously. At that time, he wanted to explore the outside world, so he left God of War City and went outside. Before he left his soul jade pendant. Our Wunrun clan and even the experts of other clans were nervously watching. But in just 3 days, I'm sorry, this true god ancestor died outside. Speaking of this, Wunrun Xiaoyou's eyes were filled with infinite fear. Lin Xian was surprised. What? A true god died outside? It's unbelievable. How powerful is a true god? Previously, the 5 of them joined forces to fight against Huateng. In the end, they couldn't put out Huateng. One must know that Lin Xian had gone all out in that battle. The great dragon sword soul had used up all its strength. But he still couldn't kill Huateng. One could imagine how terrifying a peak true god was. The Wunrun clan's ancestor broke through to become a true god. He was definitely at his peak. He didn't suffer any injuries. But even so, he died 3 days after going out. This was too unbelievable. When he came from the outside, he didn't realize it was so terrifying. In his opinion, he could come here as long as he transformed into a dragon. Then, it should be easier for a true god to come in. He also said that 1,000,000 years was too long ago. Perhaps the outside world had already undergone earth-shaking changes. However, Wunrun Xiaoyu shook her head. No, just 6,000 years ago, a true god of War Pagoda left the ancient city to explore the outside world. In the end, after 3 days, his soul jade pendant shattered and turned into ashes. 6,000 years ago, another true god died. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard the news. The terror outside the ancient city was beyond his imagination. He didn't sense it. But to the people in the ancient city, it was a fatal threat. This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian had a strange expression. At the same time, he heard another piece of news from the other party. 2 true gods had died, an ancient city actually had 2 true gods. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that Lin Xian had seen very few true gods. Most of the land immortals were at the early stage of the mighty prowess realm. There weren't even many mid-stage mighty prowess. There were even fewer late-stage mighty prowess, let alone true gods. But now, in this ancient city, the number of true gods was beyond imagination. However, Nethery said, now, there aren't many true gods in War God City. Other than the god of War Pagoda, the other families don't have any true gods. Young master, did you really come from the outside? Wunrun Xiaoyu asked again. Since young, we were told that we can't go out no matter what because it's too dangerous. No matter what your cultivation level is, it's too dangerous. You'll definitely die if you go out. There's no one outside. It's chaos outside. Obviously, in Nethery's mind, there was only War God City in this world. Other than that, there were no other living creatures. But now, Lin Xian had walked in from the void of chaos outside. This was too scary. Lin Xian looked at him and said, what if I say yes? Greetings, Lord. Wunrun Xiaoyu was so scared that she stuttered. Lin Xian looked at him and said in a low voice, I need the fruit of rebirth to enter the God of War Pagoda. So, I'll stay here for a while. Can you help me keep this a secret? Don't tell anyone that I came from the outside, okay? According to the other party, there weren't many true gods in this ancient city. Perhaps the only ones left were in the God of War Pagoda. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. If he faced a true god now, he wouldn't be a match at all. However, his identity as an outsider could be used as a trump card at a critical moment. If he appeared right from the start, he might attract the attention of these experts. At that time, it would be bad if they all attacked together. He didn't want to be treated as a lab rat and be studied by others. At the same time, he also realized why Wunrun Xiaoyu addressed him as the heavenly ruler earlier. Why did the flying centipede kneel when it saw him? This was because he had just released his aura. What made the other party kneel was not the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Instead, it was the aura outside the ancient city that the great dragon sword soul carried. Lin Xian had been using his dragonflight sword chi to eliminate the pressure outside. As time passed, his sword chi naturally carried the aura of the ancient land. Moreover, Lin Xian also possessed it. Every time Lin Xian was injured or exhausted, he would absorb the energy of the ancient land to recover. Therefore, once his power was completely unleashed, it would also carry the aura of the outside world. This aura was a fatal threat to the people in the ancient city. But what was the reason? Lin Xian wasn't sure yet. Under normal circumstances, ancient cities were mysterious. For example, the heavenly land and the abysmal land both had mysterious powers within them. They even had immortality. However, the ancient land seemed to be the opposite. The outside of the ancient city was extremely terrifying. Even a true god couldn't live for more than 3 days. Lin Xian could move around freely without being affected at all. This was really surprising. From this perspective, Lin Xian was really the ruler of the ancient land. Ruler, don't worry. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death. Wenren Xiaoyu nodded quickly. Lin Xian said, don't call me ruler. I'm Lin Xian. You can call me Lin Gongzi. Okay. Wenren Xiaoyu nodded. Next, the two chatted as they walked. Lin Xian mainly wanted to know about War God City and the God of War Pagoda. Gradually, Wenren Xiaoyu also relaxed and began to talk and laugh. Because he realized that this Lin Gongzi wasn't scary. In fact, he was a little handsome. He didn't feel any pressure chatting with him. Instead, he was very happy. Therefore, he completely relaxed. I came to pick mushrooms, so I met the flying beast. As he spoke, Wenren Xiaoyu picked up the basket in his hand. With a swoosh, Little White jumped out and stared at the mushrooms with its big eyes, unable to move away. Yeah, it looks very delicious. He only drooled. He picked up a colorful mushroom. What a cute little monkey. Wenren Xiaoyu stared at Little White happily. However, when he saw Little White pick up the colorful mushroom, he exclaimed, this can't be eaten. It's poisonous. The more beautiful the mushroom, the more poisonous it was. However, he was still too slow. Little White, the little glutton, took a bite. In the next moment, his face turned green. Then, little stars appeared in his big eyes, and his body started to sway. Lin Xian was shocked. Just as he was about to attack, Little White spat it out. Aya, it's disgusting. With a look of disdain, he threw the colorful mushroom on the ground and spat. Bah, it's disgusting. I don't like it. With that, he took out a green calabash. After opening it, he used the monkey wine inside to rinse his mouth. Gulp, 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 gulp. Puff, he rinsed his mouth several times before he recovered. Wenren Xiaoyu was stunned. He could tell that the calabash was filled with wine, and it wasn't ordinary wine. It was brewed with all kinds of natural treasures. Which natural treasures were they? He didn't know. However, the aroma alone was enough to make the blood in his body boil. This was a treasure. Even a land immortal would be jealous if he saw it. But now, it was actually rinsing his mouth. The origin of this little monkey was too extraordinary. Now, he was even more certain that Lin Gongzi was the ruler of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, it was impossible for the little monkeys around him to be so extravagant. Lin Xian was speechless when he saw the scene. He knocked Little White's head and said, if Lord Alcohol sees this scene, he will kill you. If Lord Alcohol sees this, he will beat you to death. Lord Alcohol loved to drink. It was obvious from his name. Therefore, when he had nothing to do, he would ask Lin Xian to steal Little White's monkey wine. Lin Xian naturally couldn't steal it. Little White had a treasure bowl, and he couldn't steal it. He could only use all kinds of natural treasures to exchange with Little White. Little White was very unwilling every time. Needless to say, the wine brewed by monkeys was delicious. Lord Alcohol loved to drink it. In fact, he treasured it a lot. If he saw Little White being so wasteful, Lord Alcohol would probably stomp his feet. Shaking his head, Lin Xian sighed. Two drunkards. He grabbed Little White and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he said, Little you, ignore him. Let's continue. You said that the God of War Pagoda has the fruit of rebirth. How can I enter the God of War Pagoda? Lin Xian wanted to enter the God of War Pagoda, so he asked Wenren Xiaoyu. Wenren Xiaoyu explained, the people inside the God of War Pagoda are all from the God race. If you want to enter the God of War Pagoda, you have to join the God race. It's not easy. However, it's not like there's no chance. Every once in a while, people from the God-chosen race like us will have the opportunity to participate in the God of War Pagoda's assessment. As long as we pass, we can enter the God of War Pagoda and become a member of the God race. You have to know that the God of War Pagoda is a sacred place for cultivation in our God of War city. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. God race, that's unbelievable. He knew that the divine void dragon tribe was part of the divine tribe and was extremely terrifying. He didn't expect to see a God race again. He asked, "Are these God race people the descendants of the God of War?" Wenren Xiaoyu said, "The God of War Pagoda was indeed created by the God of War. In fact, the God of War was the city lord of the entire God of War city. In the beginning, the people in the God of War Pagoda were indeed from the God race. However, that wasn't the case later on. After the God of War fell, the people of the God of War clan also gradually declined. Therefore, in the end, only a small number of people were truly from the God of War clan. Together with some other people, they formed the God race. Of course, the other people's strength and status weren't bad either. They were all from the God-chosen race. The so-called God-chosen race was the family of the powerful people under the God of War. The Wenren race was one of the God-chosen races. They were qualified to participate in the God of War Pagoda's assessment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian also understood. However, he quickly frowned and said, "But I'm not from the God-chosen race either." Wenren Xiaoyu said, "Actually, it doesn't matter. There are also some itinerant cultivators in God of War City. Sometimes, there will be top geniuses among these itinerant cultivators. They will join a God-chosen race and be recommended by the chosen race. This way, they can participate in the God of War Pagoda's assessment. Our Wenren race does have such a quota. So, young master, follow me back. We will give you a quota." Okay. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. From the looks of it, this was indeed a solution. Enter the God of War Pagoda first and then search for the resurrection fruit. The God of War Pagoda was extremely mysterious. It was impossible to attack it directly. According to Wenren Xiaoyu, there was a true God guarding the God of War Pagoda. Therefore, they could not attack. They could only use their wits. Following that, Lin Xian and Wenren Xiaoyu left, returning to a valley in front of them. This time around, Wenren Xiaoyu had come with her elder sister and the others. His goal was to collect some natural treasures and use them as cultivation resources. His older sister was called Wenren Yu, and she was a top-rate genius of the Wenren clan. Her future was limitless. This time, he would also participate in the God of War Pagoda's test. Furthermore, there was a high chance that he would be able to enter the God of War Pagoda. So long as Wenren Yu nodded in agreement, then Lin Xian would have the qualifications to participate in the test as well. There were many people in the valley. They had all gained something and were counting the treasures. When Wenren Xiaoyu came back, the surrounding people turned their heads to look at her. They laughed and said, "Xiaoyu, your speed is too slow." Who is this person? When they saw Lin Xian, they were vigilant. They realized that Lin Xian was very unfamiliar. Furthermore, the other party's cultivation level was also indistinct. However, no matter how they looked at him, he did not look like an earth immortal, so they were not very worried. They were just a little confused. "This is Lin Gongzi. He is my savior." Wenren Xiaoyu explained and then asked, "Where is my sister?" "Savior? What's going on?" The surrounding people were stunned. "Xiaoyu, are you in danger?" Wenren Xiaoyu said, "I'll explain later. I have to find my sister first. Lin Gongzi, come with me." She led Lin Xian into the valley. In the valley, there was a palace formed by the Great Tao. A woman was sitting inside and drinking tea. There were a few immortal flowers around her, and butterflies were dancing on them. It was like a beautiful painting, peaceful and tranquil. "Sister, I'm back." Wenren Xiaoyu ran into the palace. She picked up a cup of spirit tea and drank it in one gulp. "I'm so thirsty." When Wenyue glanced at her and said with a frown, "What are you doing in such a hurry? You don't look like a girl at all. Do you know that you're already very old? You're no longer a child." She pouted and said, "I'll always be a child in front of you." Wenren had a helpless expression on her face. She said, "How much did you gain? Did you slack off again?" "Where?" She hurriedly said, "I gained a lot. By the way, sister, I have something important to tell you. This is Lin Gongzi." With that, she pointed at Lin Xian. Wenren had noticed Lin Xian a long time ago, but she didn't ask. Now, she looked at Lin Xian. She was slightly stunned. She could sense that this young man seemed to be a super great emperor. Such a person couldn't be considered a genius in the God-chosen race. "Sister, he's my savior. It's all thanks to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you again." Wenren Xiaoyu recounted the events that had transpired earlier. Of course, she didn't tell her that Lin Xian had come from outside the ancient city. Otherwise, it would probably scare her sister to death. Wenren was surprised as well. She was extremely surprised when she heard that Lin Xian had beaten off the flying centipede. That flying centipede's strength had absolutely surpassed Lin Xian's. However, Lin Xian had actually been able to defeat it. From the looks of it, he was a genius who could fight above his cultivation level. An independent cultivator wanted to participate in the God of War Pagoda's test. Wenren narrowed her eyes and said, "Our Wenren clan does have a recommendation quota. However, I have to remind you that even if you have the chance to participate, you might not succeed. Because the God of War Pagoda's test is extremely difficult. Moreover, according to what I know, there are many people participating in the test this time. Several God-chosen races have peerless geniuses who want to participate. If you really go, there's a high chance that you'll be eliminated. Now, I'll give you another choice. Our clan will give you a generous amount of cultivation resources. With these cultivation resources, you won't have to worry about cultivation for 100 years. You won't have to take any risks. This is the best choice for you." However, Lin Xian shook his head and said, "No, I want to participate in the God of War Pagoda's test." "All right." Wenren nodded and didn't say anything else. After all, he was her sister's savior. He said, "Then Lin Gongzi, come back to the clan with us. At that time, you'll participate in the test with our Wenren clan." Next, Lin Xian settled down in the valley. 2 days later, he returned with the Wenren clan. When the surrounding cultivators looked at Lin Xian, they were astonished. Could this guy really defeat the flying centipede? The place where the Wenren clan was located could be considered a treasured land. There were many spirit veins and array formations. The security was very tight. When Lin Xian first entered the Wenren clan, he felt the power of an earth immortal. Regardless of whether it was in War God City or in the other realms, such a clan would be considered a top-notch clan. Lin Xian was arranged to rest in a pavilion. 3 days later, Nethery came and brought Lin Xian to a hall. Nethery said, "Lin Gongzi, you can wait inside." "I won't go in." With Nethery's strength, she wasn't qualified to participate in the God of War Pagoda's test. After Lin Xian entered, he found a few young people inside. These young people were outstanding and had extraordinary bearings. When they saw Lin Xian, they were surprised. Who was this person? He wasn't from their clan. How was he qualified to enter? A tall man frowned and said, "Who are you? Who let you in?" "I let him in." A voice sounded from outside the hall. Then, Wenren walked out. "So it's you er. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The tall man immediately smiled. The coldness on his face disappeared. When he looked at Wenren, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Obviously, Wenren was definitely a top existence among the younger generation. No one dared to offend her. Wenren said, "Not only did I bring him here, but I also want to inform you that this time, I recommend Lin Gongzi to participate in the God of War Pagoda's test." What? Hearing this, the young people in the hall were in an uproar. This kid wants to participate in the test too, moreover, he's using the Wenren clan's quota. It's too unbelievable. Who the hell is this kid? How could he receive such treatment? Many people looked at Lin Xian with hostility in their eyes. Someone said, "Look at his cultivation, he's only a super great emperor. If such a person were to enter, he would be nothing more than an ant. Isn't this embarrassing our Wenren clan?" "That's right, I don't agree." "I don't agree either." Voices sounded one after another. Wenren grunted coldly instead. Are all of you doubting my judgment? Wenren spoke coldly. He saved my younger sister, so I agreed to it. If any of you aren't convinced, then you can make a move against me. I took them all. The others in the surroundings gritted their teeth when they heard this. Even though they were unwilling, they didn't dare make a move against Wenren. A few people whispered, let this kid go, he'll be in trouble. Humph, I don't think we need to do anything. He'll be in an incomparably sorry state. The god race's assessment was not that simple. Even we don't have much confidence, let alone this kid. The voices of the surrounding people gradually became softer. Lin Xian stood there, expressionless. He couldn't be bothered with these people. Suddenly, he raised his brows and looked out of the window. The land immortal had arrived. It wasn't long before Wenren looked towards the distance as well. Suddenly, a figure rushed over from afar. It was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure. His body was radiating resplendent light. He was the head of the Wenren family. When they saw this scene, the members of the Wenren family bowed. Greetings, Patriarch. The head of the Wenren family nodded slightly. Then, he glanced at Lin Xian. He had already heard about Lin Xian from Wenren. He tacitly agreed. After a few seconds, the head of the Wenren family withdrew his gaze. He said, since everyone is here, let's set off. With a wave of his hand, the power of the immortal Tao flew out from his body and transformed into a world that enveloped everyone in the hall. In the next moment, he shattered the void and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the vast mountains. The boundless forest swayed in the wind. When he saw this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Even though it was also a mountain range, it was different from the mountain range from before. Because the mountain range ahead had a trace of blood fiend aura, and there were even many places that were extremely dangerous. He could tell that this was a battlefield, and it was an ancient battlefield. There were definitely many land immortals who had fought here in the past. They left behind the blood of immortals. This should be the place where the god race took the test. He wondered what the test was about. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and began to wait. Not long after, there was another sound of breaking through the air from afar. Lin Xian turned his head to look. This should be the other god-chosen race. Lin Xian found that these people were taller than ordinary people. They were about 5 meters tall. There were mysterious runes on their bodies that emitted powerful power. The leader was a tall old man. After he came down, he laughed and said, Old monster Wenren, long time no see. The head of the Wenren family also turned his head and said, so it's brother Sky Eagle. These people were from the Sky Eagle race, which was also the god-chosen race. They were very powerful. Behind this old man, there were many young people. One of them was extremely extraordinary. His body bloomed with a mysterious light, and his eyes were very sharp. Furthermore, his arms were actually covered with scales. Many people looked at him with a trace of reverence in their eyes. Especially the people of the Wenren family, there was even fear in their eyes. Because this young man was extremely extraordinary. His name was Sky Eagle Li. He was the top genius of this generation of the Sky Eagle race. His strength was very terrifying. Moreover, his attacks were very terrifying. Becoming his enemy was a fate worse than death. Sky Eagle Li's eyes were like lightning as he looked in a direction. That was Wenren. He was Wenrenyu's suitor and even wanted to propose marriage. However, Wenren wanted to join the God of War pagoda. Therefore, this matter didn't happen. Sky Eagle Li wasn't worried because he was also qualified to join the God of War pagoda. After entering, he had a way to pursue her. Sky Eagle Li walked over and said, don't worry. I'll help you with all my strength in this test. I'll definitely fulfill your wish and let you join the God of War pagoda. And you guys. With that, he looked at the people of the Wenren family and said, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. If I can help, feel free to help. Sky Eagle Li not only wanted to help Wenren, but he also wanted to help the entire Wenren family. After the geniuses of the Wenren family heard this, they were all grateful. Thank you, big brother Sky Eagle. They were really too excited. With his help, their success rate would double. They were so excited that they were about to cry. However, a person stood there expressionlessly. It was Lin Xian. Did Lin Xian need help? What a joke. Although Sky Eagle Lee was powerful, he didn't take him seriously. However, the others didn't think so. They saw that a super great emperor was actually so arrogant and didn't give Sky Eagle Lee any face. Instantly, many people's expressions changed. The people of the Sky Eagle race snorted. Looks like the Wenren family doesn't need our help. The geniuses of the Wenren family were even more shocked. They hurriedly said, "It's not like that. This kid isn't from our family at all. Not from the Wenren clan." This surprised the surrounding people. Even Sky Eagle Lee narrowed his eyes. "What's going on?" A genius from the Wenren clan, Wenren Hao, hurriedly explained the matter. "So that's how it is." After the Sky Eagle clan heard this, they understood. This kid was just a wandering cultivator who was lucky enough to get a spot. Such a person was like an ant, and they had 100 ways to make him wish he was dead. Sky Eagle Lee heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was a strong competitor, but now it seemed like it wasn't. He was thinking too much. Another martial artist from the Sky Eagle clan said, "Kid, hurry up and bow to our big brother. If you're lucky, my big brother might be able to guide you. He might even be able to save your life." Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, "I don't need anyone to save me, and I won't encounter any danger." What arrogance! The Sky Eagle clan snorted coldly. Even Sky Eagle Lee's brows were tightly knitted together. Won't encounter any danger? He really dares to say that. Even he didn't have such confidence. Because he knew that there were a few people who were more terrifying than him who came to participate in the test this time. Even he had to retreat when he encountered those people. Where did this kid get his confidence from? He dared to say such arrogant words. His face darkened. However, he couldn't flare up in front of Wenren Yu. When he had the chance in the future, he would let this kid know what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death. With a cold snort, he ignored Lin Xian and the others. Next, there were other clans that came. For example, the Shepherd clan, Tree clan, and Xian clan were all top clans. The geniuses in their clans were also extremely terrifying. When most of these people had arrived, they walked forward. There was a canyon ahead, and it was the entrance to the test. There were 2 people sitting in the canyon, and they were sitting on 2 demon beasts. These 2 demon beasts were extremely ferocious and had powerful flames on their bodies. As soon as they approached, the 2 demon beasts let out deep roars, scaring the surrounding people and causing them to keep retreating. On the 2 demon beasts were 2 young people, a man and a woman. The man on the left patted the demon beast's head and said, "Quiet." Only then did the 2 demonic beasts calm down. He looked ahead and said, "After entering, life and death are up to fate. You should know this." After saying that, the woman waved her hand and a storage ring appeared in the air. Light flickered as countless items flew out from within. It was a purple kettle that emitted a faint glow. The woman from the Palace of Ares said, "This thing is called the Devil Refining Flask. What you're going to do this time is to hunt soul beasts inside." He stored the soul beast into the demon refining gourd. The more they collected, the higher their ranking would be. The duration of the assessment was 1 month. Now, everyone can get a devil refining gourd and go in. Hearing this, everyone began to move. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and grabbed a demon refining fox pot. The rules of the test were very simple. To be more specific, there were no rules. However, this also made things easier for him. Wenren Yu grabbed a demon refining gourd as well. She took a deep breath, her expression extremely solemn. This was because she had already seen a few very strong opponents. He didn't dare to be careless at all. At this moment, Lin Xian said indifferently, "You don't have to worry. I've obtained a spot from your Wenren clan, so I won't leave you alone. If you're really in danger, I'll help you. With my help, you'll definitely enter the God of War pagoda. So, don't feel pressured." Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Who was this kid? He really dared to say that. When they saw that Lin Xian was only a super great emperor, they all laughed. This guy really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he come with such a cultivation level, and he was 100% sure, in this place, apart from those top geniuses, who dared to say that they were 100% sure. Even Sky Eagle Lee didn't dare to say that. Sure enough, Sky Eagle Lee's face was gloomy. This kid is really courting death. Piercing killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wenren Yu was also speechless. She glanced at Lin Xian and said, "You'd better take care of yourself first." To be honest, she didn't believe that Lin Xian had the ability. Although Lin Xian could defeat the flying centipede, so what? This was the god race's test, and the danger level wasn't something that the flying centipede could compare to. Many of the soul beasts inside were much stronger than the flying centipede. Moreover, their numbers were as vast as the sea. If this kid continued to be so careless, he would probably die very quickly inside. Let's go. Some families started to move. They didn't pay any attention to Lin Xian at all. Soon, the people from the Wenren family also started to move. After entering the canyon, their field of vision suddenly opened up. This mountain range was very vast. This mountain range had unique demon beasts, which were soul beasts. After all, there was a monstrous blood aura here. It was once an ancient battlefield, and many experts had fallen here. Back then, even more demon beasts had fallen. Therefore, they left behind remnant souls. Coupled with the power of the blood aura, they condensed into strange demon beasts and soul beasts. These soul beasts were strange and terrifying, so they couldn't be careless at all. After entering, Wenren Yu said, "Let's not split up first. Let's move together first. After we familiarize ourselves with the situation here, we'll split up." The others nodded one after another. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about me." He didn't intend to attack the soul beasts because it was too stupid. Lin Xian's combat experience was extremely rich. Previously, the martial artists of the War God Palace had said that whoever obtained more soul beasts would be ranked higher. This was the only rule. Other than that, there were no other rules. In other words, as long as one obtained soul beasts, it was fine. There were many ways to obtain soul beasts. Most people went to capture soul beasts and then put them into the demon refining pot. However, this was only an ordinary method. There was another method, which was to directly seize someone else's demon refining pot. This way, it was much faster than capturing soul beasts. At that time, Lin Xian only needed to attack a few top geniuses. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. You really don't have the qualifications to obtain our family's quota. Damn it, you've thrown away the face of the clan." The members of the Wenren clan had unsightly expressions. Even Wenren Yu frowned slightly. Can this kid really defeat the flying centipede? She felt more and more doubtful. Lin Xian took out a jade pendant and gave it to Wenren Yu. He said, "Take this. It's a formation. If you're in danger, I'll be able to sense it. At that time, I'll save you." No matter what she thought, she was Nethery's sister after all. Moreover, she had also given him a quota. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to save her once. Wenren Yu was so angry that she wanted to laugh. Who was she? What strength was she? She was also a top genius. She was a void god. Did she need him to save her? What a joke. Wenren Yu was a powerful void god. She didn't need the help of others to enter the God of War pagoda. However, when she saw Lin Xian's serious expression, she sighed in the end. She didn't say anything. She just took the jade pendant and threw it into her storage ring. She didn't take this matter to heart at all. "You're on your own now," Wenren Yu said indifferently. He was too arrogant and went too far. She didn't intend to care about him anymore. In any case, she had already given him the quota he wanted. Both sides were even now. The others left with Wenren Yu as well. Before they left, they glanced at Lin Xian and sneered, "Kid, do you believe me? You won't be able to survive a day here. When the time comes, you'll know how foolish your actions are." They left with sneers on their faces. Lin Xian didn't mind. He narrowed his eyes, looked around, and used his Rinnegan. Soon, he discovered a soul beast. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the soul beast and killed it with a single move. So this was the strength of soul beasts. Lin Xian shook his head. He was even less interested. It was better to directly attack the other geniuses. Lin Xian started to wait. The others quickly attacked. There was only a month's time, so they had to gather as many beast souls as possible. The people of the Wenren family moved quickly. They gathered together and swept through the surroundings like a sharp blade. A few days later, they obtained over 100 beast souls. Their harvest wasn't bad. Wenren smiled. She said to the clansman beside her, "We'll split up in 3 days." The other clansman also took a deep breath. Split up? At that time, the danger would definitely increase greatly. However, the opportunities would also increase greatly. Besides soul beasts, there were many ruins here. After all, this was an ancient battlefield. Countless experts had fought here in the past. After they died, perhaps they left behind their inheritances. At that time, they could properly explore. On the other side, the Sky Eagle clan was also extremely terrifying. Sky Eagle Li was also very terrifying. He led his clansmen and actually obtained 300 beast souls in a few days. The number was several times that of the Wenren clan. One could very well imagine how powerful they were. However, Heavenly Eagle Li was not very happy because he was not satisfied. In his opinion, he should have collected 500 soul spirits in the next few days. It didn't meet expectations. He furrowed his brows tightly. His target was not the people from the Wenren clan, but a few others. There were a few people who were stronger than him and were his greatest enemies. For example, Xianxia of the mysterious Sky Clan. This person was extremely terrifying. The other party's bloodline was powerful, and it was said that he had reached the realm of atavism. His opponent cultivated the Xiantian divine body, a peerless physique. Other than Xianfeiyu, there was another person who was equally terrifying. This person was called Mujio, a peerless genius of the Mu clan. Apart from having a high cultivation base, this person was also an expert in formations. His formations were terrifying to the extreme. In fact, he had once used a formation to trap 3 void gods. He had trapped the other party for several years. No one dared to enter the formation. These 2 people were indeed terrifying. In the past few days, the 2 of them had collected more than 1,000 soul scrolls, far surpassing the other experts. It could be said that these 2 geniuses were truly monstrous. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. The Wenren clan was flying quickly in the forest. Wenren said, "There's still 1 more day. After tomorrow, we'll split up. There's a valley ahead. After searching that valley, we'll rest for a while. We haven't rested well for the past few days." The other clansmen nodded. They did feel tired. The speed of these people was very fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the valley. This place was extremely quiet and filled with vines. After the geniuses of the Wenren clan entered, they looked around. They didn't see any soul beasts. They all heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that there are no soul beasts here. Why don't we rest here, all right? Wenren used her soul to observe and found that there was indeed no danger. She nodded. Next, they sat down cross-legged, took out pills, and began to recover and rest. However, after 15 minutes, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. It quickly grew larger and descended towards the valley with a gust of wind. It was a soul beast. There were black flames jumping on its body. It was the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Rock. It was an extremely terrifying soul beast. It descended towards the valley. Before he even arrived, the terrifying scorching storm had already swept downwards. In the valley below, Wenren and the others suddenly opened their eyes. They looked up at the sky. Oh no, there's a soul beast. Moreover, it's an extremely terrifying soul beast. It's a soul beast on the level of an earth immortal. Quickly defend. Everyone, get ready to attack. Wenren shouted coldly and took the lead to soar into the sky. The Scarlet Flame Heavenly Rock arrived above the valley. It looked down coldly and emitted a terrifying message. It was truly furious. This valley was its territory. It only went out to look for food, but when it returned, it was snatched by these ants, unforgivable. It let out a terrifying roar, and its killing intent spread out, causing the hearts of the Wenren clan members below to beat wildly. They were about to faint. We seem to have come to the wrong place. One of the geniuses was pale. Attack. Wenren spoke coldly instead, and then he instantly slapped his palm forward. It carried the terrifying power of the immortal Tao, causing the entire world to tremble. The Wenren clan members beside her also attacked. These people were all geniuses. After the initial panic, they erupted with shocking strength. The scarlet flame heavenly rock in the sky was furious. Black flames appeared on its body like a black sea of fire. It blotted out the sky and enveloped the ground below. It carried a gloomy and cold power that was enough to turn everything into ashes. Boom, an earth-shaking sound resounded. The sea of fire spread and the immortal Tao danced. After that attack, Wenren and the others kept retreating. Their faces were pale, and some of them even spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were charred black. Not good. He's actually so strong. He's almost at the middle stage of the soul illumination realm. We're no match for him at all. Wenren's brows were tightly knit together. Her opponent was indeed very strong. She was at the Void God realm. But with her trump card, she could fight an early-stage soul illumination realm expert. However, she couldn't fight him this time. This showed that her opponent was far stronger than an ordinary early-stage soul illumination realm expert. From the looks of it, he should be at the peak of the early-stage soul illumination realm. He wasn't far from the middle stage of the soul illumination realm. Such a person was a fatal threat to her. Everyone, prepare to break out of the encirclement and leave. Wenren spoke softly. The others behind her nodded. In the next moment, they soared into the sky and flew in all directions. A wisp of disdain curled up on the corners of the crimson flame heavenly rock's mouth. You want to leave? These ants are really too naive. It spread its wings and black flames rained down from them, sealing the entire world and forming a cage. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, those people collided with the sea of flames and were blasted back. Their vital energy and blood roiled, and their expressions were unsightly. Shit. We can't leave. Wenren was blasted back as well. She gritted her teeth. Everyone, let's join forces and tear this cage apart. Wenren waved her hand and withdrew a fan. The fan grew in size and fluttered in the air as if it had transformed into a storm. A mysterious radiance flickered on the fan, and there was a crescent moon on it. The fan was extremely extraordinary, and it was called the Clear Moon Divine Fan. At this moment, its might was truly shocking. Wenren waved the fan, and boundless moonlight instantly shot forward along with the storm. It charged towards the black flames with the intention of extinguishing them. The black flames shook violently, and many of them dimmed down. This attack was truly too terrifying. It seemed capable of shattering the world and dimming the world. When they witnessed this scene, the members of the Wenren clan were excited as well. Fantastic! As expected of Wenren. They saw hope. Let's attack as well. They attacked as well. Some of them had terrifying flying swords around them, some had pagodas, some had bronze mirrors, and they started attacking. Vast strength swept through the surroundings like a vast mountain. Coupled with Wenren's strength, it was truly terrifying and capable of destroying everything. The crimson flame heavenly rock was furious as well, and it roared furiously. Boundless flames swiftly converged in front of it and transformed into a black fireball. It descended towards the ground. The black fireball was only the size of a millstone in the beginning, but it gradually grew larger as it descended. In the end, it was like a black sun had descended into the valley. Everything in the surroundings was instantly obliterated. Boom, Wenren and the others were blasted back and scattered in all directions. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and cracks appeared on their bodies. Damn it, how is this possible? They had all gone crazy. Their peerless attacks were actually unable to do anything to the other party. Why was it like this? The geniuses of the Wenren clan went crazy. They couldn't believe it. Even Wenren's pupils constricted. Her expression turned ugly. In the next moment, she said, "Give me all your power. I will activate the Clear Moon Divine Fan." He might even be able to tear through his defenses. Hearing this, everyone sent their power into the fan in front of him. The fan continued to bloom. Then, it started to spin rapidly. The power of the spiral was enough to tear everything apart. There was a loud boom. Wenren exerted the strength within her entire body to the limit as she slashed forward. This time, he finally tore a crack in the sea of fire. Let's go quickly. When they saw this, the people in the valley rushed over quickly. In the next moment, they rushed out of the valley. Great, we're out. They were extremely excited. It was all thanks to Wenren, otherwise, they would be dead for sure. He was actually able to come out. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Rock was extremely surprised. He felt like he had been slapped in the face, and he was unable to endure it. In the next moment, he roared towards the sky, and his wings covered an area of 90,000 kilometers. After that, he slammed his wings down. They transformed into countless strands of black sword energy that slashed out in all directions. Flee quickly. The geniuses of the Wenren clan fled swiftly when they saw the scene. However, the Crimson Flame Heavenly Rock was truly furious this time. In the blink of an eye, 3 geniuses of the Wenren clan had perished. The remaining geniuses were injured as well, and they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Wenren coughed up a mouthful of blood as well, and her face was pale. In the next moment, she exclaimed. Because the Crimson Flame Heavenly Rock's claw was clawing at her. If this attack grabbed her body, she would definitely be blasted into a mist of blood. She exclaimed, "Give me all your power." The geniuses of the Wenren clan who were still alive in the rear turned around and fled when they saw this scene. They didn't help Wenren at all, and they fled instead. Wenren was on the verge of going mad with rage. She hadn't expected that the members of her clan would actually treat her like this after she'd saved them. They'd abandoned her. She felt a trace of despair in her heart. Was this how her clansmen were like? They'd abandoned her at the critical moment. How sorrowful. I can't die. The sorrow in Wenren's eyes vanished and was replaced by a wisp of icy coldness. In the next moment, she started to release her bloodline and unleashed unprecedented might. She dodged this attack. With a boom, he landed on the ground below. Even though she'd dodged it, she'd still suffered some injuries. Most importantly, she'd burned her bloodline just now, so there wasn't much strength left in her. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Heavenly Rock's claw descended once more. This time, it was even stronger and sharper. She had nowhere to hide. Was she going to die? To think that he would fall here. He was really unwilling to accept it. Wenren was very strong, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the God of War Pagoda this time. Wenren wanted to aim for a higher ranking, but she hadn't expected to encounter such a formidable Crimson Flame Heavenly Rock here. Not to mention entering the God of War Pagoda, even surviving was a problem for her. Damn it. It's all those clansmen's fault. If they hadn't fled and given me strength, I would have definitely been able to resist them. She closed her eyes and tears flowed down her cheeks when she thought up to this point. I'll absolutely not be a member of the Wenren clan in my next life. Alas. The black claw covered the sky and was about to tear Wenren apart. However, a sigh suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth. After that, a voice appeared by Wenren's side and took her away. Bang! The spot where Wenren stood immediately shattered into pieces and transformed into a black hole that seemed to connect to the netherworld. Wenren opened her eyes. I'm not dead, what's going on? I'm still alive. Am I saved? Who saved me? She turned around and looked over. In her opinion, it was definitely a top genius. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to Sky Eagle Lee. However, she was stunned when she saw the person behind her. It's you, Wen Tianyue exclaimed. She seemed like she was dreaming. She noticed that the person behind her was Lin Xian who she'd brought in. He'd actually come here. Moreover, he'd saved her. She felt that it was so unreal. Even though Lin Xian had saved her younger sister, he was only an extraordinary emperor in the end. In her opinion, he didn't have any advantage here at all. It was even to the extent that he wasn't qualified to enter the God of War Pagoda. But she hadn't expected him to be the one who'd saved her. Why are you here? Wenren was very surprised. To be honest, she was very shocked. He had saved her sister, and now he had saved her. This made her feel complicated. Lin Xian said, "Didn't I give you a jade pendant earlier? I told you that I would save you when you were in danger." So it was that jade pendant. Wenren exclaimed and hurriedly searched for the jade pendant in her storage ring. At that time, she had just casually thrown it inside. Soon, she found the jade pendant in her storage ring. At this moment, the jade pendant had been split into two. Obviously, Lin Xian had found her through the jade pendant. Wenren said, "No, this soul beast is too strong. It's close to the mid-stage of the soul conduit realm. No matter how strong you are, you're not a match for it. Let's flee quickly." Wenren's eyes were filled with terror. At the same time, there was a figure in the void. It was a woman, and she had a cloak covering her body. She was completely hidden in the void, so no one in the surroundings noticed her. However, she didn't dare to act rashly. Although the cloak was mysterious and could make her invisible, she would definitely be discovered if she was hit by the surrounding sea of fire. So, she could only stop here. This woman was called Xianxia, and she was also a top genius. Moreover, she was a top genius of the tree race. She was just passing by and hadn't expected that she would encounter such a terrifying soul beast. She had heard of Wenren, so she was thinking about whether she should lend a hand during the crisis. But she hadn't expected that someone would lend a hand at the critical moment. She didn't know the person who had lent a hand. She could sense that the other party was only a super great emperor. How could a super great emperor be so powerful? He was probably dead. She didn't think highly of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled, "I told you that I would save you once, so you don't have to worry this time. You'll be fine." With that, Lin Xian looked up at the scarlet flame heavenly rock in the sky and said coldly, "I'll give you two choices. 1. Get the hell out of here and disappear. 2. I'll suppress you and put you into the demon refining gourd." Wenren was truly stunned when she heard this. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What is this guy talking about? He must be tired of living. This was completely infuriating the crimson flame heavenly rock. Xianxia, who was hiding in the sky, also sighed, "It's over, this kid is hopeless." Originally, she wanted to join forces. But now, it seemed that she should just hide here obediently. Roar, the scarlet flame celestial rock roared furiously. How dare a great sovereign, an ant, act so arrogantly in front of him? He swallowed the other party. His claws fell fiercely and charged over with unparalleled strength. Not good. Wenren went mad when she saw this scene, and she swiftly dodged while saying at the same time, "Quickly dodge." However, she found that Lin Xian just stood there without dodging. Wenren found it difficult to believe. Could it be that he really isn't afraid of death? In the next moment, she saw a sword appear in Lin Xian's hand. It was a long sword that emitted a biting cold-killing intent. Lin Xian strode up into the sky with the sword in hand. Not only is he not fleeing, he's even going to attack? Is he going to fight the scarlet flame heavenly rock? Heavens, Wenren didn't dare imagine. The scarlet flame heavenly rock was such a powerful existence. Can Lin Xian really fight it? Xianxia, who was hiding in the sky, was also shocked silly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. With the divine sword in hand, he stepped onto the sky stairs and arrived near the crimson flame celestial rock. He raised a mortal slayer up high and pointed it forward. Extremely biting cold-killing intent bloomed from the sword. At this moment, Lin Xian's sword Dao energy was constantly spreading. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. The scarlet flame heavenly rock's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. However, when he sensed the terrifying sword intent on Lin Xian's body, his expression changed. Even his body started to sway. What's going on? He sensed a lethal threat from this tiny human. Has he gone mad? There must be something wrong with his senses. The scarlet flame heavenly rock flew into a rage out of humiliation. He roared at the sky and flapped his wings fiercely. Boundless black flames rained down madly. It was like a sea of fire as it charged madly at Lin Xian. The energy it carried was truly too terrifying. No one could resist it. No, Wenren exclaimed with shock when she witnessed this scene. As far as she was concerned, Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, Lin Xian grunted coldly. A sword that split the heavens. Extremely terrifying samadhi true fire appeared on Immortal Slayer. Coupled with the monstrous killing intent, it actually transformed into a fire dragon. The fire dragon roared at the sky and slashed forward with an all-conquering force. Heaven and earth collapsed with a single strike. It seemed like it could annihilate everything in the world. Wenren was stunned when she saw this attack, and her figure started trembling slightly. In the next moment, her pupils constricted violently. She noticed that this strike had shattered all the black swords in the sky. After that, the sword slashed at the scarlet flame heavenly rock. The extremely powerful and invincible scarlet flame heavenly rock seemed extremely pitiful before this strike. Its body quickly split apart. He was cut into two halves by the sword. Roar, the scarlet flame heavenly rock let out a miserable roar. It was extremely terrified and in despair. This young man was actually so terrifying. If it had known this would happen, it would have fled. But it was too late now. It would definitely die from this strike. Their shattered bodies fell from the sky like two huge mountains, smashing the surrounding mountains into smithereens. Heaven and earth collapsed. This scene was too shocking. An extremely powerful soul conduit realm soul beast was killed with a single strike. It was like watching a legend. No matter if it was Wenren or Xianxia who'd hidden herself, both of them were stunned on the spot. Their minds were blank. They only recovered from their shock after a long time. Xianxia almost exclaimed, but she hurriedly suppressed her shock. On the other side, Wenren almost knelt down from fright. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "You killed him?" Lin Xian didn't even turn his head and said, "Don't be too surprised. He's no match for me at all. Not to mention that he's only at the early stage of the soul conduit realm, even if he's at the mid-stage of the soul conduit realm, I can still kill him." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out the demon refining gourd and put away the shattered body. He originally didn't want to make a move, but he still killed a soul beast. Lin Xian put away the demon refining gourd. Then he looked at Wenren and smiled, "Don't worry, it's safe now." After that, he yawned. "I have to go back and rest. Do you want to go back with me?" Wenren was stunned when she heard this. "Go back? Aren't you going to continue? You're so strong. Don't you want to join the War God Palace?" Even Xianxia, who was hiding, was stunned. What exactly is this young man planning? She was extremely curious. However, at this moment, her body froze. The reason for that was because Lin Xian was actually looking in her direction. Xianxia was really scared to death. What was going on? Why was he heading towards where she was? Could it be that he had seen her? That's impossible. The cloak she's wearing can make her invisible. Even a soul conduit realm expert might not be able to discover her. Even if his combat strength was strong, his soul couldn't be so terrifying, right? After all, even the Crimson Flame Heavenly Rock hadn't noticed her existence. Would this young man notice her? She didn't know. But she was really scared to the point of not daring to move. Fortunately, he seemed to have looked at her for a few seconds before withdrawing his gaze. Lin Xian didn't continue looking, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "It's really surprising that there's someone here. I didn't expect that there was actually someone hiding here." If she hadn't released her aura just now, he really wouldn't have noticed. He guessed that this person must have been frightened by his previous sword strike. That was why she exclaimed and released the information. It seemed that she should have a hidden treasure on her. However, he didn't attack her. He continued to look at Wenren and said, "What do you plan to do next? Do you want to go on your own? Or do you want to look for your family?" Wenren sighed when she heard this. She mocked, "Family? Haha, do you know? Just now, my family gave up on me. They fled on their own. What kind of family is this?" When she said this, she was incomparably furious. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. "Then you plan to act alone? I think this place is very dangerous. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to continue alone." Wenren raised her head and said, "Young master, I can stay by your side." When she said this, she was extremely excited. She first bowed deeply and said, "Young master, I'm sorry." My attitude towards you wasn't good. I apologize. Please forgive me. Wenren Yu really regretted it. Her attitude towards Lin Xian wasn't very good. It was even slightly cold. Moreover, he had actually saved her life. She was extremely grateful. This was much better than her family. Wenren Yu said, I'll remember your kindness in my heart. When I return to my family, I'll definitely thank you heavily. It was nothing. Lin Xian smiled. Wenren Yu asked in confusion, Young master, didn't you participate in this test to enter the God of War Pagoda? Then why didn't you do anything? If you don't collect enough soul beasts, the God of War Pagoda won't want you no matter how talented you are. Why don't the two of us work together? If we work together, we can definitely collect a lot of soul beasts. When she spoke up to hear, Wenren Yu was slightly excited. But Lin Xian laughed and said, the method you are talking about is too troublesome. I have an easier way. A simpler way? What is it? Wenren Yu was stunned when she heard this. Why wasn't I aware of it? Lin Xian said, did you notice the rules? Not only can we collect soul beasts directly, we can also collect other people's demon refining gourds. Wasn't this a simpler method? When she heard this, Wenren Yu exclaimed with shock. You intend to make a move against other cultivators? Lin Xian said, that's not accurate. I only attacked the top geniuses. He didn't need a few. Previously, wasn't Tianying Li very hostile to me? If he dared to make a move, I would have directly destroyed him. I would have collected his demon refining gourd. In this way, I would be able to pass easily. I wouldn't have to search for soul beasts all over the world like you. This, Wenren Yu was stunned. She really didn't know what to say. How bold was this? Only then would he dare to do such a thing. However, when she thought about how Lin Xian had killed the Scarlet Flame Celestial Rock with a single strike, his strength really surpassed Tianying Li's. Tianying Li had better not make a move. Otherwise, he would end up very miserably. Lin Xian said, come back with me and have a good rest. When the time comes, I will help you pass the God of War Pagoda's test. Thank you, young master. Wenren Yu could only agree. Next, the two of them left and found a safe place to continue resting and waiting. After a long time, a figure appeared in the void. It was Ban Xia. To be honest, it was too dangerous. Ban Xiao's face was pale. Actually, she didn't know that she had been discovered. She only said that Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to make a move. Ban Xia quickly left. This young man was too mysterious and too terrifying. She didn't dare to offend him. If she did, he could directly suppress her. It would be troublesome if she snatched his demon refining gourd. Therefore, she quickly left. After she left, the news of what had happened here spread. After all, the phenomenon caused by the death of an illuminating realm soul beast was very terrifying. Countless people rushed over. When they saw the shattered mountain range and the cracked sky, they were all stunned. They were all stunned. What a piercingly cold sword chi, what a terrifying power. Who was it that made this move? He could actually kill an illuminating realm demon beast so easily. It was too unbelievable. Was there a need to think? It was definitely Xianfeiyu who had such strength and also used a sword technique. Other than him, there was no one else who could do that. It was indeed him. He was too terrifying. This time, he would definitely enter the God of War Pagoda as first place. Not only that, but he would also be put in an important position in the God of War Pagoda. His talent was really too strong. In the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become an elder of the God of War Pagoda and join the core of the God of War Pagoda. Gasps of surprise and envy could be heard. Within the crowd, Sky Eagle Li's eyebrows were also tightly knitted together. When he looked at the sword, he felt a tinge of fear. It's too terrifying. Is this Xianfeiyu's strength? At the same time, a hint of battle intent appeared in his eyes. He was also a top prodigy. Before he came, he had even brought his family's trump card. He wasn't weaker than anyone else. He really hoped to fight with Xianfeiyu. Sky Eagle Li's eyes shone with a piercingly cold power. On the other side, Ban Xia shook her head and sighed when she heard the news. These people were all wrong. Xianfeiyu was powerful, but it wasn't Xianfeiyu who had attacked this time. It was another young man. A very unfamiliar and mysterious young man. She didn't know his name or his background. She only knew that he was related to the Wunren clan. But she didn't know anything else. With the addition of such a mysterious expert, those top prodigies had finally met their match. Then, everyone left to continue their search for soul beasts. 2 days later, another piece of news came. It shocked everyone. In the canyon ahead, a golden divine medicine had been found. When the news came out, countless people were stunned. Divine medicine, that was a very precious and rare thing. Moreover, it was a golden divine medicine. This was definitely enough to make a land immortal go crazy. Let's go. Many people rushed over, ready to take action. Sky Eagle and the other top prodigies also rushed over after hearing the news. The news of the golden divine medicine made countless people excited. They rushed over like crazy. If they could obtain this golden divine medicine, then their strength would be able to reach a higher level in an extremely short period of time. This was equivalent to many years of bitter cultivation. How could they not be excited? Soon, rays of light streaked across the void and disappeared between heaven and earth. They all flew towards the canyon in the distance. Around the canyon, there was a continuous mountain range. Multicolored light danced on it, and it was incomparably beautiful. At a glance, one could tell that it was an extraordinary place. In these mountain ranges, there was a canyon. That canyon was split open from the ground as if it was split open by a sword. The cracks spread out like a giant python coiling on the ground. Around this canyon, there was a blood-red light surrounding it, bringing with it a monstrous murderous aura. Once they got close, the blood of the surrounding people would roll. They couldn't help but fly out. Countless people were terrified. They all activated their defenses and carefully wandered around the surroundings. After observing for a long time, they cautiously landed. They set off towards the canyon below. Not long after, they found a divine medicine in the canyon. It was a divine medicine that was blooming with golden light. It looked like a Ganoderma, but it was somewhat different. It should be a divine medicine that they had never seen before. The power on it made them extremely excited. Many people's eyes turned red. They attacked. In an instant, dozens of figures soared into the air and rushed forward. In an instant, they arrived above the canyon. They reached out their palms and grabbed below. So fast. Those people behind went crazy when they saw the scene. They had just arrived, and the treasure was going to be snatched away. They were incomparably desperate. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the canyon below. Immediately after, lightning flashed between the crowd. More than a dozen large hands were split in half. More than a dozen powerhouses were pushed out. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. There were even cracks on some people's bodies. What was going on? The surrounding people were all stunned. Sky Eagle snorted coldly. Don't you know that there are peerless demonic beasts around the treasures? Before investigating clearly, they dared to attack. They were really courting death. Hearing Sky Eagle's words, the surrounding people also exclaimed. Was there a peerless demonic beast? They looked carefully. A figure flew out from the canyon below. This was a creature made of white bones, and its body was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Many people exclaimed after seeing this. Banxia's expression also changed as she said, "This must be a unique beast of heaven and earth, a lightning sparrow. Moreover, this lightning sparrow should be an earth immortal." She was really stunned. She realized that this lightning sparrow wasn't any weaker than the crimson flame celestial rock. In fact, it was even more terrifying. With the protection of such a peerless soul beast, the surrounding people were in despair. They didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. However, they soon began to discuss. They said, "Everyone, we have to join forces." Although this demonic beast was powerful, there was only one of it. There are so many of us here. Why don't we lure him away? Next, they prepared to take action. They split into several teams. One team went out and took the other party away. The remaining teams began to fight for it. They were prepared to divide the golden godly medicine into many portions after snatching it. In this way, everyone had gained something, and this trip was not in vain. Okay. Soon, someone agreed. Dozens of people began to move again. Sky Eagle didn't make a move, nor did Xianxia. They were all top geniuses. They were a little worried, so they were waiting. However, those dozens of people couldn't wait any longer. They split up and soon, they really lured the lightning sparrow away. That's great. These dozens of people were overjoyed. When the others saw this scene, they also exclaimed, "No way, is it that simple?" Damn it, if they had known earlier, they would have participated too. Let's move quickly. The other two teams quickly charged into the canyon, preparing to snatch the golden godly medicine. In front, the lightning sparrow roared and turned around, wanting to go back. It was too late. Those geniuses sneered. In the next moment, lightning flashed between heaven and earth. The lightning sparrow appeared in the canyon in an instant. Its wings fell and slashed at those geniuses like two lightning blades. Those geniuses tried their best to dodge, but they were still sent flying. Many of them were killed by a single slash. Blood dyed the sky. The surrounding people were terrified. Those geniuses were so scared that they turned around and fled. It was too terrifying. What kind of speed was that? It was too fast. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to react. From the looks of it, in the face of absolute power, their schemes were completely useless. Xianxia sighed when she saw this. She knew it would be like this. Sky Eagle also snorted, "Stupid things." Although the others were angry, they didn't dare to refute because they had failed. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. The lightning sparrow hovered in the air for a while, his eyes filled with disdain. In the next moment, he flew back into the canyon. From the looks of it, he treated the people around him as ants. We have to think of a way to restrain his lightning speed. The surrounding people started to discuss again. At this moment, someone in the distance exclaimed, "Look, Xianfeiyu is here." Upon hearing this, countless people cried out in surprise. They turned their heads to look. Between the heavens and earth, there was a flash of sword light that streaked across the sky. It then condensed into a figure. It was a handsome man. He stood there like a young sword god. There was a mysterious light on his body that seemed to have turned into a battle armor. On his back was a purple longsword. This man was Xianfeiyu, a peerless genius of the mysterious Sky Clan. He arrived in the surroundings, stepped on the void, and looked down in all directions. Not long after, more people arrived behind him. Some of them were from the mysterious Sky Clan. Some were from other clans, and some were rogue cultivators. They were all Xianfeiyu's followers. They were Xianfeiyu's subordinates. The surrounding people were on high alert. Xianfeiyu's reputation was too great. They were all terrified. For example, Xianxia and the others were also very serious. After Xianfeiyu arrived, he looked at the golden divine herb in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. What a surprise. He didn't expect to find a stalk of divine herb here. Light bloomed between heaven and earth again. Then, a space array formed. A figure appeared in the array. This figure carried a monstrous aura that was enough to suppress all the worlds in the universe. As soon as the array's power appeared, it carried a terrifying aura. The people around all exclaimed. It was Mujio, a top-tier powerhouse. He was a peerless array master. Was he here too? A handsome man walked out of the array. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden elixir in front of him. His lips curled up into a smile. Not bad, not bad. Looks like I'm in luck. After him, a few more people arrived. One of them carried a long saber on his back. He looked very cold, like a saber god. His name was Wang Wu, and he was also a peerless genius. The people around all exclaimed. With so many top geniuses here, they probably had no hope. However, some people said, not necessarily. With so many geniuses here, they'll definitely fight each other. We might still have a chance. Haven't you heard of the saying, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits? We can wait until these geniuses are all injured before we make our move. Indeed, many people had that idea. However, they were too naive. Xianfeiyu walked out and shouted coldly, "Those who can't block my sword energy, get out of my way." An extremely terrifying purple sword energy rushed out of his body. It swept out like a celestial being. This attack was like a complete annihilation of 1,000 armies, slaughtering its way to the surroundings. Damn it, how dare you attack us? The people around were all shocked. They all put up their defenses. With a bang, heaven and earth shattered. Rays of light danced in the sky. Many people were sent flying and vomited blood. Some people kept retreating. Their blood was boiling. Their faces were full of shock. This was too terrifying. This sword seemed to be able to kill all of them. Xianfeiyu was extremely terrifying. At the same time, some people managed to block it. However, their faces were pale and full of fear. Xianfeiyu retracted his sword energy. He stood with his hands behind his back like a young god of war. He looked around and said, "Those who are vomiting blood, get out of my way. You don't have the right to enter this place." Hearing this, the people around all paled. Damn it, they were not satisfied. However, they were no match for him. Someone else said, "You're strong, but no matter how strong you are, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. We have so many people. I don't believe we can't beat you. Previously, we were just careless. Everyone, let's work together." A burly man walked out and shouted coldly. There was a mace on his back that was emitting an extremely cold light. He took a step forward, and heaven and earth shook. The injured people in the surroundings also gathered together one after another. That's right, he was too arrogant. So what if you're a top genius? Don't even think about keeping this treasure to yourself. Angry roars could be heard. You guys are really courting death. Xianfeiyu's face darkened. A terrifying aura radiated from his body. He looked around and said, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At this moment, Wang Wu, who was carrying a long saber on his back, also walked over. There was a terrifying saber light on his body. Like a peerless saber god, he said coldly, "I also think that you trash are not qualified to stand here." On the other side, Mujio's body was covered with countless array runes. He said, "Let's go. We're going to clear this place." Obviously, the top geniuses all had the same thought. Those martial artists who originally still wanted to join forces immediately lost their temper. With so many geniuses working together, even if they had twice as many people, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Damn it. They could only grit their teeth unwillingly and retreat to the back. However, they didn't leave. They watched from afar. The people around the canyon instantly decreased by more than half. Those who remained were all elites. It was finally quiet. Mujio said lightly. Xianfeiyu's eyes flashed. "You guys can take it with your own strength." The sword energy on his body was sharp. The other people's eyes flashed as well. Banxia was also here. She was also a top genius. She was on guard and didn't dare to make a move. Sky Eagle Lee, on the other hand, was very excited. He walked out. Countless gazes fell on him. "How dare you steal the treasure in front of me?" Wang Wu's murderous intent exploded. Sky Eagle Lee shouted coldly. A pair of Sky Eagle wings appeared on his body to block the attack. The wind in the sky formed a wind wall in front of him. He blocked the horrifying murderous intent. He ignored Wang Wu and looked at Xianfeiyu. He said, "I want to challenge you." The surrounding people were in an uproar. Someone dares to challenge Xianfeiyu? That's unbelievable. Does he want to die? Xianfeiyu also turned around and said, "So you're a genius from the Sky Eagle clan. You're not bad, but you're still no match for me. You know nothing about my strength. How about this? I'll give you a chance to become my follower and work for me. Soon, you'll know how terrifying my true strength is. I'm not someone you can challenge." "Damn it, you underestimate me." Sky Eagle Lee was furious. He was a top genius and the young master of his clan. How could he become Xianfeiyu's follower? He stepped out and said, "Are you afraid to accept my challenge?" The smile on Xianfeiyu's face disappeared. It was replaced by coldness. "You want to fight, I accept your challenge, but I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. I don't care if you live or die." Then Xianfeiyu pointed his finger. The finger seemed to turn into a heavenly sword. It shone with a horrifying light and turned into many mysterious sword talismans. This attack could even kill a virtual god. When they felt this finger, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. The warriors who left behind were so scared that their bodies trembled. Many of them knelt on the ground. They wanted to team up to fight against Xianfei. They were so stupid. Fortunately, they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have been in hell already. Xianfei was too strong. His strength was beyond imagination. Sky Eagle Li's pupils contracted. He let out a furious roar, and streaks of blood-red light appeared one after another, surrounding him. The light turned into a Sky Eagle phantom. It spread its wings and flew behind him. Sky Eagle Li didn't dare to be careless. He used his most powerful superpower as soon as he attacked. Sky Eagle Divine Claw. He roared. He waved his hands in the air and tore the sky and earth apart. A huge crack opened up on both sides with him as the center. The sky and earth were torn in half. The Sky Eagle phantom behind him swooped down. It let out a horrifying roar. This attack was equally horrifying. Countless people were shocked. Retreat quickly. Even the top geniuses kept retreating. Boom. There was an earth-shattering sound. The sky and earth cracked as if the universe was about to be destroyed. The Sky Eagle phantom was hit by the finger. The piercing sword chi on it pierced through his body. It split him in half. With a blood-curdling scream, the phantom disappeared. This finger charged towards Heavenly Eagle Li with even more biting cold power. Finger Tongxian. The finger came in front of Sky Eagle Li and pointed at his glabella. A light touch would be enough to pierce through his glabella and kill his soul. Sky Eagle Li trembled. He was dumbfounded and his mind went blank. How could this be? His strongest technique had been broken by the other party with a single finger. Was he defeated in a single move? When the surrounding people saw this, they exclaimed, "Oh my God, am I dreaming? Heavenly Eagle Li was actually defeated so easily?" To be honest, they knew that Sky Eagle Li would be the one to lose this round. However, in their opinion, it would take at least 100 moves. After all, Sky Eagle Li was a top genius and an illuminating god expert. His cultivation was above everything else. But now, he couldn't even block a single move from Xianfei. How terrifying was Xianfei, they didn't dare to imagine. You've lost. Go to hell. Xianfei's eyes glinted coldly. You want to kill me? Sky Eagle Li was stupefied. His expression became incomparably ugly, and his body began to tremble. He could feel the killing intent on the finger between his glabella getting colder. Xianfei really wanted to kill him. No, how could this be? Would he die here? He was a top genius and a top expert. He was also the young master of the Sky Eagle clan. In the future, he was going to rule the Sky Eagle clan and conquer the world. But now, he was going to die here. No, I can't die. Sky Eagle Li shook his head crazily. No, spare me this time. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to attack you again. Do you want to live? Sure, become my follower and I'll let you live. Okay, I'll be your follower. Sky Eagle Li said. Although it was embarrassing, he had to do it in order to live. The surrounding people exclaimed. Sky Eagle Li was not only defeated, but he was also slapped in the face and became a follower. This was clearly lowering their heads. Even the Heavenly Eagle race would similarly be mocked by others. As expected, the other geniuses of the Sky Eagle clan also turned ugly. But what could they say? Even their strongest genius was no match for him, let alone them. When Xianfei heard this, he laughed out loud. You really don't have a backbone. However, this is even easier. He waved his hand and took out a black pill, saying, "Eat it." What is this? Sky Eagle Li stared blankly, the other people were also puzzled. Xianfei sneered, do you think it's that easy to become my follower? What if you betray me? So, I have to control you. This is the soul-controlling pill. After eating it, your soul is under my control, and you will never be able to betray me again. Countless people cried out in alarm. After eating this pill, wouldn't they become a follower forever, with no possibility of turning over? Even Sky Eagle Li's expression changed greatly. Impossible, he directly rejected it. What a joke. He was willing to lower his head and become a follower, but that didn't mean that he was willing to lower his head for the rest of his life. He was just stalling for time. He wanted to survive first and then think of a way. But now, once he lowered his head, he would never be able to lift it up again in this lifetime. Therefore, he directly refused. Xianfeiyu sneered, "Then you can go to hell." He moved his finger slightly, and suddenly, Sky Eagle Li's glabella split open. His soul was injured. "No, I promise you." Sky Eagle Li felt a fatal threat. He really didn't want to die. He helplessly took the black pill and swallowed it. His eyes were filled with despair. Although he was alive, from now on, he no longer had the pride of being a genius. He would always be inferior to others. He ate it, this guy actually ate it. Countless exclamations sounded. They didn't expect Sky Eagle Li to really lower his head. "Young master." The people of the Sky Eagle clan also shouted. They looked up to the sky and roared, "Damn it." After swallowing the pill, Sky Eagle Li screamed in pain. His soul was covered by endless runes. He felt that his soul was completely controlled by someone else. As long as Xianfeiyu wanted, he could instantly destroy him. Was it really worth it to live? At this moment, Sky Eagle Li had a trace of doubt and regret. Xianfeiyu's face was even colder. He coldly shouted, "Kneel." With a plop, Sky Eagle Li uncontrollably knelt down. He cried bitterly. However, he couldn't resist. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Between heaven and earth, it was eerily quiet. Only the wild wind was blowing. When Xianxia saw this, she sighed and closed her eyes. She knew that Sky Eagle Li was finished. Even if he lived, he would be a puppet. The other party's pride was completely shattered, and his confidence was trampled to the ground. Ban Xiao's eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't go against Xianfeiyu. Otherwise, she would suffer a fate worse than death. The others also had the same thought. Even the other top geniuses were frowning. Xianfeiyu looked at Sky Eagle Li and said, "Stand up. Follow me and you will realize that it will be the glory of your life." Sky Eagle Li obediently stood behind Xianfeiyu. Xianfeiyu stared at the lightning sparrow in front of him. He coldly shouted, "Kneel down and hand over the golden elixir." Roar, the lightning sparrow was completely enraged. It flapped its wings and released a sky full of thunder. With a destructive aura, the thunder turned into a sea of thunder and enveloped Xianfeiyu. Countless people exclaimed, "Is the battle of the century going to happen again?" They didn't expect Xianfeiyu to attack the lightning sparrow immediately after defeating Sky Eagle Li. What would the result be? Xianfeiyu was enveloped by the sea of thunder. He smiled disdainfully, "How dare a little demon be so presumptuous in front of me?" Slash, he pointed his finger forward like an arrow. Sword chi flew out like the Milky Way descending. In an instant, he stood above the sea of thunder. The two collided and turned into a destructive storm. Heaven and earth shook and stars shattered. This attack tore open the sea of thunder. "So powerful," countless people exclaimed again. Every time Xianfeiyu attacked, they felt like they had returned to the mythical era. His sword chi was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people despair. How could there be such a powerful young sword god in the world? After splitting open the sea of thunder, Xianfeiyu stepped into the void and walked forward. Endless sword chi surrounded him. It was very shocking. He slashed out with his finger again. The sword chi expanded between heaven and earth. It was like a heavenly sword, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Wherever it passed, it was like a hot knife through butter. The surrounding thunder and lightning were shattered. They couldn't withstand it at all. He was so powerful. The lightning sparrow was no match for him. Countless exclamations were heard. The lightning sparrow roared in anger. He didn't take it head-on. His body swayed and he instantly dodged. His speed was very fast. He dodged the sword in an instant. In the next moment, he was above Xianfeiyu's head. A pair of wings slashed down viciously. Everything happened too quickly. Xianfeiyu was extremely terrifying as he charged towards the lightning sparrow. However, the lightning sparrow was also extremely fast. It arrived above Xianfeiyu's head in an instant and slashed down with its wings. Xianfeiyu was hit in an instant. A thunderous sound rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The place was completely turned into nothingness. He couldn't have died, right? Someone exclaimed. The others' faces changed as well. That's impossible. Xianfeiyu was so powerful. How could he die? That might not be the case. No matter how strong he was, what if he was hit directly? The lightning sparrow was too fast. It hit Xianfeiyu's vital point. No matter how strong Xianfeiyu was, he wouldn't be able to survive. Countless voices of discussion rang out. Xianfeiyu's followers panicked. Did he really die? Sky Eagle Li was extremely excited. If Xianfeiyu died, he would be out of control. Great, he could finally turn the tables. A calm voice rang out from the void. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you want to attack me with such an attack? It was Xianfeiyu's voice. The surrounding people exclaimed when they heard it. He didn't die. In the next moment, they saw the boundless sword energy shatter the lightning. Everyone saw the scene in front of them. Countless sword energy appeared above Xianfeiyu's head and formed a shield, blocking the wings. The lightning sparrow's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He flew into the air and retreated quickly. Xianfeiyu snorted. He waved his hand and the ancient sword on his back flew out. It was the flying feather divine sword. Buzz. The purple longsword flew out like a bolt of purple lightning, piercing through the void. The lightning sparrow dodged quickly. In the next moment, blood dyed the sky red. He was pierced through by the sword. He let out a cry of agony and fell from the sky. He was killed in a single strike. Was he dead? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. They couldn't imagine that such a powerful lightning sparrow would be so fast. They couldn't even see him, but he was killed in a single strike. Xianfeiyu's strength was too strong. Xianxia also exclaimed, such speed. Xianfeiyu's sword is even faster than the lightning sparrow. It was unbelievable. She was so scared that her body trembled. On the other side, Wang Wu's expression was extremely serious. He said in a low voice. Is this the legendary sword technique? It was terrifying. I'm no match. He shook his head and sighed. As a top genius, he wouldn't easily. When he saw this sword, countless ways to dodge it appeared in his mind. But he realized that no matter how he tried, he couldn't dodge it. Because it was too fast. Xianfeiyu waved his hand, and the flying feather godly sword circled in the air before returning to his back. It was as if he had done something insignificant. He looked around and said coldly, who else? For a moment, the place was. Xianfeiyu walked forward. He said, Feiyu, he. He came to the top of the valley and looked at the golden godly medicine. He smiled and stretched out his hand. At this moment, another voice rang out. Do you think I don't exist? Hearing this voice, the surrounding people exclaimed. Who else? Who else dares to fight? Even Xianxia was trembling in fear. Wang Wu's pupils constricted. Who else dares to fight? Sky Eagle Li was also very surprised. He was in despair. He didn't dare to dream anymore. Because he knew that Xianfeiyu would never die. He would enter the God of War pagoda and become a true god. He would reach an unbelievable level. Who would dare to challenge him? When they turned around and saw that it was Mujiao, they were stunned again. Mujiao, an array master, was also a top genius. But no matter how strong he was, could he beat Xianfeiyu? Xianfeiyu also frowned. Mujiao, are you sure you want to be my enemy? Mujiao walked out. He smiled. You're wrong. I'm not your enemy. I'm your partner. Partner? Xianyu snorted. I don't need to partner with anyone. No, you do. Mujiao said, the power of the golden elixir is too terrifying and mysterious. Also, didn't you notice? The golden elixir can grow because of the different terrain here. If you get the golden elixir, you can swallow it immediately. That way, you won't be able to leave for a while. You might even miss the God of War pagoda's test. I can take it with me. Xianfeiyu snorted. Mujiao shook his head. You can't. Once the golden elixir leaves the canyon, it will wither immediately. At that time, its power would disappear. You don't want it to become a pile of trash, do you? Xianfeiyu's expression changed. He carefully scanned the canyon. Then he asked coldly, "What do you mean?" He found that the canyon was indeed more magical than he thought. There was a mysterious power. Once the golden elixir left, it might wither. Mujio said, "I might not be able to beat you in a fight. But in terms of arrays, you're definitely no match for me. I can set up an array to keep the golden elixir alive after it leaves the canyon. This way, you won't have to use it during the test. You can slowly cultivate after you enter the God of War pagoda. Are you that kind? Tell me what you want." Xianfeiyu said coldly. Mujio smiled. "Very simple. Give me 1/3 of the golden elixir and I'll help you." "Okay, no problem." Xianfeiyu thought about it and nodded. The most important thing now was to enter the God of War pagoda. Very good. Happy cooperation. Next, Mujio started to set up an array. 2 days later, his array was complete. It descended and covered the golden elixir. Then, he brought it out of the canyon. When it left the canyon, countless black lightning bolts appeared at the bottom of the canyon. There was also a strong wind. It seemed to destroy everything. The surrounding power also affected the golden elixir. Fortunately, the golden elixir didn't wither in the array. This stunned countless people. What a marvelous array formation. Xianfeiyu also heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Leave it with me first." "Are you okay with that?" Mujio said, "I believe you. Since you agreed to give it to me, you won't go back on your word. But I have to warn you. My array can only last for a year. After a year, the golden elixir will wither again. Therefore, within a year, we have to devour this golden divine medicine." 1 year was enough. Xianfeiyu nodded when he heard this. He would be able to enter the God of War pagoda soon. Once he entered, he would consume the golden elixir. Then, Mujio left. Banxia, Wang Wu, and the others also left. There was no need to stay here any longer. They should hurry up and collect soul beasts. The others watched from afar. They were unwilling to leave, but they had no choice. But at this moment, Xianfeiyu sneered. "It's too slow to collect soul beasts like this. I'd better use other methods." His gaze landed on the people in the distance. They were shocked. "What are you doing? Damn it, run!" Xianfeiyu shouted, "Hand over your devil refining gourd." "What?" These people's faces changed. Xianfeiyu was targeting them. "Run!" They fled in all directions as if they had gone mad. Xianfeiyu didn't even make a move. These people weren't worthy of him. He looked at the followers behind him and said, "You guys attack." Those followers quickly flew into the air. Among them was a top genius like Sky Eagle Lee. The strength of the other people was also very strong. They quickly rushed over. A huge battle broke out. Sky Eagle Lee was the fastest. In an instant, he was in front of those people. Sky Eagle Claw slashed down. In an instant, the bodies of several martial artists were torn to shreds, turning into a bloody mist. The others were also injured and retreated. Damn it, so scary. The martial artists in the distance were scared silly. They saw Sky Eagle Lee being defeated in one move and even bowed down to become a follower. They didn't think much of Sky Eagle Lee. But now, it seemed that they were too naive. Sky Eagle Lee couldn't defeat Xianfeiyu, but compared to others, Sky Eagle Lee was a high mountain. Sky Eagle Lee attacked and swept in all directions. Not to mention the other followers he had. Those people in the distance kept falling. Their devil refining gourds were all collected. Those who were still alive were scared silly. They knelt on the ground and begged, "Young Master Feiyu, please spare us. We are willing to be your followers. We are willing to hand over the devil refining gourd. Please spare our lives, young Master Feiyu." They had no choice. If they didn't beg for mercy, they would definitely die. "Alright, since you are sincerely begging for mercy, I will spare your lives." Xianfeiyu snapped his fingers, and all of his followers stopped attacking. Xianfeiyu said, I won't bully you. Give me 910 of your spirit beasts, and I'll leave 110 for you. Furthermore, I will allow you to follow me and conquer the world with me. To find new soul beasts. We are willing. Those people had no choice. In order to save their lives, they could only do this. Next, their souls were controlled and they handed over 910 soul beasts. They left with Xianfeiyu. Over the next few days, Xianfeiyu swept through the area and gathered more and more followers. Xianfeiyu was extremely powerful. They gathered even more soul beasts. The followers who had just joined were there to save their lives. But now, they were willing to stay by Xianfeiyu's side because the rewards were too great. Although they could only get 1/10 of the harvest, the amount they had collected in the past few days had far exceeded the amount they had collected before. Thinking of this, they attacked even more desperately. Becoming a follower wasn't such a bad thing after all. Xianfeiyu's actions were getting louder and louder, so much so that the other candidates noticed. Xianxia, Wang Wu, and the others all gasped. Even Mujio was frowning. He had wanted to compete with this guy for first place, but now it seemed like things were going to be troublesome. Xianfeiyu's speed of gathering soul beasts was too fast. Furthermore, his followers had all given their soul beasts to Xianfeiyu. As a result, Xianfeiyu now had more than 20,000 soul beasts. Mujio only had 5,000 soul beasts. The difference in numbers was huge. As for the others, they didn't even have 1,000 soul beasts. It would be considered good if they could gather a few hundred soul beasts. Sky Eagle Lee was also very excited. Although he had lost face when he became a follower, he had lost a lot of face. But now, he found that there were 3,000 soul beasts in the demon refining gourd. Before this, he didn't even dare to think about it. He even felt that there was nothing wrong with being a follower for the rest of his life. Over the past few days, he had been by Xianfeiyu's side and had seen how terrifying Xianfeiyu was. After Xianfeiyu entered the God of War Pagoda, he would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, he might be able to condense 4 strands of immortal qi and become a true god. And if he became a follower of a true god, he would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. So, he was now willing to stay by Xianfeiyu's side. If the people of the Sky Eagle clan knew that their clan's top genius had such thoughts, would they vomit blood and die from anger? There was a place in the forest that was very quiet. This place was very remote, and there weren't any soul beasts. However, there were 2 figures here. These 2 were Lin Xian and Wenrenyu. At this moment, Wenrenyu was extremely anxious. She said, Lin Gongzi, there are only a few days left. The test is about to end, but we don't have many soul beasts. We can't enter the God of War Pagoda at all. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Lin Xian was also surprised. That Sky Eagle Lee actually didn't take the initiative to find trouble with him. How surprising. He said, since it's like that, then let's take the initiative to attack. Let's go look for that Sky Eagle Lee. Sky Eagle Lee had released killing intent towards him earlier, so Lin Xian would absolutely not let him off. It was about time. So, he prepared to make a move. They're finally making a move. Wenrenyu was excited as well, and she hurriedly followed them. Their figures flickered, and they disappeared from sight. On the other side, Xianfeiyu felt that attacking soul beasts was meaningless. There was no challenge. So, he placed his target on the other top geniuses. If he could make those top geniuses submit to him and become his followers, wouldn't that be a very interesting thing? He really wanted to see how dark the faces of those top clans would be. When he thought up to here, he started to make a move. He led his followers and started to pursue those top geniuses. Wang Wu and Xianxia were targeted, and they fled like madmen. The others fled with all their might as well. Damn it. Many of them were furious. Does Xianfeiyu think we're soul beasts? The only one who was relatively safe was Mujio. Mujio had been the one who had set up the array to seize the golden divine herb, even though it was with Xianfeiyu at the moment. Although the divine gold medicine was with Mujio right now, the formation still required Mujio's strength to activate. So, Mujio was safe at this moment. However, the other geniuses had fallen into danger. Sky Eagle Lee was extremely excited as well. Why should he be the only one to become a follower? He wanted those geniuses to be the same as him. He attacked like a madman. At the same time, he was searching for someone's tracks. It was Wenrenyu. After so many days, he hadn't heard any news about Wenrenyu, nor had he seen her. What's going on? Could something have happened to Wenrenyu? Logically speaking, although Wenrenyu was inferior to them, she was still a genius. Her cultivation had reached the Void God realm, and she could fight against Soul Conduit realm experts. Such a person could definitely enter the God of War pagoda. Why did the other party disappear now? He was a little worried. At the same time, he noticed that it wasn't just Wenrenyu. He rarely saw people from the Wenren clan. When he thought of the Wenren clan, Sky eagerly thought of a kid. A kid who didn't belong to the Wenren clan. That kid was very arrogant and didn't give him any face at all. At that time, he swore that he would annihilate that kid once they entered the canyon. What happened later didn't give him a chance to attack at all. However, he was especially careful now. When he saw that kid, he would definitely make that kid suffer a fate worse than death. Buzz. Two figures flashed through the vast mountains. It was Lin Xian and Wenrenyu. Wenrenyu said, "We've been walking for so long. Let's rest for a while." Lin Xian nodded. After walking around, he still didn't see many soul beasts. There were much fewer soul beasts. Moreover, he noticed that the number of cultivators seemed to have decreased a lot. What's going on? Let's rest first. As he spoke, Lin Xian used his Rinnegan. Suddenly, he exclaimed. Then he said, "Friend, come out." The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Wenrenyu was shocked. She seemed as if she was facing a great enemy, and light blossomed from her body. Could it be that there's some danger around? However, the surroundings were very quiet. She used her soul power to investigate but didn't find anything. She said, "Lin Gongzi, don't scare me, okay?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Still not coming out? I already noticed you when we were in the Scarlet Flame Celestial Rock. I didn't expect that you're still by my side. Do you think I don't dare to attack you?" Wenrenyu was scared silly when she heard this. Was there anyone else besides the two of them when we were in the Scarlet Flame Celestial Rock? In the void, a figure shuddered. Have I been discovered again? This figure was naturally Banxia. Banxia was also targeted by Xian Feiyu, so she was running for her life. Later, she simply found a place and used her cloak to hide. In her opinion, she only needed to wait for the examination to end. The soul beasts she had collected were enough for her to enter the God of War pagoda, even though her ranking wasn't very high. However, the current situation did not allow her to make another move. She did not expect to meet Lin Xian again at this time. To be honest, she was very surprised. Previously, she had seen Lin Xian in action. She knew that Lin Xian was extremely powerful and was a top-notch genius. However, after that, she never saw Lin Xian again. When she was fighting for the golden elixir, Lin Xian did not appear either. She was very curious. Why did such a top-notch genius disappear all this time? She was looking forward to the battle between Lin Xian and those top experts. She did not expect to meet Lin Xian again. Moreover, what surprised her even more was that Lin Xian had discovered her. In fact, Lin Xian had discovered her the last time. This person's soul power was too powerful. Banxia did not dare to hide anymore and walked out. There was really someone. When Wenrenyu saw this scene, she was dumbfounded. She was also a powerful void god, and her combat strength was comparable to a soul illumination expert. However, she didn't notice anyone at all. Lin Xian had discovered her in an instant. Was the gap between the two of them that great? Was this young man before her already so terrifying to such an unfathomable extent? She was stunned for a moment. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that the person hiding here was actually a fairy. He frowned and said, "Have you been following me?" "No. I didn't follow you. It was by chance both times. The last time, I happened to pass by. This time, I was avoiding pursuit." Wenrenyu was surprised. She could sense that Banxia was a true immortal of the land, a soul illumination expert. If such a person was still being pursued, then what sort of existence would the person who did it be? would it be even more terrifying? Lin Xian paid no attention to the enmity between these people. He said, "Let me ask you, do you know where Heavenly Eagle is?" He only wanted to find Heavenly Eagle now, defeat him, and seize the demon purification gourd in his possession. "You're looking for Heavenly Eagle?" Ban Xia exclaimed in surprise. She naturally knew where Heavenly Eagle was, but she didn't know why Lin Xian was looking for Heavenly Eagle. She said, "Do you want to save Heavenly Eagle? I think you should give up. Even the members of the Heavenly Eagle clan have given up. Don't go save him." "Save him? What's going on? Is Heavenly Eagle in danger?" Wenren exclaimed in surprise as well. Heavenly Eagle was a top genius of the Heavenly Eagle clan. Could it be that he was about to perish? Ban Xia explained the matter, and then she sighed lightly and said, "Heavenly Eagle has become Xian Feiyu's subordinate." What? Wenren was stunned when she heard this. The feeling Heavenly Eagle gave her was a lethal threat. She wasn't a match for Heavenly Eagle. As far as she was concerned, Heavenly Eagle was absolutely a top genius. But now, Heavenly Eagle had actually lost to Xian Feiyu in a single move. How terrifying was Xian Feiyu? So that's how it is. He was defeated in a single move. Heavenly Eagle is really trash. Lin Xian grunted coldly. Such trash dares to threaten me? Then there's no need for him to exist. A wisp of piercingly cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Tell me Heavenly Eagle's exact location. I'm going to annihilate him. Ban Xia was stunned when she heard this. So there's enmity between him and Heavenly Eagle. She hurriedly said, "Young master, I advise you to stop. Heavenly Eagle has already become a subordinate, so there's no point for him to live. So, you can be considered to have avenged yourself. Moreover, even if you want to make a move, you can't now. Heavenly Eagle has become Xian Feiyu's follower, so only Xian Feiyu can beat and scold him. The others don't have the qualifications to do so. If you make a move against Heavenly Eagle, then you'll be challenging Xian Feiyu. Xian Feiyu will absolutely not let you off." When she spoke up to this point, her eyes were filled with worry. Even though Lin Xian was strong, he was still inferior when compared to Xian Feiyu. No one was a match for Xian Feiyu. Wenren said, "Yes, young master. Let's change targets. We can still make it if we gather some soul beasts now." She didn't want Lin Xian to fight Xian Feiyu as well. What a joke. Heavenly Eagle was so strong, but he was still killed in a single move. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, how strong could he be, he wasn't a match for Xian Feiyu at all. Lin Xian didn't care at all. How strong could Xian Feiyu be? Could he be stronger than those Earth Immortals from before? After all, many Earth Immortals had fallen at his hands. So, Lin Xian didn't take Xian Feiyu seriously at all. He said indifferently his target this time was only Heavenly Eagle. It was fine if Xian Feiyu didn't care. If he dared to attack me, I didn't mind sending him to hell as well. When they heard this, Wenren and Ban Xia were stunned. Especially Ban Xia, her mind was blank. She'd seen Xian Feiyu attack with her own eyes, and it was unfathomable. He was like a ruler. No one dared to go against him. Not to mention that besides Xian Feiyu, there was a large group of followers behind him. This was also an extremely powerful force. No one dared to go against Xian Feiyu. But now, Lin Xian actually wanted to challenge Xian Feiyu. She didn't think highly of Lin Xian at all. Wenren was also shocked silly. Lin Xian said, "Tell me Heavenly Eagle's location. If you don't, I don't mind collecting his soul myself." A wisp of a piercingly cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and instantly, an extremely powerful soul force pressed down. Ban Xia was shocked when she sensed this force. She said, "Don't do it. I'll tell you." Since he was willing to throw his life away, Ban Xia had no other choice. She hurriedly told him the coordinates. She said, "He should be nearby. You should be able to find him if you look for him." After Lin Xian obtained the coordinates, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his figure flashed. He soared into the sky. He left. "Are you really going?" Wenren cried out anxiously from behind. She wanted to stop him, but Lin Xian's figure had already vanished. She had no choice but to chase after him. Xianxia also sighed. She also followed to take a look. Of course, she didn't think highly of Lin Xian at all. Perhaps she would save his life at the critical moment. Xianxia also left with mixed feelings. Tianling didn't stay by Xianfeiyu's side. He brought some people with him to chase after the other geniuses. These followers would never betray him. Xianfeiyu wasn't worried at all because he had taken the soul-controlling pill. Sky Eagle Li was a top-notch genius and also became a captain-like existence among the followers. This time, they had a good harvest. He suppressed a few more geniuses and stole their demon purification gourds. Sky Eagle Li said, "Let's take a break. We'll make our move tomorrow." The 9 followers behind him nodded when they heard this. "We'll listen to Big Brother Sky Eagle." They descended together. They began to rest. A pair of mysterious eyes appeared in the void. His eyes were like the eyes of the Sovereign Lord as they filled the area below. It was Lin Xian's eye of the heavenly reincarnation Tao. Lin Xian rushed over as soon as he got the coordinates. However, Heavenly Eagle Li was on the move. Lin Xian did not immediately find the other party. Previously, Xianxia said that the other party was on the move in this space. Lin Xian used the eye of the heavenly Tao to investigate. Not long after, Lin Xian discovered Sky Eagle Li's existence. In the next moment, the eye of the heavenly Tao disappeared. Lin Xian turned into a sword light and rushed over. Not long after, he appeared in front of these people. In the forest, Lin Xian's figure appeared, which shocked many people. Those followers exclaimed, "Who is it?" They looked forward as if they were facing a great enemy. When they saw that it was only Lin Xian, they all sighed in relief. Even their expressions became strange. Why is this kid's cultivation so weak? He was only a super great emperor. What right did he have to be here? He couldn't even be considered a genius. He definitely didn't have many demon souls. Those people looked at Lin Xian with disdain as if they were looking at an ant. Sky Eagle Li also casually glanced at it, but with this glance, he immediately stood up. He sneered, "Kid, it's you, Big Brother Sky Eagle, do you know this kid?" The surrounding followers were surprised. Sky Eagle Li said, "Not only do I know him, this kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even dared to challenge me earlier. I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time. Kid, why are you alone? Let me ask you, where's Wenrenyu? Sky Eagle Li urgently wanted to find Wenrenyu. Lin Xian smiled, "You should worry about yourself first. Do you have the demon refining pot with you? How many soul beasts have you obtained?" Lin Xian's voice stunned the people opposite him. Why is this kid concerned about this? Could it be that he wants to compete in numbers? Kid, you don't have the qualifications to compete with me. Let me tell you, I already have 3,600. When she heard this, Wenrenyu who rushed over from behind was stunned. 3,600. She didn't even have 600. How could the Sky Eagle Li have so many? This was a number that she didn't dare to imagine. Didn't he become a subordinate? Why did it feel like he was even more formidable than before? Xianxia exclaimed as well. She'd just arrived, and when she heard this number, she had an envious expression. Because this was even more than what she had. She only had 2,000. Lin Xian didn't know what this number represented. Only a little over 3,000. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. When they heard this, those followers went mad. Just make do? Make do? Do you know what this means? Even Wang Wu and Xianxia hadn't obtained such a result. What a dazzling result. Sky Eagle Li's face turned gloomy when he heard this. Is he looking down on me? Truthfully speaking, if he didn't become a follower, he wouldn't even be able to capture 2,000. Now, he had 3,600, which far exceeded before, and it was enough for him to be proud. Even his family wouldn't say anything to him. But now, a little ant actually looked down on him. You're courting death. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Looks like I have to let you know what despair is. Sky Eagle Li decided to capture him, and then torture him properly to make him wish he was dead. At this moment, a follower by his side said, "Big Brother Sky Eagle, there's no need for you to make a move. Let me do it." Even though they were all followers, there was a difference in status between them. They were all trying to curry favor with Sky Eagle Lee. Make a move. This fellow is indeed not worthy of me making a move. Sky Eagle Lee nodded. Next, he just had to torture him. A man in armor walked out from behind, and he laughed coldly. Kid, kneel obediently and wait for death. Just you? Lin Xian had a disdainful expression. Are you courting death? The follower on the other side was furious as well. He took a step forward, and his aura surged like an ocean. Since he was able to become a follower, it was sufficient to display his strength. Because there was no trash by Xianfeiyu's side. How strong! When she saw this scene, Wenrenyu exclaimed. She noticed that the person who attacked was a void god as well. His strength wasn't inferior to her at all. Such a person has become a follower? The empty god on the other side rushed over and arrived before Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his palm, and there was a terrifying divine flame jumping in his palm. He sent a slap over. With a bang, the void god was turned into ashes. It shattered like a watermelon. When they saw this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. What happened? The followers on the other side were dumbfounded. One of their companions was killed in one move, Wenrenyu and the others were also shocked. That was an expert who was on par with her, but he was actually so weak. However, Lin Xian acted as if he had done something insignificant. He said coldly, "Don't bid for trash like this. Come at me together." He looked forward. Damn it. Sky Eagle Lee was also shocked. A super great emperor actually had such strength. It was really beyond his expectations. However, this completely infuriated him. He said, "I'll do it myself." The wings on his back spread out, and in the next moment, he disappeared. He arrived in front of Lin Xian, and his palm was like the claw of a demon beast as it clawed down. "I told you, you can't do it. Hand over the demon refining gourd obediently, and I'll give you a quick death." When Lin Xian faced this attack, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he sneered with disdain. Sky Eagle Lee was even more furious. Die! Sky Eagle Claw fell down fiercely. Lin Xian's golden hand also swung out and collided with Sky Eagle Claw. With a bang, Sky Eagle Claw was torn into pieces. Sky Eagle Lee was sent flying, and one of his arms turned into a bloody mist. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all scared silly. That was Sky Eagle Lee, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow, especially Wenrenyu. She was even more dumbfounded. Because she and Sky Eagle Lee had known each other for a very long time. The two of them had known each other since they were young. In her life, Sky Eagle Lee's cultivation speed and strength had always been stronger than hers. He could even completely suppress her. But now, such an expert was actually injured so easily. And the one who attacked was a super great emperor. She couldn't imagine how terrifying Lin Xian's strength was. Sky Eagle Lee covered his broken arm, and roared miserably, "Damn it, why is it like this?" Lin Xian said coldly, "I told you, you're too weak. Kneel down and hand over the devil refining pot. I'll give you a quick death." As he spoke, Lin Xian grabbed the demon purification pot of the dead follower. He took a look. There were more than 1,000 soul beasts inside. Lin Xian sighed. That's a little too little. These words made the surrounding people vomit blood. They had risked their lives to obtain these soul beasts. Now, he was being despised by someone? Heavenly Eagle Divine Claw. Skyhawk Lee roared crazily as an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. A phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared behind him. It was the phantom of a heavenly eagle that covered the 9 heavens. It spread its wings and directly enveloped a part of the world. At this moment, the entire space turned completely dark. Even the martialists in the surroundings noticed this. They looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "What happened? What a terrifying aura." This was the ultimate technique of the Sky Eagle clan. It was Sky Eagle Lee. I wonder which genius is going to be unlucky. Come, let's go over and take a look. The people of the 4th week charged over. In the next moment, they saw an extremely terrifying phantom appear above Sky Eagle Lee. This phantom fused together with Heavenly Eagle Lee. Sky Eagle Divine Claw descended. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Shit, that kid is dead for sure. When the people in the surroundings saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock. Wenrenyu's heart also rose to her throat. Although she knew that Lin Xian was strong, in her understanding, Sky Eagle Li was still slightly stronger. Lin Xian grunted coldly instead. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. An extremely terrifying Samadhi true fire appeared on his finger, and it transformed into a fire dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It collided with the phantom of the heavenly eagle in the sky. Bang! Another world-shaking sound resounded. The phantom of the heavenly eagle was instantly torn apart, and the fire dragon roared into the sky and shattered Sky Eagle Li's ultimate divine ability. After that, it circled the heavens and the earth like an ancient divine dragon. The people in the surroundings were stunned when they saw this scene. It can't be, right? Heavenly Eagle Li's ultimate art was instantly broken. Who exactly is this kid? Why is he so unfamiliar? I've never seen him before. Sky Eagle Li's figure started to tremble as well, and a wisp of terror appeared in his eyes. The last time he felt such fear was when he was facing Xian Feiyu. Xian Feiyu destroyed his ultimate technique with a single finger. He never expected that another young man would destroy his ultimate technique with a single finger. But this shouldn't be the case. What sort of existence was Xian Feiyu? He was a supreme genius at the Soul Conduit realm. But this kid before him was only an extraordinary imperial emperor. They weren't on the same level at all, and they couldn't be compared. But now, Xian Feiyu had accomplished the same thing. How could he not be shocked? Bang! The fire dragon in the sky rushed down once more, bringing along boundless flames as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. This attack was aimed at Sky Eagle Li. Sky Eagle Li's pupils constricted fiercely. He turned around and fled. The wings behind him spread open, bringing along boundless wind. He displayed extreme speed, dodging rapidly. However, he was still a step too slow. How could his speed possibly compare to Lin Xian? After all, Lin Xian had practiced the Xing character sword of the Nine Meridians divine sword. Even if he did not employ large amounts of Dragon Dao power, Lin Xian's speed also far surpassed everything. Let alone what the other party could compare to. This fire dragon was akin to a peerless divine sword, instantly rushing towards the void, enveloping Sky Eagle Li, piercing through Sky Eagle Li's body. Bang! Sky Eagle Li gave a miserable cry. His internal organs were instantly shattered, his body split apart, and he was nailed onto the ground. Arg! A miserable cry came over. Terrifying divine blood danced between heaven and earth. When this scene entered into the eyes of the spectators, it was like a myriad of thunderclaps that struck them unconscious. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, and everyone was dumbstruck. What had they seen? The extremely terrifying peerless genius, Sky Eagle Li, had been defeated once more. He'd been defeated with a single move. How similar was this scene? However, it wasn't Xian Feiyu who'd attacked him, and it was an unfamiliar young man instead. Those followers of Sky Eagle Li were terrified. On the other side, Wenrenyu was stunned on the spot as well, and her mind was blank. Lin Xian's strength had far exceeded her imagination. Xianxia, who was behind him, sighed when she saw this. Even though this scene was within her expectations. However, she was still slightly worried. After all, Sky Eagle Li was Xian Feiyu's subordinate right now. Attacking Sky Eagle Li was equivalent to slapping Xian Feiyu in the face. Would Xian Feiyu let Sky Eagle Li off so easily? Sky Eagle Li went completely mad. He didn't expect that he would lose to his opponent. He couldn't bear it. He roared at the sky. At the very next moment, Lin Xian swung his sword again, splitting his body apart. His injuries became even more severe. Lin Xian seized a storage ring and found the demon refining gourd inside. After opening it, he found that there were indeed 3,600 soul beasts inside. Lin Xian put it away. In the next moment, he looked at Sky Eagle and said coldly, "Any last words?" "Stay here." Sky Eagle Li's pupils constricted. "What? You dare to kill me? Are you crazy?" The surrounding people also exclaimed, "This guy stole the demon refining gourd and wants to kill Sky Eagle Li. Does he know what he's doing? If he kills Sky Eagle Li, will the Sky Eagle clan let him go?" Sky Eagle Li was now Xian Feiyu's subordinate. What methods did Xian Feiyu have? Don't you know, only he could attack his subordinates. If anyone else dared to touch a finger of his subordinates, they would suffer a fate worse than death. No matter how strong this kid was, would he dare to challenge Xianfeiyu? Countless voices of discussion could be heard. Wenringyu and Banxia exclaimed with shock as well. They exclaimed with shock. They didn't dare to imagine that Lin Xian would be so crazy. Sky Eagle Li roared, "Kid, are you crazy? Do you know who I'm following now? I'm following Xianfeiyu. Do you know how powerful he is? He's not someone you can imagine. You'd better let me go obediently and kneel on the ground. Otherwise, when Xianfeiyu attacks, you're dead." Is Xianfeiyu very strong? It's fine if he doesn't attack, but if he dares to, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian said coldly, "Alright, I'll send you to hell now." He walked forward and raised his hand. There was a monstrous divine flame on it as he slapped forward. No. Sky Eagle Li was stunned. Lin Xian really dared to kill him. The others also exclaimed. They were scared silly. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, "Why don't you try touching him? I promise you'll regret it." When this voice appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions. Everyone was stunned. It was Xianfeiyu's voice. Xianfeiyu had arrived. Sky Eagle Li raised his head to look at the sky. He was overjoyed. "Young Master Feiyu, please save me." In the sky, Xianfeiyu frowned slightly. "You really are a piece of trash." His subordinates were beaten to such a state, which made him lose face. Sky Eagle Li's face became ugly, he trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. At this moment, Xianfeiyu's tone changed, "Although you're trash, you're still my subordinate. Only I can bully you. No one else could do it." Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said lightly, "Kneel down and cripple your own arms. Then I'll give you a quick death." Countless people cried out in alarm. It's coming. The moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. No matter how strong this kid was, he was no match for Xianfeiyu. Would he kneel and submit to Xianfeiyu? This was because many geniuses had knelt down in front of Xianfeiyu and lowered their heads. Lin Xian laughed, "So you're Xianfeiyu. In my opinion, you're just SOSO. You're no big deal." What a joke, these people are afraid of you. The surrounding people were stunned. What did they just hear? Just SOSO. Oh heavens, do you know what kind of existence you're facing? Xianfeiyu was also angry. His face darkened, and a biting cold aura flew out from his body, shaking the entire world. The oppressive aura made the surrounding people tremble. Oh no, Xianfeiyu was angry. This kid is dead. You really don't know your place. To be honest, you're not worth my time. If you're not going to do it, then get lost. Don't hang around in front of me. Lin Xian shouted coldly. In the next moment, he raised his palm and slapped forward. A divine fire palm fell from all directions, directly enveloping Sky Eagle Li. Sky Eagle Li screamed crazily. He was a top genius, but he couldn't resist this palm at all. In the next moment, he was hit by the palm. With a boom, divine blood splattered everywhere, and his body shattered. A prodigy, the young master of the Sky Eagle race. He was dead. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Oh heavens, what did they just see? Sky Eagle Li was dead. He died in front of them. They were dumbfounded, as if they were dreaming. Impossible, right? Wenren was scared out of her wits. Banxia's expression changed. It's over. This kid has completely offended Xianfeiyu. Run! She shouted in her heart. How dare you kill my subordinate? You're courting death. Xianfeiyu roared, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. His opponent was slapping him in the face. Although his opponent was a super great emperor, an ant. He couldn't take it anymore. He would personally make his opponent go to hell. Boom, Xianfeiyu grunted coldly and attacked. He stretched out a finger and charged forward. It carried a monstrous purple light. This finger transformed into a peerless divine sword. One had to know how powerful Xianfeiyu was. Earlier, when he defeated Sky Eagle Li, he used a finger. Now, facing Lin Xian, he used a finger of the divine sword again. Countless people were excited. Xian Feiyu's followers sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian couldn't resist at all. Next, it would be his death. Why isn't this kid dodging? Xianxia exclaimed. Wenrenyu closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look again. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't seem to dodge, and there was even a trace of disdain in his eyes. His opponent only used a finger to attack him. What kind of joke was this? The other party was simply courting death. In the next moment, he attacked as well. He stretched out his 9-yang divine dragon hand. On his hand, there was an extremely terrifying samadhi true fire that was burning. This palm was like the palm of a fire god that grabbed forward. In the next moment, he grabbed Xian Feiyu's finger and broke it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded. It was like a thunderclap that tore the world apart. Ah! Xian Feiyu roared in pain. The people in the surroundings were dumbfounded. What? Xian Feiyu broke Xian Feiyu's attack and even broke his finger. Was this a dream? This kid's strength was actually so formidable that he could actually fight Xian Feiyu. The people in the surroundings were stunned. At the same time, they understood why Lin Xian was so arrogant. So he really did have the strength. However, Lin Xian shouted coldly. If you don't use your full strength in front of me, I'll let you know what regret is. After breaking Xian Feiyu's finger, Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed Xian Feiyu's arm. His 9-yang divine dragon body completely erupted with might. Monstrous flames swept through the sky. After that, he directly tore off Xian Feiyu's arm. In the blink of an eye, one of Xian Feiyu's arms was shattered. Xian Feiyu's blood fell from the sky, enough to destroy the stars. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky. It was an extremely shocking scene. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were scared silly and almost fainted. The followers roared crazily, "This is impossible." What did they just see? The powerful young Master Feiyu was injured. Xian Feiyu was so angry that his whole body trembled. He had never been injured like this before, let alone by an ant. You're dead meat. His shattered arm instantly recovered. His expression was cold. His finger was like a sword as it slashed down. This sword light was like a flying immortal. It carried a dazzling light as it slashed toward Lin Xian. The surrounding followers cheered, "Great, he's using his sword." Young Master Feiyu was serious. Let's see how this kid is going to die. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He activated the 9-yang divine dragon fist again and punched out. His fist seemed to have turned into a peerless sun. It carried a mysterious dragon's shadow as it flew into the sky. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The purple sword energy was instantly shattered and turned into ashes. Not only that. That punch continued to move toward Xian Feiyu with an indomitable will. It landed on Xian Feiyu's body and sent him flying. Half of Xian Feiyu's body split open. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded again. They didn't expect Xian Feiyu to be injured again, and even more seriously. At first, it was a finger that was shattered. Then, it was an arm that was split open. Finally, half of his body turned into a bloody mist. Xian Feiyu was suppressed from beginning to end. Thump, thump. The surrounding followers knelt on the ground. They felt like the sky was about to collapse. Ah! Damned ant, I won't rest until you're dead. An angry roar resounded between heaven and earth. Xian Feiyu was completely enraged. Extremely terrifying purple sword energy appeared on his body. He regained his body. The next moment, with a clang, the purple sword on his back flew out. It shone brightly between heaven and earth. Flying feather divine sword. At this moment, he finally unsheathed his sword. He held the divine sword in his hand and pointed it downwards. "Ant, let's see how you'll die this time." The flying feather divine sword was gently swung, and the surrounding mountains were shattered. The void between heaven and earth was torn apart. The surrounding people also felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and continuously retreated. A crack appeared on Wenrenyu's body, and she seemed to be on the verge of being obliterated. At the critical moment, Xianxia retreated swiftly with Wenrenyu. He retreated to the rear. She said with a pale face, "We are no match for them. We can't stay here any longer." Wenrenyu's life was saved. She said, "Thank you. If it wasn't for Xianxia, just the power of the sword qi would have been enough to turn her into ashes." She was very lucky. However, the others were not so lucky. Many people below the level of Earth Immortal were killed by the remaining power of the sword qi. The rest of the people were injured and fled into the distance as if they had gone mad. They watched in horror from afar. They knew that Xianfeiyu was not only furious, but he had also gone mad. "Die, you ant!" Xianfeiyu roared angrily, and the flying feather divine sword descended fiercely. The sky was illuminated purple, and the void was torn apart. The might of the divine sword descended, and it was enough to destroy everything. The flames around Lin Xian were suppressed and dimmed. It seemed that they couldn't withstand it at all. "This kid is really dead." The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. No matter how strong Lin Xian's fist was, it couldn't withstand this sword strike. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be a swordsman as well. I wonder if your sword is as powerful as I imagined." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the immortal slaying sword appeared in his hand. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that this kid is also a swordsman? It turned out that the strength of his physique wasn't his strongest point. Did he know any more powerful sword techniques? Could his sword be stronger than Xianfeiyu's flying feather divine sword? Regardless of whether he was a swordsman or not, he would definitely die. In the sky, Xianfeiyu snorted coldly. No one had ever been able to defeat him in sword Dao. Lin Xian glanced at him, but shook his head slightly. "You are not qualified to make me use my sword." After that, Lin Xian made a seal with one hand, and he used the army talisman. The army talisman could control other people's weapons. After Lin Xian obtained the 9 Meridians divine sword, he had been cultivating it. Therefore, now he could also control some of the power of the army talisman. After using the army talisman, the purple divine sword in the sky suddenly swayed. It actually changed direction and charged directly at Xianfeiyu. This scene was too sudden, and everyone was stunned. What was going on? Who was secretly attacking? Xianfeiyu's pupils constricted, and his scalp went numb. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This sword carried a powerful force, and it directly slashed his body. At the critical moment, Xianfeiyu could only dodge quickly, and he avoided his vital parts. However, a small part of his body was still cut, and it turned into a bloody mist again. The sky behind him shattered into nothingness. A few stars fell from the sky. The surrounding people knelt down. What happened? Why did the flying feather divine sword attack Xianfeiyu? Could it be that the divine sword betrayed him? For example, Xianxia and Wenrenyu were dumbfounded. Was this Lin Xian's method? This was simply heaven-defying. Xianfeiyu was also stunned. He stopped in midair and didn't recover his body. To be honest, his mind was blank. What was going on? Why would the power of the divine sword attack him? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. "Damnable brat, it was you who did it. What did you do to my immortal?" Xianfeiyu stared at Lin Xian. Killing intent appeared in his eyes, and at the same time, there was a trace of fear. "You're just SOSO. I heard all kinds of legends about you and thought you were very powerful. I didn't expect you to be just SOSO. Middle stage soul conduit realm strength. You can't be said to be very powerful, but you have no chance of winning in front of me. Give me the demon refining gourd in your hand. Then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me in apology. I'll let you leave." Lin Xian grunted coldly. Xianfeiyu was so angry that he couldn't speak. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. However, he admitted that Lin Xian was definitely a peerless enemy. He didn't dare be careless in the slightest. He took out a purple pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. His shattered body recovered, and he recovered some of the strength he'd exhausted. In the next moment, his expression turned solemn. "Kid, I admit that I underestimated you. You really exceeded my expectations. However, you underestimated me as well. I won't be as careless and flustered as before. I'll let you experience my true strength." Sword Immortal Flight. With a furious roar, the flying feather divine sword transformed into a ray of light that charged over swiftly. Xianfeiyu was thoroughly enraged. He unleashed his ultimate attack, Sword Immortal Flight. A purple sword light descended from the sky. It turned into the brightest light. Lin Xian snorted. Sword chi exploded from his body as he swung the immortal slaying sword forward. He used the yin-yang sword formation. Terrifying black and white sword chi soared into the sky like a black and white dragon. Boom, the two swords clashed in the sky, creating an earth-shattering sound. The vast starry sky shattered instantly. Terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. The endless void turned into nothingness. The surrounding people were scared out of their wits. They ran away like crazy. It was too terrifying. What kind of attack was this? After the clash, the two swords retreated. Lin Xian stood there like a young sword god. On the other hand, Xianfeiyu's face darkened. How was that possible? He felt a little depressed. He was already serious. He even used his most powerful technique, Sword Immortal Flight. But he still couldn't do anything to his opponent. Damn it. Was the sword in his opponent's hand also a divine sword? I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a divine weapon. Xianfeiyu's face was ashen. His eyes were burning. Lin Xian said coolly, my trump card is far beyond your imagination. The divine weapon is only one of my trump cards. I haven't used my full strength yet. You'd better surrender obediently. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. The surrounding people were shocked. Haven't used his full strength? Are you kidding me? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. This guy must be faking it. I think he's just trying to scare Xianfeiyu. I don't believe it. Xianfeiyu roared, kid, don't try to trick me. My Dao heart isn't something you can influence. With that, the energy in his body surged. Purple sword chi flew out of his body and covered the sky. In the next moment, he roared angrily and charged over again. It was another sword riding immortal. A divine sword turned into countless sword shadows, covering the sky as it charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, snorted coldly. He activated the line sword of the 9-meridian divine sword, and his speed instantly increased. He disappeared on the spot. When Lin Xian unleashed the 9-meridian divine sword while using a large amount of Dao of the dragon power, his speed was so fast that he could even catch up with Hua Ting back then. Currently, he had not unleashed a large amount of Dao of dragon energy. However, his speed was still extremely fast. At the very least, he was stronger than these mid-stage spirit conduit experts. Sure enough, Xianfeiyu's expression changed greatly. He actually lost track of the other party. The surrounding people were also stunned. Where did that brat go? Why couldn't they see it? In the next moment, Lin Xian silently appeared behind Xianfeiyu and slashed down with the sword of Slayer once again. The yin and yang sword formation exploded and the yin and yang sword chi enveloped Xianfeiyu. The sword chi was wide and open, the sword chi was ethereal and traceless, the sword chi was extremely masculine, and the sword chi was as cold as frost. The duality sword formation had two completely different types of power. When they complemented each other, the power increased by more than a few times. Xianfeiyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He kept retreating. Many cracks appeared on his body, and divine blood dripped from his body. It pierced through the 9 heavens. How could this be? Has Xianfeiyu been suppressed again? Has the brat actually become so strong? When the people in the distance saw this scene, they were all scared silly. Xianfeiyu's expression changed drastically as well. He recalled the sword-riding immortal and had it circle around him. A world-shaking explosion resounded. His sword-riding immortal was shaken incessantly. In the end, he was blasted flying and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body cracked open once more. Sword-riding immortal. Xianfeiyu was furious. He roared madly and shot out 9 beams of sword energy. When the 9 beams of sword energy shot forward, they suddenly cracked open and erupted with destructive energy. He was fighting with his life on the line. Because the energy exhausted after the sword energy was shattered couldn't be replenished in a short period of time. Sure enough, his face instantly turned pale, and it was even to the extent that white hair appeared on his head. However, he smiled. Even though he'd paid a price, he was finally able to kill his opponent. When the surrounding followers saw this scene, they all cheered. Great, we hit the target. That brat will be heavily injured even if he doesn't die from such terrifying destructive energy. We'll torture him to death next. Xianxia and Wenrenyu exclaimed. Shit, they were extremely nervous. However, at that moment, Lin Xian appeared on the other side of the void without a sound or presence. He said coldly, "You're too slow. You can't catch up to me at all." That's impossible, the spectators were stunned. Xianfeiyu was too slow? Are you kidding me? That lightning sparrow was so terrifying. It was extremely fast, but it was still killed by the sword-riding immortal in one strike. Xianfeiyu was extremely fast. But now, he couldn't catch up to Lin Xian at such a fast speed. Clouds parted to reveal the moon. The blazing sun was unparalleled. Lin Xian, who had retreated to the back, shouted coldly and used the ultimate technique of the yin and yang swordsmanship. A pitch-black moon appeared in the sky as if it was going to cover the entire starry sky. On the other side, a dazzling light appeared. It was black and white, and it enveloped the entire world. It seemed to destroy the world. A vast wave of energy surged towards Xianfeiyu. Xianfeiyu sensed the energy as if he was facing a great enemy. He raised his head and roared, "Shantian divine body." At this moment, the power on his body continued to erupt, turning into a battle armor. His figure continued to change, turning into a giant. Countless people were stunned when they saw this scene. The followers also cheered, "That's great." Everyone knew that Xianfeiyu was a peerless swordsman. His sword-riding immortal was extremely terrifying. However, they all forgot that Xianfeiyu was also from the Xiantian clan. The Xiantian clan had the legendary physique, the Xiantian divine body. Xianfeiyu's bloodline was extremely terrifying. He had cultivated this physique to an extremely high level. Previously, everyone had overlooked this because of his sword skills. But now, when Xianfeiyu used it, everyone was shocked. This divine body was absolutely terrifying. Xianfeiyu was wearing a mysterious suit of armor and had turned into a peerless giant. His power had increased by more than a few times. He was so powerful that he seemed invincible. With a gentle wave of his hand, the void around him shattered. He shouted coldly, "Kid, I'll show you my family's divine body. You should be proud to die under the Xiantian divine body." The Xiantian divine body provided Xianfeiyu with an ocean-like power. Xianfeiyu punched out at the pitch-black moon. With his other hand, he grabbed the flying feather divine sword and slashed at the blazing sun. A thunderous sound rang out. Lin Xian's two ultimate techniques shook violently. Then, cracks appeared on them. Xianfeiyu was finally going to turn the tables. Countless followers were excited. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was also surprised. Oh, he has a divine body. This was beyond his expectations. After displaying the Xiantian divine body, Xianfeiyu's strength reached the extreme. The surrounding people were horrified. They looked ahead and kept kowtowing. What kind of divine path power was this? Boy, my current strength will surpass everything. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. At this moment, Xianfeiyu was extremely powerful. With murderous intent, he pushed his divine body and resisted Lin Xian's two unique skills. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the other party to have a divine body. It was really a real divine body. Xianfeiyu was a spirit ascension powerhouse. His physique was already extremely strong, and with the Xiantian divine body, it was a legendary physique. The combination of the two was even more terrifying. But so what, Lin Xian had seen many divine bodies, and he himself had a divine body. Besides, he hadn't displayed the full power of the yin-yang sword array yet. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, "Now it's a bit interesting. Now you're worthy of being my opponent. You were too weak before." When the surrounding people heard this, they were all stunned. Now you're worthy of being my opponent? Heavens, could it be that this brat thought that he could withstand it? Are you kidding me? After displaying the Xiantian divine body, his power was much stronger than before. This boy couldn't resist it at all. Xianfeiyu also sneered. "Stupid thing, Do you think your sword technique can resist it? In the next moment, he completely shattered the dark moon and the bright sun. Yin and yang sword energy scattered in all directions. He laughed. Did you see that? Your unique skill is nothing in front of me. Then, they quickly rushed over. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his expression didn't change. He waved his sword energy again. The yin-yang sword array. The sword separated into yin and yang. This was the third unique skill of the yin-yang sword array, and its power was much stronger than the previous two. Boundless sword energy condensed under his feet, forming a yin-yang life and death road that spread forward. Stepping on the yin-yang life and death road, the enemy's life and death were under Lin Xian's control. As soon as the yin-yang life and death road appeared, the void shook violently. Everyone was terrified. They seemed to see a ruler who could control the world. Boom! On the other side, Xian Feiyu, who had transformed into a giant, started to tremble violently. He could feel a sense of impending doom looming over him. How could this be? Xian Feiyu was extremely shocked. Right now, he didn't hold back at all. His Xiantian divine body was a legendary divine body. He feared nothing. In fact, in War God City, only the legendary War God physique could suppress him. Other than that, no one else could. But now, a single strand of sword chi could actually threaten his life. What kind of sword chi was this? Why was there a danger of death on it? I don't believe you, just a mere sword chi. Shatter for me. Xian Feiyu roared and swung his fist at the yin-yang path of life and death. A rumbling sound rang out, and the yin-yang path of life and death shook violently. However, it managed to block the opponent's fist. Damn it. Xian Feiyu was blasted back, and his vitality was reduced slightly. However, he immediately stopped and slashed down with his sword with both hands. The flying feather divine sword continued to grow in size in the air, turning into a peerless divine sword and slashing down fiercely. This time, the yin-yang path of life and death shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all cheered. Too strong, Xian Feiyu was indeed stronger. The corner of Xian Feiyu's mouth also raised into a smile. He was proud of himself. Kid, I admit that your sword technique is absolutely exquisite. You may even surpass me in terms of sword Dao, but so what? I'm still the winner in the end. Because I can shatter your sword Dao, he kept attacking, and more cracks appeared on the yin-yang path of life and death. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. He even laughed. Shatter my sword Dao? You think you can? Great dragon sword, come out. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword spirit in his body roared, and the dragon sword chi flew out and merged with the yin-yang path of life and death in front of him. The cracks that were originally broken no longer spread. Not only that, the yin-yang path of life and death actually carried a sharp aura. It transformed into an invincible sword Dao. My Dao is indomitable. No one in the world can shatter it. Boom! At this moment, the yin-yang path of life and death became the only thing in the world and directly fell on Xian Feiyu's body. Xian Feiyu's huge body started to sway. He could feel his life force rapidly disappearing. His divine body was weakening. In the end, his hair was white, and his face was like orange peel. He seemed to be turning into white bones. When he saw this scene, he roared in horror. The surrounding followers were also scared silly. Wenren Yu, Ban Xia, and the others were already dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? It was unbelievably powerful. Even the legendary Xiantian divine body had been suppressed by it. Damn it, I won't lose. I can't lose. Xian Feiyu roared crazily. A trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Xiantian God, come out. The Xiantian God was the ancestor of the Xiantian clan and the founder of their clan. The Xiantian divine body was passed down from the Xiantian God when he cultivated it to the extreme. At this moment, Xian Feiyu pushed his bloodline with all his strength to awaken the ancestor's fragment in the depths of his bloodline. The divine blood in his body boiled and was rapidly consumed. Xian Feiyu's body shook. He couldn't withstand this kind of power. Once his bloodline was exhausted, he would become a cripple even if he didn't die. Fortunately, the power of his bloodline was very strong. Finally, he summoned a phantom. When this phantom appeared, Jiutian Shidi immediately shattered. It couldn't withstand it at all. Xianfeiyu knelt on the ground and said, "Ancestor, kill him." The phantom was very illusory, but its every move completely surpassed Xianfeiyu's. An illusory big palm quickly reached toward Lin Xian. The yin-yang path of life and death actually shook again. Lin Xian also exclaimed in surprise. He could sense a trace of fatal danger from this illusory figure. In the next moment, he snorted and drew his sword like a dragon. Lin Xian soared into the sky and merged with the great dragon sword soul. He turned into a divine dragon and slashed down with his dragon claw. The two collided and an earth-shattering power exploded. Lin Xian pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength and directly shattered the phantom of the Shantian god. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The universe seemed to be about to be destroyed. Everyone knelt down at this scene. Xianfeiyu even spat out a mouthful of blood. His body cracked. Many parts of his body turned into white bones. His eyes were filled with despair. How could it be? Even the phantom of the Shantian god was no match for him. Even the ancestor couldn't defeat him? No. What was the sword energy of that dragon phantom? Why was it so terrifying? Xianfeiyu actually trembled at this moment. Die, Lin Xian shattered the phantom of the Shantian god. The true dragon swung its tail and charged toward Xianfeiyu again. Countless people went crazy. Was Xianfeiyu going to die? They didn't dare to imagine. Xianfeiyu's expression changed drastically. You can't kill me. He used the last of his strength to escape, but at this moment, he didn't have much strength left. Half of his body had turned into a bloody mist, and he was about to turn into ashes. At this moment, a magnificent voice sounded between heaven and earth. Stop. Then, a powerful force flew over from afar. The sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of divine palms. That power enveloped Lin Xian and Xianfeiyu. When he felt this power, Lin Xian's expression changed. It's so powerful. This power seems to surpass everything. In the surroundings, Wang Wu, Banxia, and the others also exclaimed. The power of the god of war, this was the god of war pagoda, the power of the god of war race. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. He didn't make a move because he still wanted to enter the god of war pagoda and obtain the fruit of resurrection. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he retreated to the rear with a serious expression. Xianfeiyu heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Senior of the god of war race, save me. There was only a giant hand in the sky. It was like the hand of the god of war. The power that descended from above was enough to destroy everything. Alright, let's end this battle here. Young man, you've won. A majestic voice came from the god of war's hand in the sky. Countless people were shocked. They couldn't imagine that Xianfeiyu had been defeated so thoroughly. If the people of the god of war pagoda hadn't come, he would have died. When they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly was this young man? Young man, what's your name? Lin Wudi. Invincible? Good name. You're not bad. I'll wait for you in the god of war pagoda. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant hand in the sky enveloped Xianfeiyu and took him away. The crack in the sky slowly healed. Xianfeiyu disappeared. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. I'll wait for you too. Lin Xian looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He had already taken Xianfeiyu's storage ring when he had severely injured him. After opening it, he found that there were indeed 22,000 soul beasts inside. Not bad. Lin Xian's lips curled up. In the next moment, he returned to Wenrenyu's side. He gave Tianying Li's storage ring to Wenrenyu. He smiled. 3,600 soul beasts are enough for you to enter the god of war pagoda. See, I told you. I can let you enter the god of war pagoda. Wenrenyu was stunned. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? When she looked at Lin Xian, there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Everyone else was going crazy. How could they give away 3,600 soul beasts so easily? They were extremely envious. Of course, they only dared to be envious in their hearts. No one dared to make a move. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, it was as if he had become the ruler of this world. Like Wang Wu and the other geniuses, they all came to pay their respects. They were trying to find out Lin Xian's identity. Lin Xian had told them that he was a rogue cultivator, but none of them believed him even if they were beaten to death. Rogue cultivators were so strong? Who are you trying to fool? However, they didn't dare to refute him. Mu Jiu also came. He also greeted Lin Xian and chatted with Lin Xian for a while. At the same time, his gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Xian's hand. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed. Lin Xian's storage ring belonged to Xianfeiyu. Not only did it contain the demon purification pot, but it also contained other things. For example, the golden divine medicine was inside. Previously, he had worked with Xianfeiyu to obtain the golden godly herb. The golden godly medicine had a third of it, but now that the golden godly medicine belonged to Lin Xian, would he dare to take it? After thinking about it, he began to give up. If the other party attacked, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist. Although he didn't get the golden godly herb, he wasn't injured. Compared to Xianfeiyu, he was considered lucky. Thinking of this, Mu Jiu suddenly felt happy. Mu Jiu left, but Lin Xian was deep in thought. He had the Rinnegan, so he could naturally feel that Mu Jiu's gaze had been fixed on the storage ring. Was there anything else in the storage ring? Lin Xian hadn't checked it before, but now he was ready to check it out. What was this? Soon, he found something. It was an array formation, and inside it was a stalk of golden medicinal herb. After he took it out, he was very curious. It was an ancient medicinal herb, and it was a divine herb. It seemed to be very old. Not bad, not bad. An unexpected gain. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Golden godly herb. They all exclaimed. What was this thing? Lin Xian asked. Banxia hurriedly told him what had happened. Lin Xian smiled when he heard that. So that was the case. No wonder Mu Jiu had such a strange expression on his face earlier. However, he wouldn't give a third of it to the other party. This thing could temper his 9-yang divine dragon body and could even allow his cultivation to take a step forward. The value of this divine herb was definitely beyond imagination. Lin Xian felt that after completely absorbing the power of this divine herb, he should be able to break through to the Supreme Emperor realm. He would reach an even higher realm. Next, the God of War Pagoda's test ended, and everyone left. Lin Xian entered the God of War Pagoda as the first in the test. In addition, Banxia, Wang Wu, Mu Jiu, and Wenren Yu also successfully entered. Some other geniuses also entered. Many families and sects celebrated, especially the Wenren family. When they found out what had happened inside, they were all shocked. When they looked at Lin Xian, they were extremely shocked and grateful. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, Wenren Yu wouldn't have been able to enter the God of War Pagoda. She would have died long ago. Therefore, Lin Xian had once again become the benefactor of the Wenren family. The other disciples of the Wenren family who had participated in the test returned in despair. Because Wenren Yu didn't spare them. Wenren Yu directly attacked and injured them, crippled their cultivations, and caused them to become cripples. The elders of the family didn't dare to say anything. Wenren Yu had taken revenge. Next, they began to wait to enter the God of War Pagoda. The Wenren family was jubilant, but on the other side, the Sky Eagle family went crazy. Their family's genius young master, Sky Eagle, had actually died. This was intolerable to them. Moreover, he had become someone else's subordinate before he died, which was a ruthless slap to their faces. However, they didn't dare to take revenge. Now, Lin Xian was famous everywhere and had become a disciple of the God of War Pagoda. Therefore, they could only vomit blood and depression. This time, they had really kicked an iron plate. The other family, the mysterious Sky Clan, was even more furious. Xianfeiyu had actually been severely injured and had almost died. This was intolerable to them. Xianfeiyu had been number 1, but now, he was in such a sorry state. Damn it. They couldn't let this kid off. Many elders gritted their teeth. The mysterious Sky Clan's patriarch said, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's save Feiyu first. We have to restore him to his peak." This was the hope of the family. Xianfeiyu was sent back by the expert from the God of War pagoda. When the elders looked at Xianfeiyu, they almost fainted. His injuries were too severe. His bloodline had been destroyed and his foundation had been severely injured. They had gone crazy. Could he still be saved? A woman also rushed back from the God of War pagoda. She was also a genius of the mysterious Sky Clan and Xianfeiyu's sister. She was also a martial artist from the God of War pagoda. This time, she came back with a pill from the God of War pagoda. "Brother, don't worry. I will definitely be able to save you," the woman said quickly. The elixir she had brought could protect a cultivator's heart. Next, the people from the mysterious Sky Clan gathered their blood and injected it back into Xianfeiyu's body. The mysterious Sky Clan went all out. Gradually, everyone stopped paying attention. Their gazes all turned to the other side. That was Lin Xian and the others. On this day, Lin Xian and the others would enter the God of War pagoda. Lin Xian was also very excited. He was one step closer to the fruit of rebirth. Furthermore, he could finally see the God of War pagoda. It stood between heaven and earth like a towering pagoda. The closer he got, the more he could feel how terrifying it was. This pagoda was like a peerless God of War. Its power was enough to make people despair. Lin Xian was shocked. This power is very similar to his father's battle blood. Of course, the power displayed by the God of War pagoda was stronger than his father's battle intent. It would be great if father could come here to cultivate. Given Lin Zhan's talent, his strength would definitely reach a higher level here. In front, the God of War pagoda opened and an elder walked over. This elder also had a strong battle intent. He said to Lin Xian and the others, "Come with me." Lin Xian, Ban Xia, and the others followed. They finally entered the God of War pagoda. The God of War pagoda had a total of 6 levels. Each level was as vast as a world. The 6 levels were roughly divided into 3 lower and 3 upper levels. Most of the cultivators in the God of War pagoda were in the lower 3 levels. The upper 3 levels were the core areas. It seemed that only the true members of the God race could enter. Lin Xian and the others had reached the first level of the God of War pagoda. After receiving the corresponding items, they were led away by the other disciples. The elder looked at Lin Xian and said, "Little fellow, come with me. The pagoda master and the other elders want to see you." Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. He was the first in the God race's assessment this time. He represented the strongest talent and strength. It was normal for those experts to want to see him. Lin Xian said, "Senior, please lead the way." His expression was calm. The old man in front was extremely surprised. This young man is incredible. Soon, they flew forward and arrived at the 3rd level of the God of War pagoda. The sky above the 3rd level was cloudless. At this moment, a terrifying figure flew over from all directions. The clouds in the sky were scattered by the force of the impact. They were all elders of the God of War pagoda. The battle intent on their bodies was extremely terrifying, capable of breaking through the heavens and earth. Soon, figures appeared one after another. Lin Xian also noticed that some war chariots had also appeared in the sky. There were no people on these war chariots. At this moment, a mysterious power appeared in the sky. They turned into illusions and appeared on the war chariot. The old man next to him explained, "Some elders are cultivating in seclusion in the upper 3 heavens. They can't come out at the moment, so they sent their avatars here." Buzz. The void shook again. A purple figure descended from the sky like a purple mountain. His arrival caused the entire world to freeze. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. What a terrifying aura. This is 4 streaks of immortal qi. The true God realm. This kind of realm posed a fatal danger to him. The God of War pagoda indeed had a true God. When the other elders saw this purple figure, they all bowed. "Greetings, clan leader." This person was the pagoda master of the God of War pagoda and the current clan leader of the God of War race. He had also inherited the title of God of War. After the God of War descended, he stared at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. "Not bad, not bad. Young man, you really exceeded my expectations." Being stared at by the other party, Lin Xian felt a fatal danger. It was as if all his secrets were about to be seen through. Lin Xian entered a state of selflessness. It was as if he had become an immortal. This was a very ethereal state that transcended the world. This made the god of war extremely shocked. This little guy is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, he could sense an aura from the young man. It was an aura that he had never seen before. How interesting. Young man, we meet again. At this moment, another old man said with a smile. This elder had long purple hair. He was also a member of the god of war race. Moreover, he was the fifth elder of the god of war race. When he heard this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. He could tell that this voice belonged to the huge palm that had descended from the sky during the test. Back then, it was that palm that had saved Xianfeiyu. So this was the true body of that palm. Young man, your strength is indeed not bad. However, your cultivation is a little too weak. Become my disciple. I will let you enter the mighty spirit realm as soon as possible. When they heard this, the surrounding elders cried out in surprise, Old Fifth, you are too cunning. How did he become your disciple? I also want to take him as my disciple. That's right. I think this young man is very fated with me. A few elders spoke one after another. Someone said, the patriarch hasn't said anything yet. Is it your turn? The god of war chuckled and said, as for me, I'm old and don't have the energy to teach any more disciples. Therefore, I won't compete with you. Thank you, patriarch. The other elders were extremely happy and excited. The fifth elder also said with a smile, the patriarch has a precious granddaughter. She is a top genius with an extremely strong fighting spirit. Therefore, the patriarch doesn't need to accept any more disciples at all. Young man, take me as your disciple. Lin Xian frowned slightly. His master was Lord Alcohol. Therefore, he wouldn't take anyone else as his master. Moreover, this fifth elder had saved Xianfeiyu previously. He must have some relationship with Xianfeiyu. It was even more impossible for him to become his disciple. More importantly, if he were to really fight with the fifth elder, would the fifth elder be able to defeat him? One had to know that Lin Xian was very terrifying when he fought with his life on the line. After thinking about it, Lin Xian said, my Dao is Sword Dao. I think it should be different from the elder's Dao. He had already rejected him. Hearing this, the surrounding elders fell silent. The fifth elder was also stunned. His face was a little gloomy, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. An oppressive aura spread out from his body. He had personally accepted a disciple, but someone actually dared to reject him. He must be courting death. One had to know that many people were crying and shouting to become his disciple. Who was he? He was a dignified ascension expert. Moreover, he was a true member of the God of War clan. The blood flowing in his body was the bloodline of the God of War. His strength far surpassed his peers. No one had ever been able to reject him. The surrounding elders had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. After rejecting the fifth elder, would he choose them? However, Lin Xian didn't seem to have any intention of choosing anyone. This made the elders even more shocked. Was this kid looking down on them? Did he think they weren't worthy of being his master? Their faces darkened. Lin Xian also felt that something was amiss. However, it was impossible for him to become a disciple. It seemed like he had to change his target. After some thought, he said, Seniors, I heard that the God of War Pagoda has a fruit of rebirth that can revive people. I wonder if it's true. I want to broaden my horizons. When they heard this, the elders' expressions changed even more. This time, even the God of War's pupils constricted. Where did you hear that from? Everyone outside is spreading it. It seems like a legend, not a secret. Lin Xian had been observing the elders' expressions. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the change in the God of War's expression. This wasn't good. The importance of this fruit of rebirth was probably beyond his imagination. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have such expressions. At this moment, another elder laughed from afar. This elder had a head full of white hair and an equally powerful aura. Moreover, his eyes were like a universe, incomparably deep. He was the second elder. He smiled and said, "Kid, you don't know how important the fruit of rebirth is to the god of war pagoda. It's a divine item of the god of war pagoda. How can we take it out and let you view it as you wish? Since you just came in, I'll let you off this time. Next time, don't be so unreasonable. Do you understand?" At the end, the second elder's voice became piercingly cold. Lin Xian was even more surprised when he heard that. He looked at the second elder. He wasn't angry. Instead, he was grateful. The second elder was clearly reminding him. The second elder's words had several meanings. First, the fruit of rebirth was indeed in the god of war pagoda. However, it had a very high status and was a divine item. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't qualified to view it. Second, the second elder directly said that Lin Xian had just come in and didn't know the rules. Therefore, he was only punishing him verbally. This was to protect Lin Xian. He didn't know why the second elder wanted to protect him. However, when he looked at the second elder, his eyes were filled with gratitude. "Please forgive this junior for his rudeness. Elders, please forgive me." Lin Xian bowed. Right now, the most important thing was to find out more about the fruit of resurrection. Luckily, he had entered the god of war pagoda. Otherwise, if he had attacked the god of war pagoda directly, he would have ended up in a terrible state. Now, it seemed that he could only plan properly. Sigh, forget it. Since you don't know the rules, I'll spare you this time. Brat, are you really not going to take me as your master? If you don't want to take fifth brother as your disciple, you can consider me. Another elder spoke up. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Elders, I just came in and am not used to it yet. Why don't we talk about it after I familiarize myself with it?" Humph, the elder snorted coldly. These people were very angry. This brat was too arrogant, rejecting them again. The god of war also waved his hand and said, "Okay, I came this time to see you and talk about accepting disciples. Since you don't have such thoughts for the time being, then forget it. You may leave." Lin Xian left. After he left, a cold snort came from the void. "I gave you face, but you didn't take it." This was the fifth elder's voice. He was very angry. On the other side, another elder said, "Fifth brother, ignore him. This brat is crazy. How dare he reject us? I want to see how talented he is. Without our guidance, how can he grow in the god of war pagoda?" Originally, they wanted him to join the god race, but now it seemed that he was not worthy at all. Even if he grew up in the future, he would not be qualified to join the god race or enter the upper three pagodas. The god of war also frowned and said, "This brat is indeed extraordinary. Also, his aura is not ordinary. There is a very mysterious aura on him. This is a bit surprising. However, I can't remember where exactly this aura came from." Then, the god of war sighed. "It seems that I have indeed aged recently." His figure slowly disappeared from the world. "Let's go." The other elders also left. Only one figure was left in the sky. It was the second elder who had spoken up to help Lin Xian. At this moment, the stars in the second elder's eyes dimmed. That aura? Did the patriarch notice it too? He muttered to himself. Obviously, he had also noticed the unusual aura on Lin Xian's body. However, he was not sure yet. This was interesting. The second elder's figure flashed as he flew toward the first level of the god of war pagoda. He wanted to see Lin Xian again. At the same time, another person rushed to the first level of the god of war pagoda. This was a young man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Of course, this was only on the surface. He was definitely more than 10,000 years old. This person was called Zhang Wuchen. He was a genius. And a terrifying genius with 10 points. He was the fifth elder's disciple. The fifth elder had accepted Lin Xian as his disciple but was rejected. This was a slap to the fifth elder's face. As his disciple, how could Zhang Wuchen tolerate this? His master was an elder and could not do anything to a junior. However, he did not have such concerns. He wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson. He wanted to let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he reject his master? Was he worthy? He wanted to make Lin Xian suffer. Lin Xian had already returned to the first level of the God of War pagoda. His brows were tightly knitted. The situation was more troublesome than he had imagined. Next, he would have to make a good plan regarding the fruit of resurrection. It would be best if he could figure out why the fruit of rebirth was so important to the God of War pagoda. At this moment, he was stunned. He looked behind him. Someone was coming. "Greetings, Second Elder," Lin Xian said directly to the void. A surprised voice came from the void. "Little guy, what a strong soul power." The Second Elder was really surprised. One had to know that his cultivation level was far above Lin Xian's. Logically speaking, if he wanted to follow a super the arch, that the arch should not be able to discover him even after 10,000 years. But now, Lin Xian had discovered him immediately. And he had discovered him before he even got close. What kind of soul power was this? What he did not know was that Lin Xian had the Rinnegan and could naturally sense it in advance. Lin Xian also had a good impression of the Second Elder. Hence, he said, "Thank you, Second Elder, for your advice." "It was nothing." The Second Elder smiled. "I was afraid that you would not know the rules and would suffer a big loss. Don't ask about the fruit of rebirth again. Understand, Senior, can you tell me why the fruit of rebirth is so important? I was just curious. I promise that after this, I will not ask again." Lin Xian really wanted to know. Furthermore, among those elders, it was likely that only the Second Elder would be able to tell him. The Second Elder sighed and said, "Okay, I will tell you. But you must never mention this matter again." The fruit of rebirth. Just from the name, one would know that it could bring someone back to life. This was equivalent to having an extra life. Could it really bring someone back to life? Even someone in the mighty prowess realm? It's not that simple. Although the fruit of rebirth is magical, its resurrection is different from the kind of resurrection that you imagine. If a person swallows the fruit of rebirth when he is about to die, he will continue living in another form. However, this form also has its drawbacks. As for the specific drawbacks, I cannot tell you. However, very few people are willing to bear this price. Hence, unless it is absolutely necessary, no one is willing to swallow the fruit of rebirth. Lin Xian did not know this before, but he was not surprised. For example, the dragon lady had already become a guardian and could not leave ninth heaven. Even if she swallowed the fruit of rebirth, her situation would not be worse. Lin Xian was puzzled. Since the fruit of rebirth had such a huge drawback, why did the God of War pagoda still treat it as a divine item? Lin Xian finally understood a little about the fruit of rebirth. But he was very confused. Why did the God of War pagoda treat such a thing as a divine item? Was it so that when they really died, they could live on in another state? But would any powerful cultivator be willing to endure such a state? The Second Elder sighed and said, "The fruit of rebirth is our hope of leaving. So, even if it has a huge drawback, it is still a divine item. It is our only hope." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. Hope of leaving, go where? The Second Elder looked into the distance. Stars flickered in his eyes. He said, "Leave the God of War pagoda, leave this ancient city, and go to the wider world outside. You should know that we can't leave. No matter how powerful you are, even if you are a true god, you will die without a doubt. And the fruit of rebirth is a chance for us to leave." There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was stunned. The fruit of rebirth was related to the power of the outside world. After all, Lin Xian was from the outside world. Just as he was about to ask more, the Second Elder suddenly frowned. He looked into the distance. Someone was coming. In the next instant, Lin Xian felt it too. This person was very popular. He didn't hide it at all. Also, he had a murderous aura. It was obvious that he didn't come with good intentions. In the next instant, a tall and handsome man appeared in the void. This man was wearing a purple battle armor, and he looked extraordinarily mighty. Zhang Wuchen. When the Second Elder saw this scene, he frowned slightly. He knew that this young man was the Fifth Elder's disciple. It wasn't good for him to come at this time. He said coldly, "Why aren't you cultivating with the Fifth Elder? What are you doing here?" He was reminding Lin Xian again. As expected, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Fifth Elder's disciple was probably here to cause trouble for him. After all, he had rejected the fifth elder previously. This was equivalent to slapping the fifth elder in the face. Even if the fifth elder didn't do it himself, his subordinates wouldn't let the matter rest. However, he didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. "Can't you wait any longer?" he snorted coldly, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. When Zhang Wuchen arrived, he was also slightly taken aback. He did not expect that there would be someone else here. He hurriedly bowed. "Disciple greets second elder." "Don't worry, second elder, I don't have any ill intentions. I only heard that the first place of this exam is an incredible genius. Therefore, I was very curious and wanted to take a look." Now that he had seen it, it was indeed extraordinary. "Junior brother, do you have the courage to spar with me?" When Zhang Wuchen looked at Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with arrogance and a trace of cold killing intent. Obviously, he did not think much of Lin Xian. He immediately noticed that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the super-martial monarch realm. This kind of cultivation was too trashy. So what if he got first place in the god race's assessment? In his eyes, they were still nothing more than ants. Impudent. Second elder snorted coldly. Zhang Wuchen was obviously bullying him. How long had this Zhang Wuchen been cultivating beside fifth elder? Although Lin Xian was powerful, he had just entered the God of War pagoda. How could he be Zhang Wuchen's match? Zhang Wuchen smiled. "Second elder, this is a matter between us disciples. I hope elder can grant me my wish." Second elder's face darkened. "Another day. I still have some matters to discuss with this kid." With that, he wanted to leave with Zhang Wuchen. However, Zhang Wuchen said, "Kid, you don't dare. How can someone like you be a genius? Your first place is just an undeserved reputation. If you admit that you are trash, I will spare you this time." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He said, "Originally, on account of elder's face, I did not plan to attack you and let you live. However, since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish." Lin Xian said casually. This enraged Zhang Wuchen. What did he mean? Was he looking down on him? And he wanted to spare his life? He was courting death. Even the second elder was shocked. The brat in front of him was even more arrogant than he had imagined. He said, "You are not his match." Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, second elder. I don't care about him." The second elder sighed and said, "Fine. Let the two of them fight. Otherwise, who knows when Zhang Wuchen will launch a sneak attack. Anyway, he was here. If Lin Xian was in danger, he could save him in time." The reason why the second elder helped Lin Xian like this was because Lin Xian had a mysterious aura that surprised him and piqued his interest. Another reason was that Lin Xian was very similar to him. Because he was not from the God of War race. Back then, he had also entered the God of War pagoda from outside. Moreover, he had obtained first place. After entering, he had also been looked down upon and challenged by the God of War race. Back then, he had not dared to be as arrogant as Lin Xian. He had endured it silently. Then, he had cultivated like a madman. In the end, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations before becoming an elder. However, this process had been too arduous. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he naturally wanted to help him. Second elder retreated to the side and stood with his hands behind his back, watching the battle silently. "Junior brother, I will let you know the true strength of the God of War pagoda. I will let you know that your strength is not worth mentioning in the God of War pagoda." When Zhang Wuchen saw that Lin Xian dared to accept the challenge, he was ecstatic. He would not give him a chance to back out. Immediately, he sent a palm strike over. His palm carried a monstrous battle power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Humph! Lin Xian let out a cold gust of wind and raised his hand to strike with his sword. The piercing sword aura was too dazzling. It was as if a fire dragon had rushed out. Even second elder was shocked by this power. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too scary. With a loud bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Zhang Wuchen retreated, shattering the void. His expression became extremely ugly. He no longer had the high and mighty attitude he had before. His arm started trembling. There was a crack on it that extended from his palm to his entire arm. He had almost chopped off one of his arms. He stared at the other party. You are a swordsman? He was really too surprised. You are using a divine artifact. He was extremely terrified. Lin Xian was also shocked. As expected of a true god. This sword actually did not chop off the other party's arm. It was too unbelievable. That's right. Lin Xian was using the immortal slaying sword. The other party was too arrogant. Lin Xian did not hold back. He was prepared to teach the other party a lesson he would remember. However, this god of war race's physique was beyond his imagination. The god of war race's bloodline was indeed not to be underestimated. Lin Xian's sword chi with the immortal extermination sword could not be blocked by an ordinary early-stage ascension cultivator. However, the guy in front of him blocked it. This showed that even in the same realm, the people of the God clan were far stronger than other martial artists. What kind of existence was the God clan? Was it a clan created by a true god? Lin Xian thought about it and felt that it was not possible. It should be an existence more powerful than a true god. Lin Xian looked ahead and said with a smile, your strength isn't that great? Could it be that the fifth elder only taught you to this level? It seems that I made the right choice to reject him. You're courting death. Zhang Wuchen went completely crazy. His eyes were red. It had a purple aura and slapped over again. It turned into a purple qilin and charged into the void. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was incomparably brilliant. The aura covered the sky and the earth, turning the void in front into nothingness. The terrifying power was enough to make countless people despair. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian merely snorted coldly and continued to attack. His sword chi turned into a black and white dragon and slashed forward. The yin-yang sword technique was extremely terrifying. The sword chi that filled the sky split the purple qilin. Lin Xian's sword chi was really too sharp. It seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Even though this qilin palm was the war god clan's ultimate technique, he kept retreating. Damn it, how could it be like this? When Zhang Wuchen saw this scene, he was stunned. He had never been in such a difficult situation. He had already used the qilin palm. Logically speaking, he should be able to sweep through everything. However, he still seemed to be no match for the other party. I don't believe it. Zhang Wuchen roared crazily. Heaven fighting qilin seal. In the next moment, his palms kept forming seals. Those purple qilin phantoms condensed into a seal in his hand. Then, he slapped it forward. The power of this attack increased exponentially. When the second elder saw this scene, his face changed. He transmitted a message to Lin Xian. Kid, be careful. This heaven-fighting qilin seal is the war god clan's ultimate technique. You'd better not take it head-on. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light as he looked ahead. In the next moment, he took a step forward and sword chi danced around his body. Heaven-defying triple chop. Lin Xian's sword was like a dragon. His sword was indomitable and unstoppable. He slashed out 3 bursts of sword chi at the qilin seal. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as a terrifying power erupted, engulfing the entire area. The qilin seal shook violently and cracks appeared on its surface. Then, it was cut in half by the sword. Zhang Wuchen retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body again, and his palm turned into a bloody mist. After Lin Xian unleashed 3 consecutive slashes, he put away the immortal slaying sword and stood with his hands behind his back. The sword energy on his body had disappeared. It was as if he had never made a move before. On the other side, Zhang Wuchen had crushed the void and was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Lin Xian looked at his opponent and said with a smile, I've experienced your strength. Do you want to continue? Zhang Wuchen was mad. His expression became ferocious, but he didn't make another move. He realized that he really couldn't beat his opponent. Even the qilin seal had been broken. It was hard for him to fight against his opponent. Damn it, this kid's sword technique is so terrifying. That invincible aura was a bit like the fist of an ancestor, pressing forward with indomitable will. Kid, I'm not in my best condition today. Just you wait. When I recover, I'll fight you again. After saying that, Zhang Wuchen turned and left. He ran very quickly. Lin Xian shook his head. Zhang Wuchen's strength was not bad, and his physique was beyond imagination. However, Zhang Wuchen was still no match for him. This battle had given him a new understanding of the god race. It seemed like he had to be more careful when he acted in the future. When the second elder looked at Lin Xian, he also said, "Young man, you have to be careful. You'll break easily if you're too strong. Sometimes, you have to know how to keep a low profile. Do you understand?" After giving Lin Xian a few instructions, the second elder also left. Zhang Wuchen's defeat would probably alarm the other elders. At that time, those elders would also come to investigate. The second elder couldn't get too close to Lin Xian now. He could only help him secretly. As expected, when the news spread, those elders were also shocked. What, Zhang Wuchen was actually defeated? That's impossible, right? Was that brat already so powerful? No wonder he rejected us, what a mysterious kid. I have to pay more attention to him. Voices of discussion rang out. When the fifth elder heard the news, he almost fainted from anger. He had just been rejected by Lin Xian and was slapped in the face. His disciple was defeated by Lin Xian again. This was a ruthless stomp on his face. He was so angry that he wanted to beat Zhang Wuchen up. However, when he saw Zhang Wuchen return with an aggrieved face, the fifth elder snorted. Trash. Zhang Wuchen said, "Master, I didn't know this kid had such a deep trump card. The sword in his hand is a divine weapon. I suffered a loss. If I had a divine weapon, I definitely wouldn't be afraid." The fifth elder said coldly, "Although he has a divine weapon, he is only a super great emperor. Your realm is one realm higher than his. So, you have no excuse. Go into seclusion and cultivate properly." Then, Zhang Wuchen went into seclusion to cultivate while the fifth elder made his move. Zhang Wuchen's defeat was too embarrassing. It was better not to let others know about this. After he made his move, those disciples still didn't know about this. Lin Xian didn't care. He returned to his courtyard and set up a formation. Then, he went into seclusion. Lin Xian took out a stock of golden godly medicine. He was prepared to absorb it to increase his strength. At the very least, he wanted to break through to super great emperor. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate. On the other side, the mysterious Sky Clan. After the efforts of countless experts, they finally repaired Xian Feiyu's bloodline. They heaved a sigh of relief. On this day, the patriarch of the mysterious Sky Clan looked up and roared, "We finally succeeded." The others also smiled. It was a blessing in disguise. The rebuilt bloodline was even stronger than before. Buzz. Xian Feiyu opened his eyes. He was confused. "Where am I? Have I died?" "Brother, you're awake. Feel it. How are you?" The woman next to him hurried over and asked nervously. Xian Feiyu checked his body. Then, he waved his fist and shattered the void. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "So strong. Is this my power? How is this possible? Didn't my body and bloodline get destroyed? How can I recover?" Xian Feiyu thought of the previous battle. After he lost to Lin Xian, he was in despair. He even felt that it would be better for him to just die. Then, he fainted. He didn't know what happened next. The surrounding elders hurriedly told him what had happened. Xian Feiyu was very excited. "My bloodline has been completely restored and improved? Thank you, elders. Thank you, patriarch." Xian Feiyu knelt down and kowtowed to them 3 times. "Patriarch, elders, don't worry. I will take revenge." Xian Feiyu clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xian Feihua said, "Brother, it's good that you've recovered. You've already wasted a lot of time. Come back to the God of War Pagoda with me." Then, the siblings left the family and went to the God of War Pagoda. After entering the God of War Pagoda, the surrounding people exclaimed. Especially the newcomers. They said, "Xian Feiyu actually recovered? Oh my god, this is unbelievable." The mysterious Sky Clan really put in a lot of effort. They knew how badly Xian Feiyu had been defeated in that battle. It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. But they didn't expect him to recover so quickly. And he even came to the God of War pagoda. The disciples of the God of War pagoda said disdainfully, "So he's the loser. I heard he was defeated very badly. Is such a person qualified to come to the God of War pagoda?" A disdainful voice sounded. When Xianfeiyu heard this, he trembled with anger. He shouted, "What did you say? Say it again." The two disciples in front turned around and looked down at him. "Hey, you still dare to be arrogant in front of us? Kid, are you tired of living? Do you want to become a cripple again? Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to us. We are your senior brothers. You can't offend us. Do you understand?" The two of them were smug. They had entered the God of War pagoda a few years ago, so they were acting like senior brothers now. Xianfeiyu shouted coldly and strode over. Losing to Lin Xian was the biggest scar in his life. He didn't allow others to mention it. "Hey, you want to fight with us?" The two senior brothers in front sneered. The one on the left walked out and said, "Come, come, come. I'll teach you how to behave." The man snorted and sent a palm strike over. An extremely mysterious symbol appeared on his palm, enveloping the entire area. He was indeed a senior brother. His first attack was terrifying. When the newcomers saw this scene, they all exclaimed, "It's over. Xianfeiyu is in trouble. He's too arrogant. He's clearly a loser, but he's been so high profile recently and offended the senior brothers. I think he'll end up in a miserable state." People like Wang Wu shook their heads and sighed. Mujio, Xianxia, and the others also looked solemn. They felt sad for Xianfeiyu. Was the high and mighty genius finally going to fall into the dust? Was he going to be stepped under someone's feet? Boom! Xianfeiyu shouted coldly and slashed out with his sword. It turned into a shocking rainbow and instantly split apart the opponent's fist. Divine blood flew everywhere. This senior brother backed up, seriously injured. What? Defeated. He was killed in one strike. So powerful. The surrounding people were all stunned. The freshman exclaimed, "How can he be so powerful?" Wang Wu, Xianxia, and the others were Feiyu. They realized, Feiyu's, that's a. It was a blessing in disguise. This guy's that guy. Was. And the others and others. Were. On the other hand, the senior brother from the God of War pagoda was horrified. How could this be? He of wars. Xianfeiyu stared at another person and said, "Get over here." The cans. He said coldly, "Kid, you're too arrogant. Just you wait." Then, he turned to leave. He didn't dare to fight anymore. "Where do you think you're going?" Xianfeiyu shouted and slapped. This time, he didn't use his sword technique. Instead, he used his Xiantian divine body. His frightening physique covered the sky as he charged forward with killing intent. "You're courting death." The long-haired man was furious. He turned around and slapped with both palms. His palms were burning with flames that could easily destroy the world. Boom, the two collided. Heaven and earth cracked. With a scream, a figure retreated like lightning. It was the long-haired man. His body was completely pierced through, and his internal organs were shattered beyond recognition. He fell to the ground and trembled. Xianfeiyu walked over and stepped on his head. He said condescendingly, "Senior brother, you were very arrogant before. But why are you so trashy? You're a monster." The long-haired man roared in horror. Xianfeiyu laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, my strength has increased greatly. I'm not afraid of anything." He soared into the air. The power of his divine body completely erupted. A battle armor covered him. His powerful aura was enough to overturn the 9 heavens. "Lin Xian, where are you? Come out. I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Xianfeiyu roared. His voice spread in all directions. For a moment, countless eyes looked over. Wenrinyu and the others were shocked. Oh no, Lin Gongzi is in danger. They didn't expect Xianfeiyu's strength to improve by leaps and bounds in such a short time. If he wanted to take revenge immediately, could Lin Xian defeat him? Xianfeiyu roared for a long time, but Lin Xian didn't appear at all. This made countless people talk. Could it be that Lin Xian is afraid? Someone said, not necessarily. Maybe something else hasn't happened. Xian Feiyu snorted. Don't worry. I'll be in the God of War pagoda. I'll keep challenging you. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Xian Feiyu was domineering. He had to take revenge. When this news spread, all the cultivators in the God of War pagoda were shocked. Had another top-notch genius arrived? And he was even more arrogant. He defeated 2 senior brothers as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he had also severely injured 2 of his senior brothers. Rookies these days were too arrogant. He had to let them know what the rules were. An even stronger senior brother was unhappy. He walked over and wanted to teach Xian Feiyu a lesson. In the end, Xian Feiyu won again. This was too unbelievable. Xian Feihua was also very happy when she saw this. Her younger brother's talent was too strong. He far surpassed her. Perhaps his future achievements would be limitless. Thinking of this, she quickly went to find someone. She went to find Zhang Wuchen. In the end, she didn't find Zhang Wuchen. She sent a message to Zhang Wuchen. Zhang Wuchen replied, Feihua, I'm cultivating in seclusion. I can't go out for now. Xian Feihua told him about Xian Feiyu's situation briefly. Zhang Wuchen said, don't worry. Your brother is my brother. I'll help him. I'll give you some cultivation insights. Give them to him and let him cultivate well. Also, tell him to be careful. That Lin Xian has a divine weapon. Zhang Wuchen didn't tell anyone about his defeat because it was too embarrassing. In Xian Feihua's heart, he was a supreme existence. If she knew that he had lost, she wouldn't be able to accept it. And Zhang Wuchen couldn't afford to lose face. Therefore, he didn't say a word about this. He gave her some cultivation insights and some cultivation techniques. He gave them to Xian Feihua and asked her to pass them to Xian Feiyu. Xian Feihua said, Brother Chen, don't worry. I'll give them to my brother. One day, my brother will take revenge himself. Xian Feihua gave everything he'd obtained to his younger brother, Xian Feiyu. After Xian Feiyu obtained them, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He started cultivating and comprehending in seclusion. It didn't take long for him to gain new comprehensions, and then he challenged everyone. He attacked incessantly, and every single time, a genius would be defeated by him. Gradually, Xian Feiyu's reputation grew stronger and stronger. Countless people knew that an extremely terrifying genius had arrived amongst the newcomers. Previously, Lin Xian was extremely famous because Lin Xian had entered as the first. What he'd done after entering was truly incomprehensible. First, he'd rejected the 5th elder, causing everyone to be stunned. Had water entered his head, after that, he'd chosen to enter seclusion and still hadn't come out. As a result, the discussion about Lin Xian gradually disappeared. Now, they were all discussing Xian Feiyu. It wasn't just Xian Feiyu who'd improved in strength. Bangxia, Mujiu, Wenrenyu, Wang Wu, and the others had improved as well. Especially Mujiu. He'd obtained another type of formation inheritance in the God of War pagoda. After he comprehended it, the formation's power had become stronger. Similarly, he'd become famous. Xian Feiyu was furious when he heard this news. Only one of the newcomers could rise up, and that was him. He wouldn't allow a second person to overshadow his brilliance. He issued a challenge. 3 days from now, we'll fight. I'll keep you company. Mujiu grunted coldly. He hadn't fought Xian Feiyu when he'd snatched the golden divine medicine. This time, Xian Feiyu had come looking for trouble with him again. Did Xian Feiyu really think he was a pushover? He'd let Xian Feiyu know how powerful his formations were. The others were excited as well. The newcomers were shocked. Mujiu and Xian Feiyu were the top 3 in their group. As for the veteran cultivators, they were shocked as well. Were these 2 rising newcomers finally going to fight? It was going to be a fierce battle. 3 days later, countless people gathered on the battlefield. They were prepared to watch the battle. Xian Feiyu was extremely powerful. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and his killing intent was shocking. His armor carried unparalleled strength. His Shantian divine body had become even more terrifying. Moreover, his battle intent had condensed and was extremely powerful. On the other side, Mujio had 9 banners behind him. Each one of them shone with a terrifying light that could suppress the heavens. These 9 flags were extremely extraordinary. Each of them represented a peerless formation. It could be used in an instant. This meant that Mu 9 had brought 9 peerless formations with him. The 2 of them didn't waste any time talking and instantly engaged in a fierce battle. A huge banner descended from the sky like a towering ancient tree. It covered the 9 heavens and completely enveloped the battlefield. Countless people felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. What kind of array was this? This was too terrifying. After being enveloped by it, death was certain. Get lost. Xianfeiyu said coldly. His divine fist swept in all directions, shaking the 9 heavens. The void continued to shatter, and the huge flag began to shake violently. Clearly, Xianfeiyu was much stronger than before. Xianxia and Wenren were watching the battle as well. When they saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. So powerful, completely surpassing them. I wonder how he compares to Lin Gongzi. The array formed by the huge banner actually began to shatter. Mujio's expression changed. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. 3 more banners flew out and danced in the air, enveloping the world. It was like the beginning of the chaos. A terrifying and mysterious aura swept through everything. The battle swept in all directions. Xianfeiyu roared. It's useless. Your array did pressure me earlier, but you're no match for me now. Because my strength has long since exceeded your imagination. I'll let you see my new ultimate technique. The Shantian Battle Fist. This was formed by the fusion of the Shantian divine physique and the battle intent of the god of war Pagoda. A single punch could shatter the world. The sharpness shot into the 9 heavens, and the array formation in the surroundings began to shake violently. Mujio's expression was unsightly. His arm had cracked. He didn't believe it. He activated all the banners. The 9 peerless formations were enough to sweep through everything. As expected, the 9 formations began to suppress Xianfeiyu with boundless strength. Countless people became nervous. Xianfeihua was also observing. She exclaimed in her heart. Little brother, you must hold on. Xianfeiyu laughed loudly. Are you going to go all out? I'll fulfill your wish. He summoned the Shantian divine physique. A huge phantom appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. The 9 formations began to shake violently. Not good. Mujio's expression changed. This was the patriarch of the Shantian clan. He frantically defended. However, this attack was too terrifying. After the patriarch's palm landed, heaven and earth shattered. The 9 banners flew out. Mujio was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. You've lost. Xianfeiyu stood in the 9 heavens as though he was the ruler of this world. He roared into the sky. Countless people were shocked by the scene. Heavens, even the 9 peerless formations couldn't suppress him, this was too terrifying. Who could go against him? Why did it feel like even those veteran geniuses couldn't suppress him? Xianfeiyu's gaze was like lightning, shattering the void. He looked in all directions and shouted coldly, Lin Xian, come out and die. His voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Countless people were in an uproar. This guy actually had a feud with Lin Xian. They weren't unfamiliar with the name Lin Xian at all. He was the top new student. Moreover, he dared to directly reject the 5th elder. This was heaven-defying. They didn't expect there to be a feud between the two. Would Lin Xian come out? After waiting for a long time, no one appeared. Someone shook his head and sighed. Could it be that this kid is afraid? I think he definitely doesn't dare to come out. How dare he reject the 5th elder? He's courting death. In the sky, Xianfeiyu also said, Lin Xian, do you dare to come out and fight? Coward. Don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding. I'll always be waiting for you in the God of War Pagoda. As long as you come out, I'll trample you under my feet. Xianfeiyu was extremely domineering. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. For example, Ban Xia and Wenrenyu's expressions became extremely unsightly. Lin Xian was in danger. However, to their relief, Lin Xian hadn't appeared yet. In other words, he wouldn't be injured immediately. They hoped that Lin Xian would break through after entering seclusion. The battle had ended, and the news quickly spread throughout the 3 lower pagodas. All the cultivators in the 3 lower pagodas knew about it. They were extremely shocked, and the news even spread to the upper 3 pagodas. The upper 3 pagodas were filled with true God clan members, and the 5th elder was one of them. The 5th elder's eyes lit up when he heard the news. Another immortal seedling, he had the intention to take in a disciple again. The 5th elder wanted to take in a disciple again, but he didn't take action immediately. The last time he wanted to take in Lin Xian as his disciple, he was slapped in the face in front of everyone, making him lose face. If he made any more mistakes this time, he didn't want to live anymore. That would be so embarrassing. However, after inquiring about the situation, the 5th elder chuckled. This Xian Feiyu was Feihua's younger brother. Xian Feihua was related to his disciple, Zhang Wuchen. Therefore, he should be very confident in taking in a disciple this time. Of course, he still sent out a message to contact Xian Feihua. Xian Feihua was extremely excited when he found out. He promised the 5th elder that his younger brother would definitely not reject. The 5th elder had an answer in his heart. He said, "I know, but I'm only paying attention to him now. I can't take him in as a disciple immediately. If you let him take another step forward and make his name known in the lower 3 pagodas, I'll take him in as a disciple. Don't worry, elder, my younger brother will definitely be able to do it." Xian Feihua went back happily. When he returned to the first level of the pagoda, he told Xian Feiyu the news. He said, "Younger brother, the 5th elder is a true god. If you become his disciple, you will have a chance to enter the upper 3 pagodas in the future. That is the true core area. I don't have any hope, but you have a chance. You are our family's hope. Sister, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you." Xian Feiyu's eyes were filled with boundless confidence. He began to cultivate in seclusion again. This time, he was qualified to cultivate the God of War Pagoda's secret techniques. The God of War Pagoda's secret techniques were very terrifying. The core technique was the body of the God of War. This was also a peerless physique. However, only people from the God race could cultivate it. Xian Feiyu currently didn't have a chance. However, he could cultivate other techniques. For example, the battle chi art was a kind of divine ability that condensed battle chi and formed battle intent. The stronger the battle chi, the more terrifying the power. After cultivating the battle chi art, Xian Feiyu began to challenge again. He planned to first sweep the first level of the pagoda, then enter the second level, and sweep the area. Before long, he really swept the first level of the pagoda. After entering the second level of the pagoda, he consecutively defeated 5 experts. This time, he was completely famous in the lower 3 pagodas. Countless people had fear in their eyes when they mentioned Xian Feiyu. Everyone even guessed that Xian Feiyu might be about to charge up to the 3rd level of the pagoda and contend against the true geniuses. In the lower 3 pagodas, the people living in each level were different. For example, the new students all lived in the 1st level of the pagodas. As for the most powerful ones, they lived in the 3rd level of the pagoda. Most of these people could no longer be considered young. They could be considered to be of the middle generation. They were all very old, tens of thousands of years old. Everyone guessed that Xian Feiyu would challenge such an expert next. However, something unexpected happened. Xian Feiyu did not issue a challenge. Instead, he stopped. When another piece of news came out, it made the people of the lower 3 towers go crazy. The 5th elder was prepared to accept Xian Feiyu as his disciple. This was an earth-shattering piece of news. It was every disciple's dream to have an elder accept a disciple. And this 5th elder was even more extraordinary. The 5th elder was a true member of the God race. It was the dream of every martial artist in the lower 3 heavens to become a disciple of a God race elder. Even in their dreams, they wanted to become core disciples of the God race. Only then would they be able to cultivate the body of the war god. Some people had already waited here for tens of thousands of years but still did not have a chance. Who would have thought that Xian Feiyu would become a disciple of a God race elder just a few days after coming here? This was soaring to the sky in one go. Countless people went crazy with envy. This Xian Feiyu was really lucky. He only had a chance because Lin Xian rejected the fifth elder. Otherwise, he would not have any chance. That's right. One had to admit that Xian Feiyu was a person with great fortune. When this news reached Xian Feiyu's ears, he was stunned. Originally, he was very excited to become the fifth elder's disciple. But now, he felt somewhat wronged. What? That Lin Xian dared to reject the fifth elder? What a joke! Could it be that Lin Xian looked down on the fifth elder? Could it be that he wanted to pick up something that others had thrown away? Xian Feiyu went completely crazy. Who was this Lin Xian's master, the god race's patriarch, the war god's master? If that was the case, he could not bear it. He would faint from anger. However, when he heard that Lin Xian had rejected all the elders and did not acknowledge him as his master, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, I thought you found a more powerful master. I didn't expect you to be an idiot. You actually dared to reject the god race's elders. Humph, kid, just you wait. You will pay the price. When I become stronger, I will make you wish you were dead. Xian Feiyu sneered proudly. Next was the apprenticeship ceremony. It was very spectacular. Not to mention the lower three towers, many of the god race from the upper three towers also came. Countless elders gathered together, witnessing this scene. From now on, Xian Feiyu was the fifth elder's personal disciple. The fifth elder was also very happy. Xian Feiyu's talent was definitely top-notch. It could be seen from his performance during this period that his future was limitless. Although the other party was not a member of the god race, his strength was not bad at all. He could definitely enter the god race in the future. Therefore, he gave Xian Feiyu many greeting gifts, which were large amounts of cultivation resources. He also promised that as long as Xian Feiyu cultivated the battle aura art to perfection, he would immediately teach him the god race's secret art, the Ares art. The Ares art was usually compatible with the body of the god of war. However, Xian Feiyu's physique was the Shantian divine body, which was also a peerless divine body. Therefore, he did not need to cultivate the body of the god of war. He could cultivate the Ares art directly. The two could work together. This was the most suitable for Xian Feiyu. Xian Feiyu was very excited. He said, Master, don't worry. I will cultivate the battle aura art to perfection in the shortest time possible. After becoming the fifth elder's disciple, Xian Feiyu began to taunt Lin Xian again. He wanted Lin Xian to come out and accept his death. Countless people were excited. Would they be able to witness a peerless battle? They found that Lin Xian still did not come out. These people were disappointed in Lin Xian. They felt that Lin Xian was a coward who did not dare to come out. It seemed that with Xian Feiyu here, Lin Xian would be suppressed. This was the result of him rejecting the elder. Xian Feiyu snorted. Every month, I will come and challenge you. I will let everyone know your true face, you are trash. After Xianxia and Wenren heard this, they were also very worried. According to Lin Xian's temper, he should have come out. Could it be that something had happened? They did not know that Lin Xian's courtyard had been enveloped by a formation. No one could enter. They could not see the situation inside. In this courtyard, Lin Xian had been silently cultivating. The true Samadhi fire on his body was pulsing non-stop. A mysterious golden light surrounded his body, releasing a powerful force. Lin Xian had been cultivating with all his might. Finally, he felt the power in his body surging. Was he about to break through? The golden elixir contained too much power. Even though Lin Xian had many trump cards, he was about to break through. That's great. However, Lin Xian didn't break through in the God of War pagoda. He didn't know what kind of phenomenon his breakthrough would cause. He prepared to leave. Suppressing the surging power in his body, Lin Xian finally came out. When Lin Xian appeared outside, countless people exclaimed. Look, it's that kid. It's that first-place freshman. He must be that Lin Xian, the genius who rejected the fifth elder. He finally came out. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Before they could see clearly, Lin Xian had already soared into the air and disappeared. The news quickly spread. Lin Xian came out. Instantly, countless people were in an uproar as they searched for him. On the other side, Xianfeiyu rushed over as soon as he heard the news. When he arrived, he realized that Lin Xian had already disappeared. "You can't escape," he roared angrily. More than a dozen figures beside him rushed over. These were all his followers. After coming to the God of War pagoda, Xianfeiyu quickly became famous. Hence, another group of followers followed him. These people were his capable subordinates. At this moment, these people transformed into streaks of light and rushed over. However, after searching for a while, they still couldn't find Lin Xian. They came back to report. Xianfeiyu's face turned ashen. He actually escaped. But I don't believe that he won't come back. In his opinion, even if Lin Xian left the God of War pagoda, he would still come back. After all, the God of War pagoda was a sacred place in everyone's hearts. Lin Xian would come back sooner or later. He said to his followers, "You guys, keep an eye on the entrance of the God of War pagoda. As long as that kid comes back, inform me immediately. I will make him wish he was dead." Xianfeiyu usually had to cultivate and challenge people. He was very busy, so he couldn't keep an eye on Lin Xian. He could only send his subordinates to keep an eye on them. Lin Xian did not know that he had been targeted by Xianfeiyu. But so what if he knew? Last time, Xianfeiyu was no match for him at all. Even though Xianfeiyu's strength had increased, and he had even become the fifth elder's disciple, Xianfeiyu's strength had increased significantly. But so what, Lin Xian was about to break through as well. After the breakthrough, his strength would once again undergo an earth-shaking change. At that time, forget about Xianfeiyu, even the fifth elder would not be his match. After leaving the God of War pagoda, Lin Xian kept flying into the distance. After flying for a few days, he finally stopped. This place was already far away from the God of War pagoda. The surroundings were very desolate, and there were dilapidated palaces in the distance. There should have been a great battle here, and it should have long been deserted. This was the perfect place to make a breakthrough. Lin Xian didn't suppress the power in his body anymore. Instead, he circulated it with all his might. With a roar, the golden blood qi in his body exploded. The samadhi true fire on his body soared into the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's aura rose rapidly. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning filled the sky. While Lin Xian was breaking through, Xianfeiyu was also cultivating like a madman on the other side. Firstly, Xianfeiyu's strength and talent were very strong. Furthermore, he had the terrifying Shantian divine body, so his cultivation speed was very fast. Furthermore, Xianfeiyu and Lin Xian were enemies. Hence, the fifth elder nurtured Xianfeiyu with all his might in order to suppress Lin Xian. Xianfeiyu's strength was increasing every day. On this day, the fifth elder called Xianfeiyu over again. Xianfeiyu was very excited. Was he going to teach him some ultimate technique again? The fifth elder gave him a scroll and said, "Take a look." Xianfeiyu took it and quickly opened it. He was stunned. What was this? He discovered that the scroll did not contain any ultimate techniques or divine abilities. "Master, what is this?" Xianfeiyu was very confused. There was a portrait on the scroll. It was a portrait of a woman. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, valiant and heroic. At the same time, there was a lot of information beside it, including what weapons she liked, what she liked to eat, and what kind of armor she liked to wear. Everything was there. The fifth elder said. "This woman is called Xianxia. She is the pride of the Battle God clan. At the same time, she is the descendant of our clan leader. She is also his favorite descendant. You are still single, right? This is a good opportunity for you. If you can get her, then you will have no problem joining the God clan in the future. You can even become the core of the God clan. You might even be able to get the battle god to teach you personally." Hearing this, Xianfeiyu was completely stunned. His eyes turned red. He lowered his head again and stared at the portrait on the scroll. Xianxia, was this the battle god clan's most outstanding daughter of heaven? He had heard of her long ago, but he had never seen her before. He did not expect his master to do such a thing for him. "That's great. Thank you, master. I will not let you down." The fifth elder nodded. But then he said, don't let your guard down. Xianxia has a lot of followers. But until now, no one has succeeded. So your chances of success are not very high. You have to think carefully about what you should do. Speaking of this, the fifth elder sighed. To be honest, he had asked Zhang Wuchen to do the same thing before. Zhang Wuchen was not only his disciple, but also a member of the Battle God clan. He was a true member of the God clan. But Zhang Wuchen failed. So the fifth elder placed his hopes on Xianfeiyu. Then, Xianfeiyu took the scroll and left. He had to succeed in this. If he succeeded, he would reach the heavens in a single step and be above everyone else. He started to ask around about Xianxia. He realized that Xianxia was not in the God of War pagoda. She was outside. Looks like I still have time to prepare. Xianfeiyu thought for a while. Such a proud girl would definitely like an unparalleled powerhouse. So, he had to become stronger to be able to catch up with her. Thinking of this, Xianfeiyu cultivated even more crazily. The night was dark. Silence. Moonlight fell from the sky and covered the ground. There were many broken palaces on the ground. Time had left countless marks on them. Here, many great battles were recorded. At this moment, there was a figure moving quickly in the ruins. She broke through the void and her speed was extremely fast. If there were powerhouses here, they would realize that this figure was a woman. She was wearing battle armor and had short hair. She looked valiant and formidable. This woman was extremely extraordinary. Her cultivation had reached the illuminating god realm. She was an earth immortal. No matter where she was, she would be able to sweep through a region. Buzz. The armored woman landed on the ruins. Her eyes were like arrows as she searched around. She seemed to be looking for something. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Found it. She punched out. The ground in front of her instantly cracked as if it was hit by a meteorite. And in that crack, a black figure flew out again. The figure that flew away was a butterfly, and a very beautiful one at that. It was very dreamy, its wings fluttering gently, with countless rays of light surrounding it. This was no ordinary butterfly, it was an immortal butterfly. You can't escape, I've been looking for you for 3 years. The battle-armored woman behind shouted coldly, and quickly chased after him. Even though he was an earth immortal, he couldn't catch up to this immortal butterfly. The immortal butterfly was even more mysterious and extraordinary, as if it could pass through the void. Every time there was danger, it could pull away. The two of them quickly chased, and gradually entered the depths of the ruins. The ruins were very vast, as far as the eye could see. How majestic would it be before it was destroyed? Buzz. As they chased, Xianxia stopped, and her brows furrowed. She felt a sense of fear here, and had a bad feeling in her heart. What's going on? She was on guard, and didn't dare to be careless. She knew that the ruins were very terrifying. This was the ruins of the Void Spirit Palace. Even though she hadn't entered the Void Spirit Palace yet, the surroundings of the Void Spirit Palace were still terrifying. Even though she was from the God race, the elders of the God race had warned her not to go near the Void Spirit Palace. Now she was chasing after the immortal butterfly, and had followed it all the way here. The immortal butterfly in front of her also stopped, and kept pacing back and forth, as if it had sensed a fatal danger. Xianxia observed carefully, and her brows furrowed. This place was very unusual, and seemed to be filled with endless danger. Back then, there should be a supreme array. Even though it was destroyed now, it couldn't be underestimated. It's impossible to trap me. Xianxia was a peerless genius of the war god race. Not only was she strong, but she was also knowledgeable. She even cultivated array formations. At this moment, mysterious runes appeared in her eyes. She formed hand seals, and started to set up arrays around her. She had to admit that Xianxia was indeed strong. She could actually use the terrifying energy around her for her own use. She flew towards the immortal butterfly in front of her. The immortal butterfly in front of her was anxious. Its wings kept fluttering. It let out a cry of fear. He didn't expect the woman chasing after him to be so strong. It's over, am I going to be caught? The corner of Xianxia's mouth raised into a smile. I told you, you can't run away. Stay by my side obediently and I won't hurt you. I will make you even stronger. Xianxia walked forward step by step, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. Soon, Xianxia would capture him. However, at this moment, in the distance, dark clouds quickly gathered and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom! This thunderbolt was world-shaking. It pierced through the sky as if the peerless thunder god had come back to life. It caused the entire void to shake violently. What happened? Xianxia jumped in fright as he raised his head. Terrifying lightning flashed in the distance. This was a lightning tribulation. Someone was undergoing a tribulation here. Who was breaking through here? Was he crazy? He was scared silly. What kind of place was this? This was the Void Palace. The surrounding area was already extremely terrifying. Normally, no one would dare to come here. There was someone who dared to break through here? If he were to trigger another worldly anomaly or trigger the power of the Void Spirit Palace, he would probably die instantly. The sky in the distance seemed to have completely split open. Bolt after bolt of lightning fell. The void shattered and the world roared. This scene was too terrifying. It was like the wrath of the heavens. Moreover, the surrounding thunderbolts turned into a sea of lightning, sweeping in all directions. Many of the thunderbolts were rushing towards them. Not good. Xianxia was going crazy. He didn't expect the lightning tribulation to be more terrifying than he imagined. What kind of god was this? This lightning was too scary. Even when he was undergoing a tribulation, there wasn't such terrifying lightning. Before he could react, he heard a man's angry roar coming from the sea of lightning. At the same time, there was a shocking dragon's roar. This dragon's roar had the power to shatter heaven and earth, causing countless cracks to appear in all directions. Damn it. Xianxia's face changed. He realized that with this dragon's roar, the thunderbolts between heaven and earth became even more terrifying. It was like the wrath of the heavens, descending rapidly. The place where he was instantly covered by the thunderbolts. Not good. Retreat. Xianxia retreated like a madman. Just as he retreated, the surrounding void shattered continuously. What happened to the immortal butterfly? The immortal butterfly couldn't have been killed, right? Xianxia's eyes turned red. She had chased after it for 3 years, and she was only 10 meters away from it. Now, if the immortal butterfly were to fall, she would go mad with anger. She quickly looked up and saw that the void where the immortal butterfly was also shattered. The terrifying power of this place was also shattered by the thunderbolts. The immortal butterfly was no longer a threat. He flapped his wings and escaped into the void, disappearing from sight. He dodged the sea of lightning. Did he escape? Xianxia's face changed. She wanted to chase after him, but the sea of lightning continued to spread and spread towards her. She didn't have the ability to escape into the void, and she didn't dare to fight back. If the lightning tribulation targeted her, she would be in trouble. So, she could only retreat again and again. After retreating to an extremely far place, her face darkened. From the looks of it, the lightning tribulation wouldn't disappear in a short period of time. She waited for a month before the lightning gradually disappeared. Xianxia's face was terrifyingly cold, like 1,000-year-old ice. In this month, who knows where the immortal butterfly ran off to? Damn it, it was all because of that guy in front of her. If it wasn't for him, she would have caught the immortal butterfly. She wanted to see who it was. Thinking of this, Xianxia's figure flashed, and like a bolt of lightning, she rushed over. In front of her, the lightning between heaven and earth slowly disappeared. In the center of the sea of lightning, a figure appeared. It was a young figure with boundless flames on his body. There was also a terrifying dragon-like sword chi. In front of him, there was a huge dragon, like a peerless divine sword. It was Lin Xian and the dragon sword spirit. The dragon sword spirit flew into Lin Xian's body, and in the next moment, 10,000 sword shadows merged with Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared into the sky, and a peerless sword light shot into the sky, cutting through the void again. Then, the dragon sword spirit and the terrifying samadhi true fire on his body slowly disappeared. Lin Xian's real body appeared. He clenched his fists, and his lips curled into a smile. Great, he broke through. and he reached the demigod realm. As expected of the golden divine herb. Under normal circumstances, with his many trump cards, he would need a long time to reach the demigod realm after consuming a huge amount of energy. But now, a single golden divine herb allowed him to reach the demigod realm in advance. Lin Xian was overjoyed. In the past, he was already able to contend with mid-stage mighty prowess cultivators. Now, it wasn't a problem at all. Moreover, Lin Xian's current strength could contend with 2 mid-stage mighty prowess cultivators at the same time. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The great dragon sword soul had also improved. It was easier for him to kill mid-stage mighty prowess cultivators than before. If others knew about this, they would go crazy. Mighty prowess cultivators at the mid-stage mighty prowess realm rarely died. But in front of Lin Xian, even such an existence would die. He should be able to contend with a late-stage mighty prowess cultivator, right? Lin Xian muttered to himself. He didn't know about this because he had never seen a late-stage mighty prowess cultivator. He really hoped that he would have a chance to fight with such a powerhouse someday. After breaking through, Lin Xian would have to deal with the Fruit of Rebirth with all his might. He had to think of a way to get the Fruit of Rebirth from the God of War pagoda. But before he left, he heard a sound of something breaking through the air behind him. A powerful aura rushed toward him. Lin Xian frowned when he felt this aura. This was the aura of the God of War clan. That's right, a very sharp battle intent and monstrous battle blood. It was the God of War clan. The other party actually came at this time and was coming for him. Why, could it be that the other party had been following him? Did the other party discover his secret? Lin Xian was on high alert. In the next moment, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. His Rinnegan bloomed, and Lin Xian realized that there was only one aura in front of him. Although this aura was very strong, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. If the other party really discovered his secret, he didn't mind killing the other party instantly and sending them to hell. Secretly activating the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian prepared to attack with all his might. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. Standing in the sky, it was a woman. This was a woman, valiant and formidable looking, clad in battle armor. Her eyes seemed to be emitting flames. She glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked ahead. Both of them were stunned. Lin Xian did not expect that the person with such a strong fighting spirit was actually a woman. Xianxia was also surprised. She didn't expect a young man to be able to trigger such a powerful lightning tribulation. More importantly, this young man seemed to be only a demigod. What kind of joke was this? Xianxia didn't believe it. He looked around as if he was searching for someone else. There must be someone else here. She searched carefully but found nothing. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He could sense that this woman was indeed from the Battle God clan. However, what was the other party looking for? Could it be that they weren't here for him? Thinking of this, Lin Xian prepared to turn and leave. Wait a minute. Xianxia said. Was it you who was undergoing tribulation here? What does it have to do with you? Lin Xian glanced at the other party, his heart on guard. Xianxia stared at Lin Xian and said, "You do have the power of lightning on you. It seems that you were really undergoing tribulation. Although I don't know how you triggered such a powerful lightning tribulation, kid, do you know that you're in trouble? You scared away my immortal butterfly. You have to compensate me." What? Lin Xian was stunned. He thought that the Battle God clan had discovered his secret, or that the fifth elder had sent someone to deal with him. He didn't expect that to be the case. What immortal butterfly? He didn't know what she was talking about. Lin Xian ignored her. Xianxia's figure flashed and directly blocked Lin Xian's path. She said, "It's a strange beast of heaven and earth. It's very mysterious and dreamy. I chased after it for 3 years. Just now, I was 10 meters away from catching it. But because you triggered the lightning tribulation, the sea of lightning that filled the sky directly swallowed up the place I was at. I could only retreat. The immortal butterfly took the opportunity to escape. Who else would I look for if not you? You have to compensate me for my immortal butterfly." So that's what happened. Lin Xian smiled after hearing that. He was completely relieved. He said, "You didn't have the ability to catch it, so how can you blame others? Go and find it yourself. I don't have time to bother with you. You. Xianxia was so angry that her body trembled. Her face turned black. What kind of attitude is this? One had to know that she was a genius and a top genius. Moreover, her ancestor was the battle god. Countless people in the God of War pagoda tried to curry favor with her. Especially those young men. They were all chasing after her. No one had ever dared to make things difficult for her, let alone scolding her now. Xianxia felt that she had gone crazy. Damn it. She slapped out with her palm. Under the might of this palm strike, the heavens and the earth shattered continuously. This palm carried a monstrous power. It was very similar to Lin Zhan's attack. Lin Xian was also very surprised. This woman was actually stronger than he had imagined. To be honest, he had seen one of the young geniuses in the God of War pagoda. For example, Zhan Wuchen was indeed very strong. But he was still not his match. This woman in front of him was much stronger than Zhan Wuchen. But now, Lin Xian had broken through to become a demigod. His strength had also undergone a tremendous change. He was not afraid. In the next moment, he also slapped out with his palm. 9 Yang Divine Dragon Palm. There was a monstrous flame on his palm. Boom, their palms collided. Heaven and earth shattered. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. The storm danced as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. This attack was really too terrifying. Luckily, this was a wasteland. There was no one else around except for the two of them. Otherwise, those people would definitely be in despair. After that attack, both of them retracted their palms. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He was shocked. Sure enough, his strength had become even stronger. Xianxia, on the other hand, was going crazy. What was going on? She couldn't do anything to him. One had to know that although it was only a casual attack from her, what level of cultivation did she possess? She was at the mid-stage of the mighty prowess realm. In addition, she had the body of the battle god. How could she not defeat him? A puny demigod could kill him with a single slap. Xianxia frowned. She asked, "Who are you? Your physique should also be a divine physique, right? Who exactly are you?" She was really too surprised. In God of War City, the strongest geniuses and experts should all be in the God of War pagoda. She had never heard of a God of War. How could there be such a person? Of course, it was not her fault. Xianxia had not returned to the God of War pagoda for 3 years. She had been outside, chasing after the immortal butterfly. Therefore, she did not know what had happened in the God of War pagoda recently. Lin Xian also smiled. You have to beat me before you have the right to know who I am. Otherwise, you don't have the right. With that, Lin Xian took the initiative to charge over. He realized that Xianxia was indeed very strong. Mid-stage mighty prowess and body of the battle god. Powerful battle blood and terrifying strength. She was definitely a match for him. It was a good opportunity for him to test his current strength and see just how strong he had become. You're courting death. Xianxia was also furious. This kid actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Did he really think she was easy to bully? Very well, I'll let you see my true strength. Xianxia took a step forward, and the battle blood in her body completely erupted. He activated the body of the war god. The runes on his body soared into the sky, and his fists became even more terrifying. At this moment, even the other mid-stage illumination realm experts didn't dare to fight him. Because this fist was really too powerful. It was unstoppable, and it broke everything. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Good. He pushed his divine body with all his strength. The divine fire on his body kept jumping, and 9 giant dragons surrounded him, forming a terrifying fire dragon armor. His fists were like the sun as they continued to attack. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Xianxia was very surprised. Her opponent really did have a divine body. It could actually fight against her body of the war god. More importantly, her cultivation was much higher than his. If she couldn't beat his physique, then she didn't need to live anymore. She would lose all her face. At the next moment, she roared. War God art, the runes on his fist became even more terrifying. He pushed Lin Xian back with one punch. Lin Xian retreated with a face of surprise. So strong, is this the true body of the war god? It's really strong. Lin Xian was very surprised. Although his divine body was suppressed, he wasn't angry. Because the divine body was related to cultivation. He was only a demigod, and his opponent was a mid-stage illumination realm expert. She was so much higher than him. It was already very heaven-defying that he could use his divine body to fight until now. If it was other demigods, they probably wouldn't even be able to resist her aura. They would probably turn into ashes. Not to mention demigods, even experts of the same level couldn't block her fist. Seeing Lin Xian being pushed back, Xianxia snorted. Kid, you're already very heaven-defying to be able to fight to this point. But you're not my opponent. How about this, you follow me and become my follower. When you help me catch the immortal disc, I'll let you go. How about it? I'm not bullying you, right? Lin Xian smiled. I think it's better if you become my little follower. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Alright, I will shatter your divine body first and let you know what despair is. Xianxia was also furious. The next moment, she brandished her fists again and charged over fiercely. She knew that Lin Xian's divine body was strong, so she used the Ares art in every punch. Boom, the fist was like a vast ocean, sweeping through the 9 heavens, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. At the same time, she shouted coldly. Are you still not going to surrender? Lin Xian smiled. My divine body is just one of my trump cards, but it's not my strongest trump card. I'll let you see my true strength. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying sword light. The next moment, countless sword chi appeared on his body. Slash. He swung his sword. Lin Xian's sword chi shattered for 9 days, and the entire world shook. On the other side. When Xianxia felt this sword, her expression changed. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? It's indestructible, as if nothing can stop it. This sword was much scarier than his fist. Damn it, how is this possible? He has such a strong divine body, shouldn't he be a close combat, strength-type expert? Why does he know sword techniques? He's a swordsman, shouldn't swordsmen have ethereal movement techniques and unparalleled sword chi? Have you ever seen a swordsman with such thick blood chi and powerful strength? Why use a sword? Just use your fist, this guy doesn't walk the normal path. Xianxia was stunned. Boom, the sharp sword chi landed on Xianxia's fist like a flying immortal. It caused her fist to shake violently. Xianxia felt a sharp aura that wanted to split her body apart. Battle chi armor. The battle chi on her body continued to spread and condense, forming a super armor that surrounded her body. There were mysterious runes on the armor. It had an unparalleled glow, like a peerless divine weapon. Boom, the sword landed on the sword chi armor, creating a thunderous sound. The surrounding void was constantly shattered by the impact. Great, I blocked it. When Xianxia saw this, the corner of her mouth raised into a smile. So what if the opponent's sword chi was strong, it still couldn't break through her defense. However, her smile only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Because Lin Xian's sword exploded with a terrifying light, as if it had turned into a divine dragon. The dragon claws danced and slammed down. Although the sword chi wasn't huge, its sharpness far surpassed everything else. Under this attack, the battle chi armor shook violently, and the runes on it dimmed. Then, with a cracking sound, cracks started to appear on it. How is this possible? Xianxia was stunned. Her opponent could actually break her battle chi armor. Not good. She abandoned the battle chi armor and retreated like crazy. Just as she left, the battle chi armor shattered, and the sword chi charged towards her with an unstoppable aura. Fortunately, the sword chi had used up a lot of energy to break the battle chi armor, so Xianxia could still block it. She waved her fists and punched the sword chi. Boom, she was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too inconceivable. Even though he had used up so much energy, this sword still managed to injure him. When Lin Xian saw this, he was also shocked. It was only a light injury? It was too unbelievable. He had to admit that this woman was really too strong. He couldn't suppress her instantly. Actually, Lin Xian didn't know that Xianxia was the strongest in the younger generation of the God of War Pagoda. If Lin Xian could suppress her instantly, then the God race in the God of War Pagoda wouldn't be able to live anymore. Xianxia was even more furious. As a top genius of the God of War race, how could she allow herself to be defeated? Not to mention being defeated by a young man. Although she didn't know why Lin Xian's sword chi was so powerful, she was completely enraged. God of War art. God of War seal. Xianxia's expression was extremely serious. Her fingers emitted a bright light as she quickly formed seals. A terrifying aura filled the air. The entire world was constantly being shattered. This was an exceptional mystique. Once it was unleashed, it could suppress everything. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. His 9-yang divine dragon body started to sway rapidly. This was a fatal threat. Was this guy going to use his trump card? Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand and took out the immortal slaying sword. Alright, let's see what level my sword Dao has reached. Lin Xian stepped on yin and yang, preparing to use the yin-yang sword technique. Streams of dragon-like sword chi revolved around him, enough to destroy everything in the world. When the dragon-like sword chi appeared, Lin Xian let out a terrifying roar of a dragon. Both of them took out their best moves, preparing for a huge battle. However, at this moment, the world started to shake rapidly. A mysterious aura spread out. When she felt this aura, Xianxia's expression changed. Not good, it's the same aura as before. Could it be that their battle had activated the formation here? Outside, Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He also felt a threat. It wasn't from Xianxia, but from the surroundings. That mysterious aura seemed to want to tear him into pieces. Get lost, sword sweep. Sword chi turned into a flying dragon, directly splitting the void in half. Countless large cracks spread between heaven and earth. However, as the sword fell, the mysterious aura around became even more terrifying. Lin Xian was facing a great enemy. What is this? On the other side, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She discovered that there seemed to be a terrifying blood-red light appearing in the void, like a sea of blood. Could it be? Xianxia thought of a possibility. When she looked at Lin Xian, she exclaimed, "Kid, don't attack." However, she was too late. Lin Xian slashed out again, turning into a fire dragon that destroyed heaven and earth. However, it didn't destroy the mysterious aura. Instead, the mysterious aura rushed over quickly. Not only Lin Xian, but even Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She said, "Damn it, don't attack anymore." She came to Lin Xian's side and grabbed Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his hand and used the dragon elephant technique. They turned into a dragon and an elephant, charging forward. They collided with the opponent's peerless divine fist. The attacks of the two dissipated between heaven and earth at the same time. Xianxia roared, "Don't attack, I don't mean any harm, don't attack anymore. This is dragon blood, if you attack again, both of us will die." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He asked, "What is dragon blood?" Dragon blood is a very dangerous place. It's a place of great danger. If an earth immortal is not careful, they can die here. Damned brat, which mountain did you come from? Do you know where you are? This is the vicinity of the Void Spirit Palace. How dare you undergo the tribulation here? Are you tired of living? Lin Xian was even more surprised. This was the Void Hall, he really didn't know. Was it related to the Void Sky Emperor? Seeing Lin Xian's confused look, Xianxia said, "Come with me." She took Lin Xian with her and flew quickly into the distance. The two of them hid behind a pile of rubble. The danger here was a little weaker, but there was still no way to escape. Xianxia said, "I don't know what's wrong with you, you don't even know about the Void Palace. But I'm warning you, don't attack again. Especially don't use your sword chi." The Carnage Dragon's blood was very effective against the power of the Tao of Dragons. The more you used the Tao of Dragons, the more the Carnage Dragon's blood would target you. Of course, it wasn't just the power of the Tao of the Dragon. Anyone who entered a dangerous place like the Carnage of the Dragon's blood would find it difficult to leave alive. Fortunately, a great battle had taken place here before, so it was shattered. Otherwise, the complete carnage of the dragon's blood would have killed both of us here. Seeing that Zhang Qiong didn't have any ill intentions, Lin Xian didn't attack again. He put away the dragon sword chi on his body and used Rinnegan to look around. Through the Rinnegan, he found that there was a faint layer of bloody mist around him, spreading to the surroundings. The bloody mist was constantly arranged, seemingly forming a mysterious array. Of course, this array wasn't complete because this place had already turned into ruins. But even so, the broken array still gave them a fatal crisis. They didn't know how terrifying this array was when it was complete. An Earth immortal wouldn't be able to resist it. Seeing Lin Xian use his Rinnegan, Zhang Qiong exclaimed. She could feel that Lin Xian's eyes were extraordinary. This kid's soul was also so terrifying. He didn't use it during the battle just now. If he used his peerless sword chi and this terrifying soul power to deal with her, would she be able to resist? Could it be that she wasn't his opponent? Thinking of this possibility, Zhang Qiong's face turned ugly. She was going to lose to a demigod. Who would believe this? No, it's impossible. This guy can't win against me. At this moment, Lin Xian asked. Can you walk out? Is there any way to break this carnage of the dragon's blood? Zhang Qiong came back to her senses and took a deep breath. What did you see? Lin Xian wanted to briefly explain what he had seen. Zhang Qiong was shocked. To be able to see the array, this was too unbelievable. This pair of eyes was indeed mysterious. Let me try. Zhang Qiong took a deep breath. Follow me later. If you can't keep up with my speed, I won't help you. Don't worry. Lin Xian nodded. You're not my opponent. Humph. Zhang Qiong was so angry that she almost jumped up. She gritted her teeth and said. Kid, don't be too proud. Our battle isn't over yet. Let's leave this place later and find a safe place to have a showdown between us. I don't believe that I can't beat a small demigod like you. Zhang Qiong was indeed a genius of the gods' race. The gods' race had such a long history and had such a strong foundation. Zhang Qiong also knew about arrays and many mysterious terrains. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene. It was similar to the methods of a Heaven Master and a Earth Master. Thinking of this, he thought of Zhou Tian Master and the Crimson Dragon. If these two experts were here, they should be able to fight against the carnage of the dragon. After all, Zhou Tian Master was a terrifying Earth immortal. The Crimson Dragon also obtained the Sword of Array of the Nine Meridians God Sword. Both of them were very skilled in arrays. Thinking of this, Lin Xian followed behind Zhang Qiong. The two slowly walked into the distance. Zhang Qiong said. If we walk a little further, we will be able to leave this place. Finally, we are safe. But just as she said that, a storm started and the sky turned dark. It was as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qiong's face changed. Not good. Damn it. Why is it like this? She didn't go the wrong way. Why did she feel that the terrifying aura was even more terrifying? Lin Xian's face also changed. He said, let's speed up. No, let me think. Zhang Qiong frowned. There were incomparably godly runes in her eyes. With this delay, for weeks later, the blood-colored storm had completely blown up. It was like a blood fog that shrouded them. There was a low roar in the wind as if there was an unknown existence inside. This blood-colored storm was heading towards Zhang Qiong and Lin Xian. Zhang Qiong's face was extremely ugly. It's not a real carnage of the dragon. She looked at Lin Xian and said. How much power of the Tao of Dragon do you have? Even an Earth immortal of the dragon race wouldn't be able to cause such a powerful carnage of the dragon. Zhang Qiong was completely crazy. These bloody storms were all aimed at Lin Xian. But now, she couldn't escape. She stared at Lin Xian angrily. Lin Xian was also surprised. The power of the Tao of Dragon? If that was the case, then the power of his great dragon sword soul really surpassed everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. At worst, I'll fight him to the end. My sword is indomitable. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Zhang Qiong said, Don't do it. I beg you, I don't want to die here. Listen to me, okay? Zhang Qiong was crazy. This kid in front of him definitely didn't know how terrifying these ruins were. He knew that he had heard from his ancestor, the god of war, how powerful and mysterious these ruins were. So, he definitely didn't dare to behave atrociously here. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have fought with this kid. But it was too late to say anything now. In front of him, a bloody storm flew over. In the bloody storm, a black shadow appeared. The black shadow was extremely blurry. When it came close, it suddenly stretched out its palm. The void of a pitch-black palm fell down. Lin Xian immediately felt it and was horrified. He wanted to make a move, but Xianxia beside him beat him to it. The god of war's palm slapped over fiercely, blocking the black shadow's attack. At the same time, he said, "You can make a move, but don't use the power of the Tao of Dragon. If you don't have any other power, don't make a move." "I'll do it." "Okay, I'll listen to you and not use the power of the Tao of Dragon." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he used the 9-yang divine dragon body. At the same time, he used the power of the Rinnegan. The Hand of Heaven. A terrifying eye of heaven appeared above him, emitting an incomparably mysterious gaze. When the gaze fell, it turned into a palm and slapped down fiercely. He directly charged into the storm. Xianxia was shocked. He only dared to resist. He didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. Because he didn't know what kind of unknown changes it would cause. However, Lin Xian didn't care so much. He directly charged into the storm. The hand of the heavenly path charged toward the black figure with immense power. With a boom, the hand of the heavenly Tao exploded, and the black shadow disappeared. That miserable voice made one's scalp go numb. The blood-red storm also slowly receded. Xianxia was shocked. "You didn't kill him, did you? So what if it was destroyed?" Lin Xian said, "I didn't use the power of Dragon Tao. And you, as a member of the god race, how can you be so cowardly? With your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of him." Xianxia said, "What do you know? That's because you haven't seen Carnage Dragon. Let me tell you, the power of Carnage Dragon's blood is beyond your imagination. Anyone below the war god level would definitely die. In fact, even true god realms, if they were not careful, they would also fall. Even though it's a broken dragon, I can't be careless, understand?" Lin Xian was surprised. "No way, even a true god could die here. That's really surprising." He said, "Okay, then I'll defend. You quickly find a way out." Lin Xian used his Rinnegan again and directly hit out the 6 paths of reincarnation. Underground, Earth Gate. The ground cracked open and rumbled violently. Then, it turned into 6 stone doors that stood beside them. The storm hit the stone gates, making a roaring sound that shook the sky. Xianxia saw that Lin Xian could resist these storms. He also let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly continued to look for a way out. Her palms formed a seal, and she used all the supernatural powers she had learned to the extreme. She quickly searched. She said, "Follow me." Lin Xian defended himself as he walked. Gradually, his 6 paths of reincarnation began to tremble. He could even feel that the black shadow appeared in the storm in front of him again, and there was a low roar. The sound rang in his ears, which shocked him. What kind of existence was inside these blood-red storms? Could it be that they were the remains of the experts who had fallen here, or the fragmented souls of the experts who had died here? He didn't know. Moreover, he found that the storm didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became even more terrifying. If this continued, the 6 paths of reincarnation wouldn't be able to stop it. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Are you done?" Xianxia said, "There is a huge ruin in front. Let's go there and hide first. It should be able to avoid the dragon blood." The two retreated into the ruin. This ruin was more intact than the others. Some of the palaces only had the pillars broken. After the two of them went in, they found that it was really quiet inside. When the blood-red windstorm came close to the broken palace, it stopped and lingered in the surroundings. However, they didn't come in. Great, they were safe for now. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was also surprised. He looked around curiously and found that the palace was golden. Half of a golden palace had been destroyed. The power of the palace could withstand the storm outside, and could even intimidate the storm outside. This palace was also extremely extraordinary back then. Xianxia said, "Let's not go out for now. We'll wait here until the dragon blood's power disappears. Then, we'll leave quickly. Speaking of this, Xianxia sat down cross-legged. He took out a pill to recover his strength. I must stay in peak condition. Who knows when I'll need to fight in such a dangerous situation. Lin Xian was very curious about this place. He began to seriously study this broken golden palace. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Hey, there's a butterfly here." He found that there was a butterfly in the corner of the palace. A palm-sized butterfly. Its wings had a mysterious light. When it flapped, there was a dreamy aura. Hearing this, Xianxia also opened his eyes. He exclaimed, "This is an immortal butterfly. I didn't expect this little thing to be hiding here. That's great." He quickly rushed over. The immortal butterfly flapped its wings and dodged quickly. However, it didn't rush out of the broken palace. Obviously, it was also hiding from the dragon blood. "Let me help you." Lin Xian was attacked by Xianxia because he scared the immortal butterfly away. Xianxia also helped him a lot before. Therefore, Lin Xian was ready to make a move. He used the traveling sword. His speed was very fast and he instantly rushed to the immortal butterfly. This speed scared Xianxia. He didn't expect the opponent to be able to burst out with such speed. How many trump cards does this kid have? He realized that Lin Xian was able to shock him every single time. Even the immortal butterfly was shocked. It flapped its wings and seemed to pass through the void. It instantly disappeared. Lin Xian missed this time. He exclaimed, "The power of the void?" This immortal butterfly was also very extraordinary. "Kid, don't you dare have any ideas about it. This immortal butterfly is mine. If you dare to fight with me, I'll not let you off," Xianxia said nervously. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you." Xianxia was relieved. The two worked together to catch the immortal butterfly. The immortal butterfly's space to escape became smaller and smaller. In the end, it could only wander around a small corner. The immortal butterfly's dreamy aura became even more mysterious. It seemed to want to break through the void. It really did it. Its figure disappeared and came to another space. Lin Xian was surprised. This immortal butterfly is really magical. Xianxia said, "No matter where you run to, this time I will catch you." However, when the immortal butterfly was about to escape, the surrounding void shook as if something was about to appear. What happened? Xianxia was shocked. Is the bloodstorm outside coming? Even Lin Xian had a grave expression on his face. The immortal butterfly kept shaking as if it was terrified. In the next moment, a new black shadow flew out from the corner of the broken golden palace. This shadow was more than a meter long. The roar of its wings was really terrifying, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Lin Xian and Xianxia looked forward and found that this shadow was a bee. It was more than a meter long, with red runes and black patterns. It was very mysterious. On its tail, there was an arm-sized stinger, emitting a cold light. When the bee came out, the immortal butterfly was so scared that it almost fell from the sky. It kept retreating. Xianxia's face also changed. Is it a demonic bee? Damn it, no way, how can there be such a thing here? Xianxia's face was very ugly. Lin Xian asked, "Is it very powerful?" "From what I see, he seems to be just a spirit realm demonic beast." "Kid, don't underestimate it. This bee is very scary. Anyone under the true god realm will die if they are stared at by it. No matter how powerful you are or what kind of trump card you have, as long as you don't have 4 strands of immortal energy, you can't live." "No way." Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. If this thing was really so formidable, then wouldn't this one be able to walk unhindered under true god? He would not walk sideways. Xianxia shook her head and said, "After he stares at the enemy, he will also die because he doesn't have his stinger. It could be said that he would perish together with the enemy." "So that was how it was." Lin Xian nodded. "I knew it. It's impossible for such a powerful beast to exist. Invincible under the true god realm, from the looks of it, both of them had perished together." He laughed and said, "In that case, you don't have to worry, he shouldn't be that stupid." However, Xianxia shook her head again. The reason why this bee is called the magic bee is because he is a lunatic. He doesn't care if we die together. He only cared about killing the enemy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the demon wasp opposite him flapped its wings. Its gaze fell on Lin Xian and the other two. It seemed to be searching for a target. Finally, he stared at the immortal butterfly. The immortal butterfly wanted to break through the void, but the speed of the demonic wasp was just as fast as the immortal butterfly. When Xianxia saw this, she snorted. "You dare!" He said to the immortal butterfly, "Come here, I will protect you." The immortal butterfly paced around for a while, then quickly flew to Xianxia's side. Xianxia smiled. "Finally, I have won this little guy's approval." "Great." The demonic wasp in front turned around and stared at Xianxia. His killing intent instantly rushed out. A cold aura spread between heaven and earth. Xianxia instantly felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Even though she had the body of the war god and was an extremely powerful imminent god elite, she didn't dare to be careless in front of the demonic wasp. If she was stared at, she would go to hell. Buzz. The demonic wasp didn't attack. He kept flapping his wings, and the sound became sharper and sharper. Not good, he seemed to be summoning his companions. Could it be that there were other demonic wasp here? Xianxia's expression changed. One demonic wasp. She and Lin Xian together might be able to stop it. But if there were more, they wouldn't be able to stop it. A few more figures appeared around them. There were a total of 5 demonic wasp. They floated in the air and stared at Lin Xian and the other two. Not good, how could there be so many of them? Xianxia was in despair. 5 was enough to kill them twice. The immortal butterfly also let out a desperate aura. Xianxia said, "Don't worry. Even if you go to hell, I will be with you. I won't let you go down alone." Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, "You are fast. If you have the chance, you can leave by yourself. If you can leave alive, please send a message to the god race in the God of War pagoda. Tell them that I was killed by the demonic wasp. Tell them not to take revenge." Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Are you important in the God of War pagoda?" Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, "Nonsense. I am the strongest prodigy of the younger generation. Also, my ancestor is the god of war. Do you think I'm important or not?" "Oh." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed like he could begin his plan for the fruit of rebirth. He would start with Xianxia. If he saved her, she would definitely be grateful to him. Then, he might have a new breakthrough. Thinking of this, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry. With me here, you won't die." After saying that, he walked forward. Behind him, Xianxia said, "No way. Kid, you want to fight? Don't. You will die for sure. They are very fast." "So what if they are fast? They might not be able to break through my defense." Lin Xian's dragon sword soul exploded again. The dragon-shaped sword energy circled around him and turned into a sword world. The indestructible sword energy was enough to block any attack. At the same time, Lin Xian took out the immortal slaying sword. Power exploded. He was ready to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian was going all out. His body emitted a terrifying aura. And this aura startled the demonic wasp. The demonic wasp shook violently as if they were afraid of something. Xianxia exclaimed, "What's going on?" The demonic wasp was crazy. How could they be afraid? If they were afraid, they wouldn't have died together. When she looked at Lin Xian, she was also stunned. What is this? She felt an extremely mysterious aura on Lin Xian. She had never felt this aura before. It made her feel as if she was facing a great enemy. It was as if the power on the other party was like the ruler of the heavenly Tao. It could instantly decide her life and death. She had only felt this feeling from the god of war. Because the god of war's realm was completely beyond her. Why did the kid in front of her have this kind of high and mighty feeling? He didn't know that Lin Xian was using the power of the ancient land. To be precise, it was the ancient land outside the God of War pagoda. Because the people of God of War City couldn't leave this ancient city. If they went out, they would definitely die. Even the god of war would be turned into ashes. Therefore, they were very afraid of the power outside. This was the power that Lin Xian was using. Previously, Lin Xian had been hiding this power. After all, it was too eye-catching. Those people would discover it instantly. Therefore, he had been suppressing this power. Now that he was facing the demon bees, Lin Xian didn't suppress it and directly used it. The bodies of the 5 demon bees trembled. In the end, they turned around and fled. They escaped. When Xianxia saw this scene, she exclaimed, "This is too unbelievable. He avoided this danger so easily." She looked at Lin Xian as if she was in a dream. She didn't know what to say. Should she be grateful? Or afraid? Finally, she asked, "Who exactly are you?" Lin Xian suppressed the power of the ancient land again. He smiled and said, "You can call me Mad God." Mad God? I've never heard of this title. Join the God of War Pagoda. I recommend you. Don't worry, you saved my and Xiao Dai's lives. You are our savior. When I go back, I will tell the patriarch. I will ask him to accept you as a disciple. The patriarch is a true God. If you become his disciple, your future will be limitless. Let's talk about it later. Lin Xian smiled. What do you mean? Are you looking down on the God of War Pagoda? In this ancient city, who can surpass the God of War Pagoda? Kid, I don't know what your aura is. But no matter how strong you are no match for the God of War Pagoda. The God of War Pagoda's foundation is beyond your imagination. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Oh, what foundation? Is the God of War Pagoda really that strong?" I don't think so. Humph, ignorant. Xianxia said proudly, "Then let me tell you how strong the God of War Pagoda is. The God of War Pagoda is a true god race. Do you know how powerful the god race is? Wasn't it just a family created by a true god? It's no big deal. I'll become a true god in the future." Lin Xian said confidently. Ignorance. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said, "It wasn't created by a true god. The war god of our generation is the 23rd generation war god. However, the one who founded the god race was an existence that far surpassed a true god. According to our clan's ancient records, our clan's first war god possessed 6 divine flames, far surpassing a true god. 6 divine fires. So powerful, Lin Xian was incomparably shocked when he heard this. The strongest he had seen so far was 4 divine flames. Other than that, there was also the undying. However, what was the immortal realm? Lin Xian wasn't sure either. How would it compare to the 6 divine fires, 6 godly flames? Just think about it, how terrifying would that be? The war god clan was actually so extraordinary. No wonder the body of the war god was so powerful. In the end, you're just a first-generation battle god. Now that your battle god race is on the verge of collapse, what treasures can you have without a battle god? Could he come back from the dead? Lin Xian continued. Humph, there really is one. Our war god race has a treasure called the Fruit of Rebirth. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. They finally talked about the Fruit of Rebirth. He began to use the method of provoking Xianxia to tell him more about the Fruit of Rebirth. Anyway, they couldn't leave now. In order to let Lin Xian broaden his horizons, Xianxia told him a lot of useful information. Just as the two of them were chatting here, the bloody storm outside was still ongoing. This bloody storm had already alarmed the entire ancient city. Because the power of the dragon's blood was really too terrifying. Even the people outside the ruins were able to sense it. Countless demon beasts prostrated on the ground. The powerhouses of the god-chosen race also had ugly expressions. The ruins had always been a forbidden area. Now, such a change had actually happened. No one knew if it was a blessing or a curse. Even the God of War Pagoda had noticed this situation. The powerhouses inside the God of War Pagoda also frowned. They immediately summoned the elders. Even the God of War was alarmed. He walked out. He looked into the distance as if he could see through heaven and earth. What exactly happened there? He went to investigate. The people of the God of War Pagoda quickly sent people to investigate. They came near the ruins and found that there was an extremely terrifying bloody storm inside the ruins. That power made them feel that it was fatal. But fortunately, this storm only lingered in the ruins and had no intention of coming out. They heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly reported. When the elders of the god of war pagoda heard this, they also heaved a sigh of relief. The god of war said, "Then don't worry about it. Pay close attention to the ruins. What are your intentions? Then report to me. Disperse." These people didn't pay too much attention to the ruins. Although the ruins were extremely mysterious and many mysterious powers had appeared before, these powers had never come out of the ruins. They weren't much of a threat to them. So, he didn't care. The other god-chosen race also heaved a sigh of relief after receiving the order from the god of war pagoda. Just like that, everyone resumed their normal cultivation. However, they didn't know that this wasn't the only change. On this day, a black shadow appeared outside the ancient city. A black shadow that was like a small mountain. This black shadow appeared out of nowhere. At first, no one cared. After all, very few people would come to the edge of the ancient city. However, if they had nowhere to go, then it might be different. A few martial artists of the Wunren clan went to search for treasures. In the end, they were chased by a group of demonic beasts. They fled in all directions and finally escaped to the walls of the ancient city. Many of the walls of the ancient city were shattered. Some had even disappeared. However, although the walls had disappeared, there was still a power that replaced the walls and separated the ancient city from the outside world. When they came to the bottom of the walls, the disciples of the Wunren clan were in despair. Could it be that he was going to die here? They couldn't beat the dozen demonic beasts in front of them. If they crossed the walls and went outside, they would die without a doubt. Because even true gods couldn't survive outside. Just as they were in despair, they suddenly froze. They realized that the dozen demonic beasts attacking them in front of them had stopped. Then, their bodies trembled and they crawled on the ground, kowtowing nonstop. Then, they turned and ran. What happened? The young people were stunned. These demonic beasts definitely wouldn't be afraid of him. Could it be that the elders of the clan had come? They were overjoyed. However, when they looked around, they didn't see any signs of the elder. What was going on? They were puzzled. At this moment, a long-haired disciple of the Wunren clan said in horror, "Look, what is this?" They turned their heads to look. They saw a black shadow outside the ancient city. It was a shadow that was like a small mountain. He stood there and seemed to be looking at them across the ancient city wall. Oh my God, what is this? The disciples of the Wunren family were scared out of their wits. They fell to their knees with a plop. They kept kowtowing, "Greetings, Senior." They were all scared out of their wits. Even a true god would die if they left the ancient city. But now, a figure appeared outside. What kind of existence was this? An existence beyond the true god realm. It was too scary. The other party could probably blow them to death with a single breath. After kowtowing for a long time, they realized that the figure didn't respond. He didn't come in and still stood there. The few of them were extremely terrified. Did he not dare to come in? They weren't sure. They had to run. They mustered up their courage and turned to run. They ran all the way back to their family and shouted in horror, "Family leader, something bad has happened." The disciples shouted crazily, and the Wunren family members were also alarmed. The elders frowned and said, "What is this?" The disciples knelt and said, "A mysterious figure appeared outside the ancient city." The entire Wunren family was stunned. What? That was impossible. The elders also exclaimed, "What kind of joke is this? Even a true god can't go out. Who can survive outside? Absolutely impossible." However, one of the long-haired disciples took out a mirror and said, "Elder, I recorded it with an array." The elder hurriedly took the bronze mirror, and an image appeared on the mirror. They saw the corner of the city wall, the rampart, and the figure outside. The elder was so scared that he almost threw the mirror to the ground. He even almost knelt down. A black figure really appeared. Who was it? What was he doing here? Were there other creatures outside? Just what level had the other party's cultivation reached? He didn't know. His body was instantly covered in cold sweat. This was too important. He had to inform the family leader. No, he had to inform the god of war pagoda. The Wunren family leader was immediately alarmed. He took the bronze mirror and led a few young people to the God of War pagoda. The God of War pagoda also calmed down. Everyone was cultivating, fighting, and improving themselves. The God of War was also cultivating. He had the title of God of War and was the family leader of the god race. But he wasn't satisfied. By the time it reached him, it was already the 23rd generation, yet he only possessed 4 divine flames. As for the first war god, he had 6 divine fires. In comparison, by his generation, the Protoss had actually declined a lot. The war god naturally didn't want to continue declining. He desperately wanted to condense the 5th divine flame, so he had been cultivating like a madman. At this moment, there was a sound outside the door. Someone was knocking on the door. The God of War frowned slightly. Logically speaking, no one would dare to disturb him. Unless something had happened. Furthermore, this kind of thing was extremely shocking. Could it be that something had happened in the ruins? The war god thought for a moment and said, "Come in." The door to the array formation opened, and an old man walked in. This old man was not tall, and his face was glowing. His eyes were lavender. He walked over and said, "Patriarch, I don't want to disturb your cultivation, but something urgent has happened." This concerned the safety of the God of War pagoda and the entire God of War city. War God was stunned when he heard this. In the next moment, he immediately stood up, and his expression became serious. There were countless experts in the God of War pagoda, and he was a true god with 4 divine fires. He could suppress everything. In addition, there were many chosen ones in the God of War city. Who could threaten them? But now, the first elder had said something so dangerous. This meant that the situation was very serious. He said, "Could it be that the power in the ruins has spread out?" "No, it's something new. Patriarch, let's go to the main hall. I've already gathered the other elders. They're all waiting for you." "All right." The war god nodded. He was also very confused. What had happened? The two were very fast. Before long, they arrived at the God of War hall. He discovered that all the elders in the God of War hall were here. Regardless of whether it was the elders of the upper 3 towers or the lower 3 towers, they were all gathered together. One could imagine how important this matter was. In addition, there were a few figures standing in the main hall. They weren't from the God of War pagoda. A middle-aged man. The war god had seen him before, the Wunran family's patriarch. There were also a few young people. They looked like disciples of the Wunran family. What was going on? Was it related to the Wunran family? The war god didn't understand. After he arrived, the surrounding elders all bowed to him. The Wunran family members also hurriedly bowed. "All right, you can speak now," the war god asked. The first elder looked at the Wunran family's patriarch and said, "The Wunran family discovered this. You can speak now." "Yes." The Wunran family's patriarch bowed respectfully. Then, he told them what had happened. When he said that a mysterious black shadow had appeared outside the God of War city, the surrounding elders were in an uproar. To be honest, only the first elder knew about this at first. The other elders also didn't understand what had happened. When they gathered here, they were very confused. They even guessed that it was because of the ruins. But they found that it wasn't the case. It was because of the situation outside the God of War pagoda. This was even more terrifying than the ruins. The war god was also stunned. The next moment, he suddenly stood up. His body emitted the terrifying God of War fire. A powerful suppression swept through the main hall. Everyone trembled. The young people of the Wunran family knelt on the ground in fear. "Are you sure there's a black shadow outside? You must know the seriousness of this matter. If you lie, not only you, but the entire Wunran family will suffer. The entire Wunran clan will suffer my wrath. I will turn you all into ashes." When the war god was angry, he could sweep the world. The Wunran family's patriarch also turned pale. His body trembled. The next moment, he took out a bronze mirror. On it was the record of the black shadow outside. The war god hurriedly took the mirror. He pointed at it and the scene in the mirror was reflected in the void. In the main hall, the elders of the God of War pagoda all looked up. When they saw the scene, they all gasped. There really was a mysterious black shadow. Heavens, just what kind of divine being is this? Even a true god couldn't survive outside. How could this black shadow stand there? Could it be that it had surpassed a true god? Was there really someone outside the God of War city? Could it be that our Grand Elder from 6,000 years ago came back alive? There were even some people who said such words. 6,000 years ago, their God of War pagoda had two true gods. In addition to the patriarch, the war god, there was another Grand Elder who was also a true god. Moreover, he was stronger than the patriarch. This person was the patriarch's brother. Back then, he had left the God of War pagoda to explore the outside world. In the end, in just 3 days, the sole jade pendant he had left behind shattered. He had died. Now that such a black shadow had appeared, did it mean that he wasn't dead and was still alive? Countless voices of discussion could be heard. Even the war god was excited. Was his brother really not dead? Fifth Elder said, "Why don't we send someone to take a look and see who he is?" As soon as he said this, the others fell silent. Second Elder and Third Elder sighed. No one can go out. So what if you watch from the other side of the city wall? You can't tell the difference at all. Also, this might anger him. He has appeared now and hasn't entered yet. Perhaps he is afraid of something? If we anger him, he will rush in directly. The consequences would be unimaginable. The elders began to discuss fervently. After all, this matter concerned everyone's safety. So what if they were Earth immortals? In the face of absolute power, they would still fall. Not to mention them, if that rapier's shadow was really that strong, even the war god would have fallen. Alright, stop arguing. The God of War frowned and said, "Gather all the Earth immortals in the God of War city. We need to gather our strength and prepare for the worst." At this moment, everyone in the God of War pagoda and the God of War race moved as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian and Xianxia didn't know what was going on here because the bloody storm in the ruins hadn't disappeared yet. The two of them were still hiding in the broken golden palace. Lin Xian wasn't very happy at this moment. After hearing a lot about the fruit of rebirth from Xianxia, he realized that even if he became Xianxia's savior, he wouldn't be able to obtain the fruit of rebirth. Not to mention him, even Xianxia wasn't qualified. The only person who could touch the fruit of rebirth was the God of War. Other than him, there was no other person. One could imagine how mysterious the fruit of rebirth was to the God of War pagoda. After waiting for a few more days, the bloody storm outside finally dissipated slowly. Lin Xian and Xianxia stood up. They could go out. Their figures flickered and they quickly left. Finally, they left the ruins and let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia was very satisfied because he had obtained the immortal butterfly. The immortal butterfly kept flying around him. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian and said, "Let's go, savior. I recommend you to join the God of War pagoda." Lin Xian was originally from the God of War pagoda. Even if he became the God of War's disciple, could he obtain the fruit of rebirth? Perhaps it would be difficult to obtain. Moreover, following a true god would bring unknown dangers, so he was prepared to shake his head and refuse. However, at this moment, he was stunned. He said, "Don't you think there's something wrong around here?" He used Rinnegan and looked around. He found that there was a strong force in the distance. It was as if many land immortals had gathered together. What happened? What was the God of War pagoda holding? A banquet? Xianxia was also stunned. In the next moment, he quickly took out a token. He noticed that the token was shining with a deep purple light. This was an extremely urgent summon. It would only be used in times of life and death. The God of War pagoda was in danger, an unprecedented danger. What's going on? Who could threaten the God of War pagoda? Xianxia was stunned. He said to Lin Xian, "If you want to go to the God of War pagoda in the future, look for me directly. Say my name and they'll let you in." After saying that, her figure flashed and directly broke through the void and disappeared. Lin Xian was also shocked. It seemed like the God of War pagoda was in danger. What was it? He was also prepared to check it out. Before Lin Xian reached the God of War pagoda, he found out about it when he passed by the nearby families and sections. It turned out that while they were hiding from the dragon's blood, another big thing happened outside. And this big thing almost scared the people in God of War City to death. A black shadow actually appeared outside God of War City. This was too unbelievable for the people in the city. The outside world was extremely mysterious. Even true gods couldn't get close, let alone a black shadow. This was an existence beyond the true god realm. If the other party came in and attacked them, who could resist? Therefore, the powerful people in God of War City gathered to discuss a solution. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. There was actually such a thing? Other than him, who else wanted to enter the God of War pagoda, and it was from the ancient land? Who could it be? Lin Xian was very puzzled. However, he had an advantage over these people. These people were puzzled and could only guess. They didn't dare to go out. Lin Xian didn't have such concerns. He just went out to take a look. Of course, he didn't swagger out. Otherwise, he would scare those people to death. It would be troublesome if he came in again. He went to a secluded place. Anyway, this God of War pagoda was very vast. Therefore, the area covered by the city walls was also very wide. Lin Xian came to a place where there was no one. In a flash, he passed through the city walls and walked out. After going out, Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort, nor did he feel any threat to his life. He hurriedly followed the city walls and began to search for that mysterious shadow. Soon, he discovered the figure that was as big as a small mountain. When he saw this figure, Lin Xian was completely stunned. He discovered that it was actually a skeleton. The skeleton of a demon beast. From the looks of it, it should be some kind of ape. Although it had died, its skeleton was still here. The skeleton did not walk there. Instead, it was blown there by the wind. Lin Xian could see that a storm had formed in front of him. It wasn't a fatal storm like the one in the dragon's blood. However, this wind was also very strong. It blew the skeleton all the way here from a mountain range in the distance. After coming here, the skeleton stayed here. Therefore, this was the reason why the figure suddenly appeared. This skeleton had already died and didn't have much power. Naturally, it couldn't enter. It was a false alarm. Lin Xian shook his head. He looked around but didn't find anything. He entered God of War City again from a secluded corner. Lin Xian flew towards the God of War pagoda. He also returned to the first level of the God of War pagoda. When he returned, he discovered that the disciples of the God of War pagoda were also facing a great enemy. It was as if they were facing the end of the world. Was it that scary? Lin Xian frowned. He heard some discussions and realized that these people seemed to be extremely afraid of the God of War pagoda. It seemed that even the God of War was shocked. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Now, these powerful figures and elders were gathered together to discuss how to deal with it. Should they go and investigate, or should they send out some living fossils to fight? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. These people didn't know the origin of that black shadow at all. Just a skeleton was enough to scare these people to this extent. If there were a few more skeletons, would they be scared to death? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He thought of a possibility. A possibility that he could easily obtain the fruit of resurrection without having to fight against the God of War pagoda. End of chapter 68-71. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.